In the midst of the apocalypse, everything is rewritten, and humanity transforms into myriad beasts, embarking on a bloody evolution. Ming descends with the form of the Wangri Malong, awakening flames, sands, and flora. The 9 primordial heads awaken one by one, devouring and evolving, ultimately becoming the overlords of this world. Just when he believed this was the culmination of evolution, he was horrified to discover that the so-called pinnacle of blue star beneath his feet was merely a slightly larger cage within a divine breeding ground. All struggles and bloodshed were nothing but sustenance prepared for others. When the confines of the breeding ground opened, an endless tide of abyssal demons surged forth, rendering the previous conflicts a mere farce. Would he continue to be the prey, or turn the tables and devour the divine? Chapter 1. The Mist, the Beastification of Humanity. What on earth? Such dense fog. As Ming stepped out of his apartment, he was greeted by a blanket of white mist enveloping the community. Visibility was barely 5 meters. He tightened his coat and hurried towards the supermarket at the entrance of the neighborhood. After just a few steps, he felt his breathing becoming labored, and his mind clouded. Furrowing his brow, he covered his mouth with one hand and quickened his pace. Simultaneously, he pondered whether this could be smog. The air quality in the city had truly deteriorated. He would have to buy some masks at the supermarket. Upon entering the supermarket, he noticed that apart from the staff, there were hardly any customers. Ming quickly selected his items. However, just as he finished paying and began to pack his belongings into a shopping bag, an anxious voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Darling, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Startled, Ming turned to see a frantic woman in her 30s, watching a man nearby with an expression of distress. To Ming's astonishment, wisps of white mist were emanating from the man's body. As the mist rose, the man's form began to shrink and transform. Perhaps the suddenness of the event was too shocking, as the woman, other customers, and the staff were momentarily frozen in place. The man's transformation occurred with remarkable speed. His limbs gradually receded, and his skin morphed into a slick yellow-black hue. Without the support of his legs, he collapsed uncontrollably to the ground. Soon after, the man's form became slender, and his head rapidly transformed into something akin to that of a serpent. The entire process, though seemingly intricate, transpired in mere seconds. When a serpentine creature emerged from the man's clothing, everyone finally reacted with uproar. What the hell? How did he turn into an eel? Oh my goodness! Such a thick eel, drinking it in liquor must be a great tonic. This man couldn't possibly be an eel in disguise, now reverting to his true form, could he? Some customers sensed something amiss and began to move toward the exit. Yet, others were drawn to the spectacle. Some even took out their phones to record short videos. The woman remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend how her husband, whom she saw daily, could suddenly become an eel. What would she do now? Ming was equally perplexed, unable to fathom what was happening. But when he noticed white mist beginning to rise from the cashier and another customer, a wave of unease compelled him to abandon his curiosity, push open the supermarket door, and sprint back to his apartment building. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him. He returned home safely without encountering any further incidents. Reflecting on the bizarre occurrence, an inexplicable panic gripped Ming. What on earth is happening? Could it truly be that eels are becoming sentient? Something is amiss. Others are also emitting white mist. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hastily retrieved a piece of beef from his shopping bag. With determination, he took a bite. He had previously read about the phenomenon of universal beastification, which stated that individuals would transform into the last animal they consumed. With limited options and no time to seek a more formidable creature, he decided to gamble on this beef. After consuming the beef, Ming, still apprehensive, took a few more bites before stopping. Subsequently, he opened his phone to gather useful information. Before he could access the browser, a message from a chat group titled The Three Rascals popped up. Curious, Ming clicked on it, revealing a video shared by his close friend, Pang Bo. The cover displayed a fair-skinned and beautiful girl with long legs, accompanied by a message urging them to watch quickly. Intrigued, Ming clicked on the video without a second thought. The girl appeared to be live-streaming a dance, her waist twisting and creating a flurry of white waves. Suddenly, streams of white mist erupted from the girl. Seeing this, Ming's pupils dilated. This was identical to the situation he had just witnessed in the supermarket. In less than a few seconds, the girl transformed right before his eyes into a plump and rosy pig. As the video ended, Pang Bo's message popped up again. Old Sue, old Chi, did you see that? Xiaomei transformed into a pig. I just searched. There are a ton of reports of people turning into animals online. The apocalypse must be approaching. Taking a deep breath, Ming intended to share his earlier supermarket experience. However, another member of the three rascals, Hong, sent a message. This mist is not right. We have people in the lab transforming into animals too. Be careful. Those who turn into animals may become dangerous. Don't trust other animals. Upon reading Hong's message, a sense of crisis washed over Ming. This unknown transformation instilled an inexplicable fear within him. Noticing Ming's prolonged silence, Pang Bo quickly inquired, Old Minggu, you haven't turned into an animal, have you? Snapping back to reality, Ming replied, No, I just saw someone turn into an eel at the supermarket. By the way, is there a pattern to these transformations? Like the last animal consumed? Within seconds, both replied in quick succession. Pang Bo, no pattern is good, but it seems to be happening soon. Let's hope we all become powerful animals. Hong, no pattern. We even have someone turn into an owl in our lab. Pang Bo, we are too far apart now. It's probably too late to gather. Everyone take care. Just 5 seconds after receiving this message, Pang Bo sent another one. Brothers, the beastification apocalypse is imminent. Join me in shedding this stinky shell and embrace this glorious evolution. I'm off to beastify now. See you at the peak. Ming was momentarily stunned, attempting to respond, only to find his phone had lost signal. Meanwhile, in a small village shrouded in white mist, a turtle the size of a basin slowly raised its head and lamented, What the hell? Why have I turned into a turtle? Moving so slowly, how the hell am I going to meet my brothers at the peak? Despite his complaints, the transformed Pang Bo began to crawl slowly toward a small ditch behind the village. In the living room, Ming, whose phone had lost signal, began to emanate wisps of white mist. His form started to diminish, and black spikes began to sprout from his limbs and the back of his head. Astonishingly, a tail emerged at an observable speed from behind him. Chapter 2, Huanwei Lizard. Witnessing the spikes grow from his own body left Ming in a state of utter confusion. It was only when the surrounding furniture rose above his line of sight and his physical transformation gradually ceased that he regained his senses. After a moment's hesitation, Ming utilized his newly formed spikes and claws to shred his clothing before slowly crawling to the floor-to-ceiling mirror by the door. In the next instant, a four-legged lizard with a black back and a yellow belly, covered in spikes, reflected in the mirror before him. At the back of its head, a pair of elongated, thorn-like spikes protruded. If it were to sprout wings and exhale fireballs, it would resemble a juvenile dragon. This creature, Ming recalled, was the massive Huanwei lizard he had encountered in the animal kingdom, native to the vast grasslands of South Africa. However, the ordinary Huanwei lizard typically measured only 20 to 40 centimeters in length. He now estimated his own length to exceed 1 meter. If he grew any larger, he could easily rival some small crocodiles. The Huanwei lizard, also known as the Wangri lizard or the sun-gazing demon dragon, captivated numerous reptile enthusiasts with its striking dragon-like appearance. Seeing himself transformed into a Huanwei lizard, Ming's emotions grew complex. While this creature was not particularly weak, it certainly could not be deemed strong. After a moment of daze, he climbed onto the sofa to contemplate his next steps. Firstly, in this world under the influence of an unknown mist, it seemed everyone would inevitably transform into various animals. Society would surely descend into chaos. After all, transforming into a primate like a monkey or a gorilla would be manageable, as their limbs closely resembled those of humans, allowing for the adept use of tools. However, transforming into an animal like an eel, devoid of limbs, or a lizard with limited dexterity would render survival nearly impossible. Moreover, with no internet and surrounded by mist, he felt utterly lost, akin to a blind man crossing a river. Nonetheless, despite his transformation into an animal, his intellect remained intact, and he had acquired a talent known as soul's voice. This ability essentially allowed him to express his thoughts directly through intention, though it offered little else of significance. Resting on the sofa, Ming raised his head, contemplating deeply. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He utilized the soul's voice to inquire, System, are you there? 1 second, 2 seconds, a full 10 seconds passed, yet the silence persisted, creating an awkward atmosphere. Defeated, Ming lowered his head and lay despondently on the sofa, lamenting his fate. Without rebirth or a system, how could he turn the tide and reunite with his brothers at the pinnacle? After a moment of despair, Ming began to recall the various transformations he had read about. Drawing from a decade of reading experience, he recognized that in such circumstances, one could not afford to remain idle. Seizing the first opportunity was essential to strengthen himself and secure a foothold in the future. Otherwise, he would inevitably become a mere victim. Resolute in his decision, Ming climbed down from the sofa and headed towards the door. Halfway there, another thought crossed his mind. He turned back to the coffee table, stood upright, and seized the leftover beef, tearing and swallowing it hungrily. This time out, who knows when I'll return, he mused. Better fill my stomach before I set off. Having finished the beef, Ming stood upright, opened the door, and exited the room. With a resounding bang, the door closed behind him. A glimmer of determination shone in his black eyes as he turned to ascend the stairs. Though the elevator was still operational, being trapped inside or encountering another animal upon opening the door would pose a significant risk. Opting for caution, Ming chose the more secure route of climbing the stairs, allowing him to retreat if he encountered any transformed creatures. Yet, it seemed that most people still lacked the awareness to venture out. Not a single animal crossed his path as he exited the building. Surveying the surrounding fog, Ming glanced around before slipping into the neighborhood's green belt. Having perused countless tales of beasts in the animal kingdom, he was well acquainted with the survival strategies required. Until he acquired sufficient self-defense capabilities, he knew he must ingrain caution, audacity, and meticulousness into his very essence. As he inhaled the mist once more, the previous dizziness dissipated, replaced by a refreshing sensation, as if every cell within him was jubilantly celebrating. This peculiar feeling prompted Ming to think, it seems I was right. If this white mist can transform people into animals, then inhaling more must surely yield greater benefits. With this thought in mind, he instinctively lifted his head and took several more deep breaths of the mist. Fortunately, the surrounding greenery was tall enough that Ming, measuring 1 meter in length and under half a meter tall when upright, remained inconspicuous. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that the greenery around him was growing slowly. Lacking any prior knowledge of rebirth, Ming had no idea where to seek his so-called opportunities. Instead, he wandered aimlessly through the neighborhood's green spaces, guided only by the routes etched in his memory. After a couple of laps, Ming sensed that his physical prowess had improved slightly since he first emerged, and barely half an hour had passed since leaving his unit. Just as he felt a surge of excitement, contemplating finding a safe spot to rest outside, a rustling sound erupted from behind him. Startled, he swiftly turned around to see a brown and black figure, resembling a hyena, not far away. The creature's back was arched high, its eyes warily fixed on him. Recognizing its predatory gaze, Ming instinctively pressed his tail down against the ground. Though his body was protected by thorny scales, he still harbored a healthy respect for the hyena, renowned for its cunning and ferocity. While their neighborhood was not particularly upscale, it was unlikely to harbor stray dogs, let alone a creature as formidable as this hyena. Noticing that Ming seemed difficult to approach, the hyena appeared to reconsider its intentions and spoke through the soul's voice. Greetings, brother. I am Yang Tao. What is your name? Cautiously, Ming raised his head to meet the creature's gaze. I am Pangbo, he replied. With a grin, the hyena, now introducing itself as Yang Tao, responded, I can see you possess a healthy sense of caution, brother. Chapter 3, A World in Turmoil. I shall not waste words. Surely you have discerned the advantages of this white mist? We appear evenly matched. And should we engage in combat, it is likely that neither of us would prevail over the other. Why not let us coexist peacefully undisturbed? Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible glimmer flashed in Ming's eyes. Yang Tao is indeed a clever individual, or rather, a cunning hyena. At this stage, it is probable that most beast-empowered individuals are still hiding away in their rooms. Seizing this opportunity to absorb more mist and grow stronger is the true path. Ming flicked his tail, concealing himself within the greenery, and stated, I will be active in the northern district. I hope you will refrain from intruding. With that, he gradually retreated and vanished into the foliage. The hyena, Yang Tao, watched the receding figure within the greenery, his eyes narrowing slightly. Both parties understood that this momentary peace was merely a result of balance not yet being disrupted. Should one side experience a sudden surge in strength, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate the other. Hidden within the greenery, Ming lay on the ground, contemplating the bloodthirsty impulse that had surged within him moments ago. The instant he laid eyes on the hyena, an uncontrollable brutality from the depths of his soul surged forth. Had it not been for his formidable willpower to suppress that impulse, he might have transformed into a cold-blooded creature and lunged at Yang Tao. It is no wonder Su Hong advised against trusting other creatures. It seems that the beastly instincts begin to manifest post-transformation. However, Yang Tao managed to restrain such impulses. He appears to be a formidable opponent. After lying still for a while, Ming suddenly noticed something unusual. When he took a deep breath, he found that the white mist lingered more abundantly, and the enhancement of his physical form accelerated significantly. This reminded him of the breathing techniques he had learned during his physical training. Although he had transformed into a ring-tailed lizard, the principles should remain consistent. Acting on this thought, Ming diligently adjusted and experimented several times, ultimately achieving his first breathing technique in lizard form. With every inhalation and exhalation, he observed the white mist coalesce into little streams, continuously flowing into his body. After just one attempt, Ming exclaimed in astonishment, "Incredible! This truly works. The absorption rate is at least several times faster than before." The breathing technique may not be the most advanced, but it is undoubtedly the most universal and adaptable method. Ming could scarcely fathom how powerful those who possess superior breathing techniques would become. Yet, he knew he must seize this opportunity to strengthen his body in the shortest time possible. Approximately an hour later, Ming turned in delight to examine his physique. He observed that his size had expanded by at least 50%, reaching around 1 meter and 56 centimeters in length. Goodness! Now I understand why a good cultivation method could stir up such chaos. The effectiveness far surpasses that of my ordinary breathing techniques. Besides his increased size, Ming sensed a peculiar energy within him. As he absorbed more of the white mist, this energy began to grow in magnitude. This unique energy could traverse freely throughout his body, and he could distinctly feel his strength augmenting significantly under its nurturing influence. Witnessing this, Ming felt an exhilarating rush. Had he remained holed up indoors, he would not have experienced such rapid growth in such a short span of time. Yet, he pondered the origin of this mist. Could it be spiritual energy? If it truly is spiritual energy, perhaps extraordinary powers will emerge in the future. After a brief contemplation, Ming resolved to rise and survey his surroundings. However, as soon as he stood, he sensed something amiss. His muscles were now robust enough for him to stand on his hind legs, reaching a height of 1 meter. Yet, this still fell short of the surrounding greenery. Observing the lush and verdant foliage, a validated hypothesis flashed through Ming's mind. The plants, too, are evolving. Furthermore, their rate of evolution appears to be several times, if not dozens of times, faster than that of animals. Cautiously, Ming emerged from the greenery, and what he beheld left him astonished and rooted to the spot. The stone path of the community was now densely covered with green herbaceous plants. He recalled that when he had entered the greenery, not a single sprout had been visible on the path. In the span of merely an hour, they had flourished to such an extent. Ming even observed some plants breaking through the boundaries of life, blooming with off-season flowers. Others were stretching toward greater heights. Looking around, he noted that climbing plants were visibly growing along the community buildings, spreading rapidly. It would not be long before the familiar neighborhood would be overtaken by these resilient plants. Truly fearsome. Even the flora possesses such extraordinary traits. I must strive even harder. Suddenly, a unique fragrance wafted from not far away. This scent was faint, yet upon inhalation, Ming felt an immediate surge of vitality. Even the energy within him seemed to swell slightly. Ming's mind sharpened, and he eagerly lifted his lizard head to discern the source of this alluring aroma. Within 3 seconds, a flash of brilliance sparked in his eyes. He then proceeded to move his 4 limbs, entering the grass that had grown to half a meter in height, advancing toward the source of the fragrance. His black thorny scales sliced through the underbrush, creating a visible wave of grass. Fortunately, the surrounding mist concealed his actions, and the other creatures hiding in the residential buildings were oblivious to this occurrence. After crawling for about 200 meters, Ming finally reached the source of the fragrance. It was a plant with round leaves, each about the size of a palm. At the center of the leaves, a small orb radiating a soft white light swayed gently, releasing waves of peculiar fragrance. The surrounding white mist continuously converged toward this orb, likely composed of an unknown quantity of gathered mist. The moment Ming laid eyes on that orb, an overwhelming desire surged within him. Excitedly, he thumped his tail on the ground and cautiously surveyed the area as he crawled toward the round-leafed plant. However, just as he entered a 5-meter radius of the plant, a familiar figure dashed out from another direction, also rushing toward the small orb. It was the hyena, Yang Tao. Upon witnessing this, a fierce glint flickered in Ming's eyes. He hastened his pace, swiftly arriving near the round-leafed plant, swallowing the orb whole and uprooting the plant to consume it entirely. Chapter 4 Violent species simultaneously, his thorn-covered tail swept fiercely, successfully repelling the attacking Yang Tao. As Ming ingested the orb in the round-leafed plant, The energy within him began to surge rapidly. The surrounding mist accelerated its influx into his body, transforming into pillars of cloud and mist that flowed into him. Yang Tao, baring his teeth, immediately changed countenance. His eyes turned bloodshot, and the fur around his lips was stained with dried blood. The expression emanating from his eyes was one of profound resentment, clearly displeased with Qi Ming's prior swiftness. A hoarse and grim voice echoed, "Pang Bo, why are you not staying in the northern district and invading my territory?" Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback, but soon recollected that he had inadvertently introduced himself as Pang Bo. He paid no heed to Yang Tao's menacing tone and focused on observing him. It was evident that this fellow had recently consumed another animal. Moreover, judging by Yang Tao's physique, he seemed to have grown at least 2 sizes larger than before. Yang Tao also noticed the double body length of Qi Ming, which is why he refrained from launching another immediate attack. However, witnessing the increasingly formidable aura of his opponent, Yang Tao realized that he could not allow this situation to persist. Otherwise, if his opponent became fully empowered, he would undoubtedly not spare him. Without further ado, the battle was about to commence. The agile and nimble hyena leaped forward, roaring as it lunged toward the proudly raised ring-tailed lizard. In a spacious yet chaotic room stained with blood, several animals of varying shapes were gathered, discussing something among themselves. Among them, a tortoise the size of a millstone spoke in the voice of an ancient elder. "The mist that enters our bodies generates a peculiar energy. This energy has drastically shortened our evolutionary process, which is the reason for our rapid growth in such a short time." A fox with orange-red fur was the first to respond to the elder, inquiring, "Then what exactly is this energy?" The tortoise raised its head slightly, a glimmer in its eyes as it replied, "I refer to it as exotic energy. When this exotic energy enters our bodies, it rapidly enhances our physical forms. However, this enhancement is solely physical. Our souls have yet to catch up with this pace of evolution. The mismatch between our souls and physical bodies naturally gives rise to various negative emotions such as irritability and aggression. This is also the reason why we become increasingly ferocious after transforming into animals." The other animals nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. A heron blinked and asked, "Teacher, how is this exotic energy produced? Could it be a product of some experiment?" Upon hearing this, the other animals cast peculiar glances at the heron. Before the tortoise could respond, they began to chatter among themselves. "Suhong, have you watched too many movies? Indeed, there's no experiment that could produce such extraordinary mist. I suspect it might be the revival of spiritual energy. I believe it is the game of gods and demons. I once read a book that bore a striking resemblance to our current predicament." Listening to the flurry of discussions among the students, the tortoise elder could not help but feel speechless. After all, they were supposed to be a group of graduate students. Yet they were constantly reflecting on reality through fictional narratives. Regardless, the most crucial matter at present was survival and waiting for official notifications. Moreover, we are currently in a period of ferocity. You should all restrain your negative emotions. With that, the tortoise elder ceased further conversation and closed its eyes to meditate. The heron, Su Hong, turned to gaze thoughtfully out the window, gradually sinking into contemplation. The term feral species was a biological stage or realm delineated by their teacher, the tortoise. This designation stemmed from their increasingly aggressive nature after their transformation into animals. Despite their animal forms, they retained their intelligence and the ability to manage emotions. Thus, aside from a few individuals whose resolve faltered and devolved into mindless beasts, the animals who could control their emotions naturally followed the elderly professor into this research room. Alas, one could not help but wonder how Qi Ming and Pang Bo were faring. In the vicinity, a hyena lay on the ground, its belly slashed open with a wound as long as an arm, exposing its innards. It lay weakly, waiting for death to arrive. Its breath was faint and tenuous. Had one not seen the barely perceptible rise and fall of its chest, one would have mistaken it for a mere corpse. Not far from the hyena, a ring-tailed lizard, measuring about 1.78 meters in length, stood upright, fixated on the fallen creature. The lizard's tail was visibly stained with blood, clearly indicating that the hyena's assailant was none other than this reptile. This lizard was Qi Ming. After absorbing the small water droplets formed by the mist, he had expanded to nearly 1.80 meters in length, rivaling some small crocodiles. Despite his narrow victory over Yang Tao, he bore injuries. Several of the spiny scales on his back had been shattered by the hyena's claws. Moreover, had he not been clever enough to use the dragon tail technique to severely injure Yang Tao, he might have lost his eyes to the opponent's treacherous tactics. Nonetheless, through this encounter, Qi Ming discovered a new use for the unknown energy within him. It could accelerate the healing of his injuries. In less than a minute, The severed scales had regrown. However, this was also why he did not rush to Yang Tao's side immediately. What if this cunning opponent had a trick up his sleeve, attempting a final ambush before succumbing to death? Given Yang Tao's severe injuries, death was a foregone conclusion, and there was no need for Qi Ming to take unnecessary risks. Yang Tao seemed to be taken aback by Qi Ming's composure. After a moment of struggle, he weakly muttered, "Pang Bo, you have won. We are all from the same neighborhood. There is no need to make this so ugly." Qi Ming continued to coldly observe him, showing no inclination to respond. A flicker of light danced in Yang Tao's eyes as he transmitted a message of the soul. "I just saw a blue beam over on Ping and Street. It might be something extraordinary. You should go check it out. If you wait too long, it will surely be snatched away by others." Qi Ming remained silent, but retained this information in his mind. Regardless of its authenticity, it would not be too late to investigate after dealing with Yang Tao. Even if the opportunity were snatched away, it simply meant that it was not his time yet. Yang Tao's attempt to lure him away with a ruse would not succeed so easily. With Qi Ming watching closely, Yang Tao dared not make any further moves, as it would undoubtedly lead to his pursuit. In that instant, he was left with no option but to await his demise. As time passed, Yang Tao's breath grew increasingly feeble. The surrounding white mist gradually ceased to flow into his body, as if he were truly on the brink of death. Chapter 5. Soul Gem. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Ming slowly crawled toward Yang Tao. After such a prolonged wait, the blood loss should have nearly drained him. Yet, to be cautious, he maintained a sideward position while advancing, prepared to react swiftly should his opponent attempt a last-ditch effort. When he reached within a meter of Yang Tao, Qi Ming suddenly sprang into action, swinging his spiny tail to deliver a powerful strike to Yang Tao's head. The forceful blow crushed his skull. Watching the crimson and white substances spill forth, Qi Ming couldn't help but feel perplexed. What is going on? Did he actually perish? Is he not attempting to play dead? Murmuring to himself, Qi Ming hesitated no longer. Dragging Yang Tao's lifeless body toward the now overgrown green area that had reached over 2 meters in height. A voice deep within his soul urged him that devouring such an animal's carcass would be immensely beneficial. For the sake of becoming stronger, Qi Ming was not one to hesitate. He would consume not just the body, but even the brain. Within the greenery, Qi Ming utilized the spines on his body to clear away numerous plants, creating a makeshift nest. Then, he proceeded to bite into the flesh of the hyena's corpse. The moment the blood and flesh entered his mouth, an insatiable bloodlust surged within him. In the next instant, he disregarded everything else and began to ravenously devour the remains. 5 minutes later, aside from a few inedible parts, the entire hyena had been consumed. Qi Ming felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, and the absorption of the surrounding mist accelerated significantly. He suddenly understood why Yang Tao's growth had been so rapid. It must have been due to consuming another animal. Not even a minute after devouring Yang Tao, Qi Ming felt a jolt of energy within him. Following that, a vast amount of mist began to converge toward his location. The mist flowed through the greenery, forming a funnel that entered Qi Ming's mind. Qi Ming was astonished, bewildered by this phenomenon. However, under the influence of the substantial mist, his body began to grow once again, albeit at a slow yet steady pace. As Qi Ming found himself momentarily stunned, an intense wave of dizziness suddenly surged through his mind. When he regained his senses, he discovered he had been transported to a space shrouded in a thick, white mist. The surrounding greenery had vanished without a trace. Startled, Qi Ming pondered whether he had been poisoned by that hyena. Before he could dwell on it further, an irregular crystal emanating a faint white glow gradually materialized before him. The crystal, approximately the size of a fist, contained within it a small ring-tailed lizard. At the very first sight of the crystal, an inexplicable message flooded into his mind. Soul Gem, devour the souls of other creatures to enhance itself. Although this information arrived in an enigmatic manner, it allowed Qi Ming to grasp the nature of the crystal before him. No, it should be referred to as his soul gem. The soul gem could be understood as a reservoir of unknown energy within him. As for the mist surrounding the gem, it was naturally the unknown energy he had absorbed. This revelation left Qi Ming feeling somewhat disheartened. He had hoped to acquire some extraordinary ability. It seemed the soul gem was something every creature could potentially coalesce. However, the speed at which he had formed it suggested he was already significantly ahead of other animals. Notably, after coalescing the soul gem, his bloodthirsty impulses had noticeably diminished. With a shift in consciousness, Qi Ming exited this space, returning to the small nest in the greenbelt. He did not linger to rest, but instead set off toward the southern district. He recalled Yang Tao mentioning the azure beam on Ping and Street. Regardless of whether the information was true or false, he felt compelled to investigate. After climbing for a short distance, Ming realized that coalescing the soul gem had not been without its benefits. His senses had sharpened considerably, and he had even gained a sixth sense, akin to a spider's instinct. This enhancement undoubtedly elevated his survival capabilities. In a world fraught with danger and obscured vision, such perceptual abilities would prove invaluable. Upon reaching the southern district, Ming circled around and finally glimpsed the distant azure beam through the dense climbing plants. The beam was faint. Without his heightened senses, he would likely have overlooked it entirely. Should he proceed? It was a dilemma. Yet within 2 seconds, Ming made his decision, scuttling toward the nearest exit. Given his current height of just over 2 meters, he was now considered a predator at the upper echelons of the food chain. As long as he remained cautious, he should be able to approach the vicinity of that beam safely. Additionally, based on previous experiences, Ming had tasted the sweetness of being one step ahead. Naturally, he aimed to widen the gap between himself and other creatures as quickly as possible to survive in the impending apocalyptic world. With his enhanced senses, Ming's vision had expanded from an initial 5 meters to approximately 25 meters, although still somewhat limited at greater distances. His acute hearing allowed him to discern potential dangers nearby, crawling out from beneath the barrier at the community's vehicle entrance. Ming assessed his direction and hurried toward the location of the beam he had previously spotted. The concrete roads of the street were now overrun with various herbaceous plants, reaching nearly half a meter in height. The vehicles parked along the roadside appeared to have been reclaimed by climbing vines, giving the impression that they had been abandoned for quite some time. Remarkably, it had been less than 5 hours since the mist had appeared. Observing the plant-dominated community and streets, Ming suddenly realized that these evolved plants would likely play a crucial role in the unfolding events. After traversing several hundred steps, the once indistinct beam became significantly clearer. Though not particularly large, it appeared to reach no more than 30 meters in height. Yet, amidst the white mist, it stood out with remarkable prominence. Excited, Ming galloped toward the source of the beam. After coalescing the soul gem, he had gained greater control over his body, enabling him to perform complex maneuvers effortlessly. Even walking upright on his hind legs for extended periods did not tire him. However, he refrained from doing so, recognizing the folly in drawing attention to himself. If he became too conspicuous, he would undoubtedly become a target for other creatures. After proceeding approximately 200 meters, Ming finally reached the vicinity of the azure beam. Up close, he could clearly see the source of the beam. A fist-sized azure crystalline structure hovered about 1 meter above the ground. The 30-meter beam emanated from this azure crystal. As Ming approached, he noticed a faint white mist forming a barrier around the crystal. This discovery puzzled him, yet he tentatively extended a paw to touch the mist barrier. Upon contact, a strong repulsive force surged forth. Although the white mist appeared insubstantial, it was surprisingly harder than concrete. Just as anxiety gripped him, the soul gem within him flickered with a soft glow. This glow manifested at the tips of his claws, and the mist barrier seemed to respond, gradually dissipating. In less than 2 seconds, the barrier vanished entirely, and the beam of light from the azure crystal began to retract, leaving behind a faint azure glow surrounding the crystal within arm's reach. The next moment, the glowing azure crystal transformed into a stream of light and entered his forehead. Before he could examine the azure crystal further, a voice belonging to a middle-aged man echoed from behind him. Hand over the azure gem. Ming turned to see a goat standing upright, its body covered in black fur, with a pair of curved horns. He remained silent, raising his head defiantly to confront the intruder. No animals had disturbed him since he had unlocked the mist barrier, but now this goat had suddenly appeared. It was evident that the black goat had been lurking nearby all along. Although Ming's vision extended over 20 meters, it did not allow for X-ray perception, which explained why he had not noticed the goat earlier. Furthermore, it seemed only creatures possessing a soul gem could unlock the mist barrier. The black goat likely couldn't breach the barrier on its own and had been waiting to ambush a potential prey. The realization sparked a flicker of indifference in Ming's eyes. How audacious for a weaker creature to act so arrogantly. With a tail bristling with thorns that whipped through the air, a powerful aura emanated from him, causing the black goat to feel a sudden sense of dread, as if it had struck an iron wall. Nevertheless, with no option but to act, the goat charged at Ming, lowering its front hooves and aiming its horns directly at him. Ming's eyes sparkled with intensity as he timed his movements perfectly, executing a powerful tail swipe that produced a sharp sound as it cut through the air. The black goat's heart raced, and it hastily adjusted its stance to defend with its hardened horns. With a resounding crack, One of the goat's horns shattered and flew away, while the force of Qi Ming's attack sent the black goat tumbling several meters before crashing onto a parked car. The black goat, now in a state of panic, swiftly turned and fled. Qi Ming, however, had no intention of letting this adversary escape. After all, there is an ancient saying, letting a tiger return to the mountain will lead to endless troubles. Although this is merely a black goat, one cannot dismiss the possibility of its future success. If the opportunity arises to deal a treacherous blow to Qi Ming, it would be utterly disgusting. Qi Ming, with his mouth full of sharp teeth, transformed into a shadow of black and yellow as he pursued the fleeing goat. Unconsciously, his tail lashed out, creating a deep dent on a nearby automobile. The black goat, while sprinting ahead, glanced back to assess the situation. Upon noticing the terrifying giant lizard closing in, a flash of inspiration flickered through its mind. Although it might not match the opponent in strength, it was far more familiar with the surrounding environment. Moreover, the goat, as a hoofed creature, was swifter than the clawed lizard. In no time, the black goat led the giant lizard to the entrance of an open shop. The next moment, a perplexing event unfolded. Rather than fleeing in another direction, the goat boldly entered the shop with no apparent escape route. Observing this, Qi Ming slowed his pace. Realizing that the goat, aware of its disadvantage, chose to retreat into the shop, indicating a potential trap. The black goat stood upright, a hint of disdain and mockery gleaming in its eyes. "Do you dare to follow me?" It seemed to taunt. Qi Ming, however, remained silent, carefully examining the interior of the shop. Inside, apart from some shelves, hardware items, and 2 large tires, there was nothing else. The black goat had no hands or feet. It could not wield a wrench or pliers against itself, could it? With this thought, Qi Ming hesitated no longer and charged towards the black goat. But just as he crossed the threshold, ready to seize the goat in his jaws, it unexpectedly leaped up, placing its front hooves on the rolling shutter door and forcefully pressing it down. Having absorbed the mist, the goat's strength had become even greater than when it was human. In less than half a second, the shutter crashed down with a loud thud, striking Qi Ming's back with tremendous force. The impact shattered several of the thorny scales on his back. Qi Ming, astonished and furious, had not anticipated such a cunning maneuver from the goat. As the black goat fell to the side, preparing to stab him with its unscathed horn, Qi Ming erupted with energy. Channeling all his unknown power into his 4 claws and tail, he broke free from the weight of the shutter and lashed out with his spiny tail, striking the goat's neck with a resounding crack. With a powerful blow, the goat's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, sending its body crashing into 2 rows of shelves. Witnessing the goat's pitiful state, Qi Ming's anger did not subside. He pursued relentlessly, sinking his teeth into the goat's throat, and after several fierce tugs, he extinguished its life. As he gazed at the lifeless goat sprawled on the shelves, Qi Ming slowly regained his composure. The memory of being driven by primal instincts and losing his rationality filled him with trepidation. Once a person loses their ability to think, they become no different from a true beast. Resolving to avoid such situations in the future, Qi Ming surveyed the ruined shutter and the goat's corpse in the pool of blood. After the previous battle with the hyena Yang Tao and the goat's cunning use of the shutter to trap its prey, he could no longer underestimate any beast-turned beings. After all, each individual's intelligence is immeasurable. If he were careless, he could easily fall victim to other beast-turned beings in the future. At the same time, he gleaned some insights from this experience. The greatest distinction between humans and animals lies in their ability to utilize various tools. After a moment's reflection, Qi Ming seized the goat's corpse and made his way toward a nearby shop. The rolling shutter of this shop had already been damaged, and if any other animals were to disturb him while he fed, it would be quite embarrassing for the lizard. Arriving at a relatively spacious flower shop, Qi Ming mimicked the goat's earlier actions and lowered the shutter. He then cast aside the goat's body and focused on the cyan crystal that had entered his mind earlier. As his consciousness delved into the realm of his soul, he beheld the cyan crystal hovering beside the soul gem. Wisps of cyan mist were flowing into the white soul gem. Compared to its previous fist-sized form, the cyan crystal had shrunk to more than half its original size, while the soul gem had expanded significantly. Upon communicating with the soul gem, Qi Ming discovered that both his sensory perception and spiritual power had markedly improved. It seemed this cyan crystal was indeed a valuable treasure, though he wondered what other benefits awaited him upon complete absorption. Since the goat's corpse would not flee, he remained in the soul realm, waiting. In a nearby body of water, a massive alligator turtle with a shell diameter of 2 meters slowly opened its eyes. Adorned with a cluster of spikes on its head and a shell that resembled rugged peaks, this turtle was none other than Pang Bo, one of the 3 troublemakers, who had previously borrowed Qi Ming's identity. Pangbo stretched his neck and relaxed his body, exclaiming, "Ha! I've condensed a soul gem so quickly. It seems I, Pangbo, am truly a main character. I wonder how my sons, Xiao Ming and Xiao Hong, are faring. I must continue to strive. Only then can I be their father. Otherwise, if those two rascals surpass me, it would be disastrous." With that, Pangbo, transformed into an alligator turtle, moved his limbs and swam steadily forward in the water. In the flower shop, it wasn't long before the cyan crystal was entirely absorbed by the soul gem. Along with it, a complex piece of information was transmitted into Qiming's mind. The cyan crystal was revealed to be a treasure known as an inheritance crystal. Upon absorption, it not only enhanced one's spiritual power, but also granted a unique ability. The ability Qiming acquired from this inheritance crystal was intimidation. Intimidation increases one's presence when actively used. It can induce panic in targets weaker than oneself. When the strength disparity is vast, it can render targets immobile. Realizing the potential of intimidation, Qiming felt a surge of excitement. Although he hadn't acquired an extraordinary ability, he was quite satisfied with this skill. After all, it could be seen as a simplified version of Dragon Might. Following the enhancement of his spiritual power, Qiming noticed a significant increase in the speed at which he absorbed the surrounding mist. After a moment of reflection, he exited the soul realm and directed his attention back to the goat's corpse. With a mouth full of sharp teeth, he bit down, swallowing a chunk of flesh. One must admit that Qiming's adaptability was astonishing. After just 2 meals, he had accustomed himself to the raw, bloody diet. Of course, this could also be attributed to the influence of his bestial tendencies. Having consumed the black goat, Qiming's size increased once again, reaching approximately 2 meters in length. The soul gem within him trembled slightly, barely perceiving a growth. Even the thorny scales on his back, which had been shattered by the shutter, began to regrow. This fortuitously saved him from exhausting his internal energy. After finishing his meal, Qiming pushed aside the shelves blocking the shutter and squeezed through the gap with his tail. Having tasted the sweetness of the inheritance crystal and the flesh of other animals, Qiming was no longer inclined to remain in one place, slowly absorbing mist at a turtle's pace. However, this should not be labeled as ruthlessness. Rather, it was a testament to his remarkable adaptability. In the struggle for existence, only the fittest survive. Upon exiting the shop, the surrounding grass had grown significantly taller, estimated to be nearly 80 centimeters. After some contemplation, Qiming resolved to traverse the nearby streets in accordance with the memories etched in his mind. He sought to discover whether there were any more of those inheritance crystal stones akin to the one he had just encountered. Should he cross paths with other beast-empowered individuals along the way, he would naturally seize the opportunity. After traversing several hundred steps, Qiming noticed that his rate of absorbing the surrounding mist had inexplicably accelerated. He soon deduced the reason. It was due to the enhancement of his spiritual power that had invigorated the efficiency of mist absorption. This realization filled him with exhilaration and intensified his yearning for the inheritance crystals and other beast-empowered beings. As he advanced through approximately 2 more streets, a familiar, fragrant aroma wafted towards him from a distance. Qiming paused, a glimmer of joy illuminating his eyes. Was it not the small water orb he had absorbed earlier in the community? Without hesitation, he discerned the direction and climbed towards the source of the fragrance. Under the influence of the white mist, the entire roadway was already cloaked by lush grass and shrubs. The towering trees lining the streets had breached their confines, aspiring to reach the heavens. It resembled an entrance into a forest deep within a mountain. Furthermore, some of the already lofty trees were growing at an astonishing rate, their heights rivaling that of the nearby residential buildings. It was only a matter of time before they would entirely obscure the surrounding structures. As he continued his journey, the fragrant scent intensified. Along the way, Qiming caught sight of a rabbit concealed within the grass. However, due to its swift speed, the rabbit darted away in the opposite direction of the fragrance. Qiming chose not to pursue it and continued towards the alluring aroma. Yet, he found it peculiar that the rabbit seemed to have come from the direction of the fragrance, appearing not to have absorbed the water orb. A flash of insight sparked in Qiming's mind, and he felt his speed increase once more. With more beast-empowered beings emerging from their safe havens, he grew concerned that the opportunities might be snatched away by other creatures. As Qiming pressed forward at full speed, he reached the vicinity of the fragrance in under a minute. There, on a climbing plant resembling a morning glory, a water orb the size of half a fist was spinning within a delicate, pale pink flower. The morning glory had expanded significantly after absorbing the mist, perfectly cradling the softly glowing water orb. Upon sighting the orb, Qiming's eyes shone with excitement. This orb was considerably larger than the previous one he had absorbed. However, he did not rush towards it immediately. The reason was that 4 distinct animals were currently confronting one another near the orb: a lynx, an orange cat, a husky, and a large white goose. Interestingly, all 4 creatures were notably larger than their respective species, clearly having absorbed a substantial amount of mist. To Qi Ming's astonishment, the husky was not a human-transformed creature, but rather the pet of the beast-empowered orange cat. The orange cat, having transformed from a human, had not lost its loyal husky companion, which still recognized it as its master. It must be said, the husky truly lived up to its reputation. Had it been any other animal, it might have succumbed to primal instincts and chosen to eliminate its owner the moment they transformed. Of course, if there were profound bonds, the outcome might differ. However, due to the collaboration between the orange cat and the husky, the lynx and the white goose had temporarily formed a team, preparing to eliminate the cat-dog duo before dividing the spoils. Qi Ming observed the scene and noted that none of the 4 animals had condensed soul stones, which secretly delighted him. This time, it was his turn to play the role of the cunning observer. As the battle was imminent, the orange cat and the husky, being agile creatures, moved with remarkable speed. Yet, the lynx, known for its size and agility, was larger than both. Coupled with the aerial advantage of the white goose, the confrontation escalated into a fierce clash. Blood spilled, feathers flew, and the sounds of roars and cries filled the air. Qi Ming watched in awe, grateful for the protection afforded by his thorny scale armor. Interestingly, amidst the fierce battle, 2 other creatures approached, a tawny female kuan and a 2-meter-long, black and yellow striped snake. They halted not far from the skirmish, clearly sharing Qi Ming's intent of reaping the rewards of the conflict. Unbeknownst to them, however, a pair of eyes had already discerned their intentions. Qi Ming initially planned to seize the water orb when the battle reached its peak and then depart. But as he beheld the tempting array of animals, a gradually maturing scheme began to take shape in his mind. If all went well, capturing these creatures would undoubtedly elevate his own strength. With a 30-meter field of vision, Qi Ming was undeniably the most powerful being present. As time passed, after approximately a minute, the 4 battling animals each bore varying degrees of injury. The husky, lacking the cunning of the lynx and the white goose, had suffered numerous bloody wounds. A fierce glint flickered in the orange cat's eyes as it lunged towards the water orb without a second thought. The lynx and the white goose attempted to intervene, but were held back by the fiercely loyal husky. The female kuan and the striped snake, witnessing the unfolding scene, could no longer remain passive, fearing that the orange cat would seize the water orb. They charged from their respective hiding spots, racing towards the orb as well. The orange cat, lynx, and white goose, upon realizing the presence of hidden creatures, erupted in furious exclamations. "How dare you? Stop right there. Get away. That's mine. You must get lost." Amidst the frantic and angry gazes of all the animals, the female kuan was the first to reach the vicinity of the morning glory. With a leap, she opened her jaws, poised to swallow the water orb. However, at that moment, a shadow of black and yellow streaked forth with lightning speed. The animals witnessed a swift tail strike through the air. The next instant, the female kuan was pierced through by a black tail, instantly succumbing to death. Blood spilled, and kuan fur filled the air. The owner of the spiny scale armor, Qi Ming, opened his mouth wide and swallowed the half-fist-sized water orb in one gulp. He then turned, casting a cold gaze over the remaining animals. The orange cat, lynx, and striped snake felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. In an instant, their breathing became labored, especially the weaker and more timid husky, which soiled itself in fear. The sudden appearance of the shadow was none other than Qi Ming. Upon witnessing the female kuan and the striped snake spring into action, he could no longer remain a passive observer. Fortunately, the water orb had ultimately found its way into his belly. Feeling the rapid growth of unknown energy within him, Qi Ming could not help but feel a surge of delight. At that moment, the striped snake, closest to him among the creatures, felt its pupils constrict in fear. It had thought itself the sole opportunist, only to find that a female kuan had emerged from nowhere. Moreover, just as the kuan was about to consume the water orb, an even mightier black lizard had appeared. If it had rushed forward first, it likely would have met its demise instead. Realizing this, the striped snake was suddenly engulfed by a chill. This black lizard was truly treacherous. It possessed such strength, yet chose to bide its time until the last moment to strike. This was the epitome of cunning. No, it was time to retreat. The terrifying prowess of this lizard is such that it will undoubtedly not spare these morsels within its grasp. Almost simultaneously, the Kaiwa snake, orange cat, and the lynx beside the husky, along with the white goose, swiftly turned to flee. They moved with remarkable speed, seemingly exerting all their might. However, as soon as they made their move, the black lizard behind them surged forward like a bolt of lightning. The sound of slicing through the air echoed as the shadow passed, its thorny, scaly tail resembling a crackling whip. Within mere breaths, it severed both the Kaiwa snake and the orange cat in half. Hearing the commotion behind them, the white goose and the lynx dared not glance back. The two animals instinctively chose different paths, seemingly gambling on a chance for survival. Yet they clearly underestimated Qi Ming's intellect. The lizard's tail pierced through the husky's body and, with astonishing speed, flung it onto the agile lynx. In the blink of an eye, it then caught up to the white goose, sinking its teeth into its neck and ending its life. After dispatching the white goose, Qi Ming hurried to the staggering lynx, opening its jaws filled with sharp teeth to bite down fiercely. Thus, all 6 animals were annihilated, and the entire battle transpired in less than half a minute, including the time taken for Qi Ming to exert his intimidating presence over the others. Slowly, Qi Ming lifted his head and turned, surveying his surroundings before hesitating briefly to start transporting the 6 carcasses. With such a bounty, he needed to find a secure temporary stronghold to swiftly convert them into his own strength. 10 minutes later, within a storefront along the street, Qi Ming lay at the center surrounded by the 6 animal corpses, with a pile of clothing racks in the corner. This was a clothing store he had briefly modified to serve as his base. Without even beginning to feast, Qi Ming's length had already grown to approximately 2.5 meters. This transformation was due to the effect of that half-fist-sized water orb he had just consumed. However, Qi Ming could distinctly sense that his growth rate had noticeably slowed. He was likely nearing his limit or reaching a bottleneck. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he seized the white goose and began to tear into it. For now, he would set aside other matters and focus on enhancing his power to seek greater opportunities. Inside the dimly lit room, human mannequins were haphazardly piled together. In the midst of them, a nearly 3-meter-long black lizard covered in thorny scales devoured the 6 bloodied animals. The scene was exhilarating to contemplate. Before long, all 6 animals had been consumed by Qi Ming. With the aid of unknown energy, the flesh and blood he ingested were quickly digested, transforming into fuel for his evolution. This was also why Qi Ming had not yet felt satiated after consuming such a large quantity of meat. Under the catalysis of this abundant energy, Qi Ming's form further expanded, nearing 3 meters in length, and the unknown energy within him had doubled. He was inwardly elated, for the unknown energy had versatile applications. It could not only enhance his physical strength and speed, but also aid in healing injuries. Just as he pondered where to venture next, a thunderous roar suddenly resonated from the distant street. The sound was deep like thunder and carried immense force. Qi Ming paused, then with a serious expression, looked towards the source of the sound. Judging by the roar, it resembled that of a tiger or a bear. Even if it wasn't he, it was undoubtedly some form of large predator. Qi Ming's eyes sparkled with intensity as he contemplated the implications. At that moment, a rich fragrance suddenly wafted through the gap of the rolling shutter, filling the shop. Unconsciously, Qi Ming inhaled deeply, causing a surge of energy to course through him. With a loud crash, Qi Ming's eyes glinted, and his tail swept the shelves aside, crashing them into the wall. This alluring scent was reminiscent of the previous water orb, yet far more potent. It seemed something extraordinary was afoot. Without a moment's hesitation, guided by an instinct deep within his soul, Qi Ming forcefully tore open the rolling shutter and swiftly made his way towards the source of the fragrance. He sensed that once he absorbed whatever this enticing substance was, he would undoubtedly break through his current bottleneck and rapidly evolve once more. Looking around, he noticed that the nearby streets had descended into chaos. Various animals, unable to resist the allure of their instincts, flocked towards the location of the fragrance. The air was filled with the unique calls of different beasts, their primal instincts overwhelming them. Within 5 minutes, aided by the unknown energy, Qi Ming traversed thousands of meters to reach the vicinity of the fragrance. Once he secured a position against the wall, he halted his advance, for a transparent barrier approximately 100 meters in diameter obstructed his path. This barrier took on a semi-spherical shape, resting upon the earth, within which a crystal oscillated between a semi-solid and solid state, suspended above a small plaza. Strangely, the interior of the barrier remained devoid of mist, seemingly absorbed by the crystal itself. With his enhanced abilities, Qi Ming's vision had also improved, now extending to around 50 meters. Although the surrounding mist still obscured his view, it was incomparably clearer than before. Crouched in the corner, Qi Ming could see several animals patiently waiting nearby. Apart from a wild wolf nearing 3 meters in size that caught his attention, He had lost all desire to consume the other ordinary creatures. Some weaker animals nearly stumbled upon Qi Ming before they could discern his presence and promptly scurried away in panic to seek other hiding spots. Qi Ming had no interest in engaging with these weaker beings. Instead, he focused on absorbing the surrounding mist to rapidly replenish his unknown energy. Once the crystal fully formed, a bloody storm would surely ensue. He needed to conserve his strength to seize that mist crystal from the jaws of formidable foes. As time trickled by, more and more animals drawn by the fragrance gathered around Qi Ming. Yet, without exception, they all kept a significant distance from him, wary of approaching too closely. Suddenly, the semi-solid crystal suspended at the center of the barrier fully solidified into a diamond-shaped, milky white crystal. Almost simultaneously, the barrier began to dissolve gradually, and the surrounding mist surged into it, enveloping the crystal once more. All the animals erupted into a frenzy, each employing their own tactics to reach the floating crystal at the center. The cacophony of primal voices echoed in the air. Qi Ming, however, remained unfazed by the chaotic sounds around him. With all his might, he channeled his energy into his four claws, transforming into a bolt of black lightning as he charged forward. His speed was astonishing, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he covered the 50-meter distance. Yet some animals, relying on their speed and flight advantages, also reached the vicinity of the crystal. Among them was a South China tiger exceeding 5 meters in length, which charged towards the crystal from another direction. Qi Ming's eyes gleamed with determination as he leaped, opening his jaws wide to bite down on the crystal. At the same time, an overwhelming force erupted from him in an instant. Weaker creatures were momentarily affected by this pressure, their movements slightly hindered. A few animals, unable to withstand it, fell into a state of rigidity, only to be propelled forward by inertia, rolling for several meters before coming to a halt. However, the South China tiger was merely affected for a fleeting moment before swiftly regaining its composure. Surprisingly, it reacted quickly, leaping towards the crystal. Yet, Qi Ming's speed was evidently superior. Just as Qi Ming was about to devour the milky white crystal, the South China tiger's eyes widened in fury, roaring, "Shut up." Without a hint of hesitation, Qi Ming closed his jaws, instantly swallowing the mist crystal whole. The crystal melted upon entry, transforming into boundless energy that surged throughout Qi Ming's body and into his soul space. Witnessing this, the South China tiger erupted in fury. "Aya, damned little thief. Die." Chapter 10. The Somnolent Species. Having lost the crystal, the South China tiger immediately shifted its focus to Qi Ming, who was still airborne. Its sharp claws and teeth gleamed as it lunged towards him with lightning speed. A glint of ferocity flashed in Qi Ming's eyes as he infused energy into his right claw, charging forward at great speed to meet the tiger. With a resounding clash, flesh and scales flew, and in a single blow, both ferocious beasts were propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. However, the South China tiger bore a deep wound nearly half a meter long on its abdomen. Qi Ming, in a critical moment, adjusted his stance, sustaining only minor damage to a few scales on his back. Just as he prepared to continue his assault on the South China tiger, the surrounding animals resonated with a collective soul cry. "Everyone, attack!" That crystal was consumed by this lizard. Indeed, with so many of us, we can definitely take it down. Eating its flesh should yield similar effects. Brothers, charge. Let us eliminate this black lizard. In an instant, a dozen creatures converged on Qi Ming, while hundreds more lurked at the periphery, eager for a share of the lizard's spoils. Qi Ming felt a headache coming on. With so many animals joining forces, even his formidable strength might not guarantee survival and could leave him severely wounded. Moreover, if stronger creatures arrived afterward to claim his weakened body, the situation would be dire. Contemplating this, Qi Ming disregarded the potential for future powerful enemies and fixated on a direction, propelling himself forward with all four limbs. Some animals attempted to obstruct him, but under the overwhelming force of his might, they were swiftly pierced through by his spiked tail, losing their lives in the process. Any further obstruction will result in death. The cold, resonant voice struck fear into the hearts of several creatures, leaving them frozen in place. Just as this was uttered, the South China tiger charged forward once more, its wounds seemingly staunched, likely due to the energy within. "Do not fear him. He is but one against our hundreds. If you dare to confront him, you surely seek something greater than mediocrity. Consuming him will elevate us all." It must be acknowledged, the South China tiger had a knack for inciting fervor. Under its leadership, bolstered by the rampant brutality and longing emanating from the surrounding creatures' souls, dozens, even hundreds of figures surged forth, launching themselves at Qi Ming from all directions. Qi Ming was filled with a mix of anger and fear. This was undoubtedly the most perilous battle he had faced since leaving home. Yet, recalling the terrifying efficacy of the mist crystal, his racing heart gradually steadied. Regardless, this treasure was within his grasp, and he would not let it slip away. As long as he could endure this crisis, these creatures would eventually become his prey. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Ming lowered his head to protect his vital areas and transformed into a streak of black lightning, charging ahead. A colorful pig attempted to impede him, only to be instantly impaled by his spiked tail, which tore through its body, spilling innards and blood. Another wild chicken took to the air, aiming to peck at Qi Ming's eyes, but he deftly evaded it, sending it flying dozens of meters away with a flick of his tail. Each creature that approached was swiftly eliminated before it could even land a blow. The surrounding animals, witnessing this, were filled with uncertainty, realizing that Qi Ming's combat prowess was on an entirely different level from theirs. At that moment, another wave of terrifying pressure enveloped the area. Those creatures already wavering in their resolve could no longer withstand their rising panic, turning to flee in all directions. The South China tiger, however, fixated its cold gaze on Qi Ming's retreating silhouette. Ultimately, it chose not to pursue, instead opting to feast on other creatures. Just wait, next time, I will make you pay. Even if Qi Ming were aware of this, he would likely not take it to heart. Although he had earned many enemies, the rewards he reaped were proportionate to his efforts. As long as his strength remained superior, any future encounters with these creatures would not be about vengeance, but rather a feast laid before him. Within a clandestine underground research facility, a Huangyuan turtle, a red fox, a white heron, and a monkey were gathered around a device. Engaged in discussion, the Huangyuan turtle, gazing at the experimental results, exclaimed in astonishment, "Indeed, the life force of that terrifying giant crocodile is more than tenfold stronger than ours. It has likely entered the next stage." Upon hearing this, the white heron, Su Hong, along with the red fox and monkey, exchanged looks of disbelief and longing. Earlier, as they hurried from the laboratory to the underground facility, they had encountered a 10-meter-long crocodile battling an 8-meter-long giant python. The crocodile had dispatched the python with little effort, and had it not been for the creature's indifference toward them, they would have surely met their end. The experimental subject had been a crocodile scale discovered by the monkey. At that moment, the white heron, Su Hong, recalled the crocodile's unusual fatigue and inquired, "Teacher, why did that crocodile appear so exhausted?" The red fox, curious as well, added, "Yes, with the assistance of extraordinary energy, shouldn't we be able to forego sleep?" The Huangyuan turtle stood upright, surveying the experimental apparatus, and provided its response. "I initially believed this was merely a rapid evolution of life. However, with the emergence of the soul gem and the inheritance crystal, everything has deviated from what I once understood. Nonetheless, the path of evolution is universally connected." As it spoke, it slowly turned to face its remaining 3 students, a hint of sorrow in its gaze. When the strength of the body and the power of the soul reach a certain threshold, the soul begins to adjust to achieve compatibility with the body. This adjustment can only occur through a state akin to hibernation, which I refer to as the second stage of life evolution, the somnolent species. However, this state of dormancy is exceedingly unstable. If disturbed, the life form will awaken instantly and retaliate against its disruptor. Once the soul and body are fully adapted, the next stage, the fusion species, will ensue, potentially leading to some extraordinary transformations. Within a concealed, dilapidated warehouse, Qi Ming lay motionless on the ground, yet his form was gradually growing at a slow but steady pace. 3 meters 2, 3 meters 5, 3 meters 8. For reasons unknown, Qi Ming felt an overwhelming sense of drowsiness. He initially suspected he was ill, but gazing at the unknown energy and his expanding size, the weight upon his heart began to lift. Chapter 11. The Flames of Burning Blossom. Additionally, the unknown energy derived from the mist crystal he had consumed had yet to be fully absorbed. At this moment, energies surged forth, simultaneously expanding his soul space and nourishing his body. Under the influence of this immense power, Qi Ming's strength, defense, and recovery capabilities grew at an astonishing rate. Gradually, he became aware of an increasing heat within his body, a temperature so intense that it dissipated the ethereal mist surrounding him. Simultaneously, the energy within him began to shift direction, converging toward his throat. Qi Ming was taken aback, utterly perplexed by this phenomenon. However, through the introspective abilities bestowed by the soul gem, he could clearly observe the formation of a ring-like organ in his throat, reshaped by the energy. This circular organ, lodged in his throat, appeared as thick as a wrist and emanated a faint, fiery red glow. Remarkably, the moment this organ materialized, he felt the temperature around him diminish significantly. Concurrently, a complex wave of information pulsed from the soul gem into his mind. Within moments, Ming opened his eyes, his expression brimming with excitement, his tail thrashing from side to side, creating spiderweb-like cracks in the ground, a testament to his newfound power. His exhilaration stemmed from understanding the function of this ring-like organ. It enabled him to generate controllable flames using energy. Though his control was still rudimentary, he could envelop his body in scorching flames or unleash fiery breath upon his adversaries. However, once the flames left his surface, he could no longer dictate their trajectory. This implied that to effectively utilize fiery breath against a target, he needed to aim with precision. Suppressing his excitement, Ming directed the energy within him toward the ring-like organ. In the next instant, tendrils of flame erupted from it, forming a ring of fire around him. Since these flames were generated from his own energy, they posed no harm to him. With a mere thought, the vibrant flames coursed through his body, blossoming upon his spiny scales. Gazing at his fiery new skin, Ming could not help but exclaim in delight. How strikingly magnificent it appeared. Subsequently, Ming unleashed more of his internal energy, opening his mouth to conjure a blazing fireball. With a resounding boom, a fire column, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, erupted from his mouth, crashing against the nearby wall, shattering it into fragments. The side of the wall, now in ruins and charred from the impact, filled Ming with satisfaction. The only disappointment was that these flames were ephemeral. They would dissipate once their energy source was extinguished, unlike real flames that would continue to spread. However, this also had its advantages, as it meant he would not inadvertently ignite a widespread inferno. After experimenting with his newfound fiery abilities for a short while, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He decided to quell his fiery endeavors and lay down for a brief rest. The emergence of such extraordinary power brought him joy. Yet it also instilled a profound sense of worry. If he could acquire the power of fire, surely other creatures would manifest their own extraordinary abilities. He understood the urgency of honing his strength to ensure his safety in the uncertain future. Unbeknownst to Ming, even among the slumbering creatures, not all would awaken extraordinary powers. Only a select few, blessed with immense fortune or boundless potential, would grasp such abilities early on. Time passed swiftly, and a day had gone by in the blink of an eye. During this interval, Ming spent most of his time in a state of shallow hibernation. Nevertheless, he remained alert, able to awaken at the slightest disturbance. Over the course of 20 hours, he roused himself no fewer than 10 times, each instance prompted by other creatures encroaching upon his rest. As a consequence of their intrusion, Ming dispatched them to the great beyond. Another source of delight emerged during his slumber. His soul gem underwent a transformation. The previously irregular, faintly glowing crystal began to morph into a fiery red, diamond-like structure. Ming speculated that this transformation was connected to the awakening of his fire attribute abilities. Furthermore, the strength of the soul gem significantly increased, enhancing the intensity of the energy within him and granting him the ability to project energy beyond his body. Regrettably, at present, he could only extend this energy approximately 2 meters from his surface. Beyond that range, it would dissipate into the surrounding mist. Nevertheless, this achievement brought him great joy, as it meant he could now envelop himself in flames within a 2-meter radius. As Ming continued his rest, other creatures, after a brief period of panic, began to explore the misty world for various reasons. However, they faced dangers far greater than those Ming had encountered. The initial opportunities within the mist had long been claimed by bolder creatures. Should these latecomers encounter those who had already established their dominance, their fate would likely be grim. With a stroke of luck, they might preserve their lives, but with misfortune, they would become mere fertilizer for the surrounding mutated flora. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from outside, followed by 2 faint voices. "Boss, do you think there are really animals hiding here?" "Don't worry, I just saw an animal go in and never come out." Ming paused, glancing toward a pile of bones in the corner of the warehouse. There were 12 animal skeletons. He wondered which one they referred to. Before he could ponder further, a raccoon, over 2 meters long, entered stealthily, accompanied by a creature resembling a cross between a cow and a horse, complete with a tuft of goat's beard. Ming recognized this creature as a jiaoma, often humorously referred to as cowhorse by many online. To his astonishment, the jiaoma was merely a subordinate. The raccoon was the true leader from the earlier conversation. As the 2 animals stepped into the warehouse, they were met with the sight of Ming, a 6-meter-long figure draped in spiny scales, reminiscent of a dragon. The raccoon leader and the Jiaoma subordinate were instantly paralyzed with fear. However, the raccoon quickly recovered, its eyes glinting with a spark of cunning. Big brother, do you need a subordinate? Ming regarded the raccoon with a bemused expression. This raccoon was indeed quick-witted, deserving of its leadership status. The raccoon adopted a submissive posture, while the Jiaoma trembled beside it. Witnessing this, Ming could not suppress a faint smile. The power to dictate life and death with a single statement was undeniably addictive. I have no need for a subordinate, but I am in a good mood today and shall spare your life. Depart now, and our next encounter may not be so fortunate. Despite the raccoon's apparent savvy, Ming had no intention of subjugating it, primarily due to his fear of betrayal. Moreover, it is evident that the prowess of these two creatures pales in comparison to his, rendering them nothing more than burdens. The raccoon paused for a moment, yet a flicker of gratitude crossed its face as it expressed, "Thank you, big brother. I will never forget your kindness. Farewell." Beside it, the wildebeest stammered in a ghostly tone, "Goodbye, big brother." Ming chuckled softly in response, choosing not to elaborate further. The capabilities of these two animals were rather mediocre, and consuming them would hardly benefit him. He held no expectations for any form of gratitude from them. Merely not turning against him would suffice. Of course, should they harbor ill intentions, Ming was confident in his ability to eliminate them. The raccoon exchanged a glance with the wildebeest, and both bowed deeply to Ming before turning to leave. However, as they turned, a sudden sound shattered the silence. Bang! In an instant, the raccoon collapsed, its eyes dimming. How could this happen, having seemingly escaped peril? The raccoon's consciousness began to blur, its mind flashing through fragmented memories. Meanwhile, Ming's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the raccoon's lifeless form lying in a pool of blood. Gunfire. How could there be gunfire? Did some animal acquire firearms? This raccoon was merely at the first stage, still flesh and blood, devoid of the protective scales he possessed. Despite its increased size, it could not withstand such lethal bullets. Moreover, the energy within all animals could only mend ordinary injuries. When faced with a fatal crisis, energy had little effect, merely postponing death. The wildebeest, startled by the gunfire, looked at the raccoon's corpse in panic, exclaiming, "Boss, what happened? Don't scare me." Upon hearing the voice, the raccoon mustered its final strength to convey, "Run, quickly." This was its last flicker of consciousness. The wildebeest hesitated, shaking its head. "I won't run. Wherever the boss is, I shall remain." Before it could finish speaking, another thunderous gunshot rang out. Bang! This time, Ming saw clearly as a bullet, shrouded in dark light, pierced the wildebeest's skull, embedding itself within its brain. Witnessing the swift demise of the two creatures, a cold glint flickered in Ming's eyes. It felt akin to having released two small animals only to witness their immediate slaughter by another. Though he had no deep connection with the raccoon or the wildebeest, Ming could not shake off a sense of discontent. This thought ignited within him a mix of anger and curiosity towards the gunman. Such curiosity leaned towards the desire to consume the individual, for possessing such a weapon might imply that the assailant was of comparable strength to him. If he could devour that being, his own power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. What manner of creature could it be? A monkey? Or perhaps an orangutan? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Ming moved swiftly on all fours towards the iron doors of the warehouse. Upon reaching the entrance, the scene outside immediately unfolded before his eyes. Surrounding him was a thick mist, yet Ming's vision, having improved after his power enhancement, extended to a distance of 150 meters. Aside from the fog, the path outside had been completely overrun by wild grass reaching nearly 2 meters in height and towering trees soaring dozens of meters high. After a day and night of growth, the weeds had surpassed human height. Various structures had been completely engulfed by dense climbing plants. In such conditions, it would indeed be a challenge for ordinary animals to locate one another. However, for Ming, it was a trivial matter. Bang! Suddenly, another gunshot echoed. Fortunately, Ming was prepared. He instantly locked onto the bullet that traversed the underbrush towards his eyes. His movements were swift. As the bullet approached, he deftly altered its course. In the next moment, the bullet shattered the thorns atop his head, embedding itself deeply into the wall behind him. Well. You dare to invade my space without invitation? Your demise is now assured." Without hesitation, Ming activated his intimidation ability. In an instant, the locations of several beings affected by his intimidation materialized in his mind. This was an unexpected discovery regarding another application of his intimidation power. All entities influenced by his intimidation would automatically reveal their positions within his consciousness. With a quick scan, Qi Ming discerned the general location of the gunman. Energy surged through his limbs, and his speed multiplied several times over. Then, like a bolt of black lightning, he surged forward, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The gunman had yet to recover from the sudden wave of pressure when Qi Ming stood before him. Upon spotting the gunman hiding in the grass, an expression of intrigue crossed Qi Ming's face. Before him was a slender rattlesnake, over 3 meters long, gazing at him with uncertainty. The snake's tail coiled around the grip of a sniper rifle, while its agile tail tip rested on the trigger, poised to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. Seeing Qi Ming, the rattlesnake snapped to attention, breaking free from the oppressive pressure. It swiftly moved to press the trigger. However, Qi Ming would not grant it such an opportunity. A shadow of his claw cleaved through the air, shattering the sniper rifle into 2 pieces. Chapter 13, Spiritual Vision. The rattlesnake, still intent on resisting, opened its mouth to unleash a spray of venom. Yet, Qi Ming anticipated its move, reactivating his intimidation to subdue it. He extended his claws, pressing firmly against its tail and the vital area behind its head. It must be said that Qi Ming had overestimated the rattlesnake's strength. In his perception, this creature had merely begun to coalesce its soul gem. Sensing Qi Ming's murderous intent, the rattlesnake panicked and pleaded, "Wait. You cannot kill me. Otherwise, my master will not let you go." Qi Ming paused, intrigued by its words. "Your master? Who is it? Is it formidable?" The rattlesnake's eyes brightened, and it quickly exclaimed, "My master is Zhou Qian, a tiger." Its reasoning was simple. If it could stall the imposing black lizard before it, it might secure its own survival. Upon hearing the rattlesnake's words, Qi Ming suddenly recalled something. "Is your master a South China tiger?" This time, the rattlesnake was momentarily taken aback. It had never paid attention to such details and could not distinguish between different tigers. However, upon hearing Qi Ming's inquiry, it wondered if he might know its master. Without hesitation, the rattlesnake replied, "Yes. Do you know my master? I can take you to find him. We are now acquainted, and for the sake of my master, please spare me." Before it could finish its plea, Qi Ming silenced it with a single swipe, crushing its head. "You need not guide me. He has already arrived." The last echoes of the rattlesnake's spirit faded into silence, leaving it unable to respond further. Qi Ming's claws tore through flesh, revealing an irregular crystal emitting a faint white glow. Upon closer inspection, a small rattlesnake could be seen writhing within. This was undoubtedly the soul gem the rattlesnake had formed. Qi Ming promptly seized the soul gem and swallowed it whole. Following that, he devoured the 3-meter-long rattlesnake, much like indulging in a spicy snack. The entire process seemed prolonged, yet it transpired in a mere 3 to 5 seconds. Having completed this, he leisurely turned his gaze towards another direction. A magnificent South China tiger, measuring over 8 meters in length, stealthily approached within approximately 30 meters of him. This distance was negligible for the imposing beast, which could traverse it in a single leap. The South China tiger perched atop a delivery truck. Its surface cloaked by creeping vines, regarded him with a chilling gaze. "You again, as if stealing my mist crystals was not enough. You now dare to consume my subordinates before my very eyes." After Qi Ming's departure the previous day, the tiger had seized the opportunity to devour numerous animals and had subsequently discovered several orbs of mist, enhancing its power to match that of Qi Ming. Qi Ming remained silent, acutely aware of the tiger's formidable strength. When adversaries meet, their animosity intensifies, and without hesitation, they transformed into 2 fleeting shadows, one black and the other yellow, colliding with a violent force. The moment their claws met, a terrifying shockwave emanated from their point of contact, bending the wild grasses and flowers in its wake. The tiger's eyes sparkled with disdain, questioning how such limited power could emerge from consuming the mist crystals. A lizard is but a lizard, forever incapable of rivaling the king of beasts. Qi Ming steadied himself, lifting his chin defiantly. "Do not speak too soon. Unleash whatever abilities you possess." He was eager to witness the tiger's awakened powers. However, he was unaware that not all creatures could awaken special abilities during their dormant phase. The South China tiger, oblivious to his thoughts, crouched in a battle-ready stance. "How wasteful to have consumed the mist crystals. But no matter, I shall devour you soon enough." Before it could utter another word, the tiger lunged at Qi Ming. Fortunately, he was prepared. Its claws raked across his shoulder, leaving deep gashes. Meanwhile, his spiked armor shattered under the force of the tiger's powerful strike. After the brief skirmish, Qi Ming noted that the tiger had yet to exhibit any special abilities. Could it be that it had none? A fleeting glimmer of realization crossed Qi Ming's mind. At that moment, the tiger repositioned itself, striking down towards Qi Ming's head with its claws. Instead of evading, He latched onto the tiger with his claws, enveloping its entire body in a fierce embrace. The tiger, momentarily bewildered, failed to comprehend his intentions. Before it could ponder further, Qi Ming ignited with a blaze of intense heat, enveloping himself in roaring flames. As the fiery inferno erupted, the South China tiger let out a terrified roar. What is happening? The flames engulfed it, scorching its fur and causing the scent of cooked flesh to waft through the air. The excruciating pain forced the tiger to roar incessantly, struggling desperately to break free from Qi Ming's grasp. Yet, Qi Ming was resolute, adhering to the principle of exploiting its weakness. He opened his mouth wide and unleashed a column of fire towards the tiger's chest. The terrifying column of flames, imbued with an extraordinary force, pierced through the tiger, creating a gaping hole in its body. The flames did not dissipate immediately. They surged forward several meters before gradually fading away. The surrounding vegetation was incinerated to ash beneath the searing blaze. The South China tiger succumbed as its heart was reduced to nothingness, extinguishing its life. Qi Ming gazed at the charred remains of the tiger, contemplating as he dragged its body back to the warehouse. To his surprise, the carcasses of the raccoon and the wildebeest had vanished, seemingly pilfered by other animals. He dismissed the thought and began savoring his homemade barbecue from the tiger's flesh. Fortunately, the energy within had not dissipated due to the fire, and Qi Ming felt a surge of power within him. He did not overlook the tiger's soul gem, swallowing it whole. Notably, the gem had not undergone any mutation, retaining its pale, irregular shape, albeit larger than those of other creatures. This realization led Qi Ming to understand that not all animals could awaken special abilities. He could not help but feel a surge of excitement, thinking, "Am I destined to become the protagonist?" Another unexpected delight followed. After absorbing the soul gem of the rattlesnake, he acquired a new ability: spiritual vision. Chapter 14. The Evolutionary Frenzy. Spiritual vision doubles vision within the mist, allowing one to see through illusions weaker than oneself. This transmission of knowledge reminded Qi Ming of the earlier legacy crystal. He speculated that the rattlesnake had likely stumbled upon a legacy crystal, and upon consuming it, he had successfully inherited this skill. In truth, his assumption was nearly accurate. However, the abilities gained from legacy crystals were not guaranteed to be inherited by other creatures upon absorption. Having consumed two animals, particularly one that had also ascended to the second realm alongside him, Qi Ming suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and he unwittingly fell into a deep slumber. In the capital city, within a spacious and brightly lit conference room, a grand elephant stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the environment outside. In its line of sight, the entire city was shrouded in towering trees. Behind the elephant stood a panda and a peacock on either side. The panda observed the elephant's form and sighed. "Hualao, please do not worry excessively. Your health is of utmost importance." The elephant, referred to as Hualao, flapped its ears and slowly turned around. "Qingbao, Ling Air, has the communication system been restored?" Before the panda could respond, the peacock, called Ling Air, answered, "Hualao, the communication system is operational again. However, the cables and fiber optics in various cities have been damaged by mutated plants, and we cannot connect with them at this time." The panda, Qingbao, added, "Furthermore, for unknown reasons, the network signal remains down. Our satellites cannot penetrate the mist to capture real-time information about Huagua." Upon hearing this, Hualao sighed deeply once more. Yet, a glimmer of determination sparked in its eyes as it instructed, "Notify everyone to promptly re-establish the new communication system. Only by consolidating our scattered forces can we better survive in this tumultuous world." The panda and peacock exchanged glances before responding in unison, "Yes, Hualao." As the two animals departed, Hualao remained alone in the hall, returning to the window to observe the world veiled in mist. In this sudden shroud, the rapid evolution was not limited to humanity, but also encompassed a diverse array of animals, each possessing untold potential. In the merciless realm of nature, the pace of animal evolution surpassed that of humanity. In an unknown aquatic depth, a colossal elongated creature, exceeding 30 meters in length, glided through the water. Its back was jet black, its surface smooth and devoid of scales, with a pair of triangular gills on either side. Its belly shimmered in bright yellow, adorned with wavy fins resembling flowing ribbons. If anyone were to encounter this creature, they would surely recognize it as the electric eel, famed for its prowess in the depths of water. As the giant electric eel advanced, blue and white sparks flickered around it. Every aquatic creature in its path was paralyzed by the overwhelming current, succumbing swiftly to the void of life. A colossal avian creature, adorned with feathers of icy azure and enveloped in a terrifying frost, soared through the sky. At that moment, a golden eagle of similar size fixated on it. Wings spread wide as it swiftly approached. Yet, the frost-laden creature remained utterly composed. With a powerful flap of its wings, it unleashed a freezing beam that struck the golden eagle. The frost-laden ray emanated an intensely chilling aura, freezing the eagle within a mere breath. In the depths of the ocean, a paradise of evolutionary wonders unfolded, especially for the apex predators such as whales and sharks. In just 2 days, the largest creatures had already surpassed 300 meters in length. In the sunless depths, a gargantuan blue whale swayed its fin, aimlessly gliding through the waters. With a gaping maw, it consumed a massive school of fish, numbering in the tens of thousands, in an instant. The mist was impartial. Every creature was entitled to partake in this evolutionary frenzy. The ants, with their immense strength capable of lifting weights hundreds of times their own, the chameleons, who could alter their colors to blend seamlessly into their surroundings, and the tardigrades, which exhibited remarkable resilience even in the harshness of outer space, all thrived. The platypus, equipped with biological radar, and bats, utilizing ultrasonic waves to navigate, were among the myriad species experiencing rapid growth in size and intellect, aided by the mist. Soon, when these animals encountered the various forms that humans had transformed into, an unprecedented upheaval would surely ensue. Within a dilapidated warehouse, Ming, roused once more, slowly opened his eyes. His tail whipped about, striking the ground and creating cracks in the surface. He listened to the cacophony of animal roars outside, feeling a twinge of confusion. Without further contemplation, he moved on all fours towards the iron door. After 2 days of slumber, his size had expanded to over 9 meters in length, and his energy aura had extended from 2 meters to 5, marking his territory as an absolute no-go zone for other creatures. Upon reaching the iron door, Ming stood on his hind legs to peer into the distance from whence the sounds emanated. In the far-off expanse, he beheld a golden glow rising, radiating like ripples in water, continuously expanding outward at regular intervals. Ming was momentarily taken aback, his heart leaping with exhilaration at the prospect of a newfound opportunity. Observing other creatures hastening towards the source of the golden light, he snapped back to reality and transformed into a shadow, swiftly advancing towards it. After traversing approximately 3 kilometers, Ming finally reached the first wave of the dissipating golden light. The instant he made contact, a profound yearning surged from the depths of his soul, accompanied by a barely perceptible increase in energy within him. This revelation left Ming perplexed. Merely touching the golden light had yielded such a remarkable effect. Before he could ponder further, the second and third waves of golden ripples cascaded over him, causing his energy to visibly swell. Even though each increment was minimal, it was relentless and enduring. Sensing the golden light's allure, Ming wasted no time and hastened towards its source. After another 5 kilometers, he finally arrived at the origin of the golden radiance. Chapter 15. The extraordinary golden flower. Upon sighting it, he was momentarily stunned. It was a peculiar plant growing beside an artificial lake, towering at 10 meters in height, devoid of leaves, with a robust stem glowing in golden hues. At its apex rested a massive flower bud resembling a mushroom or jellyfish, with numerous long tendrils that danced in the absence of wind. The golden light emanated from these tendrils, spreading outward in all directions. Moreover, within the jellyfish-like flower bud, a gelatinous golden fluid morphed and shifted in shape. The moment Ming laid eyes on the golden fluid, the soul gem within his mind began to tremble uncontrollably. Simultaneously, an overwhelming desire, far more intense than before, erupted from the depths of his being, a yearning that resonated with his very cells and genes. The surrounding animals, drawn to the golden flower, swallowed in anticipation, equally captivated by the golden fluid within. With a glimmer of determination, Ming prepared to seize the golden substance for himself. However, an unexpected scene abruptly halted his advance. He witnessed a weasel reach the 10-meter radius of the golden flower, only to have one of the floating tendrils shoot forth, piercing its brow. In an instant, golden light enveloped the weasel, and its body began to dissolve at a visible rate. Strangely, the weasel appeared oblivious, its eyes half closed and a serene smile creeping across its face, as if entranced. Within mere seconds, the weasel melted into a droplet of golden liquid, which flowed back through the tendril into the flower bud, augmenting the golden fluid's volume. Witnessing this surreal spectacle, Ming and the other animals felt a surge of terror. The unknown instilled dread, especially as the seemingly formidable weasel had offered no resistance to being consumed. An indescribable panic began to ripple among the creatures. At that moment, the tendrils surrounding the golden flower began to sway once more, and in an instant, they lunged toward the nearby animals. Panic ensued as the creatures turned to flee. But inexplicably, the surrounding golden light seemed to exert a binding force, immobilizing them in place. The tendrils breached the 10-meter barrier, commencing the harvest of the trapped animals. Though their bodies were restrained, they could still express their souls' cries of despair. What manner of beast is this? Who will save me? I do not wish to perish. I am not ready yet. Do not approach. One by one, the animals fell victim to the tendrils, dissolving into golden liquid and being absorbed into the golden flower. The golden fluid began to increase at a languid pace. In that moment, Ming suddenly comprehended why he had not encountered other animals upon his arrival. Clearly, they had all been transformed into sustenance for the golden flower. But what was this phenomenon? How could it ensnare even him? As he observed the creatures being systematically annihilated, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Wait, could it be that? A flash of insight struck Ming. He quickly summoned his energy to envelop his form, effectively shielding himself from the golden light. Instantly, the binding force dissipated entirely. Overwhelmed with joy, Ming contemplated fleeing. Yet, he hesitated, suppressing his impulse. Having come this far, it would be a grave loss not to acquire something of value. The golden fluid was evidently composed of the essence of countless creatures, and the golden flower itself held myriad wonders. If he could consume it whole, it would undoubtedly elevate his power to unprecedented heights. While he contemplated his next move, the surrounding animals had all been consumed by the tendrils, dissolving into golden droplets, their faces bearing an eerie, entranced smile before their demise. As Ming beheld the multitude of tentacles encroaching upon him, he realized that he must take decisive action, without allowing the golden tendrils to ensnare him. A searing flame erupted forth. Upon witnessing the fire, the tentacles halted abruptly, swaying hesitantly for a moment before swiftly retreating. A glimmer of understanding shone in Ming's eyes, as he harnessed the energy swirling around him, enveloping himself in flames. He appeared as a wingless fiery dragon. Subsequently, he boldly swung his thorny tail towards the golden flower, sensing the threat posed by the flames. The tendrils of the golden flower ceased to emit glimmers of light and instead began to thrash violently, brandishing their menace towards Ming. However, Ming felt no fear in the face of their ferocity. He had already discerned the means to subdue them. All that remained was to reap the rewards. Though he had contemplated waiting a while longer for the golden flower to absorb more golden droplets, this thought was swiftly dismissed. The possibility of encountering a more formidable creature or the golden flower evolving to possess the strength to resist him was too perilous to ignore. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, Ming acted without hesitation, raising his fiery claws and striking at the stem of the golden flower. Yet, as he moved, a dozen golden tendrils lunged towards him. These tendrils, however, clearly retained a fear of the flames. Upon contact, they twisted and writhed in agony from the searing heat. Ming even discerned a sharp, piercing sound echoing in the air, startling him and igniting a profound curiosity about whether this golden flower was a plant or an animal. However, curiosity aside, Ming was not one to delve into every mystery. His focus remained solely on the outcome. With relentless determination, he swiftly severed all the surrounding golden tendrils. Deprived of their support, the flower bud of the golden flower, resembling a jellyfish, wilted feebly. Observing this, Ming wasted no time. He clawed open the surface of the bud and directly ingested the golden fluid contained within. Suddenly recalling something, he swiftly uprooted the remnants of the golden flower and dragged them into the distance, disappearing into the mists. In a desolate factory, Ming's silhouette gradually emerged. He first piled all the equipment in the factory at the entrance before rapidly swallowing the 10-meter-long golden flower. As he relaxed, the golden flower and the recently consumed golden blood erupted within him, beginning to enhance his physique at an astonishing pace. Through introspection, he could see the golden flower had been shattered, its essence mingling with the golden blood, surging towards his limbs and vitals. The slightly viscous golden blood coursing through his veins transformed his once crimson blood into a faintly golden hue. Concurrently, Ming's aura began to ascend rapidly. Under this overwhelming force, the surrounding air thickened with tension. As moments passed, the volume of golden blood diminished to half its size, encircling Ming before splitting into two streams that flowed towards his brain and heart. Without hesitation, the golden blood merged directly into these vital organs. In an instant, an indescribable sensation surged within Ming. He felt his mental clarity sharpen exponentially, and an inexhaustible sense of strength welled up throughout his being. Moreover, he could sense that every cell in his body rejoiced, seemingly celebrating his transformation and the impending rebirth. With renewed vigor, Qi Ming realized that the level of his existence was on the brink of metamorphosis. As the golden blood integrated with his brain and heart, a faint golden glow enveloped both. Under the influence of this golden luminescence, the energy within him began its transition from white to gold. Strands of golden energy surged repeatedly through his body, visibly transforming the yellow thorny scales beneath him into gold. The black scales on his back and head deepened in their darkness. This transformation did not cease there. Beams of golden energy radiated from within Qi Ming, gradually encasing his nearly 10-meter-long form in a magnificent golden cocoon. This cocoon flickered with light, reminiscent of a living entity breathing. Even more astonishingly, the surrounding white mist was drawn towards this golden chrysalis, converging upon it. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, an increasing volume of mist surged towards the cocoon. This extraordinary phenomenon quickly captivated numerous creatures hidden within the fog, prompting them to alter their course and hasten towards the factory. Within a dilapidated shop overrun with weeds, a 3-meter-long red-bellied pheasant and a 6-meter-long flower pig were indulging in the carcass of a yellow cow. Suddenly, the pheasant turned to glance out the window, as if sensing something. The flower pig, noticing, inquired, "Brother Cohen, what is happening?" The red-bellied pheasant, known as Cohen, blinked before casting a reproachful glance at the flower pig and retorted, "How many times must I tell you, you fat oaf? Address me as young Master Cohen. Hurry, finish your meal. I believe I have discovered a new opportunity." Upon hearing this, the flower pig's eyes brightened, and it resumed devouring the flesh of the yellow cow, its plump backside swaying enticingly. Once the yellow cow was disposed of, the flower pig and young Master Cohen wasted no time, following the flow of mist until they arrived at a factory obscured by climbing vines. Upon their arrival, they spotted many other creatures, each acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure emanating from within. As a result, they refrained from acting recklessly. Some could not withstand the oppressive aura and began to retreat, while others found their positions and lay in wait. Deep within their souls, a profound longing stirred in response to the gathering energy within the factory. As time ticked away, the oppressive atmosphere intensified, causing some creatures to falter and retreat. Even the flower pig succumbed to the immense pressure and whispered to young Master Cohen, "What are we waiting for?" The red-bellied pheasant's eyes gleamed with anticipation, flickering with uncertainty. Realizing the flower pig's inquiry, it snapped back to attention, responding irritably, "Just wait as instructed. Do you think I would lead you astray?" As it spoke, the pheasant turned its gaze back towards the factory, where golden light faintly radiated. "I can sense an overwhelming surge of energy about to erupt. Perhaps this is yet another opportunity for you and me." As the words left my lips, a blinding golden light erupted from within the factory, spreading outwards in all directions. This golden light seemed to possess immense power. The surrounding animals, upon absorbing it, felt their inner energy begin to swell at a visibly rapid pace, leaving them in a state of astonished delight. This was an incredible fortune. This wave alone could rival my entire day's harvest. I cannot fathom what creature lies within, for even the dispersed energy has significantly enhanced our strength. Indeed, the golden light emanating from the factory is merely a faint fraction of its true might. Just as all the animals were lost in speculation, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from within the factory. With that, an enormous black thorn beast claw shattered the thick wall concealed by vines. The black claw sliced through the air, causing the surrounding walls to collapse like mere paper, reducing them to ruins. Following this destruction, a creature measuring over 20 meters in length emerged, its body adorned with black and golden thorny scales. A pair of nearly 2-meter-long thorned horns crowned its head, revealing a figure reminiscent of a dragon before the wide-eyed animals. This dragon-like creature possessed powerful limbs, with 2 hind claws nearly 5 meters tall, supporting its massive form. Its pale golden eyes scanned the stunned animals with an indifferent gaze, instilling a sense of dread among them, especially in the rotund Huazhu, who trembled like a leaf in the wind. "What kind of animal is this, Kuingu?" Red-bellied Jinji exclaimed, astonished, but was jolted back to reality by Huazhu's voice. Without hesitation, it quickly retreated with Huazhu towards the rear. Other animals, realizing the imminent danger, hastily scattered in all directions. The dragon, which was none other than the transformed Qi Ming, chose not to pursue them, for more pressing matters demanded his attention. After undergoing a transformation in his life level and absorbing a tremendous amount of energy, He felt he had reached the pinnacle of this stage and was in urgent need of a safe haven to break through. Qi Ming sensed that this breakthrough would bring him unforeseen surprises. Meanwhile, Huazhu and Jinji, having returned to the previous shop, breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The memory of that colossal creature lingered in Huazhu's mind, prompting it to voice its fear. Kuan-gu, what on earth was that creature? It looked like a dinosaur. Red-bellied Jinji shot a sideways glance at the panting Huazhu, shaking its head. You foolish fatso. You lack any knowledge. That was a ring-tailed lizard. Though its power is likely far more terrifying than ours. As Jinji spoke, a thought struck it, and it turned to inquire, Fatty, did you feel any changes in your body? Huazhu blinked and rolled over, replying, Kuan-gu, I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep. Before it could finish, its eyelids fluttered shut. Within seconds, the sound of loud snoring filled the air. Jinji chuckled, shaking its head in amusement. It seems Fatty has also broken through to the second realm. The mutated ring-tailed lizard was indeed fearsome. It could very well have reached the third realm. The world is filled with extraordinary talents, and I must strive even harder. If I do not seize this opportunity, I will surely be left behind by other beast transformers. Fusion species? Grandpa, is this your classification for the third realm? In a meticulously cleaned courtyard, 6 animals were engaged in conversation. Among them, a 3-meter-high Huanyuan turtle nodded slightly and addressed a peacock. Indeed, we encountered a fusion species on our way here. However, it does not seem to be a beast transformer. Rather, it has evolved naturally from an animal. Ordinary animals do not possess the complex souls of humans, allowing them to merge their souls and bodies in a much shorter time frame, thus more easily entering the stage of fusion species. Before the peacock could respond, a nearby panda interjected, Mu Lao, does the fusion species possess any special abilities? I once saw a white giant python that could manipulate water. The Huanyuan turtle shook its head in resignation. I cannot say, as I have yet to observe a fusion species closely. However, if some animals can awaken special abilities, it stands to reason that even if fusion species cannot do so, they will certainly attain higher realms in the future. Upon hearing this, the panda's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment, but it quickly masked its feelings. The peacock, however, remained curious, studying the white egret and red fox behind the Huanyuan turtle. Noticing its gaze, the Huanyuan turtle smiled and introduced, Linger, Qingbao, allow me to introduce you. This is Su Hong, and this is Hu Jiao. They are both my esteemed disciples. Su Hong, Hu Jiao, this is my granddaughter Mu Linger, and this is Fu Qingbao. It then turned to the imposing elephant. And this is our leader, Hua Lao. Though Su Hong had suspected something during his rescue by the armored forces, he had never imagined the depth of his teacher's connections. Goodness, he, an ungraduated graduate student, was about to skip the civil service examination and directly align himself with the state. The clever Hu Jiao responded, I have met Hua Lao and Brother Fu. Su Hong quickly followed suit, greeting Hua Lao and the others. Linger and Qingbao, though of high status, displayed none of the arrogance one might expect. Sister Hu Jiao and Brother Su Hong, since you are Grandpa's proud students, you may simply call me Sister, Linger said. Fu Qingbao, raising a paw, thumped his chest and boomed, you may call me Brother Bao. I do not stand on ceremony. Hua Lao gradually opened his eyes, speaking gently. Do not feel nervous, children. Consider this place your home. Su Hong nodded vigorously, his pristine feathers bobbing in agreement, resembling a chick pecking at grain. The Huanyuan turtle's eyes twinkled with mirth, yet he was reminded of the many students lost in conflicts with other beast transformers, causing his smile to fade and a deep worry to settle in. Hua Lao, what plans does our country have? Hua Lao's gaze flickered as he surveyed the horizon. We have dispatched professional teams across the nation. Once the new communication system is established, we will consolidate all beast transformers once more. Without order, the world will undoubtedly descend into unprecedented chaos. Within a factory concealed by towering trees, Qi Ming's form began to grow once more, already robust limbs gaining even more strength. His black claws became exceptionally sharp, a stark contrast to their initial slenderness. 26 meters, 28 meters, simultaneously, his consciousness entered a wondrous state, akin to an awareness permeating every cell of his body. The soul gem within his mind radiated a reddish-golden light, flickering as if making final adjustments for the fusion with his corporeal form. Time passed, and suddenly, the soul gem burst forth with brilliance. An indescribable sensation of exhilaration surged from the depths of Qi Ming's soul, resonating through every cell of his being. This ultimate ecstasy stemmed from the complete fusion of soul and body. In an instant, Qi Ming's consciousness began to traverse through every inch of his flesh and blood. He could distinctly perceive the flowing pale golden energy within him, as well as the cells emanating specks of golden light. His consciousness traversed through the tail, limbs, and internal organs, ultimately arriving at the brain. Here, he beheld his soul gem, a blazing crimson jewel radiating a soft, golden glow, quietly suspended before his consciousness. Within it, he could faintly discern a spectral image of a ring-tailed lizard that closely resembled his current form, albeit reduced in size by dozens or even hundreds of times. Chapter 18. Breakthrough, Field of Life. At that moment, a pulling force emanated from the spectral image, drawing Qi Ming's consciousness towards it. This force was gentle, yet irresistible. Qi Ming's consciousness seamlessly merged into the soul gem. As his consciousness fully entered the spectral image of the ring-tailed lizard, a stream of intricate and profound information began to flood into his mind. The complete fusion of soul and body grants the field of life, accumulating sufficient energy to initiate the first source evolution. The field of life envelopes every cell in his body, preventing any foreign energy from entering. Simultaneously, an endless torrent of golden energy surged forth from the soul gem, coursing through every inch of his flesh. Nearly half an hour passed before Qi Ming's body was entirely engulfed by the golden energy. In that moment, he felt as though his soul and body were no longer separate, achieving a true state of harmonious integration. Moreover, he became aware of the field of life as described by the soul gem. It was an intangible presence, perceptible only to Qi Ming. Its primary function was simple yet profoundly significant: to block the energy of other beings from entering Qi Ming's body. Although it seemed to serve little purpose under normal circumstances, it held great importance for creatures possessing special abilities. For instance, if Qi Ming were to channel energy into another being, he could manipulate that energy from a distance, transforming it into searing flames to burn his enemies from within, thereby reaping their lives. The existence of the field of life was to prevent such occurrences, akin to bestowing a protective barrier upon his body. Additionally, the field of life offered a degree of defense against mental attacks. Qi Ming's efficiency in absorbing mist energy was significantly enhanced with the aid of the field of life. As for other potential applications, he would need to elevate his strength further to gradually unlock them. His pale golden eyes slowly revealed themselves, and a trace of joyful harvest glimmered in Qi Ming's gaze. Next came the task of accumulating energy. He was uncertain about the nature of the source evolution. Initially, he believed the soul gem to be merely a manifestation of his soul. However, as various perplexities emerged, coupled with the information conveyed by the soul gem that transcended his understanding, Qi Ming began to harbor doubts regarding its origin. After pondering for quite some time without arriving at any conclusion, Qi Ming decided to set aside this confusion for the time being. After all, it appeared that all animals could coalesce soul gems. Even if something were amiss, it was beyond his individual capacity to confront. Given the multitude of incredible phenomena that had already manifested in this world, such as mist, beastification, and inheritance crystals, Qi Ming would hardly be taken aback by a few more. There was another delightful revelation for Qi Ming. Following the breakthrough into the third realm, his slumber had finally come to an end. Free from the tedium of dormancy, Qi Ming excitedly thrashed the 10-meter-long thorny tail, effortlessly shattering nearby support pillars. With a resounding crash, large chunks of concrete and rubble cascaded from above. Yet Qi Ming showed no inclination to evade. With his current strength, such impacts posed no harm whatsoever. Emerging from the ruins of a collapsed factory, Qi Ming began to meander through the city. After breaking through the third stage, his vision had once again expanded, reaching a terrifying 500 meters. Of course, this enhancement was also influenced by his spiritual vision ability. Under his extraordinary sight, all surrounding creatures were laid bare. However, Qi Ming was not inclined to hunt the feeble animals. Instead, he made his way toward the zoo, guided by the memories in his mind. He surmised that if the animals transformed from humans could evolve, there was no reason other creatures could not. As he passed, all animals fled in a panic, desperately seeking to distance themselves from Qi Ming, fearing that this colossal beast might devour them if it were in a foul mood. Although Qi Ming had grown to 30 meters in size, he remained relatively inconspicuous among the towering trees that soared over 100 meters high. Before long, Qi Ming arrived at his destination. Upon arrival, he discovered several animals in the second stage of dormancy, as well as some in the first stage who, influenced by their feral instincts, disregarded their fear and charged at him with wild roars. Observing the pack of 3 to 5 meter long wolves, tigers, and leopards surrounding him, Qi Ming could not help but find it amusing. With a swift swipe of his claw, he reduced a 5 meter long leopard to a mere pile of flesh and blood mist. The other creatures, undeterred, continued to charge at Qi Ming with bloodshot eyes, seemingly oblivious to their peril. Naturally, Qi Ming did not indulge them. He unleashed flames, incinerating the remaining 7 mutated animals into ash. Among them, 2 creatures unexpectedly yielded soul gems. Qi Ming strolled over nonchalantly, plucking up the 2 soul gems and swallowing them like candies. At that moment, a deep, thunderous roar reverberated from not far away. Qi Ming's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he rushed toward the sound. In an instant, he covered the distance of over 800 meters. There, he witnessed a 20-meter-long mutated crocodile fiercely entangled with an 18-meter-long giant python. The python had coiled around the crocodile, exerting all its strength to constrict and attempt to suffocate it. The crocodile, not to be outdone, savagely bit at the python while executing a death roll, its signature move. However, due to the python's robust physique, the crocodile's death roll seemed to have little effect, and its armor was marred by cracks from the intense struggle. Before Qi Ming could intervene, a surprising spectacle unfolded. With a furious roar, the crocodile unleashed a torrent of water from its mouth, piercing through the python's body and creating a gaping hole the size of a grinding stone. The python writhed in pain, loosening its grip slightly. The mutated crocodile seized the opportunity, mercilessly tearing at the python's head. This brutal encounter continued for nearly a minute until the python fell silent, and the mutated crocodile finally ceased its assault. Yet, instead of consuming the python's carcass, it cast a wary glance toward Qi Ming. Observing the rapidly healing wounds on the crocodile's body, Qi Ming leapt forward like a bolt of black lightning. With a powerful strike, he slammed the giant crocodile into the ground, creating a massive crater. Before the crocodile could unleash another torrent of water, Qi Ming surged energy into its body, transforming it into searing flames within. Roaring in agony from the internal inferno, the crocodile emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Chapter 19, Survival of the Fittest. Seizing the moment, Qi Ming struck decisively, his claws crashing down upon the crocodile's head like a heavy warhammer. Under the overwhelming suppression of his absolute strength, the crocodile was stripped of life before it could even utilize its water-based special abilities. As the red and white fluid spilled forth, Qi Ming wasted no time. He cleaved open the crocodile's skull and extracted the water-blue soul gem nestled within. In a single gulp, the water-blue soul gem materialized within Qi Ming's soul space, orbiting around the central fiery red crystal that emitted a faint golden glow. As the water-blue gem spun, the energy it contained began to be gradually extracted, converging towards the sun-like crystal at the center. Qi Ming, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected windfall, felt his spirits lift. Approaching the corpse of the giant python, he excavated another soul gem and swallowed it whole. Subsequently, he pulled both the giant crocodile and the giant python before him, voraciously consuming the flesh and blood of the 2 colossal beasts. After an hour had passed, both beasts had been entirely devoured by Qi Ming. Sensing a resurgence of energy within him, along with an increase in size of approximately 2 meters, Qi Ming felt invigorated. With no desire to rest, he crawled towards other areas of the zoo. After devouring the majority of the mutated animals within the zoo, Qi Ming leisurely departed from the blood-soaked region. His size had further augmented, reaching 35 meters in length. Even when lying on the ground, his height was equivalent to that of a 2-story building. Amid a city cloaked in lush grass and towering trees, a beast over 20 meters tall, with a 15-meter-long thorny tail trailing behind, wandered freely. This beast was none other than Qi Ming, foraging within the city's forest to amass energy. Some animals, glimpsing this colossal figure through the mist, were terrified and fled in haste, wishing for multiple legs to escape. However, they clearly overestimated their own significance. To Qi Ming, creatures measuring only 3 to 8 meters in length elicited no desire for engagement. Only those exceeding 15 meters would provoke his interest. At that moment, Qi Ming seemingly spotted something. His eyes ignited with flames of fury as he moved his rear paws towards a particular direction. Meanwhile, in a cleared square, a group of animals appeared to be engaged in a gruesome slaughter. Leading the pack was a fierce-looking leopard, measuring over 15 meters in length, its eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. A deep claw mark marred the corner of its eye. Before the leopard, a white rabbit, bound by ropes to a stone sculpture, stood at a mere 2 meters tall, its body marred by vicious claw marks, crimson blood staining its pristine fur. The leopard, mockingly observing the rabbit, lifted its drooping head with a sharp claw, sneering, "Is this our school beauty? You are nothing but a joke now. It's been days, and I doubt you've even gathered a soul gem yet." The rabbit's gaze was vacant, clearly tormented to the point of delirium. The leopard, reveling in its torment. Found perverse pleasure in humiliating the once untouchable goddess of its past. With a swift motion, another crimson line was drawn across the rabbit's body, causing it to tremble involuntarily. Blood flowed anew from its wounds. Nearby, several animals, seemingly under the leopard's control, voiced their outrage. Huang Qingwei, stop this madness. How can you be such a beast? Huang, please, do not continue down this path. Huang Qingwei, if you have the guts, come at me. Are you still a man? Upon hearing the last taunt, the leopard's expression twisted, and it glared back at the animals. Am I not a man? Today, I shall show you what it means to be a man. With that, it brutally brandished a spear towards the rabbit, piercing its frail body, almost skewering it completely. The rabbit's life force swiftly ebbed away, and in an instant, it was lifeless. Witnessing this, the captive animals stood frozen in shock, unable to fathom the leopard's audacity. Before they could react, another 3-meter-long civet cat was bound to a statue by the leopard's accomplices. The civet cat struggled desperately, while the remaining 2 animals cursed incessantly. Yet, nothing could halt the leopard's advance. It approached the civet cat, raising its claw to lift its head. Now it's your turn. Tears streamed from the civet cat's eyes as it was forced to gaze upon its fate. In the next moment, it stood in shock. The leopard, feeling triumphant, was about to speak when it sensed that the other animals were behaving strangely, all looking apprehensively behind it. Furrowing its brow, the leopard turned, only to behold an unforgettable sight emerging from the mist, a dragon-like figure, with cold golden eyes surveying it with disdain. Before it could utter a word, the dragon unleashed a pillar of fiery crimson flames, engulfing the leopard instantly. As Qi Ming observed the savage leopard being consumed by flames, he extracted the soul gem from its remains and shifted his gaze to the bewildered accomplices of the leopard. The group of animals, now in disarray, pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "Please spare us. We were coerced by that leopard. Yes, we did not act willingly." Ignoring their frantic pleas, Qi Ming extended a claw, unleashing several fiery rays that swiftly extinguished their lives. Due to personal convictions, he harbored a deep disdain for both cruelty and complicity in malevolence. Had the leopard merely hunted these animals, he would not have bothered to intervene. However, the grotesque nature of the slaughter repulsed him. While these animals had been coerced, he deemed it prudent to eliminate them to prevent any potential treachery. With the oppressive presence of the other animals removed, the liberated chimpanzee and gray wolf broke free from their bindings. After rescuing the civet cat, they expressed their gratitude to Qi Ming. "Thank you, big brother, for saving our lives." Qi Ming acknowledged them with a simple response and continued on his way, extracting a few soul gems from the animals. He then dragged the leopard's corpse before him and spoke once more. "I shall leave the remaining bodies for you." Upon hearing this, the 3 animals were momentarily taken aback. Were they truly being gifted so many corpses? The clever gray wolf quickly responded, "Thank you for your generosity, big brother. We will never forget your kindness." The chimpanzee and civet cat soon followed suit, expressing their gratitude as well. Qi Ming glanced at them before turning and disappearing into the mist, leaving behind the corpses of the weak animals, none of whom had reached the 2nd stage of development. Even if he absorbed them, their power would pale in comparison to that of the leopard's single leg. With this thought, he felt he had done a good deed. As for what paths these 3 animals might take in the future or whether they would seek to repay him, he cared little. Today, he had only acted within the bounds of his capabilities. Regarding the potential for phantom beasts to use these acts of cruelty to set a trap for him, he was not naive and had his own judgments. If circumstances exceeded his capacity, he would certainly flee at the first opportunity, turning a blind eye to the situation. Having retreated to a secluded corner, Qi Ming devoured the leopard and several soul gems before embarking once again on his hunting journey through the city forest. Although the city he resides in is not large, it boasts a permanent population of around 6 or 7 million. When considering the transient population, the total number is likely to have surpassed 10 million. If such a multitude of inhabitants were to transform into beasts, it is entirely plausible that some, like Qi Ming, would advance to the 3rd stage of evolution. Should he be fortunate enough to consume them, the process of amassing energy could be significantly expedited. Even in the absence of that, the considerable number of 2nd-stage creatures would suffice to satisfy Qi Ming's hunger for an extended period. For reasons unknown, since the very first day, Qi Ming has not encountered any of the water or mist crystals that had once piqued his interest. As for the inheritance crystal, it is likely that it has already been claimed by other creatures. After aimlessly wandering for a considerable time, Qi Ming's form gradually increased in size at a slow pace. Upon arriving at the city's botanical garden, he was captivated by a peculiar sight. Towering trees, reaching heights of hundreds of meters, stood majestically. Amidst these colossal trunks, countless black tendrils writhed and spread, resembling sentient entities. This phenomenon reminded Ming of the golden flower he had previously encountered. Could it be that a plant akin to the golden flower resided here? With this thought, Ming halted and turned towards the depths of the botanical garden. Despite his nearly 30-meter height when upright, he felt diminutive amidst the surrounding trees, which often exceeded 100 or 200 meters, and in some cases, even reached heights of 300 meters. Observing the black tendrils entwined among the trees, Ming hesitated momentarily. Although the botanical garden was not particularly vast, it covered an area of several 100,000 square meters. The black tendrils' ability to cover a significant portion of the garden indicated their formidable power, surpassing that of the earlier golden flower. Despite this, Ming resolved to delve deeper after a brief moment of indecision. He had fought hard to secure this fleeting advantage. If he did not strive to enhance his strength now, it would soon be overtaken by other creatures. Embracing the notion that fortune favors the bold, and with the belief that his flames could exert some control over plants, Ming decided to take a calculated risk. Should the situation turn dire, he could always devise an escape plan. As he ventured further into the garden, the trees grew taller and more majestic. Furthermore, an array of vibrant, exotic flowers blossomed in competition for attention. Opulent peonies, fiery red peonies, and elegant lilies, among others, thrived in the mist, blooming out of season. Ming even observed flowers with diameters exceeding 3 meters, large enough to accommodate an adult. Additionally, a myriad of colorful and oddly shaped mushrooms flourished throughout the forest, releasing spores that glimmered like jewels. At a glance, it felt as though he had stepped into a fantastical realm. However, these spores harbored lethal toxins. Upon spotting animal remains near the mushrooms, Ming felt a surge of astonishment. Fortunately, his life field's protection prevented these alien spores from infiltrating his body. Before long, Ming arrived at the convergence point of the numerous black tendrils. Upon witnessing the black tendrils' true form, his small brain momentarily recoiled. On a towering artificial hill, the dense mass of black tendrils undulated like a serpentine multitude. Among them were leaves that resembled sinister claws, coupled with the countless tendrils connecting to the surrounding forest. It was a sight that could induce a sense of claustrophobia in anyone. After pondering for a moment, Ming scanned the area but failed to identify any treasures worthy of admiration among the black tendrils. Just then, the black tendrils on the artificial hill began to twist and converge, forming a colossal serpent over 30 meters long, which let out a hissing challenge towards Ming. This living serpent, crafted from black tendrils, radiated an aura of a sentient soul. Ming found himself momentarily stunned. Was this black tendril a plant or an animal? Or perhaps a life form that straddled the line between both? He recalled a classification he had encountered before. Plants were classified as first-tier life forms, animals as third-tier, while those that embodied traits of both were considered second-tier life forms. Previously, he had encountered carnivorous plants such as the pitcher plant and the Venus flytrap. Yet they fundamentally belonged to the plant kingdom. However, under the influence of the mist, the emergence of this second-tier life form was not beyond the realm of possibility. The black tendrils, perceiving Ming as an intruder, refused to retreat and felt their authority challenged. Consequently, the serpent formed from the tendrils surged forward like a bolt of black lightning, lunging at Ming. As soon as it moved, Ming snapped back to reality and summoned searing flames to envelop him, entering the crimson lotus form. This name was inspired by the titanic beasts he had seen in films. The moment the blazing flames erupted, the black serpent hesitated momentarily. A smile crept across Ming's face, pleased that these plants reacted as he had anticipated. However, mid-thought, the black tendrils erupted in a surge of dark energy, advancing towards him at an even swifter pace. Chapter 21. Submission with a serious expression. Ming opened his jaws wide and unleashed a pillar of fire towards the advancing black tendril serpent. The overwhelming heat erupted, and the force of the flame tore the serpent into countless fragments. Yet, to Ming's astonishment, the flames that clung to the black tendrils burned at a sluggish pace, hindered by the dark energy. Had the black tendril awakened some special ability? Before he could ponder further, the black tendrils launched another assault from all directions, attempting to form a cage to ensnare Ming. Naturally, he was not foolish enough to stand idle and engage in a binding game. The crimson lotus form unleashed its full potential, and with every movement, torrents of flames erupted. Under his immense strength, the black tendrils were incapable of enclosing him, instead being torn apart by his claws and thorny tail. Soon, it began to rain black tendrils from the sky, The remaining black tendrils shimmered with light and thrashed wildly, evidently enraged. Subsequently, the tendrils straightened, transforming into numerous long spears that rained down upon Qi Ming, aiming to pierce him completely. Qi Ming let out a roar, unleashing a pillar of fire that swept through the rain of black tendril spears. He swiftly made his way to the side of the artificial hill, raising his fiery claws to deliver a decisive blow. His logic was simple. If the black tendrils on the hill were the source of the crisis, destroying them would alleviate the threat. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the black tendrils, echoing with a haunting tone. Submit. Do not strike. Qi Ming paused, the blazing claws halting in midair. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Was that you who spoke?" The black tendrils swayed, and the voice returned, "Do not strike. I concede." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming realized that the black tendrils had evidently developed their own consciousness. Faced with the tendrils' plea for submission, he found himself hesitating. After all, he feared betrayal and found it challenging to trust anything. Yet, the potential of the black tendrils was remarkable. If they truly submitted, they could become a significant ally. After a moment of deliberation, Qi Ming grit his teeth and asked, "Do you have a name? What abilities do you possess?" The black tendrils did not hesitate to reveal their information. "I have no name. I possess dark attributes, parasitic abilities, and the capacity to change shape." After a prolonged silence, Qi Ming finally emerged from his astonishment. Goodness, these black tendrils might just be the true protagonist. Listening to the other's description, at the very onset of the mist, a droplet of mist water was born upon its leaves. After a brief absorption, it obtained a legacy crystal named Parasite. This ability endowed it with the power to continuously grow by consuming energy and siphoning the energy of its host. Subsequently, it fortuitously awakened a stealthy dark attribute. Thereafter, it continuously evolved, claiming the opportunities presented by numerous mutated plants, gradually becoming the sovereign of this botanical garden. After some contemplation, Qi Ming consented to the submission request. As long as his strength remained superior, he had no fear of it retaliating. Furthermore, in the face of danger, he could utilize this Hei Tongue as a shield. With this thought, a hint of amusement appeared in Qi Ming's eyes. Yet, Hei Tongue inexplicably felt an ominous premonition, its body beginning to twitch involuntarily. Qi Ming cast a sidelong glance at the Hei Tongue upon the rockery, extending his left claw and stating, "You shall remain here as a parasite. Moreover, you cannot siphon my energy without my permission. Otherwise," Hei Tongue hastily replied, "I want tea." Having said that, it extended a deep black vine that coiled around Qi Ming's left arm. As soon as the vine made contact, surrounding vines began to converge towards it. Qi Ming's heart tightened, and he intended to summon flames, only to find that they merely retracted into Hei Tongue, showing no other actions. This left him somewhat dumbfounded and amused. Very well, it seemed he had misjudged its intentions. Once all the surrounding vines were retracted into Hei Tongue, the plants around them visibly weakened at an astonishing rate. It appeared this entity had absorbed quite a bit of their energy, unexpectedly taming a vine. This excursion to the botanical garden reached a temporary conclusion. Qi Ming did not linger, turning to leave the area with Hei Tongue. Upon venturing outside for the first time, Hei Tongue exhibited a notable curiosity towards the surrounding world, occasionally extending a vine from Qi Ming's left arm to cautiously survey the environment. However, when Qi Ming's gaze fell upon it, the vine would retract with remarkable speed. Feeling the somewhat constricted Hei Tongue winding around his left arm, Qi Ming chuckled gently, reassuring, "There's no need to be so tense. Since you have submitted to me, I will not harm you without reason. On the contrary, as long as you assist me well, I can help enhance your strength." Upon hearing this, Hei Tongue trembled slightly, responding, "Thank you, master." Qi Ming smiled, engaging in casual conversation with Hei Tongue as he advanced. "By the way, I should give you a name for ease of reference. How about calling you Xiao Hei?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of resistance echoed from Hei Tongue's spirit. "What about Xiao Xian? Or Xiao Ming?" "No, that name sounds too similar to mine. Shall I call you Xiao Mo? Too elegant, it doesn't suit you." "Forget it, Xiao Hei sounds better. It's practical and has a low chance of duplication. You'll get used to it after a while." Listening to Qi Ming's ramblings, Hei Tongue felt an urge to weep. After a moment, it mustered the courage to say, "Master, I would like to name myself Xian Mo." Qi Ming paused in surprise, but decided to honor the young one's wishes. "Very well, henceforth your full name shall be Qi Xian Mo, and your nickname shall be Xiao Hei. Rest assured, I will refer to you by your full name in front of outsiders. That should be enough to give you face. Right?" With this settled, Hei Tongue, now Xian Mo, reluctantly acquiesced. Initially, it was somewhat resistant to Qi Ming calling it Xiao Hei, but before long, It fully embraced the title, especially since Qi Ming always left some flesh and blood after hunting other creatures to nourish it. This pace was exponentially faster than staying in the botanical garden. As Xianmo's strength grew, the plants in the garden became less beneficial to it. It needed to absorb more energy to continue its enhancement. However, under normal circumstances, very few animals ventured into the botanical garden, which had significantly slowed its previous growth rate. Otherwise, Qi Ming might not have been able to suppress it. Chapter 22. The Shadow of the Giant Dragon in the Sky and the Streets. Qi Ming was voraciously devouring a prairie wolf over 20 meters long. The Xianmo on his left arm extended its vines and formed a massive python, similarly consuming the corpse of the prairie wolf. In less than 10 minutes, both master and servant had devoured the wolf entirely. Observing the vine serpent beside him lazily squinting its eyes, Qi Ming couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Then, a thought struck him, and his eyes brightened. Xiaohei, can you also transform into other animals? The python-shaped Xianmo blinked and replied, Of course, but I can only change shapes. I cannot replicate their special abilities. After some time of communication, Xianmo's ability to converse had greatly improved, no longer stuttering as before, receiving the desired answer. Qi Ming contained his excitement and encouraged Xianmo. Xiaohei, can you transform into a dragon? A dragon? What kind of creature is that? Qi Ming was taken aback. Then couldn't he help but feel perplexed. Without a phone or images of dragons, how could he convey the dragon's form to Xianmo? After a moment's thought, Qi Ming directed Xianmo to begin its transformation. First, the dragon claws, then the dragon head, and the dragon horns. After over 20 minutes, Qi Ming finally halted, satisfied. Xianmo had undergone a significant transformation. While it did not achieve the desired dragon scale effect, overall, it was evident that this was a wooden dragon. Xianmo was also quite pleased with this form, and in turn felt a hint of admiration and reverence for Qi Ming. Truly, the master is far superior. Qi Ming grinned. This was indeed a naive child, easily awed by the smallest things. With nothing else to do, Qi Ming began teaching Xianmo various wood attribute techniques. Unlike him, once his flames left his body, they could not be controlled. Currently, his only ranged attack was the fire pillar. However, Xianmo could expend energy to extend its vines, transforming them into various forms to attack targets, with a maximum range of 500 meters. And this was just the radius. Calculated, the territory within 1,000 meters could be considered Xianmo's domain. Of course, the energy consumption was far beyond what it could currently handle. The earlier feat of covering the entire botanical garden was achieved by absorbing energy from numerous plants, accumulated over several days. With Qi Ming's true teachings, Xianmo's confidence surged. It never imagined its strength could be so formidable. By the way, Xiaohei, can you take me up to the sky? Xianmo paused at this, glancing at Qi Ming, who was nearly 50 meters long. After a moment's hesitation, it replied, Master, I must be attached to you to move freely in the air. It seems I cannot. Before it could finish, Qi Ming interjected, What I mean is, can you grow a pair of wings on my back? With that, he instructed Xianmo to transform its form and entwine around his thorny back armor. The black vines continuously extended and intertwined, gradually forming a pair of black dragon wings with a wingspan of 60 meters. Upon witnessing the dragon wings manifest behind him, Qi Ming was suddenly overwhelmed with an indescribable exhilaration. He currently could not transform into an Eastern dragon, as he could not forcibly elongate his body. In his current form, he could easily mimic a Western dragon. Xianmo, lacking an understanding of humanity's yearning for flight, still infused energy, attempting to lift Qi Ming into the sky. The weight of several hundred tons was indeed terrifying. Xianmo spent half a day trying to levitate, finally managing to hover at a height of approximately 20 meters above the ground. To be honest, this distance was still less than what Qi Ming could achieve with a simple jump. Just as he was about to give up in frustration, Xianmo spoke again, Master, if you allow me to draw upon your energy, I may be able to elevate you even higher. Qi Ming, feeling a surge of caution, responded, What do you mean by that? You aren't holding back your full strength, are you? In response, Xianmo exclaimed, That's not true. We are currently utilizing different types of energy, and there is no coordination between us. If we can synchronize our energies, our combined efforts will significantly reduce energy consumption. And rest assured, if your energy runs low, I can transfer my stored energy back to you. Upon hearing this, Qi Ming raised an eyebrow. How come I was unaware that you possessed such an ability? Xianmo stammered slightly. I was just concerned that you might drain me dry. Qi Ming chuckled, amused by this child's perception of him. Surely, he was not that malicious. After all, he was a student of sustainable development and would never engage in such exploitative acts. Well, under normal circumstances, at least. Despite these thoughts, Qi Ming relaxed the defenses of his life field, successfully allowing Xian Mo to absorb his energy. As soon as the pale golden energy entered his body, Xian Mo could not contain a jubilant cheer. Master, your energy is of a higher grade than ours. Qi Ming shot him a sidelong glance, urging, have you absorbed it yet? With the manifestation of black vine-like dragon wings glistening with a faint golden light, Xian Mo flapped his wings and soared into the sky, lifting Qi Ming into the air. All right, Master, is this height sufficient? Upon reaching 300 meters above the ground, Xian Mo unexpectedly replied. Qi Ming glanced at his surroundings. Realizing he had truly ascended into the sky, his excitement bubbling within him as he called out, higher still, take me on a flight around the city. I wish to see if any stronger beasts remain. Xian Mo readily complied, flapping his wings and ascending to over 500 meters. At this altitude, Qi Ming was nearly at the limit of his vision. He quickly instructed Xian Mo to circle the city instead of continuing to climb. Although they were merely flying at a low altitude, Qi Ming was thoroughly satisfied. With Xian Mo's black vine dragon wings enhancing him, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary dragons. Coupled with the golden spiny scales adorning his abdomen and the pale golden hue of his eyes, his presence was elevated significantly, setting him apart from ordinary beast transformers. It was worth noting that after absorbing the blood of the golden beast, his intimidation abilities had also seen a remarkable enhancement. Now, in this form, he radiated a diluted version of dragon's might. Suddenly, Xian Mo, tasked with observing their surroundings, declared, Master, there is an iron bird 200 meters ahead. Taken aback, Qi Ming looked up, astonished to see an airplane looming in the distance. The aircraft, several hundred meters long and 60 meters high, appeared to be a specially designed model. Within it, he could clearly see a gorilla pilot dressed in uniform, accompanied by various other animals. The plane was descending towards the city from above, so it posed no risk of collision. In an instant, Qi Ming's mind raced with thoughts. Judging by the plane's stature, it seemed to have been dispatched by the government. Xiaohei, fly past it. I will handle the rest. Following his command, Xian Mo maintained their speed, flapping his wings as they approached the aircraft. In the blink of an eye, they covered the distance of 200 meters. They could see the plane, and naturally, the animals within it could also spot Qi Ming's figure. One of the white wolves exclaimed in disbelief, what the heck? Is that a dragon? How could such a being possibly exist? The nearby honey badger and spider chimed in. Forget that for now. It seems to be coming closer. What should we do, Captain? Should we attack? The gorilla piloting the plane narrowed its eyes, contemplating, adapt to the situation. If they attack, retaliate immediately. Until then, do not act recklessly. Just as those words left his mouth, the dragon soared over them, continuing into the distance until it gradually disappeared from view. Captain, it has flown away. I see it. Continue the landing, and prepare yourselves. On the other side, Xian Mo, noticing that Qi Ming did not engage the iron bird, inquired curiously. Master, why not take them down? Qi Ming, feeling somewhat speechless, patiently explained, those animals were sent by the government. It's best we avoid entanglements with them for now. He could vaguely surmise their purpose for being there. Likely, the government was preparing to intervene and restore order. Although Xian Mo did not fully comprehend the concept of a government, he grasped some of the situation based on Qi Ming's description. After flying for about 10 more kilometers, Qi Ming finally spotted a prairie lion nearly 30 meters long. To his surprise, this creature also possessed a unique fire attribute ability. Qi Ming was not about to let this prime opportunity slip away, directing Xian Mo to fly towards the fiery lion. On the ground, the 30-meter-long lion, engulfed in flames, surveyed its surroundings with a fierce demeanor, causing several weaker animals to tremble in fear as they attempted to appeal to its conscience through their soul's melody. However, their hopes were in vain. For this lion was not a human transformed into a beast. It had grown from a zoo animal, still retaining its wild ferocity. With a thunderous roar, the flaming lion lunged at the array of frightened animals. Just as despair began to envelop the beast transformers, tendrils of black vines, ablaze with fire, descended from above, skillfully ensnaring the lion mid-leap. Then, to the astonishment of the surrounding animals, a similarly fire-wreathed dragon emerged from the mist, tackling the ensnared lion with ease. Its claws pierced through the lion's chest as if it were made of paper, leaving the beast transformers in shock. Just moments ago, the lion they could not withstand had been effortlessly dispatched by this dragon. Wait, how could a dragon appear here? Before the animals could process this bewildering sight, they felt a cold, commanding gaze sweep over them. You have 10 seconds to leave this place. Upon hearing this, the beast transformers froze momentarily but quickly regained their senses, thanking Qi Ming before hastily fleeing the scene. Once the other animals had vacated, Qi Ming instructed Xian Mo to retract his dragon wings and cut off the energy supply. To be honest, Qi Ming was taken aback when he discovered he could unleash flames through the tendrils extended by Xian Mo. However, his surprise was more of an exhilarating shock. Regardless, the unexpected unlocking of a new attack method filled him with joy. Generously, he shared the lioness rear and lower half with Xian Mo. Here you go, Xiaohei, you've worked hard today. Consider this a treat. Xian Mo, touched, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. You are so kind to me. With that, he transformed back into his giant python form and began to devour the offering. This was also part of Qi Ming's teachings. First, to maintain a low profile, and second, to conceal their strength. In fact, Xian Mo usually took the form of a bracelet worn on Qi Ming's left arm. Upon extracting the soul gem from the fierce flame lion, it transformed into a brilliant crimson crystal. However, in contrast to Qi Ming's soul gem, this gem lacked the faint golden glow. This observation further suggested the extraordinary origins of the golden flower, prompting him to question whether it was indeed a species from the blue planet. After devouring the soul gem and flesh of the lion, Qi Ming's physique expanded once more, and even the soul gem subtly increased in size. Following this incident, Qi Ming no longer felt the urgency to soar into the skies in search of prey, opting instead to hunt within the urban forest. Approximately 2 hours later, a resonating announcement echoed throughout the city. Attention, residents of Longhua City. We are the personnel sent by the government to establish a survivor base. Please proceed orderly to the exhibition center. If there are any astral transformations working in security, your assistance in maintaining order would be greatly appreciated. Qi Ming, however, felt no surprise upon hearing this. Having recently observed a group of animals piloting specialized aircraft, he had already surmised some information. After a moment's contemplation, he made his way towards the exhibition center, reasoning that it would not be inappropriate to gather information. As he journeyed, the broadcast continued. According to the latest regulations issued by the government, we will be unifying to establish the Phantom Beast Alliance. All astral transformations will henceforth be referred to as Phantom Beasts. Those evolved from animals, leaning towards peace and neutrality, will be called Spirit Beasts, while those inclined towards destruction will be termed as Fierce Beasts. Currently, Phantom Beasts are categorized into 3 realms: the ferocious species, the slumbering species. Listening to the enlightening information that enveloped the city, Qi Ming nodded thoughtfully. Fusion species? He mused, finding it quite fitting. This announcement was not merely heard by Qi Ming. All astral transformations, or rather, Phantom Beasts in Longhua City, became aware of this news. Across the city, various Phantom Beasts, each with unique forms and expressions, raised their heads and gazed towards the exhibition center. In Chapter 24, Urban Revival Plan. Atop a towering tree stretching 200 meters high, a 5-meter-long green snake and a 3-meter-long oriole froze upon hearing the announcement. The oriole spoke first. Sister, should we go? The two, having sheltered in the tree since the emergence of the fog due to their weak strength, had captured fewer than 10 animals in several days. In truth, they were not alone. Many weaker phantom beasts chose to reside atop these towering trees, effectively avoiding the attention of larger predators. Naturally, competition existed among the trees. When various arboreal creatures encountered one another, fierce battles ensued. The green snake gradually returned to the present. After a moment of hesitation, it suggested, "Let us go have a look. With the government sending people, it might be safer with their protection." The oriole agreed, and the two phantom beasts cautiously made their way towards the exhibition center. Such phantom beasts were not uncommon. After all, most lacked considerable strength. Rather than languishing in a perilous urban forest, where death could strike at any moment, it was wiser to join the Phantom Beast Alliance established by the government. At least, with order established, their safety could be somewhat assured. Soon, phantom beasts from various corners began to emerge from their hiding spots, all heading towards the same destination. However, in contrast to these lower-tier phantom beasts in the food chain, not all powerful predators were inclined to join the Phantom Beast Alliance. Having finally gained an opportunity for ascendance, they were reluctant to huddle together with the weak for warmth. In a spacious park, several carnivorous creatures, each exceeding 20 meters in size, gathered. Among them, a 25-meter-tall brown bear spoke first. "Brothers, what do you think? Should we check out the exhibition center, or play it by ear?" The other phantom beasts exchanged glances, each beginning to express their opinions. "I think we should go see. Perhaps the government has information we are unaware of. I want to leave the city. All the stronger animals have been hunted, and if this continues, our strength will surely decline. I want to depart as well. Once they establish order, they certainly won't allow us to hunt freely anymore. The saying goes, the strong walk alone while the weak gather in groups. Some phantom beasts, who considered themselves relatively strong, were unwilling to return to an ordered society and turned to head outside the city. The outside world harbored formidable animal groups that could further enhance their strength. Meanwhile, Ming, having arrived near the exhibition center, was astonished by the scene before him. It appeared that the government had done something extraordinary within a 5-kilometer radius. The fog had dissipated significantly. This left him feeling somewhat peculiar, as it suggested that the government possessed considerable capabilities. To develop such a method of fog dispersal in such a short time was certainly beyond individual power. Another point of intrigue for Ming was the sight of numerous grand processions converging from all directions towards the exhibition center. These were the phantom beasts seeking to join the alliance established by the government. As like-minded individuals gathered, it naturally created a spectacle reminiscent of an animal migration. The variety among these phantom beasts was vast, with some even Ming could not name. Many were 2 to 3 dozen meters long, and there was even a 50-meter-tall giraffe among the throng. However, Ming felt little excitement, as ordinary giraffes typically exceeded 6 meters. This giraffe, having just surpassed 50 meters, seemed to bring shame upon its kin. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Ming took to the skies, landing atop one of the skyscrapers. Although a 50-meter frame could not be concealed, it at least did not provoke widespread panic. Before long, the 4 phantom beasts, including the previously seen gorilla, appeared on the central observation deck. The leading gorilla, clad in specialized attire, spoke in a booming voice that resonated throughout the city. Greetings, friends of the phantom beasts. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hong Shan, and I will serve as the head of the Phantom Beast Alliance branch in Longhua City. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding phantom beasts fell silent, eager not to miss a single significant word. The gorilla, now self-identified as Hong Shan, continued. I understand that many of you have suffered during this time, but from this moment forth, we will strive to establish a new order. We can guarantee that as long as you remain within the Longhua City area, if any of you dare to hunt our fellow phantom beasts, you will face the full wrath of the entire nation of Hua. Upon hearing this proclamation, the previously quiet phantom beasts erupted into a fervor. Various forms of phantom beasts displayed visible excitement. Hooray! I knew the government would not abandon us. This is truly wonderful. Finally, we need not live in fear. While most phantom beasts expressed exhilaration, some began to reconsider their intentions. They had initially come to observe what kind of order the Phantom Beast Alliance would establish. Now, upon hearing this regulation, they naturally contemplated departing. Observing the crowd's enthusiasm, Hong Shan suppressed his own thoughts and continued, furthermore, our Phantom Beast Alliance will establish various departments. All mythical beasts can join different departments based on their unique characteristics. In the upcoming period, we will first arrange for officials to clear and expand the roads within the city. All mythical beasts are encouraged to sign up, and contributions will be rewarded based on the workload, allowing them to exchange contribution points for various ethereal fruits and elixirs in our treasure hall. Listening to the orderly narration of Hong Shan, Ming couldn't help but nod thoughtfully. This approach resembled what he had observed before. Firstly, it would utilize the energy of those on welfare, and secondly, it would expedite the reconstruction of Longhua City. It was impressive how swiftly a feasible urban renewal plan was presented. One cannot underestimate the power of the state. With this thought, Hong Shan's speech was coming to an end. Having learned about the mists and the internal energy now referred to as spiritual energy, Ming lost interest in continuing to listen. The next steps would likely involve preparations for a major cleanup, which had little relevance to him. It was time to depart from this place. Chapter 25. Refusal of recruitment indeed. Since hearing the news that the Mythical Beasts Alliance would establish a safe zone within the city, he had contemplated leaving. Given his strength, he had no desire to remain and clear the streets. Moreover, he had already vanquished most of the powerful creatures within the city. It was time to shift his focus and explore the outside world. Just as Ming turned to leave, a spider over 20 meters long slowly appeared not far from him. As soon as the spider emerged, a gentle female voice followed. Sir Dragon, please wait a moment. Ming paused, sizing up the creature, and asked, what is it? The spider's mandibles moved, its 6 eyes shimmering with a ghostly glow. I am Zhu, representing the Mythical Beasts Alliance to recruit you. With your strength, you can certainly secure a place within the alliance. Upon hearing this, Ming shook his head slightly and replied, I'm afraid I have no intention of joining at this time. However, Zhu was not willing to give up easily and attempted to persuade him further. Qi Ming then commanded Xian Mo to flap its dragon wings, transforming into a black meteor soaring into the sky. This movement immediately captured the attention of many mythical beasts below. When they beheld the winged dragon, an inexplicable shock resonated in their minds. Some mythical beasts even exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, how can there be a dragon appearing? Has it obtained a system? Aren't we all transformed into animals that exist in reality? Who is this remarkable being? Hey, wait for me. I am your long-lost brother." On the rooftop, Aju looked up at the sky, her two spider legs awkwardly fidgeting as she helplessly muttered, "I knew it would turn out like this. It's all the captain's fault for insisting I come here." In a distant riverside, a small panda was speaking to a turtle with a shell diameter exceeding 40 meters. "Mr. Qi Ming, please join our Mythical Beasts Alliance. I can assure you a position as the vice president." The turtle, resembling a moving hill, immediately shook its head and replied, "Chairman Luo, there's no need to persuade me further. I am used to going solo and do not enjoy dealing with others." Hearing this, the panda felt reluctant but could not persuade him any longer. After a brief conversation, the turtle turned and swam back into the river. This turtle was none other than Pang Bo, who had been unknowingly borrowed by Qi Ming under a disguise. After condensing the soul gem, Pang Bo had traveled east along the river and fortuitously awakened a powerful devouring attribute, subsequently gaining various opportunities that led to his current prowess. With his nearly invincible devouring ability and formidable shell defense, Pang Bo had yet to encounter an opponent capable of bringing forth his true strength. Beneath the water, Pang Bo swam leisurely downstream, contemplating, "If I recall correctly, I should soon merge into the sea, right? There must be an endless supply of meat in the ocean, allowing my strength to skyrocket once more. Just wait, your king is coming." Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, Qi Ming truly witnessed the transformation of the world. Compared to the plants within the city, those outside evidently grew at an astonishingly accelerated rate. The most ordinary weeds commonly reached heights of over 5 meters, while some low shrubs stood at 30 to 40 meters. As for the sprawling, towering forests, they often exceeded hundreds or even thousands of meters in height. Remarkably, despite the multitude of towering trees crowded together, there was not the slightest sense of congestion. Qi Ming began to suspect whether the blue star had also expanded under the influence of this mist. Otherwise, how could one explain these bizarre phenomena? Nonetheless, if everything had grown larger, it seemed reasonable for Blue Star to expand as well. Otherwise, it would be unbearable to imagine all those titan beasts crammed together. Xian Mo was equally curious about the outside world, transforming into a giant black vine serpent that weaved and spiraled around. Not only was this creature observant, but it also enjoyed asking various questions. "Master, what is this plant?" "That is dogtail grass." "And this one?" "What about this?" "Thorny dog, daughter." "Master, you know so much. Then what plant am I?" After searching for a while without finding a plant that resembled itself, Xian Mo, puzzled, inquired. Qi Ming exhibited a moment of contemplation. Upon first encountering this creature, the black vine bore claw-shaped leaves, which did not seem characteristic of any earthly plant. Its question stumped him. However, seeing Xian Mo's eager eyes, waiting for an answer, Qi Ming offered his hypothesis: "You should be some sort of climbing plant, perhaps a loofah or a climbing tiger. Moreover, you currently exist as a unique species between plants and animals." Xian Mo pondered, "Master, how do plants mate?" Qi Ming was taken aback, unsure where this creature had heard such things. He shot at a glare. "What are you thinking? As a plant, you cannot mate with others." Xian Mo did not understand Qi Ming's sudden intense reaction, but suppressed its curiosity and asked, "Master, then you?" "I cannot either." Before it could finish, Qi Ming, seemingly anticipating its question, decisively responded. To avoid this creature asking any more shocking questions, Qi Ming took it on its first outdoor hunt. Soon, they had their sights set on a wild boar over 30 meters long. Qi Ming commanded Xian Mo to absorb its energy and, using its vines, formed several fiery vine spears. In a flash, they descended from the sky, pinning the wild boar in place. Flames blazed, and the wild boar released panicked and furious roars. Simultaneously, it struggled fiercely to break free from the vine's grasp. However, empowered by Qi Ming's energy, Xian Mo's vines had significantly increased in both hardness and resilience, making it impossible for the wild boar to escape easily. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Ming unleashed a fiery column aimed directly at the creature's head, instantly igniting a frenzy of cries. Following that, several lethal ranged attacks ensued, leaving the wild boar with no means to retaliate before it met its demise. Upon witnessing the wild boar's fall, Qi Ming gracefully descended beside it, first leaving the lower half for Xian Mo. With a smile, he said, "Little Black. Go ahead and eat. All of this is yours." Chapter 26. Paralysis. These are truly remarkable items. Consuming them will provide substantial nourishment. Upon hearing this, Xian Imo felt a wave of gratitude and expressed his thanks to his master. With that, he began to devour the carcass of the wild boar voraciously. After finishing off the boar, Xian Imo gradually fell into contemplation. "No, my master has always reserved the best for me. What about him? I must also seek out some nourishing items to reserve for my master." During this time, Xian Imo had long forgotten about the initial compulsion to submit. On the contrary, he felt fortunate to have joined Qiming. The meticulous care and tireless teachings provided by Qiming had immensely benefited him. In his own words, being with Qiming filled him with hope and the potential to grow stronger. If Xian Imo possessed human wisdom, he would likely feel manipulated or trapped in a pyramid scheme. Yet, this child was blissfully unaware, gradually falling into the carefully woven trap set by Qiming, wholeheartedly boarding his ship of mischief. Xiao He, what are you pondering?" A voice interrupted Xian Mo's reverie, pulling him back to reality. "Nothing much, master. Is there something you need?" Xian Imo shook his serpentine head and turned to look at Qiming. Qiming scrutinized him for a moment before speaking slowly. "Once you finish eating, we shall continue. I believe I heard the roar of a beast in the mountains." Upon hearing this, Xian Imo readily complied, swiftly transforming his body into a pair of dragon wings and soaring into the sky with Qiming. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During this time, Qiming and Xian Imo tirelessly hunted mutated creatures day and night, accumulating more and more energy within. As Qiming's growth rate began to slow, he vaguely sensed that he was approaching a bottleneck. Although he was uncertain of the changes that the next realm would bring, his enthusiasm remained exceptionally high. High in the sky, Qiming, in his dragon form, was using his foreclaws to carry a 20-meter-long mountain pig, flying gracefully. His intention was not to find a suitable feeding spot, but rather to locate a prime position to lure a pangolin capable of burrowing. This pangolin was an impressive 50 meters in length, nearly matching him in size, and possessed a special ability related to Earth, making it the most formidable creature he had encountered in the past 2 days. The last time, he and Xian Imo had failed to grasp the pangolin's Earth attributes, resulting in its fortunate escape. This time, he was determined to consume it. "Xiaohe, do you understand the tactics I just laid out for you?" Upon hearing this, Xian Imo promptly nodded. "I understand, master." Receiving the accurate response, a confident smile appeared in Qiming's eyes. Without further ado, he hurled the mountain pig towards the pockmarked ground. Boom! The massive mountain pig crashed to the ground, creating a deep pit upon impact. Within 3 minutes, a 50-meter-long pangolin emerged from the earth. Its body was a dusty yellow, covered in tough, heavy scales. It cautiously surveyed its surroundings, ensuring there was no danger before tearing into the carcass of the mountain pig. However, after just a couple of bites, a black vine erupted from the pig's corpse, darting into the pangolin's mouth with lightning speed. The pangolin, bewildered, quickly tried to bite through the vine. In the next moment, several more vines shot out, binding its jaws, limbs, neck, and tail in place, with the vines ensnaring it. More and more black vines recklessly burrowed into the pangolin's body, causing crimson blood to spurt forth. The pangolin immediately activated its internal energy, attempting to eradicate the invading vines. However, before it could act, a thorny beast nearly 60 meters long leapt from the adjacent forest, swiftly approaching its side, raising its flame-enshrouded claws. It struck down fiercely upon the pangolin's head. Boom! The tremendous force of the blow shattered the pangolin's skull. This thorny beast was none other than Qiming. While the black vines had been sent by Xian Imo, burrowing into the mountain pig's corpse. In agony, the pangolin launched a desperate counterattack. Sharp stone spikes erupted from its body, wildly shooting in all directions. Yet, Qiming had anticipated this. As soon as the spike shot out, a shield woven from black vines appeared before him. Simultaneously, Qiming unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing the entire pangolin in a blaze. The searing heat elicited anguished roars from the pangolin, but bound by the black vines, it had no means of escaping underground. Meanwhile, Xian Imo, who had absorbed Qiming's energy, remained unafraid of the intense flames. As time passed, within just a minute, this 50-meter giant had completely lost its vitality. The black vines slowly retracted, and Qiming extinguished the flames. He praised Xian Imo. "Xiaohe, well done." This time, before he could finish, Xian Imo interjected, "Master, this nourishing item should be reserved for you. Over the past 2 days, you have saved the nourishment for me. Now it is my turn to honor you. I will feast on the mountain pig." Without waiting for Qiming's response, Xian Imo transformed into a giant python and began to devour the mountain pig that had been partially eaten. Ming was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately refrained from saying much, shaking his head silently as he began to consume the roasted pangolin. This child, Xiaohei, truly understands how to show gratitude. It seems my teachings have borne fruit. With such thoughts, a sense of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. About 10 minutes later, the pangolin was entirely consumed by Ming, and its soul gem was absorbed, significantly enhancing his soul energy. To Ming's delight, he felt a sensation of fullness in his body, indicating he had seemingly reached his physical limit. Before he could contemplate his next steps, Mo exclaimed excitedly, "Master, I have just acquired a new ability." Ming, taken aback, turned to Mo with a puzzled expression. Without hesitation, Mo elaborated on his newfound power. "I have gained the ability of paralysis, allowing my vines to inflict a paralyzing effect. Targets that come into contact with them will experience varying degrees of physical rigidity based on the disparity in strength. Those significantly weaker than me will be completely immobilized." According to Mo, this ability was obtained after consuming the pangolin's soul gem. Undoubtedly, this ability suited Mo extraordinarily well. Ming found himself at a loss for words in response. Chapter 27: The Incubator? Goodness, this child had initially sought to honor himself by consuming the slightly smaller mountain pig, only to end up losing a watermelon and picking up an even larger one. Could this be what they refer to as the protagonist's halo? Is the true protagonist Xiaohei and not me? Caught in self-doubt, Ming could not help but lament the unpredictability of life and the capriciousness of fate. Naturally, Mo was oblivious to Ming's thoughts, assuming he was merely pleased for him. He quickly approached Ming and said apologetically, "Master, I had no idea I would gain an ability. Had I known, I would have reserved it all for you." Observing Mo's contrite demeanor, Ming opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. After a moment, he managed to utter, "It's all right. This ability suits you quite well." Receiving Ming's praise, Mo became elated, fluttering around him joyfully. "Rest assured, Master, once I grow stronger, I will protect you diligently." Watching Mo, who possessed a childlike innocence, a smile of warmth appeared in Ming's eyes. Ultimately, they are but newly born children. Were they to encounter some ungrateful wolves, they would likely have been betrayed countless times by now. Shi and Tung again took a moment to rest before preparing to continue their journey. At that moment, a water-blue orb of light suddenly illuminated before them. This orb, approximately 1 meter in diameter, began to morph the instant it appeared. Within 3 seconds, a creature radiating a luminous water-blue glow emerged, revealing a shimmering blue tadpole within. This tadpole possessed 2 large, glistening eyes and a body as round as a basketball. Its tail was short and flat, adorned with ethereal water-blue ribbons that flowed as if animated by an unseen breeze, resembling a continuously flowing stream. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Ming and Mo were momentarily taken aback. Yet, before they could utter a word, the blue tadpole spoke up. "Greetings. I am a hatching being." Ming, perplexed, felt a surge of wariness towards this sudden apparition. In contrast, Mo, with a more carefree disposition, inquired, "A hatching being? What is that?" The tadpole, identifying itself as a released a series of small bubbles and swam gracefully in the air. "A hatching being is one who aids you in becoming stronger and answers your queries. For instance, as you stand on the brink of evolution. My appearance is meant to guide you on how to evolve." Ada turned its gaze towards Ming and confidently declared, "You have reached a pivotal moment." Ming, astonished, was clearly taken aback by the tadpole's ability to perceive his stagnation. Nevertheless, he suppressed his swirling thoughts and posed a question to Ada. "Do you know what this mist is about? Why do we humans transform into animals?" Ada blinked slowly and replied, "I cannot disclose that information at this moment. You will gain the privilege to know once you surpass the threshold of a lord." Ming felt somewhat exasperated. How could it claim to resolve his uncertainties yet withhold answers? Despite his frustration, he keenly noted the mention of the term lord. Without hesitation, Ming ventured to inquire further, "Is a lord the realm attained after merging species?" Ada contemplated briefly before shaking its head. "What you refer to as the brutal, somnolent, and merging species are merely the intermediate stages of the juvenile form. Upon breaking through, you will enter the growth stage, followed by the maturity stage. And only then will you achieve the title of lord. Likewise, both the growth and maturity stages are divided into 3 smaller phases." Hearing this, Ming felt a sense of strangeness wash over him. "Goodness, I am already 60 meters tall, and yet I am still considered a juvenile? Moreover, according to Ada, he would need to progress through 6 stages before reaching the status of a lord." While Ming was astonished, Mo, filled with curiosity, asked, "Ada, Why can't I sense your life force? Are you a ghost? Over the past few days, Ming had shared various peculiar topics with it, enriching Mo's understanding. Now, upon encountering the unusual hatching being Ada, Mo's interest was piqued. Ada, releasing bubbles, responded, I am not a ghost. I am a form of existence that you cannot yet comprehend. Mo nodded, appearing to grasp some of it, and then inquired, Are you the golden finger for me and my master? Ada paused, casting a strange look at Mo before responding, You could say that. Or you could say otherwise. This is merely a projection of mine. There are already over 8,000 such projections across Blue Star. Whenever a life form approaches the edge of evolution, I send forth a projection to guide them. Do not expect me to assist you in battle. This projection cannot perform complex actions. In essence, you need only to know that I will not harm you. Upon hearing this, Mo sighed in relief. It had worried that Ada might encroach upon Ming's affections, but it was a relief to learn that this entity shared its resources with other beings and lacked any combat capabilities. This revelation diminished Mo's interest, and it ceased its inquiries. Regardless of how knowledgeable Ada might be, it would merely serve as a mobile encyclopedia for its master, unable to compare to Mo's prowess. With that thought, Mo withdrew all its black vines, coiling them around Ming's left arm, choosing silence. Ada, unaware of Mo's inner thoughts, began to swim freely in the air. Hearing Ada's responses, Ming fell into contemplation. No matter how one viewed it, this creature appeared highly suspicious. Its sudden emergence, coupled with its apparent understanding of the mist-laden world, and the claim of having over 8,000 projections indicated that this self-proclaimed hatching being was far from ordinary. Yet, it seemed to be the only avenue available for Ming to comprehend these matters. With this in mind, Ming posed the most pressing question. How can one break through to the growth stage? In response, Ada displayed newfound enthusiasm. It circled Ming in the air before nodding and saying, Your energy has amassed sufficiently. Next, you simply need to find a safe area. Then, immerse your consciousness into the soul gem and connect with your soul to absorb the surrounding energies to achieve your breakthrough. However, transitioning from the juvenile to the growth stage marks a critical first evolution in a life form. Chapter 28. 2 paths of evolution. Regarding this, I must elaborate. The first evolution offers 2 distinct paths, the body evolution and the fusion evolution. Within a spacious courtyard, a blue tadpole was explaining to a Huang Yuan turtle, a red fox, and a white egret, the latter being Su Hong, one of the 3 miscreants. After joining the nation, or rather, now the Illusory Beasts Alliance headquarters, they had all received substantial training. This was, of course, facilitated by the connection to his teacher, the Huang Yuan turtle, Mu Lao's granddaughter, which provided them access to an abundance of resources. However, following their breakthroughs, further cultivation would necessitate corresponding contributions from them. With ample resources at their disposal, Su Hong quickly approached the brink of the fusion species. Now he stood at a formidable 30 meters tall, with a wingspan reaching 60 meters. Upon hearing the words of the self-proclaimed hatching being Ada, Su Hong could not help but voice his confusion. What do you mean by body evolution and fusion evolution? Ada swam freely, its voice echoing. Body evolution entails directly absorbing the mist to achieve a breakthrough, resulting in varying degrees of enhancement. Upon hearing this, both the Huang Yuan turtle and the red fox nodded thoughtfully. As for fusion evolution, it involves selecting a favored animal, consuming it, and then initiating the evolution. This way, the genetic lineage of the chosen creature can be integrated into your own, transforming you into a fused beast. However, I must caution you that fusion evolution is uncontrollable. For instance, if you seek to acquire the wings of a certain animal, you might end up growing its scales or horns instead. Su Hong was momentarily taken aback before dismissing the idea. Setting aside the issue of merging alien genes, the uncontrollable nature alone was enough to dissuade him. Yet, recalling something, he asked Dao again, regardless of whether it is body evolution or fusion evolution, will we awaken special abilities after breaking through to the growth stage? Without hesitation, Ada replied, Indeed. However, the specific abilities awakened will depend on your own fate. The red fox blinked and turned to the Huang Yuan turtle, inquiring, Teacher, which type of evolution do you think would be better? The Huang Yuan turtle hesitated for a moment before responding, I believe that for us, evolution of our original forms would be more suitable. We already possess considerable potential, and by further exploring it, we may uncover unexpected abilities. However, for those phantom beasts lacking distinctive traits, they might opt for fusion evolution to take a gamble. As soon as he finished speaking, Ada cast an admiring glance at Huang Yuan turtle. What Mu Lao said is correct. Your potential is commendable, so choosing evolution of your original forms is advisable. Fusion evolution relies too heavily on luck and is not suitable for you. Su Hong, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. This fusion evolution seems intended for creatures at the bottom of the food chain or those wishing to defy fate. Having made their decision, Su Hong and the others promptly began their breakthrough. Su Hong's consciousness descended into the realm of his soul, gazing at the white egret encased within the irregular white crystal before him. Without hesitation, he dove in headfirst. Instantly, a peculiar wave surged throughout his entire being. Surrounding mist began to converge toward him at a visibly rapid rate. Gradually, this mist enveloped his entire form, forming a colossal cocoon of white fog. Upon glancing around, it became evident that both the Huanyuan turtle and the red fox were similarly ensconced in their own fog cocoons. The three mist cocoons stood apart, each absorbing the abundant mist around them without interference. Ada floated quietly in the air, murmuring, "I wonder how many promising sprouts will emerge this time." As time passed, Su Hong suddenly noticed frost patterns appearing around him. The frost spread, solidifying the nearby ground into ice. However, the icy tendrils did not travel far, as a wave of intense heat swiftly halted them in their tracks. To his astonishment, wisps of red flames began to flicker around the red fox. In this interplay of cold and heat, a golden defensive barrier emerged around the Huanyuan turtle. Almost simultaneously, the mist cocoons surrounding the three burst apart, revealing Su Hong and his companions. The Huanyuan turtle's form remained largely unchanged, but intricate patterns adorned its shell, which appeared significantly harder than before. Su Hong's feathers became even more resplendent, with the plumage atop his head now more ethereal. His beak and talons transformed into a crystalline texture, while his eyes glimmered with an icy blue radiance, resembling that of an ice fairy. In contrast, apart from the fiery effects embellishing its body, the red fox exhibited no significant changes, leaving it feeling somewhat disheartened. It had hoped to sprout a new tail and evolve towards that of a nine-tailed fox, but it seemed that this dream would remain just that. After all, reality is not like television dramas. How could one expect to encounter a mythical creature such as a nine-tailed fox? Within a natural cavern, innumerable black vines spread and grew in every corner. These vines were incredibly resilient, adorned with sharp, claw-like black leaves, presenting a peculiar sight. The cavern was densely populated with rocks, some hanging upside down, others jutting out, with the black vines entwining around them, creating an ominous domain. At the center of this thicket of black vines stood a massive cocoon, encircled by flames. This cocoon belonged to Ming, who had chosen to undergo evolution of his original form. At this moment, Ming was astonished to find that he had sprouted a new head. He beheld a head identical to the first, growing robustly until it matched the length of the original. Moreover, to ensure proportionality and aesthetic appeal, both heads began to adjust themselves autonomously. Observing his neck elongating, Ming found himself in a state of bewilderment. This was not the end. As soon as the new head was born, a brand new soul gem emerged within its mind. Yet Ming felt no sensation of consciousness division or the emergence of a second personality. Instead, it felt as if he had simply gained an additional reservoir of energy. What astonished Ming did not stop there. Shortly after the new soul gem coalesced, it began to transform into a bright yellow diamond-shaped crystal. Simultaneously, a yellow ring-like organ similar to the previous fire seed began to develop around the neck of his second head. In an instant, a surge of complex information flowed into Ming's consciousness through the second soul gem. After a considerable period, Ming gradually regained his composure. He had come to understand that the second head possessed the attribute of earth. In simpler terms, he could channel energy into the bright yellow ring-like organ to generate sand or rock. Furthermore, following his breakthrough, he had gained a rudimentary ability to manipulate detached energy. For example, he could condense flames into a spear or form a rock shield for defense. This filled Ming with exhilaration. After all, as a seasoned reader with 13 years of experience, he had learned various applications of different attributes. The only drawback was that his current control range extended only 200 meters. Beyond that, the energy would slip from his grasp, much like the flames of his breath. However, he estimated that he could launch these energy attacks up to approximately 2 kilometers away. Of course, this was merely an estimate. The true situation would only reveal itself in practice. As the surrounding flames gradually subsided, Ming's gaze returned to the cavern ensnared by vines. Upon seeing Ming awaken, Xianimo transformed into a giant python and exclaimed, "Master, how did you end up with 2 heads?" Ming's 2 heads exchanged curious glances, feeling equally strange. They could move independently, and to Qi Ming, it felt entirely natural, as though it had always been this way. Additionally, the perspectives of both heads merged seamlessly in Qi Ming's mind, allowing for fluid movement without any confusion or entanglement. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Ming slowly replied, "I am uncertain. Perhaps it was a mutation?" Meanwhile, the blue tadpole Ada floated in front of him, eyes wide with intrigue. "What you're experiencing is aberrant evolution. The probability of triggering such an evolution is less than 1 in a million. Furthermore, even if triggered, the mortality rate during the process exceeds 99%. I never expected you to survive, and even gain dual attributes. It is truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming felt a twinge of indignation, as if Ada suggested he should not have survived. Simultaneously, he felt a hint of trepidation toward Ada, who had discerned his additional soul gem without him mentioning it. It seemed he could not be deceived by this creature's appearance. Ada continued to murmur, "How peculiar. Other beings that undergo aberrant evolution can only retain 1 attribute. How is it that you awaken 2 attributes? I have never encountered 2 soul gems before." Qi Ming pondered for a moment and then replied, "Could it be because I awakened once before? Also, is there something amiss with having 2 attributes and 2 soul gems?" Ada shook its head vigorously, stating, "That is not the reason. Having 2 attributes can actually enhance your combat abilities in the early stages." However, as it spoke, Ada deliberately paused. Before Qi Ming could press for clarification, Xian Mo extended a vine toward Ada, demanding, "Quickly tell us. Stop keeping us in suspense." Ada, as if possessing eyes on its back, nimbly evaded the strike of the vine. However, it did not possess the same insight as Xian Mo. Instead, it continued, "How should I put this? It is quite similar to the games in your launching. The dual attributes are certainly subject to a broader range of constraints. When faced with an opponent that holds a double advantage over them, they will undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. For instance, if you were to encounter an adversary with water attributes, you would be at a severe disadvantage." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming fell into deep contemplation. Although Ada spoke plainly, his words struck a chord. If he were to confront a water attribute creature of comparable strength, overcoming it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Meanwhile, Xian Mo coiled around Qi Ming's left arm and reassured him, "Master, there is no need to fear. Even if we encounter water attribute creatures, I will assist you in defeating them." As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Ada, thinking how annoying it was that he only uttered discouraging words. Ada, oblivious to Xian Mo's thoughts, felt compelled to comfort him, saying, "Of course, nothing is absolute. As long as your strength is sufficient, you can become a master of counter-attribute combat. The principles of fire overcoming water and wood overcoming fire can indeed be realized." This prompted a flicker of interest in Qi Ming's heart. He had not given much thought to the concept of elemental opposition. However, Ada's earlier tone suggested something even more peculiar than dual attributes, the existence of dual soul gemstones. Sensing Qi Ming's curiosity, Ada's tone grew serious. Such instances as dual gemstones are not unheard of, but their growth rate is significantly slower than that of ordinary beings. It is akin to others needing to fill a bucket to break through, while you must fill 2. Yet, dual gemstones possess their own advantages. But we shall discuss that when you ascend to the rank of Lord. Ada, you have done quite well. In the mist-laden celestial palace, Ada, in its tadpole form, responded gratefully to the figure seated upon the golden and silver thrones. "Thank you for your praise, my lord. It is my duty." Following its gaze, a humanoid figure with heavenly eyes and 10 wings was deep in thought, emanating an awe-inspiring presence that conveyed a sense of profound wisdom. Beside this figure floated a life form similar in size to Ada, with a pale yellow body, celestial eyes, and blue 3 irises, adorned with 2 wings. Upon witnessing this extraordinary being, a fleeting glimmer of envy crossed Ada's eyes. At that moment, the majestic figure spoke once more, "I did not expect such a small, forsaken star to yield so many surprises. Ada, it is time to allow the species from other planets to enter Lanxing. You shall consult with the other star spirits regarding this matter." Ada, without a hint of dissent, replied, "Understood, my lord." Just as it was about to depart, the figure called out again, "Remember to appropriately direct some opportunities towards the promising ones. Do not let me catch wind of any underhanded actions. You know I can see everything." Ada trembled slightly, responding, "I dare not." The majestic figure chuckled lightly, "Very well, go now, and do not let me down." Upon exiting the cave, Qi Ming began his vigorous hunting endeavor. Learning that his experience points would double, he was determined to exert himself to the fullest. In just half an hour, Qi Ming had captured 10 prey, including 4 small creatures measuring around 20 meters. Previously, he would have ignored such targets, but to grow stronger. He had no choice but to sacrifice them for his own advancement. After consuming a 40-meter-long antelope, he hastened to his next hunting ground. This high-intensity hunting state momentarily brought back memories of his high school days, recalling how he would rush to the cafeteria after class, lest he miss out on a meal. Suddenly, a silver-white beam shot into the sky from a distance. The beam was strikingly similar to the mist, yet Qi Ming's keen senses detected something unusual. "Is that a heritage crystal?" he wondered aloud. Ada, glancing at him, replied, "Indeed, it is a heritage crystal. We must hurry, otherwise, other creatures may seize it." Qi Ming nodded, and without needing to speak, Xian Mo flapped its dragon wings, soaring towards the silver beam. After some time working together, the synergy between Qi Ming and Xian Mo had grown remarkably. Occasionally, Xian Mo could anticipate Qi Ming's intentions without any verbal cues, swiftly responding in the most appropriate manner. Qi Ming couldn't help but reflect on how bringing Xian Mo from the botanical garden had been his wisest decision thus far. In less than a minute, with Xian Mo's assistance, Qi Ming arrived near the heritage crystal. Fortunately, as Ada had explained, only beings that had advanced to the growth stage could break the protective barrier surrounding the newly emerged heritage crystal. After swiftly dealing with the creatures circling around the crystal, Qi Ming extended his claws toward the misty shield enveloping the silver crystal. Moments later, the barrier dissipated, revealing the softly glowing crystal before him. Just as Qi Ming was about to absorb it, he hesitated and asked Ada, "Do you know what abilities this heritage crystal possesses?" Ada looked at him, surprised, and after a moment of consideration, replied, "This crystal is equipped with the spirit ring cannon. It can condense energy within your body to form projectiles around you, with both quantity and power dependent on your strength. The projectiles can be unleashed upon enemies at will or can serve as a protective warning. When an enemy attacks and makes contact with the projectiles, they will explode, negating one instance of damage." Upon hearing about the crystal's capabilities, Qi Ming pondered for a moment before turning to Xian Mo. "Little Black, this ability would be beneficial for me right now. I will consider giving it to you when a better opportunity arises." Although his tone was more of an announcement than a discussion, Xian Mo interpreted it differently. Staring at Qi Ming, a wave of emotions surged within. In its perspective, having pledged allegiance to Qi Ming meant relinquishing its freedom. Even if Qi Ming had claimed the crystal for himself without a word, Xian Mo would have had no objections. Yet, Qi Ming still took the time to acknowledge him, which made Xian Mo feel noticed and respected. Touched, Xian Mo suppressed its emotions and said, "Master, you should absorb it. I do not require it." Qi Ming smiled knowingly. "All right, please protect me while I do so." With that, he swallowed the silver heritage crystal in one gulp. As his consciousness sank into the realm of his soul, the crystal began to unravel, transforming into beams of light that surged towards his two soul gemstones. Typically, Qi Ming's two soul gemstones resided within the minds of his two heads. However, if he wished, he could summon both into a singular realm of the soul. Observing the swirling red and bright yellow gemstones, alongside the two ethereal soul projections that mirrored him but possessed only one head each, Qi Ming fell into deep contemplation. He could sense that his soul gemstones were likely more complex than Ada had indicated. However, the specific secrets they held would only become clear as his strength grew. In the external world, Ada swished its blue, flowing tail and approached Xian Mo with curiosity. "You are called Little Black, right?" Upon hearing this, Xian Mo immediately turned to Ada with a wary expression. "What do you want? Stay away from my master. Also, refer to me as Xian Mo. Little Black is not a name you can use." Ada blinked his large round eyes, choosing not to engage in a dispute with Xuanma. "Xuanma, do you not desire that legacy crystal?" he inquired. This spirit ring cannon, even across the entirety of launching, stands as one of the most exceptional among this batch of legacy crystals. Moreover, utilizing it with your dark attribute would undoubtedly amplify its power. Xuanma cast a sidelong glance at Ada and proudly replied, "Is that so? Then I must express my happiness for my master." Ada, taken aback, responded, "Are you not aware of the marvelous uses of the legacy crystals? These crystals contain skills that enhance energy efficiency and substantially amplify its potency. If you merely wield dark energy, you cannot hope to match the ferocity of other beings employing legacy skills." His sentence remained unfinished as Xuanma interrupted, "Enough. No need to elaborate. I am aware of your intent to sow discord between me and my master, but your efforts are futile. Furthermore, I have no need for those so-called legacy skills, for I have already comprehended them myself." As he spoke, the vines surrounding Xuanma began to writhe and transform. In mere moments, a dragon enveloped in black flames appeared before Ada, To Ada's astonishment, Xuanma's aura had surged significantly in an instant, gazing at the surrounding black flames. Ada exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? How have you mastered the realm of life so quickly?" However, he abruptly ceased speaking. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the black flames were merely manifestations of dark energy dissipating in fiery form. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Xuanma's method of energy manipulation could, to some extent, rival the skills inscribed within the legacy crystals. Yet, this was only achievable due to Xuanma's ability to freely alter his form. Other creatures might not possess such prowess. Do you see? I have no need for legacy crystals. If I desire, I can learn on my own. Facing the spirited Xuanma, Ada found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 31. The Otherworldly, Dark Night Elves. After a considerable pause, Ada finally spoke again. I did not intend to incite discord between you. I was merely curious. I believe you may harbor some misunderstandings about me. Xuanma gazed down at Ada from his elevated position, and before Ada could respond, a voice emerged from behind him. What misunderstandings? Xiaohe, has Ada done something? Xuanma was momentarily taken aback, then turned to his master, saying, "It's nothing, master. We were merely joking." Ming appeared somewhat puzzled, but refrained from further inquiries. With his perspective, he could easily discern the discord between Xuanma and Ada. However, he currently needed Ada to clarify certain uncertainties, so he could not afford to exacerbate the situation. Nonetheless, in Ming's heart, he felt a closer affinity towards Xuanma. After all, Ada's origins were ambiguous. Yet he possessed profound insights into the misty world, raising suspicions. Fortunately, he seemed to harbor no overt malice. As for what the future held, that remained to be seen. Xuanma cast a cold glance at Ada before reverting to his original form on Ming's left arm. Meanwhile, his apprehension towards Ada deepened. This individual had chosen the moment of his master's awakening to speak, akin to those duplicitous characters his master had described. However, considering Ada's utility to Ming, Xuanma did not hasten to unveil Ada's true nature. Just wait. There will come a day when I reveal your true form. Unbeknownst to Ming, the enmity between Xuanma and Ada was brewing. Eager to test his newly acquired skills, he exited the cave and, with the aid of Xuanma's dragon wings, quickly arrived at an expansive grassland. Although the grass had reached nearly 10 meters in height, it was insignificant compared to Ming's 80-meter stature. With a mere thought, orbs of fire, each exceeding 5 meters in diameter, materialized around him. 10 fireballs encircled him like a divine ring, adding an air of grandeur to Ming's presence. Xuanma, perched on his left arm, curiously observed the swirling fireball ring, clearly sensing the flow of energy around them. Ming then set his sights on a towering tree standing 300 meters tall. Without hesitation, he summoned a fireball that struck the tree's trunk with cataclysmic force. Boom! The violent impact cleaved the trunk, nearly 10 meters in diameter, in two. Ming, astonished, thought of his remaining 9 fireballs, which he unleashed in quick succession, reducing the nearby trees to mere ashes. Such formidable skills. Then, an idea struck him, and a series of rocks materialized around him. Before he could aim for another tree, a fissure radiating dark purple light suddenly manifested nearby. This phenomenon immediately captivated the attention of both Ming and Xuanma. Ada chimed in. That is a portal to another realm. It appears an otherworldly race is about to descend. No sooner had he spoken than a rough, dark purple-skinned hand emerged from the crack, followed by a hulking figure. Upon seeing the figure's appearance, Ming stood there, momentarily bewildered. The figure, resembling an adult male human with dark purple skin and pointed elven ears, donned black armor, and wielded a longbow, akin to a dark night elf from a game. Ada, what is happening? How does this individual resemble the elves from the game so closely? Ming asked. Ada replied nonchalantly. This is what you recognize as the dark night elf. They exist in reality. As for their appearance in your human games, it is due to quantum mechanics. The thoughts of game designers traverse space, capturing their dissipated essence, thus creating virtual races based on dark night elves. Moreover, many other real races have also made cameo appearances in human games or films. Listening to Ada's convoluted explanation, Ming felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. All right. When in doubt, it's quantum mechanics, is it? In contrast to Ming, the male figure resembling a dark night elf appeared increasingly tense. After all, Ming's 80-meter stature and the faint majesty of his dual heads exuded overwhelming pressure. He rested his hands on his longbow, displaying an unmistakable readiness to attack at the slightest provocation. Yet, Ming had no time to spare. With a thought, he hurled a 5-meter diameter rock towards the dark night elf. The dark night elf, startled, swiftly loosed a dark purple arrow to intercept the massive rock. Simultaneously, he uttered strange sounds, his soul vibrating intensely. The dark purple energy arrow collided with the rock, resulting in a fierce explosion that dispersed energy everywhere. However, before the Dark Night Elf could catch his breath, another rock came hurtling towards him like a meteor shower. His face paled as he attempted to evade. But dark vines suddenly shot out from all directions, ensnaring him and rendering him immobile. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 consecutive rock projectiles fell, reducing the Dark Night Elf to mere pulp. In Qi Ming's eyes, a hint of astonishment emerged. He had not anticipated that this dark elf would be so fragile. Xiaohei, as this Dark Night Elf shares your affinity for darkness, why not devour its flesh and blood? He uttered this not out of desire, but rather because he found the gruesome mass too unpalatable for himself. Xian Mo, however, was profoundly touched. It seemed to him that Qi Ming had recalled his previous promise to compensate him while absorbing the inheritance crystal. To encounter the first prey and receive compensation so swiftly was indeed remarkable. What shared affinity? It merely seemed to be an excuse devised by his master to make him feel justified in consuming it. Xian Mo buried this feeling of gratitude deep within and earnestly replied, "Understood, master. I shall proceed at once." As he observed Xian Mo swiftly absorbing the blood and flesh, a smile crept across Qi Ming's face. Then, recalling something, he turned to the aqua-blue tadpole nearby and inquired, "Ada? Why was I unable to comprehend the soul's resonance of that Dark Night Elf just now?" He had distinctly sensed the fluctuations of the soul's resonance emanating from the other, yet he failed to grasp its meaning. This left Qi Ming feeling somewhat regretful, for the Dark Night Elf appeared to possess considerable wisdom. Had he been able to understand its soul's resonance, he might have contemplated communicating with it. Chapter 32. The Soul Barrier. Ada showed no surprise. As though he had anticipated Qi Ming's inquiry. "It is because you belong to different realms. A barrier exists between souls, rendering mutual comprehension impossible." As he spoke, Ada swished his tail and blinked his round eyes. "Do you wish to learn how to understand the soul's resonance of other races?" Qi Ming was taken aback and followed up. "How? Aren't you unable to assist?" Ada released a series of small bubbles. "I cannot assist, merely wish to inform you. Once you surpass the Lord level, this barrier will be shattered, allowing you to comprehend the soul's resonance of other worlds. In summary, the Lord level represents a significant threshold. You should focus on enhancing your strength. I have great faith in you." In the capital city, within a courtyard, the Huang Yuan turtle, with a carapace diameter of 40 meters, was diligently engaged in some operation on an enormous research platform. Strangely, its once turtle-like claws had transformed into shapes resembling human hands. This was a result of the Huang Yuan turtle's previous evolution. Undeniably, these hands provided immense convenience for its research endeavors. At that moment, the Huang Yuan turtle seemed to discover something, and the light in its eyes grew increasingly bright. Following its gaze, one could see a 2-meter-long silver spear quietly resting on the research platform. The spear's surface was adorned with intricate, elaborate patterns, resembling some form of formation. The Huang Yuan turtle extended a finger to lightly touch the spear, and energy surged from within it, flooding into the weapon. After a brief moment, it finally spoke. "So that is how it is. The formation on this spear serves to gather the surrounding spiritual energy and convert it into power. If this formation were applied to other machinery." As it spoke, the Huang Yuan turtle's expression grew increasingly excited. Yet, it took a deep breath, suppressing all emotions. The situation had not yet reached its conclusion. It could not rejoice prematurely, just as it prepared to delve deeper into its research. A red fox and a white egret burst in, accompanied by a freely floating blue tadpole. The red fox's steps were hurried, seemingly filled with impatience. "Teacher, we just discovered another alien race." However, Su Hong did not even give the creature an opportunity to speak before he killed it. Su Hong, however, remained indifferent. "Did it not say so? Without surpassing the Lord level, one cannot comprehend what the other party intends. If I do not eliminate it, shall I simply allow it to harm others?" The red fox hesitated but still attempted to argue. "How can you be certain that this alien race is inherently malevolent?" Before she could finish, Ada interjected, "I believe Su Hing acted correctly, regardless of whether that alien race is good or evil. Does our Hua country not have an old adage? Those who are not of my kind must have different intentions, Hu Jiao. You cannot rely solely on your subjective beliefs to judge whether others are good or bad." As Ada spun around, it continued, "Imagine if you were that alien and found yourself in a realm where most lack your strength. Would you engage in peaceful coexistence with them? I suspect most beings would contemplate consuming them to enhance their own power." Ada's words were blunt yet cold. especially coming from its seemingly harmless demeanor, which added an air of indifference towards life. The red fox wished to respond further, but was halted by the Huang Yuan turtle. Enough, a Jiao. Come assist me with the research. Hung, you can accompany a day outside. We have sufficient hands here. The Huang Yuan turtle's action was a recognition of the red fox's kind-hearted nature. Of course, this kindness was not inherently flawed. However, in these tumultuous times, unyielding benevolence would only invite oppression. Keeping the red fox close for research served as a form of protection. Su Heng nodded in agreement, offering a slight bow to the Huang Yuan turtle before stepping outside. Upon exiting the courtyard, he felt as though shackles had been removed, his entire being lightened considerably. Previously, every time he acted alongside the red fox, he had been subject to her constant critiques, which had fostered a lingering displeasure within him. Yet, given that the red fox was a student of the teacher, he found it difficult to sever ties directly. Nevertheless, it mattered not, at least now. He would no longer be the subject of her remarks. Ado promptly followed suit, circling in front of Su Heng. Let us set forth, Su Heng. Many opportunities await you outside. Among this batch of fantastical beasts, your talent is commendable, and I have great expectations for you. Master, I have acquired a new ability. After consuming the remains of the Dark Night Elf, Xian Mo excitedly returned to Qi Ming to share this joyous revelation. Qi Ming was somewhat taken aback. What remarkable luck did this little fellow possess? Could it be that some protagonist's halo was in effect? This thought filled Qi Ming with both delight and unease. After all, he had not paid particularly close attention to Xian Mo, often only offering it scraps he himself found unappetizing. Should he perhaps treat Xiaohe better in the future? Surely, if it became prosperous, it would not turn against him. With this in mind, Qi Ming organized his words. Xiaohe, what ability have you gained? Xian Mo did not withhold any information and exclaimed, I have obtained healing abilities. I can now utilize dark energy to heal your wounds. Upon hearing this, Qi Ming could not help but feel a surge of joy. Through his recent studies and Ada's explanations, he had discovered that his own energy could only mend physical injuries. When it came to energy-related harm, the healing efficacy diminished significantly. Now, with Xian Mo's timely acquisition of healing abilities, Qi Ming felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. However, how could a dark attribute Dark Night Elf possess healing capabilities? In response to Qi Ming's bewilderment, Ada chuckled as he explained, what is so strange about that? Not only dark attributes, but all attributes possess their own means of healing. However, healing methods are generally rare. The scarcer they are, the lower the probability of inheriting them through consumption. It was unexpected that Xian Mo's luck was so fortuitous. Acknowledging this, Qi Ming nodded thoughtfully. He now understood that simply consuming another did not guarantee the acquisition of their inheritance. It all depended on probability. Xian Mo, however, cast an irritable glance at Ada before hastily returning to Qi Ming's left arm, seemingly unwilling to behold Ada for even a second. Qi Ming naturally sensed Xian Mo's slight temper and smiled. Very well, let us continue our journey. Chapter 33. The terrifying fusion griffin upon transcending into his growth stage. Qi Ming's vision in the mist has extended to an impressive 2 kilometers. However, in this perilous realm filled with incessant dangers, such limited sight is far from sufficient. High above, with the aid of the Xian Mo brand dragon wings, Qi Ming, possessing 2 heads, is soaring at remarkable speed. Suddenly, a piercing buzzing sound emanates from the distant sky, rapidly approaching his location. Qi Ming's heart races, and he swiftly commands Xian Mo to halt and descend into the forest below. No sooner had he concealed himself in the treetops than he noticed a terrifying swarm of bees, each at least half a meter in size, numbering in the thousands, sweeping past overhead like a dark cloud. Gazing at the densely packed swarm, Qi Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, his quick wit had saved him. Otherwise, facing such a formidable multitude would have left him, if not dead, certainly covered in painful swellings. After what felt like an eternity, the swarm finally vanished from the sky. Taking a deep breath, Qi Ming, accompanied by the equally tense Xian Mo, continued their flight in another direction. Simultaneously, he gained a deeper understanding of the dangers present in this world. The arrogance born from his newfound strength dissipated in an instant. Survival, it became clear, often relies on prudence and caution. Qi Ming had no intention of following the bees to their hive in search of royal jelly. Given his current abilities, confronting the thousands of bees and an unknown queen would be tantamount to courting death. After vacating the area, he soared another 200 kilometers before gradually coming to a halt. Surely, having flown such a distance, he would be free from those bees, he thought. However, before Qi Ming could relax, Xian Mo exclaimed, Master, over there seems to be a battle. Qi Ming was taken aback and quickly turned to the direction indicated by Xian Mo. Indeed, he could see blades of azure wind and frost cutting through the forest not far away. Hesitating for a moment, he and Xian Mo cautiously approached. Through the mist and dense foliage, two colossal beasts were engaged in a fierce confrontation. One was a frost wolf, its entire body of brilliant white and measuring over 60 meters, awakened with ice powers. The other was a fusion creature resembling a griffin, possessing the head of an eagle, the body of a lion, and a pair of wings. To his astonishment, Qi Ming also noticed a familiar figure floating not far behind the griffin, an aquamarine tadpole. Ada? Qi Ming turned to see Ada still hovering beside him. Noticing Qi Ming's gaze, Ada blinked its round eyes and said, "Did I not tell you that this is merely a projection of mine? The griffin has immense potential, so I sent a projection to accompany it. Rest assured, in the event of a conflict between you two, I shall remain impartial." Qi Ming nodded in contemplation. It was his first time witnessing Ada's projection, and it felt somewhat peculiar. Yet, he seemed to recall something and inquired, "Ada, is that griffin a product of fusion evolution? Is it a phantom beast or something else?" Ada spun around, inadvertently splashing a few droplets of water with its flowing tail. "That is indeed a phantom beast. Transformed from a human, much like yourself. It was once a lion, but after consuming a hawk, it chose the path of fusion evolution. Remarkably, it acquired a form akin to that of a griffin." Ada paused for effect before continuing. "Of course, it currently only possesses the appearance. Compared to a true griffin, it falls considerably short." As they conversed, the battle's dynamics shifted dramatically. The frost wolf, once evenly matched, quickly found itself at a disadvantage under the griffin's rapid onslaught. The griffin, harnessing the strengths of both lion and eagle, was not only formidable in close combat, but also possessed the ability to fly, granting it a significant advantage over the grounded frost wolf. With azure currents enveloping its body, the griffin darted to the side of the frost wolf with lightning speed. Its powerful claws swiftly tore open gaping wounds across the wolf's body. The frost wolf attempted to unleash a breath of icy frost, but could not aim accurately at the griffin, which capitalized on the opportunity to inflict further deep lacerations. Panic flickered in the frost wolf's eyes as it turned to flee, unwittingly playing into the griffin's hands. The griffin spread its wings, unleashing a barrage of azure wind blades that sliced through the air and struck the frost wolf. Under such a relentless assault, the frost wolf faltered and collapsed to the ground with a whimper. The griffin, unperturbed, unleashed a final azure wind column that pierced the frost wolf's heart before slowly approaching its lifeless body. However, as the griffin neared the carcass, it subtly glanced in Qi Ming's direction. The movement was so slight that it could easily be overlooked. Witnessing this, a glimmer of realization sparked in Qi Ming's eyes. He sensed that the griffin might have detected his presence, though it likely remained unaware of his specific circumstances, hence refraining from a direct confrontation. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly attacked without hesitation. As the griffin traversed the distance of several dozen meters for what felt like half a minute, the coldness in Qi Ming's gaze intensified. It was clearly waiting for him to take the bait. "Ah, so you wish to catch me unawares? You should consider whether your methods are sufficient." Resolute, he decided to turn the tables. "Xiaohe, do as you wish." "Understood, master." Qi Ming's confidence surged as he watched Xiaohe transform into a colossal python. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned to Ada, asking, "Are you certain you won't intervene?" Ada shook its head vigorously. "Of course not. Regardless of who lives or dies, I shall remain uninvolved. However, your tactics are rather underhanded." Qi Ming merely shook his head in response and turned back to observe Xian Mo, who was now enveloped in black mist, resembling a true giant serpent. Meanwhile, the griffin, having arrived beside the frost wolf but hesitating to feast, sensed movement behind it. A bloodthirsty glint ignited in its eyes. Finally unable to resist, it had sensed a life force approaching from a distance, but had not anticipated the intruder's remarkable patience. Chapter 34. A full-force decapitation had the intruder delayed any longer. The griffin had contemplated devouring the frost wolf before addressing the newcomer. Just as the sound of rushing air echoed from behind, the griffin ceased its deliberation and launched into action. With a single strike of its massive claw, it shattered a significant portion of the black python conjured by Xian Mo. Then, with a powerful leap, it pinned the black serpent to the ground, unleashing an azure wind column that ravaged the creature. In mere moments, the black python disintegrated into a cloud of dust. The griffin paused, momentarily stunned, but before it could react, tendrils of darkness shot forth from all directions, ensnaring its limbs and wings. Furious, The griffin summoned wind blades to sever the encroaching vines. To its astonishment, the black tendrils glimmered with azure light, absorbing the wind blades as if they were streams merging into a lake. The griffin, filled with astonishment, began to struggle fiercely against the binding vines, attempting to break free with sheer physical might. Yet, before it could muster its full strength, a fireball, exceeding 5 meters in diameter, plummeted from the sky with a thunderous crash, striking its head. Fortunately, the griffin reacted swiftly, unleashing the energy within to create a cerulean wind shield at the moment of impact. However, before it could catch its breath, a barrage of fireballs rained down relentlessly. In mere moments, the wind shield surrounding the griffin was dissipated entirely. As the searing fireballs made contact with its body, the griffin let out a curse in agony. At that moment, a wave of scorching breath descended from above, striking the griffin's head and pinning its entire body to the ground. Unable to conceal its fury after sustaining such grievous wounds, the griffin glared upward, only to find a two-headed demon dragon with cold, pale golden eyes gazing down at it. Realizing that this demon dragon was the mastermind behind everything, the griffin felt a surge of shame and anger at having its previous actions observed so mockingly. Without a moment's hesitation, it unleashed its trump card. Streams of azure energy surged forth, coalescing and rapidly spiraling around the griffin. In the blink of an eye, a towering tornado, over 300 meters high, manifested around it, tearing through and consuming everything in its path. Seizing the opportunity, the griffin swiftly broke free from the vines. Deprived of the energy it had been siphoning, the vines extending from Xuanma were instantly severed into countless fragments. As the griffin continued to release its internal energy, the tornado surrounding it expanded further, 500 meters, 600 meters, until it reached an astonishing height of nearly 1,000 meters. The tornado's diameter was also around 100 meters. The griffin hovered majestically at the center of the tempest, its wings unfurling. A voice echoed, "You should feel proud to face this technique of mine." Before it could finish, Ming interrupted, "Do you realize how much that sounds like a villain's dying declaration?" While the griffin's tornado did indeed astonish him, it was merely a fleeting surprise. To prevent any unforeseen changes, Ming summoned earth energy, enveloping himself and the dragon-winged Xuanma in a thick layer of rocky armor. Then, like a force of nature, he charged into the heart of the storm. It was time to unleash his true power. Observing the two-headed demon dragon's direct assault, the griffin felt a wave of disbelief wash over it. It quickly summoned an endless barrage of wind blades in an attempt to thwart the oncoming foe. However, the wind blades merely left shallow marks upon the thick rocky exterior, and as the dragon's energy surged, the wounds healed almost instantaneously. Witnessing this, the griffin began to contemplate retreat, realizing that the opponent's rocky armor provided a significant counter to its wind abilities. Yet, before it could turn away, crimson, lava-like patterns appeared across the demon dragon's scaly surface. Boundless flames erupted from the void, instantly scorching the griffin. As the tornado spun rapidly, the explosive flames joined the maelstrom, forming a cataclysmic fiery vortex. In an instant, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. The protective barrier that once belonged to the griffin now turned into its death knell. The intense flames of the fiery tornado ravaged both colossal beasts. In less than 2 seconds, the griffin was reduced to charred remains, a tragic sight to behold. In contrast, Ming, shielded by his molten armor, remained relatively unscathed. Seizing the moment, he wasted no words. His claws extended, and both heads lunged forward, delivering the final blow to the griffin. Once the chaos subsided, Ming surveyed the devastation, feeling a weight lift from his heart. After a moment of searching, he discovered the remains of the frost wolf, torn into several pieces among the ashes. "Xiaohei, that frost wolf is yours," he declared, as both heads eagerly began to devour the griffin's corpse. Deeply moved, Xiaohei responded in agreement and moved toward the disfigured remains of the frost wolf. In less than 10 minutes, a 70-meter griffin had been consumed by Ming. Regrettably, he realized that he had not inherited the tornado technique. Upon hearing Ming's lament, Ada swam over and remarked, "That tornado was a skill the griffin developed on its own. If you find it impressive, you could certainly create a similar ability." Ming paused, then his eyes brightened. "You're right. I can now control external energy to some extent. I can definitely forge my own soul techniques." In fact, the molten armor he had recently covered himself with was a product of his inspiration, merging flames and stone. This new form, which he referred to as the enhanced version of the Red Lotus form, drew from countless inspirations from anime and games, ensuring he wouldn't lack ideas for self-created soul techniques. However, some of the more challenging abilities would require him to wait until his strength increased and his mastery over external energy improved. Before Qi Ming could delve into the development of his new abilities, Xuanma excitedly danced around him exclaiming, "Master, I have gained a new ability." Not surprised. Qi Ming was already familiar with Xuanma's luck. "Xiaohei, what is your new ability?" Xuanma returned to Qi Ming's side, brandishing its vines to create several afterimages. "It's deceleration. It pairs perfectly with my paralysis ability." Chapter 35, Yafan? Hearing this, Qi Ming nodded in understanding. Paralysis combined with deceleration was a strategy to control foes to their doom. However, with Xiaohei's extraordinary fortune, he wondered if it might one day unleash a single strike that would inflict multiple statuses on an opponent. With this thought, a smile crept onto Qi Ming's face. "Master, where shall we go now?" The voice snapped Qi Ming back to reality. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "We shall continue onward to hunt." In truth, Qi Ming had intended to develop new abilities, but he realized that the immediate priority was to enhance his strength. The pursuit of self-created soul techniques could easily be explored during his leisure time. With his plan set, Qi Ming began to patrol the surrounding area with Xuanma. Of course, having learned from previous experiences, he was cautious not to fly too high. Time flew by, and soon an hour had passed. Qi Ming successfully captured 10 late-stage juvenile creatures and 1 early-stage growth creature. Suddenly, a fierce flash of lightning and the sound of thunder erupted from the distant forest. Qi Ming focused his gaze and saw blue and white lightning bolts descending from the sky, crashing into the forest and stirring up waves of electric energy. Xuanma curiously asked, "Master, could it be that animals are undergoing tribulations?" A peculiar light flickered in Qi Ming's eyes. During this time, he had occasionally shared fragments of stories with Xuanma. He was surprised at how well it remembered, even applying the concept of tribulations. However, whether it was indeed a tribulation or some creature awakening lightning abilities, or perhaps a rare treasure emerging, they needed to investigate the situation further. With dragon wings unfurled, Qi Ming transformed into a streak of black lightning, vanishing from his spot. Upon arriving near the location where the thunder had struck the forest, and after assessing the situation, Qi Ming felt a surge of astonishment. Before him lay the bodies of several late-stage juvenile creatures. In addition to that, there stood a colossal silver-white wolf, measuring over 80 meters in length, rivaling him in stature. The wolf was enveloped in arcs of blue and white electricity, clearly the source of the earlier thunderclaps. However, what perplexed Qi Ming was not the silver wolf itself, but rather the blood-red bat, over 30 meters long, perched upon its neck, draining its lifeblood. Strangely, the thunder wolf seemed entirely oblivious to this, contentedly devouring a young animal in its late developmental stage. What was happening? How could such a large bat be feeding on its blood without the wolf noticing? Just as Qi Ming pondered this, the thunder wolf appeared to sense his presence, slowly pausing its feeding. A voice, resonating with the spirit of a young man, echoed, "My friend, since you have arrived, why not show yourself?" Qi Ming was taken aback, but, after a moment's contemplation, unfurled his dragon wings and approached to within 500 meters of the thunder wolf. The forest had a clearing, free from the towering trees, and the grass had grown to over 10 meters in height. Yet for the two colossal beasts, it merely brushed against their limbs. Qi Ming gazed at the thunder wolf and directly voiced his curiosity. "I was 2,000 meters away just now. How did you see me? Do you possess enhanced vision?" The thunder wolf, upon noticing Qi Ming's dragon-like form, revealed a glimmer of surprise in its eyes. It candidly responded, "Although I cannot see that far, one must understand that a wolf's sense of smell is exceedingly sharp." Qi Ming nodded thoughtfully, realizing he could not overly rely on his enhanced vision in the future. Otherwise, he might unwittingly fall into some dire trap. As he contemplated this, his attention was drawn back to the blood-red bat still feeding on the wolf's blood. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, "Given your acute sense of smell, have you not noticed the bat behind you draining your blood? Or has it injected you with some neurotoxin?" Upon hearing this, the thunder wolf hesitated for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. "My dragon brother, you are indeed amusing. I am fully aware of the bat sucking my blood. It is my son, and I willingly allow him to do so." As it spoke, the wolf casually tossed a young leopard, in its late developmental stage, 100 meters in front of Qi Ming. "Feast, my brother, this is a gift from me. By the way, I am Yi Fan, and this is my son, Yi Chun. May I ask how you are called?" Staring at the leopard before him, Qi Ming was momentarily perplexed. After much thought, he could hardly believe that the bat was the thunder wolf's son. If that were the case, it seemed rather unremarkable. Wait, did he just say his name was Yi Fan? The surname Yi? Was that a single character, Fan? Goodness, what a buff. Though he thought this, Qi Ming did not reject the kindness offered. He began to devour the leopard voraciously. After all, there is an old saying, to pass up an advantage is to be a fool. As he consumed the leopard, Qi Ming introduced himself. Thank you for your kindness. Brother Yi, you may call me Su Hong. Yi Fan nodded slightly and continued. Brother Su, to evolve into a two-headed dragon is indeed remarkable. Your potential is extraordinary. By the way, I recently spotted a herd of mutated wildebeests near Xingnan Mountain. Would you be interested in joining me for a hunt? His proposal was not born from a genuine desire to hunt alongside Qi Ming, but rather stemmed from the many secrets he and his son harbored, which made it inconvenient to travel with other creatures. Were it not for Qi Ming's seemingly equal strength, Yi Fan would have likely dealt with him already instead of wasting a valuable meal to express goodwill. Indeed, after Qi Ming swallowed the last piece of the leopard's thigh, he slowly replied, No need. Thank you for your hospitality, Brother Yi. My sister is waiting for me. I must take my leave. Having finished his meal, Qi Ming did not wait for a response, but flapped his wings and departed the area. The wolf, identifying itself as Yi Fan, watched intently. Once Qi Ming had vanished, he swiftly disappeared with the blood-red bat, taking care to conceal his trail to ensure Qi Ming did not follow before finally relaxing. The bat, observing the situation, inquired, Father, why didn't you allow me to act earlier? The thunder wolf shook its head slightly. The wings of that two-headed dragon seemed to be composed of a mature vine. Although you have just broken through to the mature stage, our chances in a two-on-two confrontation would be slim. If we were to sustain injuries, it would be too costly. Furthermore, the opponent appears to possess dual attributes, and my thunder attribute may not hold much advantage. Meanwhile, Qi Ming, having effortlessly consumed a meal, had no intention of following them. Chapter 36. The fourth type of life form with time to spare, he thought it more prudent to catch a few more animals. Beside him, Xianmo questioned, Master, why didn't we engage earlier? Qi Ming paused for a moment before responding, The opponent's strength is comparable to ours. Should we engage, it would likely result in a fierce battle. Such an endeavor, which could yield minimal rewards while risking our own safety, is simply not worthwhile. Hearing this, Xianmo nodded in understanding. I see. If it were merely a solitary mature creature, we could swiftly handle it together. However, if the opponent equals or outnumbers us, we should retreat. Qi Ming cast a surprised glance at Xianmo, silently acknowledging, What you say is true, yet nothing is absolute. Every situation must be assessed individually. If there are worthwhile gains to be had, that would be a different matter. Xianmo seemed to recall something and asked again, Master, why were you so surprised when you heard that person's name? Yi Fan. Qi Ming took a moment to gather his thoughts before explaining, Well, I've previously shared some fundamental survival principles with you. Today, let me tell you about several surnames that one should never provoke. Yi Lin, Xiao Chu Su Chun Zhou. Qin, Tang O, wait, Tang doesn't count, scratch that. Xianmo listened, bewildered. Why are these surnames the most dangerous? And what's wrong with the Tang surname? Qi Ming raised his head and gazed into the distance. These surnames often belong to protagonists. Protagonists frequently turn misfortune into fortune and challenge those beyond their capabilities, which presents a rather formidable trait for their adversaries. He paused momentarily, then continued with a peculiar tone. As for the Tang surname, it itself is not particularly special. However, if you encounter someone who frequently claims you have a death wish, you must unleash your full strength and eliminate them instantly. Otherwise, it will only bring you trouble. Observing Xianmo deep in thought, Qi Ming couldn't help but smile. He shared this information merely to enlighten Xianmo about some peculiarities. Ultimately, as long as their strength was formidable enough, even the true protagonists would have to kneel before them. Xianmo proudly declared, Rest assured, Master, with me around, if those protagonists dare to trouble you, I will be the first to eliminate them. Qi Ming chuckled and nodded. Very well, very well. Our little black is the mightiest. Now, let us continue our journey. We must hasten to break through to the rank of Lord. In the skies above the forest, Qi Ming, resembling a two-headed dragon, was on the lookout for prey. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something. Xiaohei, fly over there. Something seems amiss. Xianmo immediately flapped his dragon wings in the direction Qi Ming indicated. As they drew closer, Qi Ming's vision sharpened. Upon discerning the scene below, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The lush forest had abruptly given way to a vast, seemingly endless desert. Yet, according to his memory, this was inland. How could a desert possibly emerge here? Curiously, with his 2-kilometer line of sight, he could not even glimpse the edge of this bizarre desert. However, Xianmo, encountering a desert for the first time, found himself intrigued. Qi Ming pondered for a moment before turning his gaze towards the nearby blue tadpole. Ada, do you know what is happening here? Ada blinked its round eyes and replied calmly, "This is a fourth-class life form, a region formed by the birth of the spirits of heaven and earth." Hearing this, Ming was taken aback. Spirits of heaven and earth? This world is increasingly beyond my understanding. Without needing further inquiry from Ming, Ada continued to elaborate. Fourth-class life forms are entities birthed from various elements or the spirits of nature. They possess no fixed form, and their potential is unparalleled. If allowed to grow naturally, they can reach at least the level of a monarch or even an emperor. However, they offer astonishing benefits to first to third-class life forms. Midway through, Ada paused slightly, casting a glance at Xian Imo. Xian Imo snorted disdainfully, turning away to disregard Ada. Ming, his eyes glinting with curiosity, pressed on, "What benefits? And what is the strength of the spirits of heaven and earth below us?" Ada floated leisurely, continuing, "The spirits of heaven and earth can inhabit life forms and grow alongside them. However, should they choose to devour, they can elevate their life tier, enhancing their own potential. The spirit of yellow sand in this area is of earth attribute. It will be beneficial for both of you. Its strength is around the mid-stage of growth. If you two work together, you should be able to handle it." Upon hearing those words, Ming fell into silence. He understood that for Ada to speak of such extraordinary benefits, the yellow sand spirit must be exceptional. Yet, both he and Xian Mo were merely at the initial growth stage. Whether to confront or evade was indeed a dilemma. However, just as Ming resolved to engage, Xian Mo made the same decision. "Master, let us capture that yellow sand spirit together. With this, your strength will surely increase, allowing you to overshadow those protagonists." Ming's expression shifted as he regarded Xian Mo, who had already considered himself a true master, and a ripple of emotion stirred within him. "All right, Xiaohei, let us proceed together." The dragon wings formed from black vines flapped, and Ming, measuring over 80 meters in length, descended like a black meteor, plummeting towards the rolling yellow sands below. Ada's eyes widened in astonishment. What a peculiar being. Not even the spirits of heaven and earth can entice him. Did I fail to explain clearly? After a long moment of contemplation, Ada shook its head and swam slowly after Ming. Meanwhile, before Ming had even landed, a gigantic worm, measuring 500 meters in length and composed entirely of yellow sand, erupted from the sand mound, opening its abyssal maw to swallow him whole. Ming's eyes glimmered with cold light as molten meteorites, forged from flames and rock, flew forth, crashing into the body of the yellow sand worm. The meteorite struck, creating numerous large holes in the worm's body. Yet, in less than 2 seconds, its injuries were consumed by the endless yellow sand, instantly restored to its former state. The worm's body erupted with dozens of sandy tendrils, swiftly ensnaring Ming and dragging him down towards the desert. Chapter 37. The Yellow Sand Spirit. Under the terrifying strength of the sandy tendrils, Ming found himself unable to muster the strength to escape. Doubt and confusion filled his mind as strategies for combat raced through his thoughts. Xian Mo summoned vines in an attempt to sever the surrounding sandy tendrils. However, as soon as its vines made contact with the sand, they were swiftly drained of moisture, turning into a pile of desiccated ash. This startled Xian Mo, prompting it to summon its dark energy and the fiery energy drawn from Ming, surrounding itself to completely sever the encroaching sands. Ming observed, aware that Xian Mo was at a disadvantage against their opponent. Thus, he decisively commanded, "Xiaohei, return. Leave the rest to me." With that, he ceased resisting the tug of the sandy tendrils and plummeted rapidly towards the ground. Xian Mo retracted its vines, merely maintaining the dragon wings behind Ming to provide a buffering effect. The moment they landed, Ming dispelled the fused lava and unleashed the earth attribute energy from his second head with full force. Instantly, the surrounding desert began to be covered by solid soil, and Ming was enveloped in a layer of rocky armor, effectively isolating the sandy tendrils outside. After all, whether it be sand, soil, or rock, they fundamentally belonged to the earth attribute. With a shared origin, the effect of the yellow sand spirit's flowing sands on Ming was significantly diminished. Furthermore, soil and rock possessed a certain degree of restraining power over yellow sand. Currently, Ming's range of detached energy manipulation was less than 300 meters, while the opponent's size had already surpassed 500 meters. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Ming's mind. Then he softly instructed, "Xiaohei, cancel the dragon wings and return to my left arm." Xian Mo was taken aback, but did not protest, obediently retracting its vines to tightly coil around Ming's left arm. After completing these actions, Ming no longer hesitated, letting out a roar as he charged towards the yellow sand spirit. The yellow sandworm, unwilling to yield, opened its abyssal mouth, filled with countless yellow sand teeth, and lunged once more at Qi Ming. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous crash of sand and earth, Qi Ming was swallowed whole by the massive yellow sandworm. The newly arrived Ada was momentarily stunned. What is happening? Is he seeking his own demise? Qi Ming's actions were certainly not a death wish. He intended to devour the yellow sand spirit, which necessitated entering its interior. However, upon entry, Qi Ming quickly discovered that matters were not as simple as he had envisioned. A strange force was rapidly draining his life force. Moreover, his outer scales began to show signs of turning to sand. Had he not been encased in surrounding rocky armor, he would likely have transformed into a pile of yellow sand, buried within the belly of the yellow sand spirit in less than a minute. This left Qi Ming both astonished and exhilarated. Astonished at the terrifying power of the yellow sand spirit, which far exceeded his expectations, and exhilarated that this power was soon to be his own. Qi Ming steadied his mind and unleashed all the energy within him. In less than 10 seconds, his energy enveloped the entire form of the yellow sand spirit. Then, as Qi Ming's thoughts subtly shifted, the body of the yellow sand spirit began to solidify at an astonishing speed. Enraged, the yellow sand spirit hastened its efforts to refine Qi Ming. In an instant, the scales on Qi Ming's body began to turn to sand at an alarming rate. The vines coiling around his left arm, Xianmo, similarly suffered. As a plant, it seemed to possess an innate resistance to the yellow sand spirit. In the blink of an eye, Xianmo's exterior began to wither rapidly. At this critical moment, Qi Ming exerted himself to pull Xianmo out from his mouth, barely helping it survive the ordeal. As his life force swiftly ebbed, Qi Ming's consciousness began to fade as well. Nevertheless, he persisted in his efforts to complete the solidification of the yellow sand spirit. Fortunately, under his sudden assault, he successfully solidified the outermost layer of the yellow sand spirit into rock, severing its connection to the surrounding desert. Otherwise, if it continued to receive a constant supply of yellow sand, even 10 more Qi Mings would likely prove insufficient to contend with it. Naturally, the yellow sand spirit, trapped within the rock, was unwilling to accept this fate. With unwavering determination, the rate of sandification on Qi Ming accelerated rapidly. The outside world observed the colossal rock giant worm, measuring 500 meters in length, lying quietly in the desert. Ada's eyes gleamed with astonishment. Qi Ming, I must say, I am beginning to see you in a new light. Little did it expect that Qi Ming would choose to take such a perilous risk to forcibly merge with the spirit of yellow sand. However, given the current circumstances, it was uncertain which of the two would endure until the end. I hope you succeed, Ada thought, its gaze flickering as waves of energy coursed through its body. It chose to remain, quietly waiting in place, seemingly intrigued by whether Qi Ming could truly merge with the spirit of yellow sand. As time flowed by, it was hard to determine how long had passed. When the surface of the giant worm's body began to crack and rapidly disintegrate, Ada, nearly dozing off, was suddenly jolted awake. Watching the massive desert worm rise again, it could not help but softly murmur, "Has it failed?" No sooner had the words left its mouth than the giant worm erupted into a cloud of yellow sand. Amidst the swirling sands, a figure over 120 meters in size emerged, boasting 2 heads and resembling a dragon of dark magic, standing proudly and releasing a thunderous roar to the heavens. Immediately, a pair of wings unfurled from its back, and it flapped them, approaching Ada. "Let us proceed, Ada." Ada released a series of bubbles, exclaiming in astonishment, "You truly did it. I declare you one of the top 10 hatching targets." Qi Ming, taken aback, asked, "Top 10 hatching targets? What does that entail? Is that your achievement?" Ada flicked its tail, responding, "Something like that, just a name I made up. However, if you encounter a life or death crisis before you break through to the Lord level, I can lend you a hand. Remember, it only counts before your breakthrough. After that, it won't matter." Hearing this, Qi Ming chuckled but nodded in agreement. "All right, thank you in advance." After exchanging a few words, they set off once more, departing from the desert. The successful merging with the spirit of yellow sand allowed Qi Ming to advance to the mid-stage of growth, accompanied by a substantial increase in size to 120 meters. It was evident that he would soon reach the late stage of growth. As for the other reason, naturally, it was that his life level had seen a significant enhancement. Chapter 38. The new inheritance crystal. In addition to this, he reaped numerous benefits, such as the sandification ability of the spirit of yellow sand and the power to consume the life force of other beings. His innate earth attribute energy had also been greatly amplified. Even the soul gem within his second head underwent some peculiar changes. Qi Ming, filled with joy from his bountiful harvest, felt particularly enthusiastic while hunting. In a clearing, he and Xianmo were savoring a blood meal. With a mere thought, the corpse of the brown bear before him rapidly transformed into a mound of yellow sand, leaving only a soul gem that fell to the ground. Simultaneously, Ming felt an invisible life force surge into his body. To his astonishment, the yellow sand formed a hand in the shape of a human palm. Lifting the soul gem and bringing it to Ming's lips, he opened his mouth and swallowed it, silently digesting the soul's power. Ada, watching in amazement, remarked, "I can't believe that consuming the spirit of yellow sand has allowed you to grasp a power akin to life field projection ahead of time." Ming, puzzled, inquired, "Life field projection? What is that?" Ada, sensing it had misspoken, quickly shook its head. "You'll understand once you break through to the mature stage. But I want to tell you before that." Ming's lips twitched, thinking, "You were the one who brought it up first." At that moment, Xianmo returned after devouring a triangular ant, stating, "Master, I did not gain a new ability." Ming gently shook his head in response. "That's quite normal. Little Black. You see, I've consumed so many creatures and haven't gained many abilities either." After a moment of hesitation, Xianmo continued, "Master, I want to say that while I haven't acquired a new ability, my vine powers have increased exponentially, and their resilience has improved significantly." Ming fell into silence, unsure how to respond to this revelation. Ada exclaimed in excitement, "You inherited the talent of that mutated triangular ant. Though it's just a part of it, the overall strength is formidable. Such occurrences are rare, with fewer than 10 instances across the entire blue star. It seems your luck has improved." Xianmo huffed, "My luck has always been excellent." Ming remained silent, questioning whether there had been some mix-up. Was his luck mistakenly transferred to Little Black, while he himself was simply unlucky? After a long moment of contemplation, Ming slowly regained his composure. "Well, as long as you're happy." Xianmo seemed poised to say more, but suddenly noticed something and exclaimed, "Master, look over there. It appears there's an inheritance crystal." Ming straightened his focus and turned to the direction Xianmo indicated. In the next moment, he saw a silver-white beam shooting straight into the sky, radiating brilliant silver light. Recognizing the significance of this sight, Ming wasted no time. He summoned the dragon wings of Little Black and flew towards the location of the silver beam. Within 2 minutes, they reached the vicinity of their destination. To Ming's astonishment, when he arrived, he found a dozen various creatures surrounding the area, all of which were at the early stage of growth. After a brief hesitation, Ming decided to halt 2 kilometers away from the beam. Although he had recently advanced to the mid-stage of growth, facing a dozen early-stage creatures simultaneously would still be quite daunting. He felt confident in retrieving the inheritance crystal, but seeing the lively blood meals surrounding him, Ming contemplated how to capture them all at once for maximum benefit. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, and soon he devised an immature plan. However, first, he needed to create chaos among the animals that were currently locked in confrontation. Little Black, Xianmo nodded in agreement, transforming back into its giant python form and slithering towards the inheritance crystal. The other creatures, upon witnessing this, roared and unleashed their abilities in an attempt to thwart its advance. Yet their attacks proved ineffective against Xianmo's agile evasion and formidable molten defense. As the suddenly appearing black giant python moved towards the inheritance crystal without caution, the surrounding creatures could no longer maintain their composure, erupting into chaos as they surged toward the crystal. At the same time, they unleashed their strongest energy attacks, aiming to keep other creatures at bay. The terrifying assaults collided, and the combined energy transformed the area around the inheritance crystal into a lethal zone. A few creatures unable to halt their momentum crashed into the energy waves, instantly succumbing to the relentless onslaught from their peers. The remaining creatures momentarily paused before launching their attacks at one another once more. At this point, they could no longer afford to maintain their standoff, for none could guarantee that their rivals would not suddenly strike to seize the inheritance crystal. In the brief span of moments, before Ming could truly unleash his power, the originally numerous creatures had dwindled to a mere 5. Among them, 2 had evidently sustained severe injuries and began to retreat towards the periphery. However, as they withdrew a short distance, tendrils of yellow sand shot up from the ground, instantly binding them in place. To their astonishment, the earth beneath had transformed into an expanse of desert. The 2 creatures, ensnared by the quicksand, soon found half their bodies buried in the heavy grains. This was not the end, when a figure resembling a 2-headed dragon emerged from the mist. The 2 creatures were struck with terror. Gazing at the gaping abyssal mouths of the dragon, they could not help but panic, exclaiming, "Oh no, Please don't eat me. I taste terrible. I'm rancid. Eat that instead. Qi Ming offered no response, instead unleashing two streams of molten breath that obliterated the two creatures. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of three other beasts lingering near the inheritance crystal. Sensing Qi Ming's formidable strength, they were immediately filled with dread. In unison, they pivoted and approached Qi Ming, realizing that the inheritance crystal had become inconsequential in the face of this colossal beast. They understood that only by uniting could they hope to survive, otherwise they would be doomed. Their only chance lay in collectively vanquishing him to claim the inheritance crystal. Almost simultaneously, the three creatures erupted in a coordinated attack. Flames, frost, and golden light surged forth from three directions, hurtling towards Qi Ming. Yet, he did not dodge nor evade. As energy surged, a whirlwind of yellow sand danced around him. In an instant, three heads resembling dragons formed from the sand and met the oncoming energy breath head-on. The explosion of terrifying energy engulfed the area, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters in a storm of yellow sand, transforming it into a desert wasteland. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Ming summoned three massive desert worms, each 100 meters long, which leapt from the sandy ground and swiftly engulfed the three attackers. Within the confines of the desert worms, the life force of the three creatures was rapidly drained, leaving behind 3 soul gems and 2 metallic rings on the ground. These rings, several meters in diameter, appeared to have been worn on the limbs of the creatures. Qi Ming, intrigued, decided to keep them. Otherwise, even metal would not escape the overwhelming force of sandification. After discarding 5 defeated beasts to Xian Mo, Qi Ming activated the sandification power once more, absorbing the life energy from the remaining creatures. Subsequently, he consumed a total of 11 soul gems at a leisurely pace before approaching the inheritance crystal. Before he could inquire, Ada, standing nearby, eagerly explained that the crystal contained a defensive skill known as shield technique. Upon absorption, it would allow one to conjure a formidable protective shield through energy concentration. At this revelation, Qi Ming's eyes brightened. Meanwhile, Xian Mo remained indifferent, continuing to devour the 5 beasts. A smile crept across Qi Ming's face as he promptly swallowed the inheritance crystal. Within 5 minutes, he had fully comprehended its nature. With a mere thought, a hexagonal flame shield manifested before him. This was not the end. As more flames surged from within Qi Ming, additional flame shields began to appear in rapid succession. These shields not only dispersed defense, but could also coalesce at Qi Ming's will, forming a larger protective barrier. The shapes of the shields varied, entirely at Qi Ming's discretion. With his mastery of defensive techniques, Qi Ming felt elated, knowing that his survivability had significantly improved. Xian Mo, too, was unexpectedly thrilled, having gained 5 new abilities: speed, illusion, regeneration, venom, and penetration. Hearing Xian Mo's report, Qi Ming felt a pang of regret for having wasted the life energies of the 11 beasts he had just consumed, as he could have potentially inherited additional abilities had they been absorbed by Xian Mo. Yet, he recognized the necessity of enhancing his own strength. Observing Xian Mo's excitement, Qi Ming could only feign enthusiasm, remarking, "Well done, little black. You truly deserve it." If only he possessed such luck, he wouldn't need to be so invested in the inheritance crystal. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he summoned yellow sand to form tendrils, dragging the 3 metallic rings closer. 2 had been deliberately left behind, while the third had been discovered by Xian Mo on one of the beasts. Gazing at the rings, varying in size and either silver or pitch black, Qi Ming turned to the blue tadpole, Ada, and inquired, "What are these?" Without hesitation, Ada replied, "These are the latest inventions from the Phantom Beast Alliance, Phantom Beast wristbands. They connect to the previous network of humans and include forums, bounties, and other functionalities. Crafted from metal infused with spiritual energy, the wristbands can freely change size and be operated through energy and consciousness, liberating your hands completely." Qi Ming was astonished by this revelation, contemplating how the official research and technology had advanced so rapidly. He had only been out for a few days, yet they had developed such high-tech gadgets. Ada continued, "This is due to the emergence of a psychic-type phantom beast within the Alliance. Its brain capacity far exceeds that of your previous computers, and this is merely in its growth phase. Once it evolves beyond the leader stage, it will surely create even more advanced technologies." As Ada floated before Qi Ming, he explained, "Moreover, various weapons and equipment brought by other races have inspired the Alliance with new ideas. Many life-supporting and combat-enhancing armaments are currently in development." Qi Ming felt a surge of excitement at Ada's words, and his curiosity about the phantom beast wristbands deepened, just as he contemplated acquiring a couple in the nearby city. Ada chuckled. No need for that hassle. These wristbands are readily available. They lack passwords or lock features. Anyone who inputs energy can use them immediately. This is because the energy carries the unique soul power of each being. The wristbands will keenly detect the new user's soul fluctuations, reverting to the default interface and offering guidance. With that, Ada flew to one of the silver wristbands. In an instant, a wave of azure energy surged forth, causing the silver wristband to rapidly shrink until it fit snugly around Ada's blue tail. Did you see? This is how it works. Ming, with a peculiar expression, nodded silently before donning one of the wristbands on his right arm. He then brought the other one to Mo's front. This is for you, little black. Mo eagerly donned the wristband, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, master. You are truly wonderful to me. A smile graced Ming's face as he gently shook his head. This is to help you better understand this world. But remember, you must not become addicted, understand? Mo promptly nodded seriously. Rest assured, master, I will not become addicted. Observing the solemnly swearing Xuanma, Ming could not shake the feeling that the obedient and understanding Xiao He was gradually drifting away. Shaking his head to cast aside the distractions, Ming infused energy into the illusory beast wristband. As a flash of light illuminated the surroundings, a phantasmal screen materialized before his eyes, visible only to him. Accompanying this manifestation was a mechanical electronic voice. Detected new soul power. Your account has been automatically registered. Please enter your nickname. Chapter 40. Breakthrough to late growth stage. Ming clicked his tongue in wonder, and after a moment's contemplation, he focused his thoughts and entered the two characters Ming. Welcome, Illusory Beast Ming, to Illusory Beast Light. Shanghai 10 is at your service. The Illusory Beast Light is divided into three main sections: life, bounty, and forum. Listening to the introduction from the electronic assistant, the astonishment in Ming's eyes deepened. This high technology was leagues ahead of what he had encountered before. The visuals before him shifted continuously, with various neat and orderly panels transforming in accordance with Ming's intentions. Soon, he grasped the marvelous functions of the Illusory Beast wristband. The life section encompassed entertainment from the previous online networks and the current urban planning of major cities. The bounty section allowed the exchange of soul stones or spiritual herbs at designated offices in various cities for contribution points, which could then be redeemed for an array of high-tech equipment and even the exceedingly rare inheritance crystals. The forum served as a vibrant exchange zone for countless illusory beasts, discussing the appearance of rare treasures, forming teams to venture out against formidable ferocious beasts, and contemplating the philosophy of beastly existence. After a prolonged observation, Ming reluctantly exited the interface. It was not that he wished to stop, but rather the life force from the 10 blood-feeding creatures he had recently absorbed erupted within him. He was on the brink of breaking through to the late growth stage. As his vision returned, Ming pondered for a moment before summoning Xuanma, who spread its dragon wings and soared toward a nearby location. He had spotted a natural cave over there, which was perfectly suited for him to use as a temporary stronghold for his breakthrough. After eliminating a nest of mutated bats within the cave, Ming settled his mind and began his breakthrough. Xuanma extended its vines to envelop the entire cave, guarding Ming while quietly activating its Illusory Beast wristband. Welcome back, Illusory Beast Xuanma, to Illusory Beast Light. Beijing, headquarters of the Illusory Beast Alliance. From a bird's-eye view, towering pillars rising thousands of meters into the sky stood prominently. Between these pillars lay various distinctly divided areas, sprawling over hundreds of square kilometers, and expansion efforts were underway. At the very center, several gigantic beasts, each around 100 meters in size, were engaged in discussions. A peacock adorned with resplendent blue and purple feathers was the first to speak. The order in most cities has been re-established. It is now time to strive towards maturity and ascend to higher dominion realms. As soon as the words left its beak, a nearby Huangyuan turtle shook its head slightly and interjected. Linger, things may not be so simple. The frequency of alien appearances has been on the rise. According to Ada, once a life form on Blue Star breaks through to maturity, a surge of aliens will descend. Before that, we must also establish protective formations in other cities. The elephant and panda, upon hearing this, fell into contemplative silence. They had witnessed the cold and merciless nature of the aliens in recent times. Most of the aliens that had arrived wreaked havoc upon the generally weaker illusory beasts with their overwhelming strength, while only a few remained discreet. However, their demeanor clearly indicated a lack of regard for the illusory beasts. If an entity were to break through to maturity, it would indeed invite a massive influx of aliens, posing a fatal threat to those illusory beasts that had yet to fully mature. Linger's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness as it turned slowly, contemplating the blue and purple feathers behind it. After breaking through to the growth stage, it had not only sprouted magnificent tail feathers, but also awakened powerful psychic abilities. It had successfully developed the illusory beast wristband, leveraging the formidable computational power brought forth by its cerebral evolution. Had it not been for the establishment of a stronger communication system through the wristband, the entire alliance would likely still struggle to unite as one. At that moment, the panda, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke up. Mulao, I believe Linger has a point. Even if we do not reach maturity, other illusory beasts or spiritual creatures will inevitably have those who break through first. If we are not firmly established in maturity when that happens, the hard-won order will surely be shattered by the overwhelming arrival of aliens. Huan Yuan Turtle was taken aback and then shook its head in realization. You are correct. I had completely overlooked that. The elephant, who had not spoken until now, slowly opened its eyes. A glimmer of clarity sparkled within its murky gaze, and its fan-like ears quivered slightly. Very well, we can tackle both the arrangement of the formations and the breakthrough to maturity simultaneously. Linger, you need not concern yourself with other matters for the time being. I will delegate those tasks to other illusory beasts. Your sole mission now is to break through to maturity as swiftly as possible. And Qingbao, you too must hasten your ascent and strive for an early breakthrough. Upon hearing this, both the panda and peacock wore solemn expressions and responded in unison. Understood. Within the cave, Ada was idly circling in the air. As an extremely mysterious incubator, the illusory beast wristband held little allure for it. Whenever it wished, it could instantly know anything occurring in the world. Observing the motionless black vine giant python beside it, Ada's eyes gleamed with mischief. It swayed its watery tail and lazily approached Xuanma. However, before it could reach, Xuanma raised its head warily and inquired, "What do you want? Can't hide your foxtail any longer?" Ada was taken aback and stammered, "Aren't you playing with the illusory beast wristband?" Xuanma cast a disdainful glance at Ada. "My master is in the midst of a breakthrough. How could I possibly focus on anything else? As for you, sneaking around for so long, now you wish to ambush me? Were it not for the fact that you are of some use to my master, I would have devoured you long ago." Ada was speechless, pondering whether this creature was ill. After such a long time, it still harbored suspicions. "Xuanma, I may not have made myself clear earlier." "I will not." Before it could finish, Xuanma conjured 2 claws to cover its ears and declared, "No need to explain. I will not believe you." Seeing the stubborn refusal and the act of blocking its ears, Ada finally understood what it meant to be not significantly harmful, yet deeply insulting. Just then, a new development occurred with Qi Ming. Waves of blazing red and golden energy surged around him, accompanied by an indescribable aura. The powerful energy and presence erupted simultaneously, causing the very cave they occupied to tremble violently. Witnessing this, Ada exclaimed in delight, "Wonderful! Qi Ming has broken through to the late growth stage." Chapter 41. Birth of Spiritual Awareness. Xuanma also perked up, using its vines to tenderly clear away the fallen stones. Almost a minute passed before this formidable aura began to subside. When Qi Ming opened his 4 eyes, he was immediately struck by an unprecedented clarity in the world around him. Even within the dim cave, it felt as though it were broad daylight. Simultaneously, a complex stream of information flowed from the soul stone into his consciousness. Spiritual awareness is born. You can now release psychic power to perceive surroundings within a radius of 200 meters. Upon receiving this information, Qi Ming could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of joy. As a veteran bookworm of over a decade, he naturally understood the profound utility of spiritual awareness. As anticipated, with Qi Ming's consciousness expanding like a tidal wave, the entire scene within the cave vividly materialized in his mind. If utilized in battle, he would no longer need to fear ambushes. Ada leisurely swam to Qi Ming's front, releasing a bubble and stating, "Although you have now advanced to the late stage of the growth phase, you must not become complacent. So far, there are over 2,000 beings at this stage on launching. Once someone breaks through to the maturity stage, a multitude of alien races will descend." Qi Ming paused, curiosity piquing as he wondered if there was a connection between the two. Upon hearing this, Ada fell silent for a moment before gently responding, "I'm afraid I cannot disclose much at this time. Just know that if you have not advanced to the maturity stage before the alien races arrive, you may lack even the strength for self-preservation. All your efforts during this time could become a mere garment for other life forms." At this, Qi Ming nodded, though only half understanding. The joy from his recent breakthrough began to dissipate, replaced by an unspoken urgency. Xianmo seemed displeased with Ada for dampening Qi Ming's spirits and shot at a fierce glare before approaching Qi Ming's side, saying, "Do not worry, master. You will definitely break through to the maturity stage. Moreover, even if those alien races come, they will merely become our garments." A smile graced Qi Ming's eyes as he nodded slowly yet resolutely, affirming, "Xiao He is right. If they dare to come, I shall ensure they have no return." With that, he declared, "Enough idle talk, let us proceed." With a new objective in mind, Qi Ming promptly embarked on another round of hunting. Although he was merely a step away from maturity, according to Ada, the energy required to transition from the late growth stage to maturity was nearly greater than all previous accumulations combined. Furthermore, possessing 2 soul gems made his upgrade twice as challenging as that of ordinary beings. Above the lush forest, a massive 2-headed dragon, exceeding 150 meters in length, soared swiftly in search of its desired prey. Suddenly, it seemed to have spotted something, pausing momentarily before shooting downwards like a lethal arrow towards the forest below. This 2-headed dragon was none other than Qi Ming. Following his gaze, he beheld a giant towering 200 meters high, its skin cloaked in rock, slaughtering a group of feeble animals. Ada introduced, "This is a member of the mountain giant clan. Although it is only at the mid-growth stage, its strength is not inferior to that of an ordinary late-stage growth being." Sensing the commotion above, the mountain giant ceased its pursuit, turning to scan the sky coldly for Qi Ming's figure. However, before it could discern clearly, a barrage of molten fireballs, each over 10 meters in diameter, rained down from the heavens, crashing violently upon its body. The explosion of searing heat instantaneously reduced the nearby forest to ashes. The mountain giant let out a furious roar, its body appearing as if it were covered in web-like crimson cracks. In just one strike, the previously arrogant mountain giant sustained severe damage. Yet at that moment, a surge of earthen-colored light erupted from within its being. The markings on its body began to visibly repair themselves at an astonishing speed. Qi Ming's eyes widened in surprise. With a thought, he transformed the area within 500 meters into a quicksand domain. Blasting winds of yellow sand swirled, forming 3 ferocious yellow sand dragons that coiled and bound around the mountain giant. This was not the end. The sand beneath the mountain giant's feet began to rotate slowly, rapidly forming an enormous, unparalleled vortex that engulfed it entirely. With most of its body submerged in yellow sand, the mountain giant began to thrash in anger. But against the overwhelming suppression of power, all its efforts were in vain. As the mysterious power of sand transformation erupted, the mountain giant's immense life force began to flow out like a torrent, gradually rushing towards Qi Ming, who stood upon the sandy ground. Meanwhile, the mountain giant continued to roar in rage. Yet, as time passed, its rocky skin began to disintegrate into swirling yellow sand. The furious roars transformed into pleas of desperation. Unfortunately, Qi Ming could not comprehend its meaning. Even if he could understand, he would not spare its life simply due to its pleas for mercy. Nearby, several escaping phantoms witnessed this spectacle and exclaimed in astonishment, "Did you see that? It looks like a 2-headed dragon. Wow, this powerful being is incredible. It has evolved into a dragon so quickly. That's not a dragon. It's merely a large lizard with 2 heads and wings. Oh please, you're just jealous. I can smell it." Unbeknownst to Qi Ming, he had absorbed the mountain giant's life force and devoured its soul gem. He then spread his dragon wings and took flight, leaving the area. As for the desert, the yellow sand was formed from his energy, and once he departed, the energy would dissipate, causing the sand to gradually vanish without harming the environment. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Qi Ming tirelessly hunted various blood meals, including phantoms, fierce beasts, spirit beasts, and even some alien races. His strength grew at a commendable pace. Yet, perplexingly, no life forms had yet broken through to the maturity stage. This sparked a glimmer of hope for Qi Ming to claim first place. In a peach blossom forest, where the trees soared to heights of 200 meters, Qi Ming lay on the ground, digesting the life force from 10 blood meals he had recently consumed. Nearby, Xianmo coiled around a peach blossom tree adorned with pink flowers, curiously inquiring, "Master, do you think I will bloom?" Qi Ming paused, then thoughtfully replied, "You should blossom, I believe." No sooner had he spoken than Ada's eyes glinted mischievously. Chapter 42, Red Fire Demon, Alien Demon Clan. With a chuckle, Ada remarked, "I doubt you will bloom. You might bear fruit instead. By the looks of you, perhaps gourds or cucumbers will sprout. Then we can stir-fry or make cold cucumber dishes." Upon hearing this, Xianmo furiously lashed out, sending a vine hurtling towards Ada, exclaiming, "You insufferable green tea! I have tolerated you for far too long. How dare you covet my master? Prepare to meet your end. Ada did not flinch, allowing the vine to pass through its form without inflicting any harm. As though its body were not truly corporeal, Xian Mo, undeterred, summoned more vines, which surged toward Ada like a tidal wave, yet they failed to leave any impact. The vines penetrated Ada, creating shimmering ripples. Ada, appearing to revel in the sensation, remarked, "That feels delightful. Send more my way. I crave it." Xian Mo, filled with indignation, abruptly severed the vines that had infiltrated Ada's body and swiftly returned to Qi Ming's left arm, seemingly unwilling to witness Ada any longer. Qi Ming smiled, gently addressing, "All right, Ada, stop teasing Xiaohe." Upon hearing this, Ada swayed its form, stating, "I am not. You may have some misconceptions about me." Before it could finish, a tremendous aura erupted in the distance. Qi Ming's heart tightened as he swiftly turned towards the source of the commotion. He saw blazing red light emanating from the depths of the dense forest. Even from a distance of several kilometers, he could see the shadow of that fiery glow through the thick mist. Without waiting for Qi Ming to speak, Xian Mo extended its dragon wings and soared towards the direction of the disturbance. In a forest that should have been dense with foliage, the intricate, winding rivers of lava flowed languidly through the air, causing the towering trees in the vicinity to char and blacken at a visibly accelerated pace under the intense heat. In the midst of the myriad twisted, blackened trees and the blazing red rivers of magma stood a towering figure, 300 meters high, adorned with demonic horns and covered in fiery red patterns, exuding an aura of malevolence. With a sinister grin, it surveyed the ground below, where numerous fantastical beasts, each with a unique form, had gathered from the nearby city to hunt. Each of these creatures bore varying degrees of burns upon their bodies. Scattered nearby were the charred remains of dozens of others, their shapes indistinguishable. Faced with such a terrifying demon-like entity, the hearts of all the fantastical beasts were filled with an indescribable dread. At that moment, a flame-ensconced antelope stepped forward, declaring, "I will hold it off. You all go." Just as the words left its mouth, a water-affiliated beaver interjected, "No way. If we leave together." With that, it waved its paddle-like tail and turned to the other beasts, saying, "We will cover the rear. You all hurry and flee." The remaining beasts exchanged resolute glances and voiced their determination. "So what if it is a fire demon? I'll fight it. Count me in. Death is but a trivial matter. Brothers, let us charge together. If we continue like this, none shall escape." With that, several of the fantastical beasts unleashed their energy breaths, collectively assaulting the crimson fire demon. The towering figure, standing at 300 meters, let out a deafening roar, its eyes glinting with endless mockery. As the energy attacks approached, it showed no intention of evasion. With a powerful tremor, it unleashed a torrent of blazing flames that effortlessly negated all incoming assaults. Immediately after, a colossal hand, measuring several meters, descended from above, crushing one of the fantastical beasts into a pulp. Witnessing this scene, all the remaining beasts were filled with rage and astonishment. However, before they could react, the fire demon seized the flaming antelope and bound it in place. As fiery red patterns illuminated its form, the rivers of lava surrounding it began to converge upon the antelope's body. The water-affiliated beaver attempted to summon a current to intervene, but was swiftly pierced by a sudden eruption of molten rock, losing all vitality in an instant. The other fantastical beasts gritted their teeth and, despite their fear, continued to assault the fire demon. Yet, the creature paid them no mind, persistently channeling the surrounding lava into the body of the flaming antelope. Seconds passed, and in less than 10 seconds, a bewildering transformation unfolded before the eyes of all the fantastical beasts. The once lifeless antelope, now drenched in lava, began to rise unnaturally. Its previously grounded limbs stood upright. Its slender hooves thickened, and claws sprouted from its form. Accompanied by vivid crimson patterns emerging from its ashen surface, the antelope, which had seemingly perished, was resurrected. Yet, its new appearance resembled that of a smaller fire demon. The newly reborn fire demon let out a thunderous roar and charged towards the few remaining fantastical beasts. Just as they were engulfed in confusion, a 10-meter-wide meteor of yellow sand plummeted from the sky, crashing directly onto the resurrected fire demon. The forceful impact halted its advance momentarily. Following that, a second, a third, 9 meteors of yellow sand struck the fire demon, completely immobilizing it. In an instant, the swirling yellow sand transformed into a massive sandworm, engulfing the creature. This sudden commotion captured the attention of the fire demon. Upon realizing that its newly revived servant had succumbed, a flicker of furious flames ignited in its eyes. The remaining fantastical beasts stood, dumbfounded, at the extraordinary spectacle before them. Meanwhile, a figure over 150 meters long, possessing two dragon-like heads, descended slowly from above, landing between the fire demon and the surviving beasts. The two-headed dragon immediately drew the attention of both parties. Without uttering a word, the swirling yellow sand formed tendrils that intertwined with the surrounding lava rivers. In mere moments, the situation transformed dramatically into the dominion of the two-headed dragon. Ming gazed upon the towering fire demon, double his height, and recalled Ada's earlier words. Ming, this is a fire demon belonging to the Yimo clan, a common enemy of all races. They possess the ability to transform other races into their own kin. The opponent has reached the late growth stage. If you can successfully consume it, you will undoubtedly accelerate your own evolution. With the prospect of rapid advancement at hand, Ming resolved to seize this opportunity. He summoned a torrent of yellow sand, forming three fearsome yellow sand dragons that entwined themselves around the fire demon. The fire demon, filled with rage, clearly did not anticipate Ming's audacity to initiate an attack. Columns of red lava materialized out of thin air, crashing down upon Ming. Yet, to the fire demon's astonishment, its attack inflicted no harm upon the two-headed dragon, which was protected by a layer of molten shields resembling scales. As the fire demon prepared to strike again, the three yellow sand dragons, having amassed their strength, seized the moment, striking from three different directions to ensnare the fire demon completely. Ming then called forth a sandworm, which leaped from beneath the fire demon, engulfing its entire form in an instant. The remaining surviving fantastical beasts observed in shock, as the once overbearing fire demon was dispatched with such ease. Indeed, this was owing to Ming's powers being particularly effective against the fire demon, as he possessed both fire and earth attributes. Under the same realm, the fire demon's molten power held little sway over him. Coupled with the sand manipulation ability he gained from an unexpected fusion with the spirit of yellow sand, he swiftly drained the life force from the fire demon. Just as Ming prepared to absorb the fire demon's soul gem, he noticed the surviving beasts cautiously approaching. "Thank you so much," one began to express. Before it could finish, Ming raised a dragon claw, shaking his head as he interjected, "No need for thanks. Please leave now, I must feed." One of the beasts glanced at the nearby corpses, hesitating to speak, but was quickly silenced by its companions. After a slight bow, the group departed without looking back. Watching their retreating figures, Ming couldn't help but shake his head, thinking, "Alas, I am too benevolent. If it were another protagonist, they would have devoured them before a word of thanks could be uttered." Despite this internal dialogue, he refrained from pursuing the fantastical beasts and turned instead to Xianmo, saying, "Little Black, I entrust you with the bodies and soul gems of these creatures. Please exert your strength this time. Let us aim to inherit a few more talents." Xianmo, surveying the nearly 20 charred corpses scattered around, beamed with excitement, assuring, "Rest assured, Master, I will accomplish the task." But Ada couldn't help chiming in with a dismissive tone, "You think too highly of yourselves, don't you? Inheriting talents isn't that easy." Hearing this, Xianmo couldn't help but glare fiercely at Ada. He then shot out over a dozen vines, piercing into the corpses of the phantom beasts. Ming, meanwhile, shook his head slightly and swallowed the soul gem of the crimson flame demon, waiting silently. Suddenly, he remembered what Ada had said earlier about the abyssal demons. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Ada, you said earlier that the abyssal demons are enemies of the myriad races. Are there really more abyssal demons than the myriad races?" Ada blinked and replied, "Of course there are, more than you can imagine. Not only are their numbers vast, but their varieties are comparable to the myriad races. This is because the ability of Lord-level abyssal demons to convert followers greatly increases. Once tainted by the demonic aura of a high-level abyssal demon, if not purified in time, one will turn into a new abyssal demon." Ming nodded thoughtfully, then asked again, "Will Lord-level abyssal demons descend upon Blue Star?" At this, Ada paused slightly, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Well, I'm not sure about that. Generally, they shouldn't, but with these things, you can never say for certain. Anyway, hurry up and improve your strength, break through to the Lord level. Then, even if you encounter high-level abyssal demons, you won't be completely defenseless." Hearing Ada's answer, a trace of doubt flashed in Ming's eyes. But after thinking for a moment, he said nothing more and silently waited for Xianmo, who was absorbing the essence of the prey. Most of these phantom beasts were at the early growth stage and would provide minimal help to him, rather than absorbing them himself. It was better to let Xianmo try his luck. If Xianmo could inherit some powerful ability or talent, that would truly be a worthwhile use. But to Qi Ming's surprise, before Xianmo could bring him any good news, a stream of complex information suddenly came from the soul gem in his mind. Lava Flow Domain summons a river of lava to surround the user, usable for attacking enemies or defending oneself. After receiving the information, Qi Ming's eyes lit up. He had naturally seen the blazing red lava flow floating around the Crimson Flame Demon earlier, leaving aside its offensive and defensive capabilities. Just the visual appeal of this skill made Qi Ming covet it intensely. It was just that he had rarely inherited abilities after devouring prey before, which had made him less hopeful. He never expected that today. Luck would finally be on his side. He had successfully inherited this large-scale skill. Looks like my luck isn't too bad. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Xianmo, having finished absorbing, excitedly said, "Master, I've gained 2 more talents and 16 new abilities." Qi Ming, good grief. I finally managed to inherit 1 ability. And yet little black over here is inheriting them in batches? This isn't inheriting abilities. It's wholesale procurement. Naturally, Xianmo didn't understand the blow Qi Ming had just suffered. It simply began showcasing its new abilities while explaining, "Master, this time I've gained both water and fire abilities. And they've fused with my dark attribute, becoming enhanced to some extent." As it spoke, the serpentine form of Xianmo extended a dragon claw from each side. Then, one dragon claw ignited with blazing black flames, while the other condensed into a swirling mass of pitch-black water. Witnessing this scene, Qi Ming stared with his mouth slightly agape, his heartbeat quickening a little. After a long while, he finally exclaimed, "You never disappoint, little black." Ada also exclaimed in shock and disbelief, "How is this possible? What living being can repeatedly inherit abilities and fuse new talents every so often?" Xianmo, however, shot a disdainful glance at Ada. "What is so impossible? There's plenty you don't know." Chapter 44, Little Black's Relative? Hearing this, Ada wasn't angered but continued muttering in confusion. Xianmo retracted the black flames and water orb, then moved beside Qi Ming. "Master, where do we go next?" Qi Ming pondered for a moment before replying, "I don't know. Let us look around nearby first. If there's nothing good, we'll move to another area." Xianmo naturally had no objections. As its vines extended, black vine dragon wings spread out, carrying Qi Ming straight into the sky. After his breakthrough, his visual range had clearly reached up to 5 kilometers. Especially now, as most animals were evolving toward gigantic sizes, Qi Ming could spot their figures in dense forests even from several kilometers away. After circling this unnamed mountain range, Qi Ming still hadn't found any suitable prey. Just as he was about to leave, Little Black on his back suddenly transmitted a soul message. "Master, I think I sense the aura of a kindred being in that valley over there." Qi Ming was taken aback, then looked in the direction Xianmo indicated. Amidst clouds and mist, all sorts of exotic flowers and rare plants vied in splendor, and a cascading waterfall poured down, truly a scene resembling a paradise. After hesitating for a moment, Qi Ming nodded. "All right, let us go check it out now." Upon hearing this, the Xianmo brand dragon wings gave a gentle flap, carrying Qi Ming toward the peculiar valley. Before long, the duo, one lizard, one vine, arrived at the valley entrance. "Little Black, do you know where your kindred's aura is coming from?" I can't sense it anymore. It seems to have hidden itself." Qi Ming's mouth twitched. What could he even say to that? But then, remembering that second-type life forms were extremely rare, and that if they could devour one, Xianmo's strength would surely rise to another level. He suppressed his scattered thoughts and stepped into the valley. Here, every plant could potentially be Xianmo's kin, so he needed to inspect carefully. But after advancing only a few hundred meters, Qi Ming abandoned this approach. The reason was simple: there were too many plants here. If the target didn't reveal itself or take some special action, they might not finish searching even after 2 more hours. Seeing Qi Ming stop, Xianmo also felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, it was the one who had claimed to sense a kindred being here, prompting Qi Ming to come search. But now it had lost track of the target, making Qi Ming's trip a waste. "Master, maybe we should just leave." Before it could finish, Qi Ming cut in. "Leave? What do you mean leave? You finally found an opportunity related to you. We can't just walk away empty-handed. Don't worry. Even if it's buried 10 feet deep, I'll dig it out for you." Xianmo was stunned, its mind echoing Qi Ming's last words. In its vision, all surrounding distractions vanished, leaving only the figure of that 2-headed demon dragon. "Master, Qi Ming scanned the surroundings, pondered for a moment, and then a flash of inspiration struck. In the next instant, streams of yellow sand began flowing out from within Qi Ming's body, spreading and intertwining as they extended throughout the valley. This skill was precisely the lava flow domain he had inherited from the Crimson Flame Demon. Only, he had stripped away its fiery exterior and replaced it with the power of yellow sand. And his sand power possessed the ability to absorb life force. If it touched Xian Mo's kindred, the target would undoubtedly resist. Then, they would naturally be able to detect its location, because he had fused with the sand spirit. The coverage range of his sand-based abilities far exceeded his other skills. Although the current yellow sand flow domain couldn't yet cover the entire valley. As he moved, and the domain continued to spread, the time needed was undoubtedly shortened immensely. Thus, after advancing for less than 2 minutes, an anomaly occurred near a rock covered in dark green vines. Sensing that his lava flow domain had been severed by some strange force, a smile immediately appeared in Qi Ming's eyes. Found you. Upon arriving at the rocky outcrop, the scene that unfolded before Qi Ming's eyes left him momentarily stunned. The immense stone was entirely enveloped by tendrils adorned with 5-pronged leaves, interspersed with clusters of black fruits resembling a sky full of twinkling stars. Each black fruit was as large as a basketball, and the surface of the vines emitted a faint, ominous black glow. It was clear that this was no benign plant. However, Xian Mo was astonished, for besides the black fruits, the leaves and vines bore an uncanny resemblance to those of its own kind. Curiosity compelled it to inquire, "Master, what plant is this?" Qi Ming's gaze deepened in thought, and after a moment's hesitation, he replied, "This must be a mutated Wuyi Di gene." Wuyi Di gene? Xian Mo was perplexed, but silently committed the name to memory. Qi Ming then recalled the peculiar force that had severed his connection with Huangsha earlier. With a glint in his eyes, he instructed, "Little Black, stay put. Allow me to engage this creature." With that, he summoned 3 formidable Huangsha dragons to soar towards the entity. Yet, halfway through their flight, 3 strange black vortices abruptly appeared, blocking the path of the Huangsha dragons. A sense of trepidation washed over Qi Ming at this sight, but the dragons had already entered the vortex, severing their link with him. Xian Mo, equally astonished, expressed confusion at the nature of this ability. The tardy Ada, witnessing the scene, nonchalantly remarked, "That is spatial power. It is currently regarded as one of the most elite abilities within Lan Xing." Xian Mo felt a mix of astonishment and skepticism, retorting, "Who asked for your input? What a show-off." Qi Ming, however, felt a blend of excitement and trepidation. The awakening of spatial power in the Wu Yi Di gene intrigued him. If only Little Black could devour it, perhaps this spatial power could be inherited. "Ada, is there any flaw in this spatial power?" Ada blinked and replied, "I cannot divulge that. However, should you grant me the opportunity to intervene, I can swiftly resolve it." At this, Qi Ming opened his mouth, but ultimately shook his head in resignation, saying, "Forget it. We shall devise our own strategy." After a brief moment of hesitation, Qi Ming conjured a series of molten fireballs that encircled him. With a mental command, he transformed them into streaks of meteoric fire aimed at the Wu Yi Di gene. In an instant, the black vortices re-emerged, consuming the fiery projectiles and severing his connection once more. Xian Mo, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed tendrils engulfed in black flames towards the vines of the Wu Yi Di gene. However, before they could reach their target, they too were enveloped by the voracious black vortices, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this, Qi Ming and Xian Mo were at a loss. The spatial power was exceedingly formidable. Their attacks could not touch the opponent. Qi Ming observed the dark green vines clinging to the rock, various thoughts racing through his mind. The Wu Yi Di gene before him was merely at the mid-stage of its growth. Even with the awakening of spatial power, it could not be excessively strong. Where might its vulnerability lie? Suddenly, an idea struck Qi Ming. The 2 dragon heads moved in unison, conjuring 2 fiery breaths that surged toward the rocky outcrop once more. A flash of black light heralded the appearance of 2 black vortices, which promptly swallowed the flames. Yet Qi Ming did not cease his energy supply. Instead, he intensified it. The black vortices trembled violently, yet remained unbroken. With a flicker of insight, Qi Ming shifted the trajectory of 1 fiery breath. However, the opponent swiftly discerned his intent, summoning a new black vortex that successfully intercepted the flames. At this sight, a hint of helplessness crossed Qi Ming's eyes. Was there truly no way to contend with the Wu Yi Di gene? Just as Qi Ming was deep in contemplation, a black vortex materialized behind him. Instantly, dark green vines shot forth, coiling around his body. Xian Mo, having detected the ambush, quickly alerted Qi Ming, urging him to summon flames to envelop himself. Fortunately, it appeared that besides the black vortices, the opponent had no other spatial abilities at the moment. Faced with the searing crimson flames, the dark green vines hesitated momentarily before slowly retracting. Observing this, Xianmo, though reluctant, urged, "Master, perhaps we should retreat." Ming remained silent, still pondering how to address the Wu Yi Di Jin. After a brief pause, he raised his head, his eyes sparkling with determination, and declared, "Little Black, I wish to try again." He then began to stride purposefully towards the rocky outcrop. However, after taking only a few steps, a black vortex materialized directly in front of him. Ming did not flinch or evade. Instead, he charged directly into the vortex. The moment his body made contact, an overwhelming force of tearing energy surged through him. The molten shield enveloping him was instantly shredded to pieces. A sense of dread filled Ming's heart as he contemplated retreat. Yet, in that instant, something extraordinary occurred. Upon contact with the black vortex, it abruptly ceased its rotation and began to dissipate. Ming was filled with elation as he hastened to the face of the rock, his claws tearing at the vines of the Wu Yi Di Jin. "Release me, you insufferable creature. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind." A youthful voice echoed from within. Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized this was the sole voice of the Wu Yi Di Jin before him. However, given the gravity of the situation, he was not swayed by its threats. In swift succession, he stripped the entire mass of vines from the stone. During this process, the Wu Yi Di Jin attempted to retaliate using its vines, but without the spatial vortices, its efforts were akin to a mere tickle against Ming. Observing the heap of fallen vines before him, Ming called to Xianmo, "Little Black, quickly, this one is yours." Xianmo nodded vigorously before transforming into a massive python, devouring the remnants of the Wu Yi Di Jin. "Ah, what are you doing? Don't come any closer." The voice gradually faded, and within moments, the vast majority of the Wu Yi Di Jin was consumed by Xianmo, who then returned to Ming, silently digesting the energy. A Da chimed in at this moment. "Fortunately, this Di Jin is still in its growth phase. Its spatial power is not yet stable. Currently, it can only absorb energy and has no effect on flesh. Had it matured, your earlier actions would have left you severely wounded." Hearing this, Ming felt a flicker of relief. Nevertheless, it was all worthwhile, as long as Little Black put in the effort. "Master, I have acquired spatial talent." "What? So soon?" Ming was taken aback, staring at the black vortex that had appeared before him. Gradually, familiar black vines emerged from within. Witnessing this spectacle, Ming was filled with incredulity. "Little Black, how could this happen so quickly? You weren't possessed, were you?" Xianmo, puzzled, dismissed the black vortex and shook its pythonic head. "No, I don't know how it happened. I just absorbed it a short while ago and then gained it." Ming turned to Ada, but even the usually all-knowing entity was unusually silent, creating a palpable sense of stillness. With a slight shake of his head, Ming addressed Xianmo, "I don't know. Never mind. In any case, what matters is that we have secured the spatial talent." Xianmo nodded earnestly, expressing gratitude to the master. "It is all thanks to you. Without your guidance, I would never have acquired this talent." "Master, thank you." Ming chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Why thank me? I am your master. If I do not assist you, who will?" Before he could finish his sentence, Xianmo vehemently shook his head and declared, "Impossible. How could I ever forget my master? Even in death, I would not forget." Ming was momentarily taken aback. He had merely spoken casually and did not anticipate such a profound reaction from Xianmo. Yet, it was precisely this intense response that revealed to Ming the child's true feelings. It seemed that, unknowingly, Xianmo had genuinely come to regard him as its master. With an inexplicable bond forming, Ming chose not to elaborate further, although he felt Xianmo's significance in his heart had slightly elevated. After a while, Ada, astonished, circled around Xianmo twice, exclaiming, "Incredible! Who would have imagined you acquired another talent? A remarkably potent spatial ability." Sensing Ada's astonishment, Xianmo did not recoil in distaste as it usually did. Instead, it adopted an air of superiority, casting a disdainful glance at Ada and retorting, "I told you long ago, there is so much you do not comprehend." Ada ignored Xianmo's disdain and turned to Ming, stating, "Let us hasten our departure. The number of life forms that have broken through to the late growth stage has already exceeded 50,000. It is only a matter of time before more life forms reach maturity." Upon hearing this, Ming did not hesitate for a moment, promptly responding, "Xiao He, let us set out." The dark, profound vines unfurled like the wings of a dragon, and in the next instant, Qi Ming's figure shot skyward, vanishing like lightning. Chapter 46. The anomaly in the canyon on a vast grassland. Qi Ming lay resting after devouring several blood meals. Seizing the opportunity, he logged into the illusory beast wristband and began perusing the forum. Nearby, Xian Mo was coiled around a large stone, fiddling with its own illusory beast wristband. Following its gaze, lines of text shifted continuously, and at the top, characters gleamed in a fluctuating blue-green hue. This creature was even listening to music while browsing. When excitement struck, Xian Mo's vine-like tail swayed back and forth, clearly immersed in the experience. Ada, however, remained listlessly floating in the air, blowing bubbles, unable to comprehend the allure of the illusory beast wristband. Suddenly, Qi Ming seemed to discover something. With a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, he looked up and declared, "Let us depart. There are mist crystals appearing in the nearby canyon." Ada paused in surprise and responded with an odd expression. "How do you know that?" "The canyon is over 30 kilometers away." Qi Ming raised his right paw, gesturing. It was mentioned by other illusory beasts on the forum, along with uploaded images. "The mist crystals still require some time to mature. We must hurry." Upon hearing this, Xian Mo quickly stowed away its illusory beast wristband and flew towards the canyon as Qi Ming had indicated, covering 30 kilometers. They arrived at their destination in less than 3 minutes. Upon reaching the canyon's entrance, Qi Ming understood why the news had spread among the illusory beasts. The canyon was teeming with ferocious beasts and spirit animals, even some from other races. In a direct confrontation, the number of illusory beasts could not compete. Yet, illusory beasts possessed an advantage that none of the others had, an ability to summon reinforcements. As news of the mist crystals spread, more and more illusory beasts began to arrive in the canyon. Even if they ultimately could not secure the mist crystals, gathering a few corpses amidst the chaos would be quite beneficial. The area from which the mist crystals absorbed fog was significantly larger than the one Qi Ming had encountered in Longhua City. A brief glance revealed a diameter of a staggering 10 kilometers. It was difficult to fathom the level of power one could achieve after absorbing such a source. Not to mention, breaking through to maturity would be certainly within reach. Among the myriad of peculiar animals and other races, Qi Ming also spotted several figures resembling a Da. It seemed this creature's network was indeed extensive, boasting a surprising number of affiliates. Furthermore, Qi Ming observed that there were at least 4 others around him who had also reached the late growth stage. This was merely the canyon in their vicinity. He could only speculate how many more there were in other directions. Moreover, the continuous influx of illusory beasts indicated that a great melee was imminent. As Qi Ming surveyed the surrounding illusory beasts, the others were also quietly assessing his presence. Upon observing the formidable figure resembling a 2-headed dragon, they felt a strong sense of pressure. Several illusory beasts at the late growth stage instinctively distanced themselves, unwilling to engage directly with him. Time passed steadily, and the number of illusory beasts that had arrived at the canyon reached not tens of thousands, but rather 2 or 3 times that. On the outskirts of the canyon, a crimson-bellied golden pheasant and a rock-covered flower pig ambled into the area. Upon seeing the 2-headed dragon at the forefront beyond the mist barrier, the golden pheasant's eyes gleamed with recognition. "It is him." The rock-covered flower pig, puzzled, inquired, "Who? Kuan-Ge, do you know him?" In response, the golden pheasant, standing atop the flower pig, tapped its foot and admonished, "You fool. How many times must I remind you to call me young Master Kuan in public?" With that said, it turned its gaze back to the 2-headed dragon, adding, "If I am not mistaken, that dragon should be the one we encountered in Longhua City." The rock-covered flower pig expressed surprise, recalling that it had absorbed the residual energy from the dragon's breakthrough, which had allowed it to evolve into a slumbering species. It was unexpected to encounter the same being again. Before Kuan and the pig could continue their conversation, the mist crystals at the center of the canyon finally took form. Simultaneously, the surrounding barriers began to dissipate. All the creatures and races roared as they surged toward the mist crystals. Qi Ming, having waited patiently, would not be outdone. With a powerful flap of his wings, he transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished from sight. His speed was swift, yet some others, adept in speed, surpassed him. Before Qi Ming could reach the center of the canyon, a 4-winged golden cicada had already arrived beside the mist crystals, preparing to consume them. Just as the cicada was about to open its mouth to devour the mist crystals, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, striking the cicada's back. The terrifying lightning cracked the cicada's exoskeleton, and the overwhelming force sent it crashing to the ground, leaving spiderweb-like fractures in the earth. Following closely behind, a massive azure eagle. Its wingspan extending 100 meters, swooped down. With a piercing cry, the lightning eagle dove toward the mist crystals like a bolt from the blue. However, before it could reach within 100 meters, a 100-meter-long wooden spear sliced through the air, piercing its chest with deadly precision. At that moment, a towering 120-meter-tall giant ape leaped into action, its enormous hand reaching for the mist crystals. The surrounding powerful late-growth stage beings were unwilling to see the giant ape seize the mist crystals so easily and unleash their abilities in retaliation. Under the overwhelming pressure, the giant ape had no choice but to retreat with an enraged roar. Meanwhile, a massive black python seized the opportunity to rise, attempting to claim the mist crystals for itself. Yet, it clearly overestimated its own strength. In mere moments, it was obliterated by countless attacks, its remains scattered by the energy shockwaves that propelled them in all directions. Surrounding creatures of lesser strength and various alien races were filled with excitement as they rushed towards the enticing flesh. This flesh contained a potent life force, akin to a miraculous elixir for them. Among it, the soul gem of the black giant python was fervently contested by numerous phantasms and alien beings. However, it was not long before another late-stage alien was torn apart by an energy attack. The flesh and soul gem were once again scattered by the shockwaves. Seizing the opportunity, the red-bellied golden pheasant soared upward, snatching a severed half-arm of an alien. It split the arm in two, tossing one half down to the rockflower pig, Dao Pang Pang, urging it to eat quickly. The buffet was about to commence. Chapter 47. The Great Melee. Meanwhile, beside the mist crystal, a black vortex suddenly emerged. Almost instantaneously, a black vine extended forth, rapidly entwining the levitating mist crystal. Yet, as soon as the vine appeared, it was shredded into pieces by dozens of energy blasts. The black vortex, too, was dissipated in less than a second under the onslaught of the energy torrent. The master of this black vine and vortex was none other than Xianmo. A flicker of light passed through Xianmo, who, with a hint of bitterness, remarked, "It seems I have failed. My apologies, I was too foolish." Ming gently shook his head, reassuringly saying, "Why speak such nonsense? It is perfectly natural not to withstand so many late-stage energy attacks. I merely mentioned it casually. If this approach fails, we shall devise another." With that, he and several other late-stage beings took their positions, preparing for a standoff. Ming initially intended to seize the mist crystal and flee. But upon considering the possibility of absorbing these late-stage creatures and aliens, he realized that it would significantly expedite his advancement to maturity. Thus, he shed his initial impatience and patiently awaited the right moment. After all, the energy required for his breakthroughs was double that of ordinary life forms, and at maturity, it might even triple. Not seizing this golden opportunity to amass more life force would mean that, once he reached maturity, he might never again advance so swiftly. Losing his advantageous position, all phantasms, spirit beasts, ferocious beasts, and alien races remained silently vigilant, gradually dividing into 4 factions. 8 late-stage phantasms gathered by Ming's side: lions, tigers, rhinos, and more. The golden giant ape, who had previously hurled trees as javelins, was the first to speak. "Fellow phantasms, as we are all of the same kind, we should unite. Once we have eliminated the ferocious beasts and aliens, we can then contend for the mist crystal based on our merits. What say you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the other phantasms nodded in agreement, expressing that it was a reasonable plan. "However, we are only 9, while the other spirit beasts, ferocious beasts, and aliens number 20 or 30, one remarked. "That is simple. We can first ally with the spirit beasts to eliminate the ferocious beasts and aliens. And then we can take care of the spirit beasts ourselves," another suggested. Upon hearing the last remark, several phantasms exchanged bewildered glances at the white ice bear who had just spoken. The ice bear, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the phantasms, replied, "What are you looking at? Don't tell me you all are saints. If it comes to that, I shall be the first to withdraw." Before the phantasms could respond, the golden giant ape interjected, "All right, the white bear is correct. Our immediate priority is to eliminate the aliens and ferocious beasts." As he spoke, the golden giant ape noticed Ming, who had remained silent. Frowning slightly, he turned to Ming and asked, "Does our two-headed dragon brother prefer silence? Or do you have objections to our proposal? Perhaps you possess a better plan?" His words drew the attention of the remaining 7 phantasms to Ming. Although no one explicitly stated it, the perceptive phantasms could discern that Ming was the most imposing among them. With a length of 150 meters and 2 dragon heads, his formidable presence overshadowed even the 120-meter-tall golden giant ape. As Ming was called upon, he gradually returned from his contemplation. Though he did not care for the opinions of the phantasms, he was wise enough not to fall into their traps. With this thought, Ming nonchalantly scanned the golden giant ape and finally spoke, "I have no objections. I will cooperate with everyone." Naturally, he had no qualms about this. Who would quibble with a life that was destined to become their sustenance? Hearing this, the other phantasms felt a sense of relief. As for how to divide the mist crystal after vanquishing the other factions, they seemed to conveniently overlook that matter. The golden giant ape and the white bear cautiously approached the location of the spirit beasts. Spirit beasts and ferocious beasts were not fundamentally different. Both had evolved from wild animals. If any unforeseen circumstances arose, spirit beasts could easily transform into ferocious beasts. The golden giant ape and the white bear's persuasive prowess appeared to be quite effective, as they quickly enlisted the allegiance of 8 spirit beasts into their phantasm faction. Observing this, the ferocious beasts and aliens inched closer as well. Almost simultaneously, the phantasms and spirit beasts, as well as the ferocious beasts and aliens, launched their assaults. The golden giant ape roared fiercely and engaged a similarly towering alien, both exceeding 100 meters in height, their bodies rippling with sinewy muscles. Other phantasms and spirit beasts unleashed their abilities, generating terrifying energy fluctuations. Ming blended into the fray, though he held back, solely utilizing his fire abilities. He faced a ferocious beast, a giant wolf adorned with crimson scales, which appeared to be a hybrid of a wolf and a crocodile, showcasing enhanced defensive capabilities. When Ming's dragon claw struck, it merely left a faint crack on the beast's hide. The blood wolf, seeing this, revealed a glimmer of bloodthirst in its eyes and lunged at Ming. Ming hurriedly defended himself, desperately fending off the creature's terrifying assault. Unlike Ming, who remained inconspicuous, the golden giant ape emerged as the MVP, effortlessly snapping a tree and wielding it as a makeshift weapon. The golden giant ape transformed into a martial arts master, exhibiting astonishing staff techniques while engaging 3 ferocious beasts and aliens in battle. As time ticked away, the mist crystal continued to hover in midair. In the center of the canyon, the bodies of 20 animals and aliens lay strewn about. Late-stage and early-stage creatures attempted to seize the opportunity to snatch the flesh in the mist crystal, only to be instantly devoured by suddenly appearing yellow sandworms, which swiftly reduced them to mere heaps of sand scattered across the ground. Ming exerted himself to slay an alien with a bull's head, then gasped for breath as he regarded the remaining phantasms and spirit beasts. Among them were the white bear and the golden giant ape, along with a lion-tiger phantasm and a spotted deer spirit beast adorned with fiery red scales and fur. The golden giant ape casually withdrew a black spike that had pierced its chest, surveying the scene. "It appears that the ownership of the mist crystal will soon be decided among us." The spotted deer spirit beast's eyes flashed with anger and helplessness. Currently, it was the only spirit beast among the remaining 4 phantasms. If it lingered any longer, it might very well become the target of a collective attack. With this thought, the spotted deer, flecked with fiery scales, let out an indignant snort. Subsequently, without a backward glance, it transformed into a blazing crimson phantom, leaping away and vanishing from sight. Ming stood in stunned silence. The fiery Mehua deer had indeed shown its cunning, preserving its life. To the side, the King Kong and the white bear were equally astonished by the scene. However, they quickly exchanged glances and in unison charged towards Ming and another lion-tiger phantom beast with wild ferocity. Ming, unfazed, summoned his will, and fiery barriers of crimson flames materialized before him. The lion-tiger beast, caught off guard, was instantly ambushed and severely wounded. King Kong seized the lion-tiger beast by its nape, treating it like a sandbag. He hurled it violently back and forth on the ground. With a powerful toss, he sent the lion-tiger beast flying towards Ming. With a flicker of his eyes, a torrent of molten fireballs appeared, soaring through the air and swiftly obliterating the remaining vitality of the lion-tiger beast. A few remaining fireballs, undeterred, surged towards King Kong like shooting stars. The King Kong agilely leaped, narrowly avoiding the fiery onslaught. Turning to the somewhat hesitant white bear, he exclaimed, "Brother Baixiong, what are you waiting for? This creature possesses fire attributes. If I perish, you will undoubtedly be doomed." Upon hearing this, the white bear ceased his hesitation, roaring as he unleashed a breath of icy frost towards Ming. A look of disdain flickered in Ming's eyes. Truly a fool. As expected, the moment the white bear attacked, King Kong hurled a large rock at the bear's head. Remarkably, the white bear seemed to anticipate this, abruptly halting its energy assault. It pivoted and struck with an ice claw, shattering the boulder into countless fragments. Qi Ming marveled. What a surprise, I misjudged. The rebellious white bear, disregarding Qi Ming, unleashed its icy power and engaged in fierce combat with King Kong. King Kong's expression shifted dramatically, clearly astounded that its own stone had struck its foot. Observing the frenzied white bear, it hastily dodged while shouting to Qi Ming, twin-headed dragon brother, why aren't you joining in? Once we deal with this white bear, we can settle our scores. Qi Ming merely smirked in response, showing no inclination to engage, seemingly waiting for the battle's conclusion before intervening. Seeing this, the white bear unleashed its icy might once more, overwhelming King Kong with an onslaught of frost. Qi Ming, however, did not remain idle. Aware of the phantoms and other entities lurking nearby, eyeing the battle with greedy anticipation. A cold glint flickered in his gaze, a bunch of insatiable gluttons. Now, they might escape with their lives, but soon, even if they wished to flee, they would likely find no opportunity. Without any visible action from Qi Ming, the corpses of 20 mature beings around him began to transform into heaps of yellow sand at a visible pace. Some of the living beings, taken aback by this transformation, hesitated momentarily before gradually retreating. Others remained in their positions, patiently awaiting the battle's end. The Hongfu Jinji, witnessing this, flapped its wings and urged, we should withdraw. The Yinshi Huazhu, confused, raised its head, still chewing on unfinished flesh. What? Kuan Go, no, Kuan Xiao, isn't this an all-you-can-eat buffet? I'm still not full. At this, the Hongfu Jinji nearly stumbled, stabilizing itself with a flap of its wings, exclaiming, look at you, you foolish beast. If you linger any longer, you won't just miss out on the buffet, you'll become part of it. Let me ask you one last time. Are you leaving? If not, I'm going. Hearing this, the Yinshi Huazhu trembled uncontrollably. I'm going. I'll follow you, Kuan Go. With that, it turned and waddled away, leaving the canyon behind. Meanwhile, the battle between the white bear and King Kong neared its conclusion. Despite the white bear's frost abilities, it was worn down by King Kong's agile assaults, depleting its remaining vitality. King Kong wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth and coldly laughed as it turned to Qi Ming. Next, it's your turn. Qi Ming, with his two dragon heads held high, retorted, this phrase is equally directed at you. No sooner had he spoken than a series of ferocious yellow sand dragons erupted from the grass below, binding King Kong tightly in place like chains. Behind him, a black vine shot forth, swiftly retrieving the mist crystal before retreating at an incredible speed. Upon witnessing this, King Kong nearly erupted in fury, struggling against the bindings of the yellow sand dragons while bellowing, stop! The mist crystal is mine. Before it could finish, a massive yellow sandworm, over 500 meters long, leaped up and engulfed King Kong whole. After consuming King Kong, the gigantic yellow sandworm continued unabated, racing towards other phantoms and beings eager to partake. But that was not the end, as Qi Ming willed it. The previously transformed yellow sand from over 20 mature beings rapidly coalesced again, forming multiple yellow sandworms that surged towards fleeing life forms. Qi Ming stood amidst the swirling yellow sand, coldly observing the phantoms and beings being consumed. One's success often comes at the cost of many lives. It is uncertain how long this continued, but eventually, the yellow sand settled, transforming the area into a vast canyon of sand. Beneath the azure sky and among green hills, a figure resembling a two-headed dragon descended, landing in a concealed, mist-shrouded gorge. The dragon's wings unfurled, morphing into black vines that spread through the air, quickly wrapping around nearby stones. Shortly after, the vines formed a black beast claw which presented itself before the dragon. Opening, it revealed a 10-meter-high crystal radiating a faint white glow. Master, for you. The black vine and dragon were, of course, Xianmo and Qi Ming. Chapter 49. The third head gazing at the hard-won mist crystal before him. Qi Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. Without hesitation, he extended his right claw to receive the mist crystal. Xiaohei, it's all up to you now. Xianmo promptly replied, rest assured, Master. Even if I perish. Before he could finish, Qi Ming interrupted, enough with such morbid talk. Just focus and watch, it won't take long. With that, both dragon heads sprang into action, swiftly consuming the entire mist crystal. As soon as it entered their bellies, a tremendous surge of energy erupted, mingling with the vast life force acquired in the canyon, dispersing throughout Qi Ming's limbs and his two dragon heads. In the capital city, a graceful peacock with resplendent blue-violet plumage slowly opened its eyes. Sensing the tumultuous energy within, the peacock wore an expression of helplessness. Just a little more. I never expected the energy required to break through to maturity would be so substantial. As the words left its beak, a blue tadpole hovering nearby released a bubble, leisurely stating, "Ling Air, you'd better hurry. Several life forms are already on the verge of breaking through to maturity." The peacock, referred to as Ling Air, was astonished. "I have only reached this stage thanks to an uninterrupted supply of energy. How could others possibly be ahead of me? Are they phantoms, spirit beasts, or perhaps ferocious beasts?" The azure tadpole gracefully swayed its tail in the water as it floated through the air, blinking its eyes and exclaiming, "Indeed, do not underestimate other forms of life. Although they lack a continuous energy supply, they possess their own unique opportunities. However, now is not the time for such discussions. You should hasten to absorb energy and strive for your transformation into a mature form." Upon hearing this, Linger nodded earnestly and flapped her wings, flying towards the nearby energy reservoir. Meanwhile, in a distant, boundless sea, a colossal crocodile turtle, with a carapace measuring 100 meters in diameter, was nestled within a trench, voraciously devouring a white crystal towering 10 meters high. Before long, the crocodile turtle picked up the last shard and, with a powerful bite, swallowed it whole. Feeling the surge of energy within, the turtle exclaimed in delight, "Wonderful! I can finally transform into a mature form." This crocodile turtle was none other than Pang Bo, who had chosen to venture into the ocean. Upon entering the sea, he had relied on his formidable devouring power to consume relentlessly, bringing him to the brink of transformation in such a short span of time. Beside him floated a blue tadpole, a projection of Ada's avatar. "Pang Bo, hurry and transform into a mature form. Once you do, you will gain the ability to float." Upon hearing this, Pang Bo's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was only due to a chance encounter with Ada that he learned about the floating ability that would come with his transformation, which had driven him tirelessly to this moment. He shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions, and prepared for his transformation, only to suddenly recall something. He turned to the blue tadpole and asked, "Ada, you are not planning to harvest us once we mature, are you?" Ada was momentarily taken aback, then widened her eyes and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Why would you accuse me? Did I not mention before that I bear no ill will towards you?" Pang Bo chuckled sheepishly and replied, "It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered an anime I watched before. Please do not be upset. Consider it a slip of the tongue. And I apologize." Ada huffed in annoyance. "I do not require your apology. Hurry and transform into a mature form. Once you do, strive to become a leader. And only then will you have the chance to explore a broader new world." Hearing this, Pang Bo felt a flicker of curiosity about the new world Ada spoke of. Without hesitation, a stream of black energy surged from within him, gradually enveloping his entire being and forming a colossal black cocoon. In the ravine, a massive cocoon of intertwining crimson and bright yellow emitted streams of radiant light. Nearby, black vines danced wildly, not in the wind, but as if in defiance of it. Amidst the many writhing black vines, a blue tadpole was constantly evading their attacks. Ada effortlessly dodged a vine, swaying languidly and stating, "Do not waste your effort. You will never hit me." Xian Mo seethed with anger, having been diligently guarding Qi Ming. However, this vexatious green tea, which always took the opportunity to harass him when Qi Ming was unaware, pushing him to the brink of retaliation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in Xian Mo's mind. It then pointed at the cocoon enveloping Qi Ming and exclaimed, "Ah, Master has successfully transformed." Ada, upon hearing this, quickly adopted an innocuous demeanor and asked, "Xian Mo, why are you attacking me? Did I not say before that I bear no malice?" Witnessing Ada reveal her true nature as a green tea witch, Xian Mo was enraged and summoned the vines to ensnare her tightly. Ada was taken aback and turned to see the cocoon still radiating a soft glow, showing no signs of transformation. Seeing this, the ripples within Ada's essence momentarily faltered. She then exclaimed, "Xian Mo, I didn't expect you to have learned how to deceive." Xian Mo retorted with a scoff, "What do you know? This is strategy. To deal with a scheming green tea witch like you, I must show some prowess. Otherwise, you will never learn your lesson." As he spoke, the vines began to constrict violently, quickly transforming Ada into two hemispherical shapes. Xian Mo was overjoyed, but before he could revel in his triumph, Ada vanished in a flash of light and reappeared unscathed in a nearby space. With her tail swaying, her innocuous voice rang out, "Give up. I told you from the start that your efforts were futile." Xian Mo huffed in indignation, ready to respond, but was interrupted by surprise. "Ah, Master is about to transform." Ada blew out a series of bubbles and remarked, "The same line cannot work on me twice. Before she could finish, a terrifying aura erupted from behind her. Ada turned in astonishment to see the cocoon had developed numerous cracks. It was indeed on the verge of transformation. Not long after, the cocoon burst into an explosion of light, giving rise to a towering figure, a three-headed dragon-like creature measuring 280 meters in length. Upon witnessing the three-headed dragon, Xianmo conjured a massive python head and declared, "Congratulations, Master, on your successful transformation." Ming, with all three heads held high, stretched his form and laughed. "Thank you, Little Black." Chapter 50. The Life Field Blossoms. Xianmo gently shook his head and replied, "This is merely my duty, Master." Ada then gracefully swam to Ming's side, saying, "Congratulations, Ming. You are the third life form on Blue Star to reach maturity." Hearing this, Ming was momentarily stunned. He had thought he would be the first. However, it mattered little. Having progressed from thousands to third place was already a significant achievement. Regardless, achieving maturity was undoubtedly a positive development. With his transformation, Ming's strength surged dramatically. Firstly, he acquired a new wood attribute ability, gaining a new wood attribute soul gem. Additionally, a verdant circular organ sprouted from the throat of his third head. Through this organ, Ming could generate vines to manipulate his surroundings and convert wood attribute energy to accelerate the healing of his injuries. Secondly, his attack range ballooned from 500 meters before his transformation to an astonishing 3 kilometers. According to Ada, the typical mature life form's attack range is only about 1 kilometer. This news filled Ming with elation, as he had finally encountered a tangible benefit as a triple experience holder. Indeed, while his attack range was 3 times that of other life forms at the same level, the energy required for each breakthrough was also quite burdensome, being threefold compared to others. However, thanks to the accumulation of vast life energy in the previous canyon and the influence of the mist crystal, Ming's energy reserves surged significantly after achieving maturity. He believed that before long, he would be the first to break through to the mid-stage of maturity. Moreover, what thrilled Ming the most was that his life field had successfully transcended the confines of his body, extending 300 meters outward. Once the life field was projected externally, not only did it grant him unparalleled control over energy within its range, but it also bestowed upon him the coveted ability to float, a dream for all terrestrial life forms. Although his elevation was limited to 300 meters, it filled Ming with joy and pride. According to Ada, most life forms, upon their initial transformation to maturity, could only project their fields about 50 meters. Only a select few particularly gifted beings could reach a maximum of 100 meters. Yet, due to his unique dual-headed nature, Ming's projection distance was double that of others. This was yet another advantage of being a triple experience holder. Feeling a tremendous sense of relief, Ming quelled the tumult within his heart and began to ascend slowly into the air. Soon, he maneuvered with ease, floating freely amidst the narrow mountain gorge. As he soared, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to lower his altitude to a modest 100 meters. Xianmo, observing this, was filled with joy. But soon his mood soured again. Would his master, now capable of flying independently, no longer require him as a winged companion? Before Xianmo could dwell further on this, Ming's voice called out, "Xiaohei, what are you daydreaming about? We must depart. Hurry and assume dragon wing form." Upon hearing this, Xianmo immediately perked up, extending his dragon wings behind Ming and reporting, "Master, Xiaohei is ready. We can take off at any moment." After breaking through, Ming's field of vision expanded dramatically, reaching 10 kilometers. Gazing down from above, he could clearly see various large creatures wandering about. "Master, where are we headed?" Xianmo inquired from behind. Ming chuckled softly. "Naturally, we continue hunting, and I shall help you reach maturity swiftly." He had not forgotten what Ada had said earlier. The power of space could directly affect flesh and blood once one reached maturity. Moreover, if Xiaohei's strength increased, it would, in turn, elevate his own power. Xianmo was deeply touched. He never expected his master to think of enhancing his strength just after his breakthrough. How benevolent he was. Just then, Ming seemed to sense something. Directing Xianmo, he reduced their speed and dove toward the open wilderness below. In the expanse, several phantasmic beasts and ferocious creatures were entangled in combat. Just as they reached a stalemate, a colossal, three-headed demon dragon, nearly 300 meters in length and adorned with wings, descended from the sky, landing amidst the throng of beasts. Upon witnessing this, both the phantasmic and ferocious beasts halted their skirmish in unison, eyeing the three-headed dragon warily. The dragon surveyed its surroundings and spoke in an extraordinarily calm, ethereal voice. What is happening? Why have you stopped fighting? Continue. I am of no concern to you. The ferocious beasts felt the immense pressure emanating from the three-headed dragon and began to waver in their resolve. The phantasmic beasts, however, tentatively inquired, Big Brother, are you a phantasmic beast? Might you spare us? Before they could receive an answer, the three-headed dragon turned slowly, its 6 golden glowing eyes fixating on the speaker. A muscular creature resembling a large chicken. No, we are not acquainted. However, I can grant you a swift end. I assure you it will not hurt. Are you jesting? Expecting me to spare you just because we are both phantasmic beasts? Should I then ask if you would let me take a taste? For Qi Ming, if he were in high spirits or digesting life force, he might have spared them. However, his purpose was to procure blood food for Xian Mo's breakthrough. How could he let them go simply because of a few words? The muscular creature was momentarily stunned, but before it could respond, a torrent of yellow sand surged from beneath it, enveloping its entire form. In mere seconds, the yellow sand dragon ascended, and the muscular creature vanished without a trace. The remaining phantasmic and ferocious beasts, witnessing this, felt panic ensue and scattered in all directions. The voice of the dragon echoed again. Why are you fleeing? It won't hurt. One ostrich, terrified, lost several feathers in its haste. This is a matter of avian survival. Who would dare stay? Yet, the ostrich did not flee far before a yellow sand dragon caught up to it. 5 minutes later, a dozen yellow sand dragons converged before Qi Ming. With a single command, they dissipated into a cloud of golden grains, revealing the numerous corpses of blood food they had captured. It turned out that he had merely summoned the yellow sand dragons to seize the vitality of these creatures without drawing much of their life force. Come, Xiaohei. These are all for you. Upon hearing this, Xian Mo was overwhelmed with excitement and rushed towards the collection of blood food. Observing Xian Mo indulging in his feast, a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Qi Ming's eyes. Ada, however, remained listlessly floating in the air. Suddenly, sensing something, it ceased its movements and addressed Qi Ming. Qi Ming, a large number of extraterrestrial beings have begun to descend. You must exercise caution in the coming period. These beings possess profound backgrounds, and some even wield powerful soul artifacts. Unless absolutely necessary, do not engage in conflict with them. Taken aback, Qi Ming queried, soul artifacts? What are those? Ada hesitated for a moment before explaining. When a life form breaks through to the Lord level, the soul gem within it can birth soul artifacts with various extraordinary abilities. Even if the life form perishes, their soul artifacts can be utilized by others. Each soul artifact is unique. It would be best to discuss specifics once you encounter them. Qi Ming nodded thoughtfully, wishing to ask more. But Xian Mo had already finished consuming the blood food. Master, I did not gain any talents this time. Qi Ming was not surprised and consoled him. No worries. Acquiring talents is no simple feat. Xiaohei, inheriting even a few abilities is quite remarkable. Xian Mo nodded in agreement. I acquired 16 new abilities. Furthermore, I can sense that absorbing a bit more blood food will enable me to break through to maturity. Hearing this, Qi Ming's eyes lit up, beckoning Xian Mo to transform into his dragon wings. He soared into the sky, declaring, what are we waiting for? Today, we must elevate you to maturity. The three-headed dragon transformed into a streak of black lightning, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. After flying nearly 10 kilometers, Qi Ming spotted a fiery red spatial rift in the valley below, from which a steady stream of extraterrestrial beings emerged. These beings resembled humans, clad in various forms of armor, their skin adorned with blazing red patterns. Remarkably, they stood around 3 meters tall, yet each exuded the aura of a late-stage mature being, with several even reaching the early stages of maturity. Surrounding these extraterrestrial beings were phantasmic beasts and other creatures fleeing in all directions. Qi Ming recognized them as phantasmic beasts due to the phantasmic beast armbands they wore. Before he could inquire further, Ada provided an explanation. They are the Yaohua clan. Among all the descending extraterrestrial beings, they rank fairly high. Qi Ming nodded slightly, then seemed to ponder something. He voiced his curiosity. Ada, since these Yaohua can enter Lanxing through that rift, can I enter their world via the rift? Ada was taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment. How did you come up with such an idea? While you can enter, their world is home to high-tier formidable beings. If you encounter a Lord-level being or stronger, you might not even know how you perished. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Qi Ming's eyes as he shook his head lightly. I was merely asking. By the way, according to your explanation, those above Lord level and King level cannot pass through the rift into Lanxing, correct? Ada released a bubble and nodded affirmatively. Indeed. And these rifts are influenced by Lanxing's primal will. They can only accommodate beings of equal or lower tier than the strongest life forms currently present in Lanxing. Thus, only early-stage mature beings or below can traverse the rifts. Upon hearing this, Ming felt a weight lift slightly from his heart. As long as they were not overwhelmingly powerful, he was confident in handling these extraterrestrial beings. No longer hesitating, Ming commanded Xian Imo to dive towards the Yaohua clan below. Simultaneously, amidst the throng of phantom beasts pursued by numerous members of the Yaohua clan, one phantom beast, possessing a fish's body and bird's wings, was frantically soaring forward. Behind it, a late-stage Yaohua was in relentless pursuit. This peculiar creature, named Ji-Wei, had originally been a mere bird. However, after inadvertently consuming a fish during a previous evolution, it had mistakenly chosen to undergo a fusion evolution, resulting in its current bizarre form. Witnessing the phantom beasts around it being mercilessly slaughtered by the Yaohua clan, Ji-Wei's heart raced with anxiety, pondering, could this be the end for me? How is this possible? After all, I am the protagonist. Accompanying Ji-Wei, a blue tadpole casually released bubbles, asking Ji-Wei, do you want to use the life-saving opportunity one provided you? After a moment of hesitation, Ji-Wei resolutely declined. No need. This is just the beginning. I can still fight back. With that, its wings emitted a greenish glow, doubling its speed. This sudden acceleration allowed it to shake off the late-stage Yaohua that had been chasing it. However, it also attracted the attention of another mature Yaohua. As the mature Yaohua rapidly approached, Ji-Wei was instantly filled with dread, exclaiming, what is it with you all chasing me? The mature Yaohua was closing in fast, and just as Ji-Wei prepared to call for Ada's help to escape, a 30-meter-wide lava meteor descended from the sky, crashing down onto the Yaohua and sending it crashing to the ground, creating a web of incandescent lava cracks. Ji-Wei was momentarily stunned, only to behold a colossal figure, nearly 300 meters tall, resembling a demonic dragon with 3 dragon heads, descending from the heavens. Surrounding the 3-headed dragon were rings of lava fireballs floating in midair. The fireballs shot forth like meteors towards the Yaohua clan members, obliterating the late-stage ones into mere puddles of flesh, while even the mature Yaohua were heavily injured by the onslaught. Upon seeing the phantom beast bracelet on the formidable 3-headed dragon, Ji-Wei could not help but swallow nervously, wondering, who is this mighty figure? It must have surpassed the mature stage. After a moment of contemplation, Ji-Wei seemed to recall something and, with a flicker of determination in its eyes, turned and fled into the distance. I shall remember this act of salvation, and I will repay you when the opportunity arises. Unbeknownst to Ming, high in the sky, the thoughts of this fish-bodied, bird-winged phantom beast were far from his mind. Not only Ji-Wei, but other phantom beasts and spirit beasts also seized the opportunity created by Ming's assault to escape as swiftly as possible. Chapter 52. Do you wish to make me your mount? Upon witnessing this scene, the Yaohua clan members below were filled with rage and quickly launched their counterattacks. One Yaohua, standing over 3 meters tall and wielding a blazing red spear, leaped into action, summoning a torrent of flames to collide with the descending lava meteor. The moment they clashed, a terrifying shockwave radiated outward, injuring several weaker Yaohua in its wake. Nearby, a few Yaohua approached the spear-wielding warrior and voiced their concerns. Huoli, this 3-headed dragon is too powerful. What shall we do? If this continues, our clan will be annihilated. Huoli, the Yaohua leader, replied with a glint of determination in his eyes, we must hold on a little longer. Xian Yi will arrive shortly. Inform the others to avoid the dragon's attacks as best as they can. Before he could finish his sentence, the 3-headed dragon erupted in an endless torrent of flames, which spread like a complex web, engulfing a 3-kilometer radius in a terrifying inferno. Witnessing this, Huoli's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? This 3-headed dragon is merely in the early mature stage. How can it compare to those in the mid-stage? The other Yaohua were equally astonished. Did I see that correctly? The dragon's attack range is astonishing. Its flames seem more potent than ours. Meanwhile, those Yaohua unable to evade were consumed by the relentless flames, struggling in vain before losing their lives. Yet, this was not the end. Ming flapped his dragon wings, and the 3 dragon heads let out a resounding roar towards the heavens. In an instant, the ground around him began to disintegrate, transforming into a swirling storm of yellow sand. From this chaos, thick green vines erupted from the earth, writhing like serpents towards the Yaohua. Under the overwhelming suppression of his might, none of the Yaohua could withstand Ming's assault. Within a 3-kilometer radius around him, it became a zone of death. As Ming maneuvered with Xian Imo, He allowed it to absorb the life force from the fallen Yaohua. Whenever he encountered a mature Yaohua, he personally intervened, devouring them as if they were mere snacks. After about 7 or 8 minutes, an enraged voice suddenly erupted from the fissure. How bold! You, the dragon, dare to be so arrogant. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. As the voice faded, a figure over 3 meters tall, slender in build with fiery red short hair, soared out from the fissure. This figure resembled other Yaohua, yet emanated an aura far more powerful. Moreover, its arm was adorned with a long, fiery red ribbon that burned with flames, trailing behind it. Ming paused, glancing at the blue tadpole beside him. Ada? Didn't you say only those who have broken through to the leader level can understand the speech of other races? Without hesitation, Ada explained. Do you see that flaming ribbon on their arm? That is a soul artifact left behind by a leader-level being. This individual has broken through the soul barrier through the soul artifact, gaining the ability to communicate with you. Upon hearing this, Ming nodded thoughtfully. However, before he could respond, Ada added, I advise you to leave quickly. This individual is no weakling and possesses a soul artifact. Ming's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. I fear it may be too late. Just as he spoke, the figure transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards Ming and hovering a kilometer away in midair. The yellow sand dragons and flames danced around, yet were held at bay by the self-propelling fiery ribbon. The figure remained composed, stating, You have killed so many of my kin. You shall pay dearly. State your name, for I, Xianyi, do not slay nameless foes. Ming's lips twitched. The rhetoric of these foreign beings resembled that of the villains in his tales. Were they all trained in the same manner? Instead of responding, Ming focused his thoughts, summoning the swirling yellow sand to form several fierce yellow sand dragons that lunged towards the opponent. The Yaohua, identifying themselves as Xianyi, revealed a look of disdain. How foolish! As the words left their mouth, the fiery ribbon shot forth, expanding rapidly to hundreds of meters in length. Like a serpentine dragon of flames, swiftly obliterating the surrounding yellow sand dragons. The ribbon of flames sliced through the vast sky, wrapping around Ming with each breath he took. Feeling the intense heat emanating from the fiery tendril, Ming was slightly taken aback. Remarkably, even he found it somewhat unbearable. However, if this was all it had to offer, it would not suffice to contend with him. A surging energy enveloped his entire being. The thorny scales on Ming's body rapidly formed a layer of molten lava. Raising his claws, he swiftly tore the fiery ribbon into several segments. Yet, Xianyi remained unfazed. With a mere beckon of his hand, the shattered flames once again danced through the air, reuniting in an instant as if nothing had transpired. Observing Ming, now cloaked in molten lava, Xianyi's eyes glimmered with surprise. To think he could escape the binding of the red serpent. It seems I underestimated you just now. Having witnessed your growth to this extent, I shall grant you one final opportunity. If you agree to become my steed, I shall spare your life. Halfway through his proposition, Ming was thoroughly incensed by Xianyi's words. With a powerful flap of his dragon wings, he surged forward, propelled by an endless torrent of lava. I've had enough of your incessant chatter. The 10-meter-tall dragon claws shot forth like lightning. A tremendous blow directly shattered Xianyi's defensive fiery ribbon into fragments, sending his entire form hurtling backward like a meteor. The surrounding Yaohua tribe, who had just regained some morale, were left in a state of disbelief upon witnessing this. Only Hua Li, armed with a spear, exhibited no concern, as if he possessed an inexplicable confidence in Xianyi. As expected, less than 2 kilometers from where he was struck, Xianyi abruptly halted. Almost simultaneously, a series of blazing flames erupted from his center, causing the previously modest ribbon of flame to swell exponentially to a terrifying 3 kilometers. Chapter 53. Limitless counterattack. The vast expanse of crimson ribbon blazed in the air, moving as if animated by an unseen force. Positioned at the center of this fiery spectacle, Xianyi conjured a long spear of flame out of thin air. In the next moment, he shot forth with an even greater speed than before, charging towards Ming. The scarlet ribbon undulated alongside him, transforming into a colossal dragon of flame, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. Ming, astonished by this transformation, mused whether he was witnessing a rendition of Neza. Beside him, Ada's wide eyes reflected a sense of urgency. At a time like this, are you really thinking about such frivolous matters? You might want to utilize the chance I've given you to save your life, or you may find yourself obliterated. Ming's 3 dragon heads began to gather intense flames, his voice resonating. Wait, I wish to gauge my own strength. Ada rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical of Ming's decision. However, Ming had his own strategy. He believed he had not yet reached a point of desperation. Wasting a Da's offered opportunity would mean that should he encounter danger again, no one would be there to rescue him. In an instant, the imposing figure of Xian Yi, accompanied by the blazing dragon, descended upon him, resembling a deity of fire. Witnessing this, Qi Ming ceased his hesitation and unleashed a torrent of dragon breath. 3 robust pillars of flame tore through the sky, hurling towards Xian Yi. Yet, at a critical moment, the crimson ribbon swiftly interposed itself, completely blocking the fearsome flames. Xian Yi's derisive voice rang out from above. You truly are overestimating yourself. It seems without instilling despair, you will not willingly submit. As soon as he finished speaking, the expansive crimson ribbon released several beams of light that shot forth, piercing through Qi Ming's limbs and torso. A smirk crept across Xian Yi's face, as if he had already sealed Qi Ming's fate. The searing flames, capable of melting the void, ignited upon the ribbon, instantly scorching Qi Ming's body black. However, before he could revel in his triumph, an astonishing sight froze him in place. The areas penetrated by the red serpent transformed into flowing sand, and the wounds on Qi Ming's body rapidly began to heal, shrouded in a green aura, visibly mending at an astonishing pace. Xian Yi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What is this? The power of the spirit of heaven and earth. You have merged with the spirit of heaven and earth. His countenance transformed dramatically, from disbelief to wonder, and finally to excitement and greed. How splendid! I initially intended to spare your life as a steed, but to think you have integrated with the spirit of heaven and earth. Although it may not be of the fire attribute, that matters little. Suppressing his exhilaration, Xian Yi attempted to call back the ribbon that was ensnared in the flowing sand, but a powerful binding force emanated from the sand itself, thwarting his intentions. Realizing this, Xian Yi reluctantly set aside that thought and focused on controlling the red serpent ribbon to continue its assault on Qi Ming. With 6 golden pupils glimmering with determination, Qi Ming stood resolute against the oncoming crimson ribbon, unwilling to retreat. Only by temporarily binding this formidable soul artifact could he hope to counterattack. Otherwise, if this continued, he would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. As the fiery ribbon approached, Qi Ming unleashed a torrent of energy, unleashing ribbons of yellow sand that swiftly entwined around the fiery tendrils. Though the initial yellow sand ribbons were instantly shattered by the crimson ribbon, as more and more yellow sand ribbons formed, the tide of battle began to shift. Xian Yi's expression darkened as he realized that while he could manipulate the soul artifact, its power was limited, unable to compare to that of a true Lord-level powerhouse. Witnessing the yellow sand ribbons gradually entangle and bind the crimson ribbon, a flicker of urgency flashed in Xian Yi's eyes. He scanned the surroundings in anger, shouting, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and assist me." The other members of the Yaohua tribe momentarily paused, then swiftly mobilized their energies, rushing towards Qi Ming. Qi Ming's gaze flickered. Given his current strength, he could manage Xian Yi, who wielded a soul artifact, but if he were to divide his attention to deal with other Yaohua tribe members, he risked losing the hard-won advantage. Behind him, Xian Mo also observed Qi Ming's predicament. "Master, I shall confront them." But Qi Ming immediately countered, "No. There are too many Yaohua tribe members. You cannot handle them alone." Xian Mo hesitated for a moment before responding. "But, there is no but. I can annihilate the enemy by myself." Just then, a contingent of fully equipped phantom beasts burst through the mist behind him, with golden fur akin to a mythical beast. A golden-haired tiger, a pitch-black panther resembling a shadow, and various other hybrid phantom beasts of diverse forms surged forth, including an armored vehicle over 100 meters tall, resembling a tank. Leading the charge was a spirit bird adorned with golden plumage atop its head, its body pure white. Upon spotting Qi Ming engaged in battle with Xian Yi, the spirit bird expressed its astonishment. It then conveyed a message through the essence of souls, "This phantom beast brother. Focus on that foe. We shall handle the other Yaohua tribe members." As it spoke, it surveyed its surroundings, addressing the phantom beast crowd, "Brothers, these Yaohua tribe members have encroached upon our Dongyang city. What shall we do? Let us take them down." The chorus of phantom beasts echoed in unison as they charged towards the Yaohua tribe members. The white spirit bird smiled knowingly and added, "Everyone, be cautious. Do not inadvertently harm our allies." As the voice faded, it flapped its wings and alighted upon the tank-like armored vehicle. With fierce determination in its eyes, it commanded the Spirit Yuan cannon, "Activate." Boom. With a single order, a terrifying white beam erupted instantly from the dark cannon's muzzle. Wherever the beam passed, the Yaohua clan was torn to shreds. The horrifying beam shot forth for 10 kilometers, vanishing into the depths of the mist. 10 kilometers was not its limit, but rather the extent of Qi Ming's vision. Witnessing this scene, Qi Ming's eyes sparkled with astonishment and exhilaration. Simultaneously, the energy within him erupted once more, engulfing the last remnants of the crimson ribbon. Subsequently, a tempest of yellow sand swirled, transforming into a ferocious sand dragon that devoured the Xianyi. Xianyi attempted to struggle further, but it was all in vain, as he was consumed by the yellow sand dragon, losing the last glimmer of his sight. Chapter 54, Treasures. Soul Artifacts. At the moment the yellow sand dragon engulfed Xianyi, the terrifying power of sandification was unleashed. In less than 5 seconds, the life force of the opponent was completely drained. Meanwhile, the crimson ribbon, wrapped in yellow sand vines, flickered with light and swiftly shrank to a length of 3 meters. Gazing at the floating crimson ribbon before him, Qi Ming's eyes sparkled with delight. Beside him, Ada exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, I didn't expect your fortune to be this good." Qi Ming shot Ada a sidelong glance and replied, "What luck? This is all strength, you know?" He then pondered, "By the way, how do I use this thing?" Ada, without hesitation, explained, "It's quite simple. The Yaohe clan member is dead, so the soul imprint on it should have dissipated. You just need to place it in your soul space and imprint it with your own mark to use it." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming nodded slightly. With a thought, the crimson ribbon vanished from sight. He did not rush to imprint his mark, but instead turned his gaze to the Yaohe clan and the illusion beasts battling below. With a thought, crimson flames enveloped him, transforming into a streak of red lightning as he dove toward the remaining Yaohe clan members. The few remaining Yaohe clan members were filled with uncertainty upon witnessing this scene, seemingly unable to believe that these 3 dragon demons had defeated their clan's pride. However, Qi Ming did not show them any mercy and summoned rivers of lava, commencing a massacre against the Yaohe clan. The surrounding illusion beasts widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, this big shot has gone mad. No wonder he is a big shot. He is not only handsome, but also incredibly strong. I really want to follow him. Hey, are you okay? Put on some pants." Ignoring the various expressions of astonishment, admiration, or confusion from the illusion beasts, the golden-feathered white bird remarked, "This brother's strength is truly formidable. Given the situation, he must have already broken through to maturity." Just as this was said, a golden monkey on the armored vehicle responded, "City Lord, should we invite these 3-headed dragons to join our Dongyang city?" The white bird's eyes gleamed, and one wing raised in a gesture of resignation, said, "I want to, but I fear they may not be interested." As time passed, a full half-hour went by, and most of the Yaohe clan was wiped out. However, a portion managed to escape into the distant mist. The red fissures gradually faded, and no new Yaohe clan members appeared. Observing this scene, Qi Ming relaxed slightly. Just as he contemplated leaving this place to find a safe area for Xian Mo to break through to maturity, a voice called out from behind him, "Brother, wait a moment. Would you like to join our Dongyang city? I can offer you the position of Vice City Lord." Qi Ming was taken aback and turned to see the white spirit bird that had just conveyed the message to him. The bird, of an indiscernible species, boasted white feathers and an orange beak, with a crown of golden plumes atop its head, exuding an extraordinary presence. Before Qi Ming could respond, a following golden monkey exclaimed in confusion, "City Lord, are you out of your mind? That is the Vice City Lord position. How can it be offered so casually?" The monkey's words were interrupted as the white spirit bird flapped its wings, resolutely declaring, "Stop obstructing me. I have made up my mind. This brother is more than qualified to be our Dongyang city's Vice City Lord." With that, it turned back to Qi Ming and said, "Let us go, brother. Once we return, I will introduce you properly." Qi Ming, with a peculiar expression, replied, "I appreciate your offer, but I have no intention of joining any faction." Upon hearing this, the white spirit bird sighed, "Ah, it seems our fate is not meant to be. However, you need not be concerned. The Yaohe clan has appeared near our Dongyang city, and you have helped eliminate a large number of them. It is we who should express our gratitude." Qi Ming smiled slightly, conversing with the white spirit bird for a while longer before bidding farewell and soaring away, gradually disappearing into the mist. Once Qi Ming's figure completely vanished, the golden monkey spoke, "City Lord, he didn't agree." The white spirit bird chuckled, "I know. I was just trying to become familiar with the big shot. With his strength, he is likely to reach heights we cannot even imagine in the future." In a secluded valley, Xian Mo was curled up, undergoing metamorphosis to maturity. Meanwhile, Qi Ming remained nearby, studying the 30-meter-long crimson flame ribbon before him. This ribbon was the soul artifact he had just acquired from Xianyi. "Ada, you mentioned that this soul artifact was birthed from a soul gem. Can I absorb it?" Ada, who was leisurely floating nearby, nearly faltered and fell from the air upon hearing this. Stabilizing himself, Ada turned in surprise. Why would you think of such a thing? Soul artifacts are treasures for other life forms, especially for someone like you who hasn't yet broken through to Lord status. Ming remained unfazed, calmly responding, I was just asking. I didn't actually intend to absorb it. Besides, even if I did, it would only be when I no longer need it. Ada sighed with relief. Soul artifacts are indeed absorbable, just like soul gems. However, since this ribbon originated from a Lord-level life form, if you dare to absorb it, you might not explode, but could end up severely incapacitated. Upon hearing this, Ming was greatly intrigued. Ada continued, this soul artifact can be considered a small masterpiece. It can both attack and defend, and can be controlled. The Yaohua clan member before didn't even unleash its true potential. If used properly, you could even combat above your level. Ming felt a deep sense of appreciation, realizing that if he had not possessed the ability to restrain the Crimson Ribbon, today's battle could have ended quite differently. Nevertheless, he felt a slight thrill at unexpectedly acquiring a trump card. At that moment, Xianmo also emanated black light, subsequently unleashing a tremendous aura. Ada exclaimed in astonishment. He actually broke through this quickly. What a strange being. Just after speaking, a black vine appeared out of nowhere behind Ada and swiftly pierced into its body. Humph, you little green tea, always talking bad about others behind their backs. Ada remained unhurried, gliding gracefully as the wound healed instantly. I told you, I have no interest in you all. Shut up. Xianmo, transformed into a black vine dragon, approached Ming, glaring fiercely at Ada. Chapter 55. Xianmo's breakthrough. Turning back to Ming, it excitedly exclaimed, Master, I have successfully broken through. Ming's eyes gleamed with pleasure as he nodded in approval. Well done, little black. Has your spatial power changed? Master, I can now teleport. However, each teleportation only spans a mere 100 meters. Before Ming could express his astonishment, Ada beside him voiced his incredulity, exclaiming, How is this possible? You, a mature entity, have mastered spatial movement? Generally, only life forms of at least the Lord level can achieve such mastery. Upon hearing this, Ming was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it appeared that Xiaohe was truly a prodigious talent, endowed with the potential of an emperor. Xianmo seemed to revel in Ada's astonishment, shaking his head and declaring, I told you long ago. Do not presume that a little knowledge grants you the right to flaunt your prowess. One day, you may find yourself embarrassed in front of others. Ada offered no reply, continuing to blow bubbles in silence. Xianmo then turned to Ming and said, Master, in addition to teleportation, I have also acquired a storage space. However, it currently holds only about 10 cubic meters. Hearing this, Ming's heart swelled with joy. Excellent, Xiaohe. You never cease to amaze me. Although the storage capacity is still modest, I am certain it will expand as Xianmo's strength grows. Ming then pondered for a moment and asked Xianmo, Xiaohe, you just consumed so many bodies and soul gems of the Yaohua clan. Did you not gain any new talents or abilities? Xianmo chuckled and replied, Master, you understand me well. I did not acquire a new talent, but the previous Black Flame talent has seen a significant enhancement. Additionally, I have gained numerous abilities related to the manipulation of fire. As he spoke, dark flames coalesced before Xianmo, and in an instant, a black flame spear materialized before him. Ming gazed at the spear, his eyes reflecting a mixture of awe and admiration. It was not merely the astonishing control over fire that captivated him, but the terrifyingly high temperature the black flames emanated, rivaling even the flames of the soul artifact he had just obtained. Xianmo's remarkable power elevation delighted Ming immensely. For the various techniques Xianmo displayed were already sufficient to constitute a formidable combat force. At that moment, Ada, who had been inactive for a while, finally rebooted. He glided gracefully to Ming's side and said, Ming, let us set off quickly. Now that you have also transitioned to the mature stage, it is time to strive for the Lord level. Ming nodded slightly and replied, All right, let us depart. Amidst the swirling mist, a three-headed dragon with wings soared through the sky, heading toward an unknown destination. The beasts below observed this spectacle with palpable fear, trembling uncontrollably, as if terrified of being targeted by the colossal creature above. Suddenly, the beast seemed to have spotted a target, unleashing a searing breath from the sky, which transformed into a streak of light and shot upward, vanishing into the distant fog. Nearby, the beast herd stirred in commotion, and the largest among them, a mosquito over 8 meters long, took flight towards where the dragon had descended. Soon, this mutated mosquito arrived at the site of the dragon's landing. Upon seeing the scorched remains of the alien corpses scattered on the ground, its eyes sparkled with excitement. What luck! I never expected to stumble upon such a bounty. With that, it flapped its wings and landed on one of the alien corpses, using its proboscis to siphon the remnants of life force. Each charred corpse contained only a small amount of life force, but the accumulation from the dozen or so aliens constituted a rare treasure for the mosquito phantom beast. However, it had scarcely absorbed a few when other phantom beasts and spirit beasts at the bottom of the food chain, drawn by the scent, began to converge. Meanwhile, Ming, who had already departed, was blissfully unaware that the remnants of the scorched corpses he and Mo had left behind were being scavenged by others. In truth, even if he had known, he would not have minded. After all, the strength of those remaining aliens was merely at the mid or even early stages of growth, rendering them of little use to him. If he could assist weaker life forms in avoiding unnecessary detours, he would gladly leave them some inconsequential favors. Not long after taking flight, Ming's attention was captured by chaotic roars emanating from a nearby location, suggesting that a small-scale battle had erupted. Xiaohei, let us investigate. With his dragon wings engulfed in black flames, Ming transformed into a streak of black light, soaring toward the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, the scene that unfolded before him ignited a surge of anger within him. A group of alien beings, their bodies gleaming silver as if forged from metal, were ruthlessly slaughtering a dozen or so diverse phantom beasts. The abhorrence of their cruel slaughter, combined with their distasteful alien nature, led Ming to pass a death sentence on the silver-skinned beings. A Da's voice interjected, "These are the Bai-Yin clan, renowned for their formidable defense and speed. Pay particular attention to the one with a blue crystal on its chest. It has likely awakened ice attribute abilities. Of course, there is also the possibility that it wields a soul artifact." Before he could finish, Ming descended from the sky, exuding an overwhelming dragon might. The terrifying pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly freezing dozens of Bai-Yin clan members and several phantom beasts in place. Ming found it strange that these Bai-Yin beings bore a striking resemblance to humans, standing approximately 8 to 10 meters tall. Yet, without exception, they were entirely nude, devoid of any clothing. Seizing the moment while the Bai-Yin clan and phantom beasts were still stunned, Ming swiftly summoned Mo, extending numerous vines to transfer the phantom beasts behind him. Just as he completed this action, the Bai-Yin being with the deep blue crystal on its chest stirred. Suspended in midair, it conjured an array of diamond-shaped ice crystals that cascaded around it like a celestial shower. Then, with lightning speed, it launched the ice shards toward Ming. However, before Ming could make a move, dark vortexes materialized before him, swallowing the icy projectiles whole. Observing this spectacle, Ming couldn't help but smile knowingly, allowing Mo to handle the situation at his own pace. After all, he was curious to witness the extent of Mo's current power. Chapter 56. Sheng Linghua. As soon as the Bai-Yin being initiated its attack, the remaining members of the Bai-Yin clan snapped out of their stupor, their expressions a mix of shock and rage as they charged toward Ming. Simultaneously, several serpentine dragons of black flames appeared before Ming. The black flame dragons roared as they surged toward the throngs of Bai-Yin clan members. The ordinary Bai-Yin beings were no match for them, and were instantly scorched and severely wounded. The Bai-Yin member wielding ice powers, however, glared furiously, summoning ice crystal shields to defend itself. Yet, as soon as these shields materialized, the black flame dragons tore through them with ease, obliterating them into fragments before engulfing the Bai-Yin being completely amid a flurry of curses. Within just 2 minutes, the entire contingent of Bai-Yin clan members had been annihilated. Mo dragged their corpses to Ming and said, "Master, here is your meal." Ming smiled slightly, absorbing half of their essence with the power of sandification. He then left the remaining half and the ice-wielding Bai-Yin being for Mo, saying, "The rest is yours." Xiaohei. Mo was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded seriously, replying, "Understood, Master." It did not refuse, having been together for so long. It had come to understand Ming's character well. Ming's decision to leave these for it surely had his reasons. Indeed, Ming's actions are undoubtedly motivated by the desire for Mo to inherit a greater array of abilities and talents. If we consider the long-term perspective, gathering countless talents into one might potentially elevate Mo to a being akin to the world tree. Even if likening him to the world tree seems somewhat exaggerated, surely the roots of the world tree are not too far-fetched. Wait, the black dragon and the world tree? Why does this sound so familiar? As Mo extended dozens of tendrils to consume the numerous Bai-Yin tribes, a group of awakened phantom beasts, who had witnessed Qi Ming's slaughter of the Baiyin, cautiously approached him. "Thank you for saving us, big brother." Turning around, Qi Ming beheld a tortoise with a serpent-headed tail standing before the phantom beasts, bowing respectfully. Surprised by the sight, Qi Ming realized he had overlooked the presence of a Xian Wu-fused phantom beast. Noticing Qi Ming's 3 dragon heads gazing at him, the tortoise's eyes displayed a hint of discomfort. Qi Ming chuckled lightly. "No need to be nervous. I won't harm you. I am merely curious about your resemblance to the Xian Wu." The tortoise quickly composed itself and replied, "Thank you for the compliment, big brother. I am merely fortunate. Big brother, my name is Chun Xian. You saved my life this time. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall repay you." Qi Ming shook his head subtly. "No need. It was merely a trivial act." As he spoke, Xian Mo had completely consumed the Baiyin. Qi Ming, wishing to avoid further entanglements with the phantom beasts, politely bid them farewell and transformed into a surge of black flames soaring into the sky. High above, as Xian Mo flew, he shared his newfound treasures. "Master, I have just acquired the ice talent." As he spoke, the black flames on Qi Ming's dragon wings gradually dissipated, replaced by a layer of black ice crystals that rendered the wings even more lifelike. Qi Ming, naturally appreciative, praised, "Well done, little black. Perhaps in the future, I may rely on you for protection." Filled with a sense of emotional value, Xian Mo responded, "Rest assured, master, I will protect you well." Not long after taking flight, a peculiar fragrance wafted from the distance. Qi Ming paused, his expression shifting to one of delight. Could this aroma signify the emergence of some heavenly treasure? "Little black, let us investigate." Upon hearing this, Xian Mo flapped his dragon wings and swiftly carried Qi Ming toward the source of the alluring scent. In a valley filled with fragrant blossoms, a creature resembling a hedgehog but adorned with bat-like wings gazed longingly into the distance. This creature, with its rosy hue and soft, succulent spines, appeared to embody vitality in a tender shade of green. Should anyone behold it, they would undoubtedly exclaim upon seeing such exquisite features on a hedgehog. One of its forepaws sported a pink bracelet, while trailing behind were a doppelganger named Ada and 3 uniquely shaped animals, a snow-white raccoon with a foxtail, an elegant crane enveloped in mist, and a vibrant golden-red koi fish with ethereal fins. Without exception, they were all phantom beasts, possessing beauty that seemed to surpass that of their peers. The snow-white raccoon was the first to speak, its clear, ethereal voice resonating throughout the valley. "Sister, it seems there are spiritual fruits emerging over there. Should we go take a look?" Upon hearing this, the succulent hedgehog wasted no time in responding. "Of course we must investigate. However, everyone must be cautious. If the situation appears perilous, we must retreat immediately." The crane and the koi fish readily agreed. "All right, sister. Let us set off." Shortly thereafter, the quartet of phantom beasts traversed the mountains, arriving at the location from whence the enchanting aroma emanated. Upon witnessing the scene before them, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the 4 phantom beasts. The mountains were teeming with a multitude of diverse beasts and exotic races. At the center of this vibrant life stood a towering tree, reaching 900 meters high, its verdant foliage adorned with 9 peculiar golden spiritual fruits, radiating divine light. Each of these golden fruits was remarkably large, measuring 2 meters in diameter, while golden mist swirled around them. It appeared that the fruits had yet to fully ripen, as some still retained their original hue. "Ada, what are those spiritual fruits?" inquired the succulent hedgehog, puzzled. Ada, releasing a series of bubbles, blinked and replied, "Those are ascension fruits. Consuming one can significantly elevate one's life tier. Ascension fruits are exceedingly rare, and their emergence in any world incites chaos." Observing the countless beasts and exotic races gathered, as well as the continuous influx of figures approaching from the distance, the phantom beasts nodded thoughtfully. The golden-red koi fish then asked curiously, "Elevating one's life tier? What does that entail? How should I put it?" "It's akin to the legendary divine beast you speak of. In other words, it's more fitting to compare it to the race values of various creatures in games. The enhancement of a life tier equates to an increase in race value." Chapter 57, The Gathering Place of Heroes. As Ada elaborated, it floated gracefully in the air, expelling bubbles. After a brief pause, it continued, "Once a being's life tier reaches a certain level, it will undergo a transformation, becoming a legendary existence akin to a divine beast. In truth, each of your evolutions also contributes to elevating your life tier, albeit at a rather slow pace." Upon hearing this, the phantom beasts displayed expressions of longing. At that moment, the crane seemed to notice something, exclaiming in astonishment, "Look over there. The phantom beasts immediately turned to gaze in the direction indicated by the crane. Shortly thereafter, a dozen figures, all cloaked in dark purple, resembling ethereal spirits, gracefully descended near the ascension fruit tree. As they passed, the surrounding phantom beasts and exotic races parted to grant them passage, not daring to obstruct the path of these shadowy figures. Nearby, some phantom beasts voiced their discontent, murmuring, "Those shadowy spirits are far too arrogant. Just seeing their haughty demeanor is infuriating." Indeed, these exotic races are nothing but bullies, always preying on the weak. Hearing this, the succulent hedgehog and its companions chose to remain patient, awaiting further developments. As time trickled by, figures of immense stature continued to arrive, phantom beasts, ferocious beasts, and various peculiar exotic races. There was a golden eagle, wings spanning 200 meters, crackling with golden lightning, a massive black goat, standing 300 meters tall, adorned with 4 hooves and numerous tentacles, and a snow-white tiger, marked with golden stripes, gazing down upon the world. Each powerful phantom beast or exotic race that emerged drew the attention of countless beings. Without exception, they all descended at the forefront of the ascension fruit tree. Amidst the throng of phantom beasts, a somewhat naive and wide-eyed bird gazed in awe at the powerful entities surrounding it. We all reincarnated as phantom beasts. Yet how did these beings become so formidable? Reflecting on how others had transformed into various dominant beings while it had become a harmless bird, a look of helplessness crossed its face. As soon as it voiced its thoughts, a nearby voice resonated with deep understanding. Indeed, as I observe those around me, I cannot help but notice that they resemble fierce beasts like tigers, lions, eagles, and golden eagles, while we, in contrast, appear as mere mice and sparrows, with even a caterpillar among us. Truly, the ways of heaven seem unjust. The gugu bird glanced sideways to see a gray mouse and a tender green caterpillar adorned with yellow ring patterns come into view. Witnessing this scene, it was unable to suppress a sense of shared plight that welled within its heart. Yet, unbeknownst to it, a subtle scorn flickered in the bright yellow eyes of the caterpillar. The caterpillar gazed into the distance at the golden shingling fruit, or, more accurately, the verdant shingling fruit tree. A surge of yearning, deep-rooted in its very bloodline, flooded its mind. At that moment, the previously vocal mouse suddenly looked up at the sky with a sense of alarm. "Goodness, you too, look at the sky." The gugu bird and the caterpillar followed its gaze, beholding a formidable dragon with 3 heads and black dragon wings slicing through the air, gradually descending to a nearby spot. The other fantastical beasts dared not approach, retreating quietly to the back. "Master, there are so many fantastical beasts and alien races here," the voice echoed, and Ming couldn't help but express his surprise at the sheer number of arrivals. "Thankfully, we arrived in time, otherwise, the shingling fruit might not have been ours to claim." Scanning the surroundings, he noted the myriad species of beasts, easily numbering in the thousands, along with various hybrid creatures that seemed to defy classification. It was as if he had entered a bizarre version of a zoo. As Ming surveyed the area, other fantastical beasts and alien races were also observing him in silence, clearly astonished by his imposing presence that resembled that of a dragon. At this juncture, a figure descended from the heavens, sporting a pair of wings and a third eye at its brow. Yet, the moment this figure appeared, the expressions of the surrounding aliens shifted dramatically. Ming felt a stirring in his heart and turned to gaze at the figure. It appeared no different from an ordinary person, clad in a white robe, with a pair of pristine wings at its back. The third eye at its brow emanated a faint golden glow, seemingly imbued with some extraordinary power that instilled an immediate sense of reverence in those who beheld it. "What kind of alien is that?" Ming asked, astonished, turning to the nearby blue tadpole for answers. A flicker of light crossed the tadpole's eyes as it paused for a moment before responding. "That is no ordinary alien. It belongs to the divine race, the San Yinshinzu." Ming was momentarily taken aback. "The divine race? Why does it only possess the strength of an adult?" Hearing this, the tadpole regarded Ming with a hint of exasperation. "The divine race isn't born as gods. They must grow gradually." Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the divine race held an overwhelming superiority over ordinary alien beings. Ming nodded, though still somewhat confused. "Are there gods among the divine race? How does one become a god?" The tadpole hesitated briefly before replying. "Yes, there are. The realm of gods is also known as the Shinju. It is precisely because of the existence of Shinju that their race is termed the divine race. Upon surpassing the imperial level, one may ascend to the Shinju level and become a divine being. However, merely passing this threshold is sufficient to eliminate the vast majority of life forms." Ming felt invigorated. for he had gleaned knowledge of the subsequent realms. It seemed that by breaking through to the Lord level, then to the King level, and finally to the Imperial level, he could transform into a divine beast. Meanwhile, other alien races sensed a twinge of unease at the arrival of the San Yinshinzu. Among the group of Dark Knight elves, a female elf with silver hair and violet eyes, armed with a longbow, furrowed her brow slightly and murmured, "Why is he here?" A male elf nearby, wielding a spear, voiced his concern. "Even the divine race has been drawn here. Ifu, should we retreat?" The elf known as Ifu shook her head gently. "No need. This is a fair competition. As long as the Shinju does not intervene, even if this fellow perishes, the divine race would not dare to take action." In contrast, the San Yinshinzu, surrounded by numerous aliens and beasts, floated effortlessly in the air, appearing completely indifferent to the gazes directed at it, as it closed its eyes to meditate. To it, these were all inferior races, utterly unworthy of its attention. Chapter 58. The San Yinshinzu? Tian Muxingqian. This is the mother star of the San Yinshinzu, the divine abode that rules over numerous subordinate races. Within a lavish palace, a San Yinshinzu with 4 wings was respectfully relaying information. "Father, Juchen has gone to that abandoned star without permission." Upon hearing this, a figure with 8 wings slowly opened its eyes and third eye. "No matter, as a member of the divine race, he possesses a potent bloodline and soul treasures for protection, so he will not come to any significant harm." The figure with 4 wings frowned slightly. However, before it could finish speaking, it was interrupted by the 8-winged figure. "There is no however. As my son, if you cannot handle a bunch of creatures from an abandoned star, then he has no right to return alive." As it spoke, a gentler expression flickered across its gaze as it seemed to remember something. "Zhu Tian, you should be on the verge of breaking through to the king level, correct?" The 4-winged San Yinshinzu, known as Zhu Tian, was momentarily taken aback before nodding in affirmation. "Yes, father." The 8-winged figure, identifying itself as Fengbu Chuan, smiled gently and said, "Good. Work hard. And once you break through, I will permit you to journey to the Dulin battlefield for training." On Blue Star, around the Shungling fruit tree, as time passed, increasingly powerful figures began to materialize around Qi Ming. Some even emanated a sense of threat that he could distinctly perceive. Meanwhile, the golden Shungling fruit was nearing its complete transformation into gold. Once the last hint of green vanished, the fruit would ripen, inciting a fierce competition for survival. At this moment, another group of extraordinary beings, each possessing remarkable strength, emerged from the distant mist. Just as the fruit was on the brink of ripeness, it seemed that other life forms had timed their arrival. This incited discontent among the present fantastical beasts and alien races for the greater the number of life forms, the more intense the competition for the Shungling fruit would become. Turning to observe, Qi Ming saw that the leader was a rotund black and white panda dressed in a cloth robe, followed by a pure white egret with crystalline feet and feathers. Behind them trailed several other species of animals. However, Qi Ming no longer felt inclined to examine them closely. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing the egret, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. This left him puzzled. Yet despite pondering for a long while, he could not recall where he had seen the creature. Consequently, he could only shake his head internally, casting aside his distractions and silently awaiting the unfolding events. As he listened to the discussions among the fantastical beasts, he recognized the identities of that group. They were the strong beings from the Fantastical Beast Alliance headquarters. Meanwhile, Xu Heng sensed a gaze upon him and turned to look. Upon seeing the 3-headed dragon, a hint of confusion crossed his features. "How strange. Why does this feel so familiar?" The panda, Fuqing Bao, glanced sideways and asked, "What is it, Ahum? Do you know any fantastical beasts here?" Xu Heng gently shook his head. "Nothing much, Bao Ge. It seems quite crowded here." "Which way should we go?" The panda chuckled lightly. "That's simple. I've already asked a friend to reserve a spot for us. Let's hurry over." With that, it led the way towards a towering, mighty bull demon adorned with a plethora of colossal horns. The surrounding fantastical beasts, witnessing this, were left with feelings of anger but dared not express their discontent. Some individuals from alien races, despite harboring dissent, could only suppress their discontent in the face of such numerous mature entities. The Huansho Lianming had not arrived long before the 9 Shanglingguo reached full maturity, radiating a resplendent golden light. An intoxicating aroma wafted from the 9 fruits, spreading in all directions. Almost simultaneously, countless figures surged forth. Qi Ming also hesitated not, unfurling his dragon wings to soar towards 2 adjacent Shanglingguo. "Xiaohei, do you remember what I just told you?" The dragon wings behind him shimmered gently as he softly replied, "Rest assured, Master, I shall accomplish the task. With so many Shenglingua present, Qi Ming was not greedy and planned to take only 4 before retreating. However, before he could reach within 300 meters of the Shenglingua, a thunderous spear shot towards his back. A glimmer flickered in Qi Ming's eyes as his divine sense, covering a radius of 600 meters, swiftly captured the trajectory of the thunder spear. In an instant, layers of molten barriers emerged behind him. The thunder spear, like a bolt of lightning, pierced through 3 layers of barriers in a heartbeat. Yet, its might diminished significantly, ultimately being halted by the 6th barrier after shattering 2 more. All of this seemed prolonged, yet it transpired in an instant. The wielder of the thunder spear, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils constrict sharply. In his line of sight was his full-force strike. Yet the 3-headed demon dragon bore not even a hint of injury. This left him bewildered and reluctant to contend with the 3-headed demon dragon further, redirecting his efforts towards another alien. Nevertheless, the other beasts and aliens were not so easily deterred. They unleashed terrifying assaults, converging on the 3-headed demon dragon. Under the relentless barrage, the 3-headed demon dragon was swiftly, gravely injured, plummeting downwards. A lightning-fast mutated falcon seized the opportunity, soaring upward past the 3-headed demon dragon towards the Shenglingua above. Upon witnessing this, numerous beasts and aliens hastily shifted their attacks towards the rapidly ascending falcon. Unbeknownst to them, the falling 3-headed demon dragon revealed a glimmer of triumph in its eyes. Simultaneously, the falcon and another equally swift golden eagle arrived before the Shenglingua. Undeterred by the chaos, just as they prepared to devour the Shenglingua, 2 black vortices suddenly materialized. In the next moment, 2 golden fruits were swiftly engulfed by the vortices. The falcon and golden eagle erupted with uncontainable fury. Yet, before they could fully unleash their wrath, 2 terrifying flames surged forth from the energy torrent behind them, instantaneously engulfing them. Once the energy bombardment dissipated, the surrounding beasts and aliens were left dumbfounded. The falcon and golden eagle had been utterly obliterated, yet the Shenglingua had inexplicably vanished as well. This left the beasts astounded, exclaiming, "What just transpired? Did those 2 fellows actually consume the Shenglingua? I suspect they have already fled. Everyone, let us quickly seize the other Shenglingua," prompted by one beast. The remaining beasts and aliens wasted no time, hastening towards another location. Through Xuan Ma's unique spatial techniques, Qi Ming's heart surged with joy upon acquiring 2 Shenglingua. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that 2 of the remaining 7 fruits had already found their bearers. The other 5 were still being furiously contested by many beasts and aliens. Damn it, fortune favors the bold while the timid perish. Adhering to the principle of knowing when to be cautious and when to act decisively, Qi Ming hesitated for a moment before flapping his dragon wings and flying in a different direction. In less than 5 seconds, he arrived at the center of the 2 Shenglingua. At that moment, several beasts and aliens were entangled in fierce combat near the fruits. Though the Shenglingua was within reach, they were ensnared and unable to touch it. Additionally, a multitude of beasts below were launching relentless attacks to seize them. The situation had reached a stalemate. Just then, 2 more Shenglingua confirmed their ownership. Seeing this, the beasts exhibited frenzied expressions. Various terrifying assaults were unleashed in unison towards the figure in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Ming invoked the power of yellow sand. As the sand swirled, the space filled with energy became obscured. Now was the moment. The black vortex activated, manifesting above the Shenglingua and directly engulfing the 2 fruits. In the next instant, a keen-eyed beast detected the anomaly. Immediately, it shouted in anger, "Stop fighting. The treasures have been snatched away." As the words fell, the surrounding beasts and aliens momentarily paused. Upon seeing the empty tree branches, all life forms felt as though they had been toyed with. In a brief moment, for Shenglingua had vanished, while 4 others confirmed their ownership, leaving only the last visible Shenglingua. The multitude of beasts and aliens had no time for their astonishment and suspicion, eagerly launching themselves into the air, frantically pursuing their final hope. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Huanshu Lianming, Su Hong and the Panda A Bao, each holding a Shenglingua, found themselves encircled by numerous beasts. Just moments ago, Su Hong had fortuitously acquired one through sheer luck. Nearby, some beasts displayed envy and jealousy in their eyes, yet none dared to openly challenge the Huanshu Lianming for their fruits. A Bao swallowed the golden fruit in one gulp and urged Su Hong, "Ahong, quickly consume yours before things change." Hearing this, Su Hong ceased his hesitation, nodding slightly as he too swallowed a fruit. Observing this, a Bao sighed in relief, stating, "Things are likely to become chaotic here soon. We should leave at once." Su Hong, puzzled, was met with a knowing gaze from a Bao, who surveyed the eager aliens and beasts around them. Realizing a Bao's intent, Su Hong understood and followed the group as they retreated towards the periphery. Before departing, Su Hong inexplicably turned to scan the area once more. He paused briefly on the three-headed demon dragon before turning away. Little did Su Hong and Qi Ming know that their first encounter had slipped by due to a twist of fate. This would lead to many future encounters, where the two would often reflect on this moment with a sense of profound irony. On the other side, Qi Ming gazed at the last remaining Shengling Gua, his eyes flickering with determination as he resolutely departed from the scene. He understood that one chance had passed, but a second could not be afforded. Should an astute beast or alien discover his unique abilities, the ensuing onslaught from all beasts would likely prove insurmountable. With this thought, Qi Ming flapped his dragon wings and turned towards the periphery. Some beasts recognized the futility of remaining and began to leave, while others lingered, hoping to seize a morsel amidst the chaos. Qi Ming, indifferent to their plight, sliced through the air and gradually vanished into the mist. After his departure, several aliens and beasts converged towards his last known position. Whether they had uncovered something or harbored ulterior motives remained uncertain. The arrival of the San Yen Shun clan member smirked, his wings transforming into a streak of lightning as he pursued Qi Ming. Not long after leaving, Qi Ming sensed a series of pursuers trailing him, sending a wave of unease through his heart. All right, it seems this course of action carries its own risks. A band of opportunists, unwilling to expose him on the spot, were likely plotting to rob him and claim the Shengling Gua for themselves. Regrettably, the notion is commendable, yet it remains to be seen whether your capabilities are sufficient. Qi Ming continued his flight without pause, feigning ignorance as he maintained a steady pace. After traversing several dozen kilometers, he quietly descended into a serene valley. This place, adorned with clear waters and lush mountains, was perfectly suited to serve as a resting place for fishermen. Almost immediately after Qi Ming touched down, a total of 8 figures descended from the sky, encircling him. Among them were 3 from different tribes, 4 phantom beasts, and 1 ferocious creature, all of which had transcended the realm of maturity. A gigantic black serpent with a pair of wings was the first to speak, demanding the Shengling fruit be handed over, promising to spare his life. In contrast, a fiery red spirit bird with 4 wings screeched, questioning why they should waste words and insisting they should eliminate him to claim the fruit for themselves. Without waiting for the others to respond, the 4-winged firebird flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of flames toward Qi Ming. A cold smirk flickered in Qi Ming's eyes as he summoned a protective shield to guard himself, simultaneously activating the lava domain and spirit ring cannon. Rivers of molten magma surged forth like lightning. 1 phantom beast and 1 creature from a different tribe were caught off guard, their bodies instantly pierced through by 2 gaping holes. This was only the beginning. A 30-meter-wide lava cannon, resembling a meteor, was unleashed upon one of the creatures, obliterating it on the spot. The expressions of all the phantom beasts and tribesmen shifted dramatically. A thunderous frog, crackling with electricity, shouted for everyone to join forces and not grant him a moment's respite. In that instant, the remaining 7 figures ceased to hold back, unleashing a torrent of fearsome energy that enveloped Qi Ming. Yet, the phantom beasts and tribesmen remained vigilant, desperately channeling their energies. Within the flood of energy, the molten armor encasing Qi Ming shattered and reformed repeatedly. As he observed his defenses on the verge of collapse, Qi Ming steeled himself, summoning a whirlwind of yellow sand that morphed into a fearsome dragon, swiftly engulfing the nearest tribesman. In an instant, the creature was drained of its life force, transforming into a heap of yellow sand that merged back into the dragon. Before the surrounding tribesmen and phantom beasts could react in bewilderment, countless green vines sprouted from the void, swiftly ensnaring several of them in place. The yellow sand dragon then coalesced into a colossal sand serpent, measuring over 1,000 meters in length, which promptly devoured 3 of the tribesmen. Within moments, half of the 8 figures had been eliminated. The remaining 4 phantom beasts were overtaken by disbelief and terror, having initially believed they had captured a plump prey, only to discover they were instead facing a ravenous wolf. The previously confident black-winged serpent, trembling with fear, begged for mercy, claiming ignorance of the true nature of their adversary. Before it could finish its plea, the swirling yellow sand dragon consumed it whole. The remaining 3 beasts exchanged anxious glances, with the 4-winged firebird shimmering with determination, declaring that they must attack together. For they had already offended him, and he would not let them go. With that, it summoned boundless flames to envelop its wings, while the other 2 phantom beasts gritted their teeth and launched attacks at Qi Ming. Yet, To their shock, the four-winged firebird suddenly changed direction, darting away like a bolt of lightning. The other two phantom beasts, realizing they had been deceived, erupted in rage, but before they could voice their anger, two streams of lava crashed down upon them, extinguishing their remaining chances of survival. Just as Ming contemplated pursuing the four-winged firebird, he was taken aback to see its form, which had seemingly fled, suddenly reversing course and returning. Ming was momentarily stunned, but as he discerned the situation, he swiftly erected dozens of shield barriers before him. The four-winged firebird, though lifeless, still bore flames that had yet to extinguish. Hurtling through the air like a flaming meteor, it crashed down upon Ming's shields, shattering them and leaving a substantial impact. The charred remains of the four-winged firebird finally came to rest, and Ming quietly disposed of its body into the valley below. In the meantime, three dragon heads turned their gaze towards a figure gradually descending from the heavens. It was a member of the San Yin Shinzu, a three-eyed deity, hovering before Ming with a faint smile. I did not expect this wasteland to harbor such intriguing souls. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Feng Juechen of the Tianmu Shinzu, or more commonly known as the Three-Eyed Clan. Rather than attacking immediately, the entity opted to introduce itself ceremoniously. Hearing such formalities, Ming's expression grew peculiar. I am Ming, a member of the Rinzhu, hailing from the Lanxing. Feng Juechen's eyes widened in amusement. You are no longer merely a member of the Rinzhu. Ming chose not to respond, maintaining a calm standoff. Observing Ming's demeanor, Feng Juechen decided not to prolong the encounter. He waved his hand, and a silver-white longsword materialized in his grasp. Upon seeing the sword, Ming's eyes flickered with astonishment. It was a soul treasure, and it appeared far superior to the ribbon he had acquired. Let us begin. You are the first opponent I have encountered in the lower realms. I do not wish for this battle to conclude too swiftly. Taking a deep breath, Ming summoned the yellow sand dragon to encircle him and charged at Feng Juechen. However, Feng Juechen unleashed a blade of sword energy from the silver-white sword, effortlessly cleaving the yellow sand dragon in two. Ming's heart sank. The sword energy bore a resemblance to Xian Mo's spatial vortex, possessing a similar ability to sever energy. Realizing this, Ming prepared for close combat. Before he could formulate a strategy, Feng Juechen's voice, laced with mockery, echoed, "What? Have you lost confidence already?" With that, another silver-white sword energy shot forth, instantly shredding Ming's protective shield and leaving a deep gash across his body. Ming's eyes glimmered with determination. "Xiaohei, use that move." No sooner had he spoken than a black vortex appeared behind Feng Juechen, from which numerous black vines erupted, ensnaring him. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was restrained, Ming soared forward, raising his claws to strike fiercely. Yet, as he approached, a smile crept across Feng Juechen's face. The silver-white longsword transformed into a radiant arc, slicing through the vines that bound him. In a flash, the sword light split into 8 beams, hurtling toward Ming with lightning speed. Before they could reach their target, a series of vortices emerged from thin air, engulfing the 8 beams of sword light and the silver-white sword. Ming felt a surge of joy. Without the longsword, he would see how Feng Juechen fared. However, at that moment, Feng Juechen's smile remained undiminished as he summoned the silver-white sword back into his hand. Seeing Ming's dismay, Feng Juechen erupted into laughter. Did you not know? Once a soul treasure has been imprinted with one's mark, it can be summoned back without regard for spatial constraints. Ming fell silent. This was knowledge he had not possessed. However, Feng Juechen's words sparked a flicker of inspiration within him. Soul treasures? He had one as well. Observing Ming's pensive silence, Feng Juechen raised an eyebrow and unleashed another beam of sword light aimed at Ming, who watched as the sword light sliced through barriers and prepared to strike. Yet suddenly, a brilliant crimson light appeared around him, effectively blocking the sword's trajectory. The blazing crimson light continuously expanded and danced, swiftly transforming into a fiery dragon that surged towards Feng Juechen. A flicker of astonishment crossed Feng Juechen's eyes as he realized that you too possess a soul artifact. Despite being a soul artifact, that silver-white longsword, though still incredibly sharp, appeared to be ensnared by the fiery, crimson ribbon. Witnessing this scene, Ming could not help but feel a surge of joy within. He promptly summoned a lava meteor and hurled it fiercely at his opponent. However, Feng Juechen's expression remained unchanged. With a movement of his wings, he vanished in a flash of lightning. He reappeared in another direction, stabilizing his form, as a golden light erupted from the heavenly eye on his forehead. Subsequently, a golden beam shot forth, piercing through Ming's figure in an instant. At the moment of impact, Qi Ming felt a chilling sensation as if his soul were being imprisoned. He soon discovered that the soul gem within his third head was enveloped by a golden light, severing his connection to the soul gem. Before Qi Ming could ponder the implications, Feng Juechen, utterly astonished, exclaimed, "You possess 3 soul gems." His heavenly, I could only temporarily seal the opponent's soul gem for a brief moment. Against ordinary life forms, it was undoubtedly a crushing advantage. Yet who could have anticipated that this 3-headed demon dragon harbored 3 soul gems? Qi Ming seemed to sense something as he grinned menacingly and summoned both the lava meteor and the yellow sand dragon to strike at Feng Juechen once more. Chapter 61. A bountiful harvest. Feng Juechen revealed a calm smile. "You do not think that without my bloodline abilities, I am incapable of dealing with you, do you? Today, let me show you why the divine race is called divine." With that, his pristine white wings radiated brilliant light, shooting forth countless feathers towards the yellow sand dragon and the lava meteor. The ensuing explosion unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, sweeping across thousands of meters. In just one strike, Qi Ming's body bore countless fine wounds. His golden pupils flickered with intensity, and in a moment of hesitation, he unleashed 3 streams of blazing dragon fire once more. Without any visible action from Feng Juechen, a silver-white barrier materialized before him. The endless flames, upon contact with the barrier, dissipated in all directions, utterly unable to breach the silver shield. Qi Ming pondered deeply. The life level of the divine race far surpassed theirs, along with the quality of their energy by an immeasurable degree. Feng Juechen smirked. "How is it? Will you surrender now?" Before he could finish, black vines materialized before him, binding his wings and body midair. The black vines unleashed flames, ice, and spatial forces all at once. Instantly, Feng Juechen's body froze, and the luminous silver barrier before him dimmed slightly. Qi Ming's eyes sparkled with determination as he seized the opportunity to raise his claws and shatter the barrier into fragments. Yet this was not the end. Qi Ming's claws remained relentless, gripping Feng Juechen tightly. In a flash, a tremendous force erupted from his claws, nearly shattering Qi Ming's toe bones. A glimmer of uncertainty crossed Qi Ming's eyes as he called out, "Xianmo," quickly. Upon hearing this, Xianmo, having gained formidable abilities during this time, unleashed them upon Feng Juechen with fervor, paralysis, deceleration, rigidity, hypnosis, and toxicity. While a single passive effect might have minimal impact on the divine body, the cumulative effect of hundreds and thousands of passives firmly restrained him in place. Seizing the moment, Qi Ming unleashed his sandification power, voraciously absorbing the life force within Feng Juechen. 1 second, 2 seconds, after a full 10 seconds, Qi Ming sensed that the wings behind Feng Juechen began to slowly undergo sandification. Just as he thought victory was assured, Feng Juechen began to struggle fiercely. The black vines entwined around him ruptured continuously, and cracks began to appear in Qi Ming's claws. An incredulous voice, laced with rage, emerged from the confines of his grip. "You scoundrel! How dare you attempt to kill me? Do you know who I am?" Qi Ming remained silent, his other claw firmly gripping the first. He did not relent in channeling the sandification power. As time ticked away, Feng Juechen's curses transformed from anger and threats to panic and pleas for mercy. Yet Qi Ming remained unperturbed. The opponent's strength diminished as his life force ebbed away. It was merely a matter of time before Qi Ming would kill him. Eventually, after an indeterminate duration, when Qi Ming's expression shifted and he slowly released his grip, Feng Juechen's figure had vanished. What remained were a small ring, a soul gem, and a handful of yellow sand that slipped through the gaps of his claws. Meanwhile, without a master, the silver-white longsword was also drawn back to Qi Ming by the fiery crimson ribbon. Without hesitation, Qi Ming stored both soul artifacts within the soul gem and swallowed the soul gem itself. Recalling something, he turned to Xianmo and said, "Xianmo, go devour those 3 fellows below." Upon hearing this, Xianmo cheered and darted towards the corpses of the 3 phantom beasts below. Noticing Xianmo's actions, Ada, who had been watching silently for a long time, finally snapped back to reality. However, when it recalled the identity of the 3-eyed divine race, a look of panic flickered in its eyes. Yet before Ada could speak, a voice imbued with a subtle authority resonated in its mind. "Ada, promote this little one to the top rank. Do not mention other matters for now. I will personally meet him after he breaks through to the Lord level." Ada was taken aback and hurriedly responded, "Understood, my lord." The voice paused briefly before continuing. "In the future, certain opportunities can be tilted in favor of this one. Furthermore, if other alien races come to trouble him, you may offer assistance if necessary." Ada felt a mix of confusion, yet it replied obediently, "Yes, my lord." Once the voice faded from Ah Da's mind, it hesitated for a moment before swimming towards Qi Ming. Qi Ming was currently examining a ring that appeared to be a storage ring obtained from Feng Juechen. This storage ring could store items, and with the infusion of soul power, it could be utilized. Upon hearing this, Qi Ming nodded thoughtfully. As an invisible force of soul power touched the ring, Qi Ming's vision opened up to a space of approximately 3,000 cubic meters. Inside lay an assortment of peculiar items, with a 2-meter-tall golden spirit fruit placed in the center, precisely the ascension fruit Qi Ming was familiar with. Upon seeing this, Qi Ming felt an immediate surge of excitement. This meant that even if he were to give 2 to Xianmo, he could still enjoy 3 ascension fruits himself. As for the other peculiar items, Qi Ming was unaware of their uses and could only turn to the well-informed Ada for assistance. Ada, unfazed, began to explain each item to Qi Ming. After learning the purposes of all the items, Qi Ming felt a tinge of exasperation. Although the quantity was considerable, most were not applicable to him. Fortunately, the most crucial soul artifact had already been refined by him. At that moment, Xianmo returned after devouring the 3 blood meals and rejoined Qi Ming. Upon seeing the multitude of items floating before Qi Ming, particularly the storage ring, a faint yearning surged within Xianmo. After a moment of hesitation, it mustered the courage to ask, "Master, can I eat this storage ring?" Qi Ming, taken aback, replied with a peculiar expression, "Xianmo, this isn't food. Are you certain you can digest it?" Ah Da, standing nearby, interjected with curiosity, "Xianmo, while this ring contains spatial power, it is not meant for consumption." As he gazed at the silent Xianmo, Qi Ming's eyes flickered with a glimmer of light, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. Yet, after a brief moment of hesitation, he shook his head with a gentle smile, utilizing energy to lift and present the object before Xianmo. "Here you go, Xiaohe." Xianmo stared blankly at the storage ring before him, a wave of profound emotion surging within his heart. "Master." Chapter 62, Breakthrough, Mid-Stage of Maturity. "Thank you, Master." Xianmo responded excitedly, transforming into a massive python and swiftly swallowing the storage ring whole. The moment it was consumed, the energy within Xianmo surged violently. The storage ring was engulfed by this energy, and the spatial force contained within began to dissipate outward. In such circumstances, Xianmo found it difficult to maintain his giant form, quietly retracting back behind Qi Ming to digest the energy. Ada shook his head, exclaiming, "You two have lost your minds. How can you consume a storage ring?" After a moment of silence, Qi Ming chuckled in response, "I trust Xiaohe. Since he says so, he must have his own confidence." Upon hearing this, Ada remained silent, convinced that Qi Ming would soon lose a storage ring, and that Xianmo would undoubtedly suffer from an upset stomach. However, less than 10 minutes later, Ada was proven wrong, and in such swift succession, Xianmo shimmered, and from the surrounding void emerged dozens, even hundreds, of pitch-black vines. Against the backdrop of the surrounding white mist, one couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to go mad at the sight. "Master, my spatial power has increased tremendously. Moreover, the storage space has expanded to match that of the ring, now 3,000 cubic meters." Qi Ming, witnessing the multitude of black vines beckoning to him, felt a blend of surprise and wonder. Ada, with wide eyes, could only express its astonishment. "What? How is this possible?" Before Ada could finish, Xianmo summoned a vine to bind its mouth. "Silence. I'm not talking to you." Ada, unperturbed, gracefully swam out from the vine, having learned to keep its astonishment to itself. Qi Ming then felt the burgeoning life force within him nearing an explosive release. He quickly instructed Xianmo, "Xiaohe, hand me 2 Shenglingua. I am about to break through." Xianmo nodded in response, conjuring a black vortex from which he retrieved 4 Shenglingua. Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback. "What is this?" "Master, just accept them. These are merely embellishments for me, but they hold great significance for you," Xianmo proclaimed, standing tall, his words laced with disregard for the Shenglingua. Had other mythical beasts and alien races seen the coveted Shenglingua laid out, as if they were mere cabbages, they might have gone mad on the spot. Qi Ming cast a deep glance at Xianmo before nodding. "Very well. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." With that, he consumed all 4 Shenglingua along with another he had just extracted from the storage ring, subsequently closing his eyes to digest the energy and the abundant life force within. It is worth noting that the Shenglingua tree bore only 9 fruits in total, and Qi Ming had claimed over half of them. With such an abundance, one could only wonder how far his life level might ascend. Not to mention, he had just absorbed the life force of a member of the San Yinshin tribe. As Qi Ming's power steadily surged, Xianmo could not afford to be negligent. diligently covering the area with vines to protect them. Ada, no longer seeking pointless banter, leisurely floated about in the air. Time passed, and Qi Ming's aura intensified to an unparalleled degree. The surrounding mist was drawn towards him, gradually converging into his being. Through the hazy vapor, one could clearly see Qi Ming's physique expanding significantly. The thorny scale armor adorning his body appeared several times more crystalline and resilient than before. Unchanged, however, were the golden and black scales on his abdomen and back. Suddenly, an astonishing force erupted from Qi Ming, sweeping away the mist in an instant and radiating outward in all directions. 3 dragon heads, each over 100 meters tall, rose majestically, their dazzling golden eyes surveying the horizon. An invisible, terrifying pressure cascaded forth, rendering the surrounding air thick with tension. Qi Ming's heart soared with joy. He had finally broken through. Despite the immense energy accumulation, even with his advancement being 3 times more challenging than that of other life forms, he successfully reached the mid-stage of maturity, pushing slightly into the later stage. Xian Mo and Ada quickly approached to offer their congratulations. Qi Ming smiled in response, then silently assessed his gains. First, his size had grown to 380 meters, a direct increase of 100 meters. Second, after absorbing the soul gem of Feng Ju Chun, he had successfully inherited the ability to imprison others with their soul gems. Furthermore, this ability had received an epic enhancement, allowing him to fire 3 beams to imprison 3 soul gems not exceeding his own strength. The thought of being able to disable an opponent's soul gem during battle while still unleashing energy to strike them filled Qi Ming with uncontainable elation. This was the rhythm of being invincible within the same realm. Additionally, although he lacked precise data panels, Qi Ming could sense that his life level had risen significantly. His attack range had surged to a terrifying 6 kilometers, while the range of his life field expanded to an impressive 1,200 meters. While he had not estimated his strength, it surely had reached a terrifying tens of thousands of tons. Of course, this power could not compare to the titanic beasts depicted in films. Nonetheless, Qi Ming was thrilled. After all, he had only just reached maturity. He believed that once he attained the rank of a lord, no, a king or emperor-level beast, he would be able to press those titanic beasts into the ground. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qi Ming cast aside his complex thoughts and addressed Xian Mo and Ada. You've both worked hard. Let us continue our journey. Though he had reached the mid-stage of maturity, the path ahead still beckoned. If he did not seize this advantage to absorb more life force, he would be utterly foolish. Xian Mo readily agreed, flapping his dragon wings and soaring into the distance with Qi Ming. He couldn't help but wonder when he would acquire his own dragon wings. By a glistening lakeshore, a goose and a duck, 2 mythical beasts, kept a vigilant watch on 2 dark night elves wielding bows and arrows. Originally intending to catch some small fish and shrimp by the water's edge, they had unwittingly encountered the elves. Fortunately, their strength was comparable, with the large white goose being in the late growth stage. Suddenly, the less than 100-meter-tall, tender yellow Kuer duck could no longer contain itself and exclaimed, "Big brother, should we make a hasty retreat?" Hearing this, the imposing large white goose shot at an incredulous glance. Are you blind? There are only 2 of them, both in the mid-growth stage. Why should we flee? The Kuer duck, puzzled, asked, "Big brother, why don't you take action to eliminate them?" The large white goose's eyes flashed with embarrassment as it extended a wing and smacked the Kuer duck on the head. "How can you expect me to handle everything? Little D, today I'm giving you this opportunity. You go and deal with them. The soul gems will be mine, and the corpses will be yours." Upon hearing this, the Kuer duck immediately shook its head in panic, unwilling to partake. However, before it could voice its objections, the large white goose stepped back, soaring into the air and kicking the Kuer duck out. "Go for it, little D. Big brother is cheering for you." The Kuer Ya, in a state of fright, let out a series of frantic quacks. However, the 2 dark night elves mistakenly interpreted this as a precursor to an attack. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly drew their bows and unleashed 2 dark violet arrows aimed directly at the Kuer Ya. At that moment, a golden diamond-shaped crystal materialized before the Kuer Ya, radiating a magnificent light that obliterated the arrows into nothingness. The Kuer Ya, the Dabaye, and the 2 dark night elves stood stunned by the sudden turn of events. The elves quickly regained their composure, one exclaiming in astonishment, "By the heavens, it is a legacy crystal." Yet, their excitement soon faded as one elf lamented, "Unfortunately, it's of the gold tier, we cannot touch it." As they spoke, the golden crystal shot upward, forming a brilliant beam of light. The elves exchanged glances and shifted their focus back to the 2 magical beasts, recognizing that the crystal's radiance would soon attract a multitude of magical creatures or foreign races. Their immediate priority was to deal with these two beasts and then summon their kin nearby to claim the legacy crystal. The Kuria, realizing that the elves still intended to pursue it, panicked and quacked in distress once more. Suddenly, a fiery meteorite descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the two Dark Knight elves and extinguishing their lives. The intense heat wave washed over, singeing the delicate feathers on the Kuria's chest, causing it to retreat in terror behind the Dabaye. The Dabaye, equally bewildered, gazed at the fallen meteorite. Just then, a colossal three-headed dragon, nearly 400 meters in length, broke through the mist and came into view. The dragon swooped down, its claws grasping the golden crystal, effortlessly breaching its protective barrier and seizing it in its claws. One of the dragon's heads cast a disdainful glance at the trembling Dabaye and Kuria before vanishing into the mist like a fleeting rainbow. Once the dragon disappeared, the Dabaye, still shaken, shook itself to regain stability. It then recalled something and swiftly extended its wings to help the Kuria, which it had inadvertently knocked over. Gently stroking the Kuria's back with its wings, it expressed concern. "Shouty, are you all right? I'm truly sorry for kicking you too hard." The bewildered Kuria shook its head and replied, "Boss, it didn't hurt much when you kicked me, but when you sat on me, I nearly broke my bones. Boss, you really need to lose some weight. You are far too heavy." The Dabaye blushed, playfully swatting the Kuria's tuft of feathers. "What nonsense are you saying? Hurry up. The legacy crystal has just appeared here. It will surely attract some unsavory characters." As it spoke, the Dabaye summoned a torrent of water to hurl the meteorite away and, after searching the pit for a moment, joyfully retrieved 2 soul stones. Without hesitation, it handed one to the Kuria, saying, "Here, eat this. Don't say that your boss doesn't treat you well." Choking back tears, the Kuria replied, Boss. Ever since it transformed into a Kuria, it had been following the Dabaye, even after it advanced to the growth stage without awakening any abilities. The Dabaye had never abandoned it. This unwavering support was why, despite the bullying, the Kuria had never contemplated leaving. Little did it know that it had indeed awakened a unique ability, luck. Although this ability might not grant it formidable power, it was sufficient to ensure that it would turn misfortune into fortune in times of peril. As Ming received the information in his mind, a look of delight filled his eyes. "Wonderful. With this, I possess skills for offense, defense, and control," he thought, feeling incredibly fortunate. Meanwhile, the languid Ada swam nearby, a barely perceptible smile flickering in its large eyes, though it merely blew bubbles and remained silent. Ming concentrated, and with a thought, 3 chains materialized in the void before him: a crimson flame chain, a verdant vine chain, and a golden sand chain. The familiarity of these colors sparked a memory. But before he could ponder further, a group of 8 foreign beings descended from the sky, slowly appearing before him. These beings belonged to the Yahoo race, whom Ming recognized from a previous encounter. The lead figure, marked by a red lotus flame insignia on its forehead, emanated a far more powerful aura than its kin. "Hand over the Chilean, and I shall spare your life," the Yahoo spoke coolly, its tone dripping with authority. Ming felt a surge of irritation. These Yahoo were growing increasingly arrogant, lacking the courtesy shown by the San Yinshan race. However, the fact that this Yahoo could communicate normally suggested it possessed a soul artifact. As this thought crossed his mind, he scrutinized the Yahoo. The latter, growing impatient under Ming's gaze, summoned the red lotus insignia, which transformed into a blossoming flame that surged towards him. Ming, undeterred, summoned the crimson ribbon, transforming it into a fiery dragon that enveloped the red lotus flame. The ensuing inferno caused the 7 other Yahoo to retreat in alarm. One particularly striking Yahoo exclaimed, "Oh no, Lima is in danger." The situation for Lima was indeed precarious, as the dragon had reached the mid-stage of its mature form. Just as panic set in among the Yahoo, one of them recalled, "Wait, isn't this dragon under a bounty from the divine race? We should spread the word and summon others to deal with it." Upon hearing this, the group quickly rallied, with the Yahoo woman using a special method to disseminate the information. The advanced communication networks of the foreign races and divine beings allowed the news to spread rapidly across the globe. Nearby, various foreign beings began to mobilize towards their location. Despite the alert being sent out, the situation for Li Mo remained dire. His soul artifact was ensnared by the crimson ribbon, and he gazed at the dragon with uncertainty, astonished by its strength. With no option for retreat, he gritted his teeth and summoned a flame spear to launch another attack at Ming. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Qi Ming ceased holding back, instantly summoning the sand dragon to engulf Li Ma. The overwhelming force of the sand obliterated him in less than 5 seconds, leaving nothing but a pile of yellow sand. With their master gone, the once captive red lotus flame became a prize for Qi Ming. Witnessing this, the remaining Yaohua turned in terror, seeking to flee. Before they could take any action, the dragon of yellow sand descended once again, casting all 8 soul gems to Xian Mo, while Qi Ming began to scrutinize the flame lotus before him. He had always believed that soul artifacts could only take the form of various implements, but he never anticipated that they could also coalesce into the shape of a lotus flower. This revelation instilled in Qi Ming a flicker of anticipation regarding his own soul artifact. Gazing at the slowly burning flame lotus, Qi Ming fell silent for a moment before temporarily storing it in his soul space. Ada blinked its eyes in confusion and asked Qi Ming if he wasn't going to leave quickly. There was a bounty on his head from the divine clan, and the Yaohua clan had already disseminated his location. If he did not depart soon, he could not fathom how many foreign beings would come his way. Upon hearing this, Qi Ming gently shook his head and replied, "Why should I leave? I am already aware of the bounty. I intend to take advantage of this opportunity to gather more life force." He had his own plans, although he had already reached the mid-stage of a mature form. The demand for triple energy created an inexplicable sense of urgency within him. With no idea where to find such a vast amount of energy, he was surprised to learn that these foreign beings had come to deliver it directly to him. If he could succeed in this endeavor, even if he could not break through to the later stage, he would undoubtedly make significant progress. Upon hearing Qi Ming's thoughts, Ada regarded him with an even stranger expression. Before it could say more, Xian Mo had already absorbed the 8 soul gems. "Master, I have acquired 5 abilities. The other 3 seem to be duplicates, so I did not gain them. Moreover, my black flame has become significantly stronger." Qi Ming's eyes gleamed with delight, and he couldn't help but praise. "Well done, Xiaohei," he added. "When we catch those Yaohua clan members, they will all be yours to absorb. Let's strive for your black flame to transform into a different fire." Xian Mo nodded earnestly but could not suppress its curiosity, asking, "Master, what is this different fire? Is it powerful?" Qi Ming paused, pondering for a moment before responding. "Not just powerful. Each type of different fire possesses unparalleled abilities. You will understand when you see it." As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Ming sensed something and looked up towards the distant mist. Under his 20-kilometer vision, he could already see numerous foreign beings rushing towards his position. Qi Ming's heart surged with excitement. With so many foreign beings, this opportunity seemed secure. Ada swished its watery tail, gesturing for Qi Ming to glance in another direction, saying, "Not just secure. I see you're about to have some fun." Before it could finish its sentence, a vine wreathed in blazing black flames pierced through the air, striking Ada's forehead. "You cursed crow, stop making light of this." Witnessing this scene, Qi Ming couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This was not the usual Xiaohei. Ada leisurely swam away from the black vine's position, the gaping hole in its forehead healing in the blink of an eye. Resuming its adorable demeanor, Ada blew bubbles and said to Qi Ming, "But this time, I can lend you a little help. Feel free to eliminate these foreign beings, and if you ever find yourself overwhelmed, just call for me. I will take you away." Hearing this, Qi Ming looked at Ada with skepticism and asked, "When did you become so kind-hearted? You're not planning to set me up, are you?" Ada, seemingly offended, huffed, "If you doubt me so much, then—" Just as it was about to continue, Qi Ming interrupted, "No, no, no. I have complete faith in you, Ada. So it's settled then. I will be counting on you." Ada's eyes sparkled with delight as it nodded, assuring, "Rest assured. I have got this." As it spoke, it deliberately swayed its body, flaunting in front of the black vine that had just pierced it. Xian Mo, witnessing Ada's nonchalant demeanor, felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure. However, Ada had promised to safely escort Qi Ming away, so after hesitating for a moment, Xian Mo chose to suppress its annoyance and silently withdrew the vine. Ada, displaying a victorious smile, wiggled its rear at Xian Mo before returning to its playful antics. Qi Ming watched this unfold and could only sigh inwardly. "You have it tough, Xiaohei." Xian Mo emitted a faint glow, seemingly responding in silence. As time passed, within less than a minute, the first wave of foreign beings arrived from all directions, quickly surrounding Qi Ming in layers. At that moment, Qi Ming could not help but feel like the great sage, Sun Wukong, besieged by countless celestial soldiers. The number of foreign beings around him was countless, with some he had never even seen before. However, there was no time for Ada to introduce them all. All the foreign beings gazing at Qi Ming were filled with greedy glimmers in their eyes, as if they intended to swallow him whole. Without a moment's hesitation, An endless surge of energy bombarded Qi Ming. Battle was imminent. Chapter 65. The might of the three-headed demon dragon faced with the overwhelming deluge of energy. Qi Ming remained remarkably composed. Before him, a radiant light erupted, and a massive silver-white longsword along with a blazing red ribbon materialized out of thin air. The crimson ribbon then expanded several-fold in the wind, transforming into a colossal fire dragon over 10 kilometers long. The fiery ribbon enveloped Qi Ming, promptly blocking a significant portion of the energy torrent. The silver-white longsword split into three, each forming a long sword of varying colors, all emanating a terrifying aura. Sword lights erupted from the three blades, instantly shredding the remaining energy into pieces. The surrounding foreign beings gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "How is this possible? The power of this demon dragon is terrifying. My goodness, this demon dragon possesses 2 soul artifacts." At this realization, the greed in the eyes of many foreign beings intensified exponentially. However, before they could launch another assault, Qi Ming had already taken the initiative. His towering figure let out a thunderous roar as 3 dragon heads unleashed an inferno of flames. An astonishing pressure radiated from Qi Ming, sweeping outward in waves. In an instant, all foreign beings within several kilometers were momentarily stunned, their minds affected by this overwhelming force, leaving them frozen in midair. Boom! Streams of molten lava tore through the sky, flowing like rivers or entangled roots. Amidst the chaos, they coursed through the numerous foreign beings. In the blink of an eye, the area within 6 kilometers of Qi Ming had transformed into a death zone filled with lava. As the lava surged forth, the surrounding foreign beings broke free from the oppressive pressure. However, some weaker beings were directly consumed by the lava, turning to charred remains in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Qi Ming felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have utilized the power of sandification instead. With this thought, the surrounding lava began to recede, gradually transforming into flowing sands. Yellow sand swirled in the air, and shortly thereafter, the charred corpses were turned into endless yellow sand, merging into the river of flowing sand. Observing the faintly glowing soul gems among the sands, Qi Ming's gaze flickered, and he declared, "Xiao He, all these soul gems are yours." In response, Xian Mo immediately shot forth hundreds of vines, traversing the void to absorb all the soul gems into its body. The surrounding foreign beings, witnessing this spectacle, revealed expressions of intense suspicion and fear. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the foreign beings. "It's Yuta from the Silver Clan. He possesses the strength of a mature form. And Ning from the Moon Clan has arrived. That's Tianyang from the Winged Clan. Wonderful. Let us see how this demon dragon continues to be arrogant." As the conversation unfolded, several imposing figures descended from the heavens, exuding a terrifying energy that approached Qi Ming. Qi Ming surveyed his surroundings and, with decisive intent, unleashed 3 ethereal soul rays, sealing 3 mid-stage soul gems. He then summoned chains that ensnared the remaining 10 or so figures in midair. Although the entire sequence seemed prolonged, it transpired within the blink of an eye. Before the myriad of alien beings could comprehend the situation, Qi Ming had conjured several fearsome yellow sand dragons that engulfed the elite figures. In less than 10 seconds, torrents of pure life force flowed into Qi Ming's being. As the yellow sand dragons resumed their voracious appetite, devouring the surrounding aliens, the latter finally regained their senses, filled with dread and desperately attempting to flee. Yet, it was too late. An endless expanse of yellow sand coalesced into a colossal yellow sandworm, measuring a staggering 10 kilometers in length. With a mere sweep, it consumed hundreds, if not thousands, of alien figures. The terrifying power of sand conversion surged wildly, channeling streams of life force back to Qi Ming's body. Feeling the rapid increase of energy within him, Qi Ming's heart swelled with joy. If this momentum continued, he might well break through to the late stage of maturity. The yellow sandworm undulated in the air, encircling the fleeing aliens. Some, realizing escape was futile, gritted their teeth and charged at Qi Ming once more. Countless attacks struck him, only to be deflected by the numerous layers of shields enveloping his body. Even if some attacks managed to inflict minor scratches, they were swiftly healed by his wood attributes' restorative abilities. Among them, a figure from the Yaohua tribe gazed on in terror, tremblingly whispering how terrifying it was and questioning how it could be more fearsome than the divine race. The other aliens were equally disconcerted, with some contemplating surrendering to Qi Ming. However, he showed no mercy to these willingly offered life forces, for this was a crushing dominance on the level of existence. It was unclear how much time passed, but the incoming aliens had been nearly eradicated by Qi Ming. Despite the accumulation of thousands upon thousands of life forces, he still had not achieved a breakthrough to the late stage of maturity. Nevertheless, he could faintly sense that he was on the brink of a bottleneck, needing merely an opportunity to facilitate his advancement. After waiting for an extended period, Ming saw no new aliens arriving, leaving him perplexed. Had he truly annihilated all the nearby aliens? Little did he know that his terrifying prowess had already spread, sending those who initially sought to confront him into retreat. Upon hearing Ada's explanation, Ming felt at a loss for words. Had he known, he would have held back a bit earlier. Xianmo, too, expressed dissatisfaction, lamenting that the aliens were too feeble. They hadn't even dared to show their faces. What a bunch of cowardly turtles. Despite his helplessness, Ming could only accompany Xianmo in searching for a quiet place to absorb the recently acquired soul gems. By the way, Ada, since I didn't need your help this time, can the opportunity you spoke of carry over to next time? Ada's lips twitched, clearing his throat to respond that it was indeed possible, but he doubted Ming would need it again. After the previous battle, all the aliens recognized Ming's terrifying strength. It was likely that, barring exceptional circumstances, they would not initiate an assault against him again. In a valley surrounded by mountains, thousands of soul gems of various colors floated around Ming, resembling a resplendent river of stars. Xiaohei, your absorption efficiency is quite high. I'll take half. And the rest is yours, he declared, as the starry array of soul gems split in two, floating before Ming and Xianmo stunned. Xianmo quickly protested. But, Master, I haven't tea. Before he could finish, Ming interjected. All right, if I let you absorb it, then absorb it. You will become stronger and better able to assist me, understand? Upon hearing this, Xianmo paused for a moment before earnestly replying. Understood, Master. He refrained from expressing excessive gratitude, instead burying this favor deep within his heart. For this gratitude, he was willing to give everything to protect Ming, even at the cost of his life. In fact, Xianmo later proved this, possessing countless abilities that repeatedly saved Ming from peril in the most dire situations. Watching Xianmo slowly absorb the soul gems, a smile crept into Ming's eyes. He then opened 3 dragon heads, consuming thousands of soul gems into his soul space. Given the sheer volume, the absorption process was undoubtedly slow, even with Ming exerting his 3 soul gems tirelessly day and night. It took him a full 3 days and nights to digest all of them. However, to his delight and dismay, his soul power had significantly increased. Yet, he inherited none of the talents. The new abilities acquired merely numbered 7. Contemplating this, Ming turned to Xianmo, who had also completed his absorption, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Xianmo shook his head, pondering momentarily before stating, Master, I acquired over 2,000 abilities and more than 300 talents. This is still due to many abilities being redundant. Otherwise, I could have gained even more. Hearing this, Ming's expression reflected envy. Goodness, you truly are remarkable, Xiaohei. Meanwhile, Ada had grown accustomed to such feats and no longer bore the initial astonishment. However, he harbored a hint of suspicion regarding Xianmo's identity. Logically, such bug-like abilities should not manifest in Blue Star. Yet, despite his knowledge of Blue Star, he discerned no inconsistencies. After much contemplation, Ada could only set the matter aside and shift his focus to other concerns. Ming chose not to listen to Xianmo recounting each of his newly acquired abilities and talents. Instead, he chuckled. It's a good thing to gain so many abilities. Now, we've rested long enough. It's time to set off. With that, Xianmo unfurled his dragon wings, soaring into the sky with Ming's substantial form. Not long into their flight, Ming spotted a group of aliens encircling several phantom beasts in the distance. Being a phantom beast himself, he could not allow these outsiders to flaunt their power on his territory. Without hesitation, he altered his course and dove toward the group of aliens. Below, among the phantom beasts surrounded by numerous aliens, one particularly stood out, a creature with a tiger's head and a scorpion's tail. This phantom beast possessed the body of a tiger. Its tail was a formidable scorpion stinger, and it boasted a pair of black wings on its back. Visually, it appeared far more powerful than the other phantom beasts. The others, whether evolving on their own or through fusion, clustered around this tiger-scorpion phantom beast, eager for protection. Faced with the scrutiny of the surrounding aliens, the scorpion-tiger phantom beast felt unprecedented pressure. Suddenly, the aliens ceased holding back and unleashed their energy upon the group of phantom beasts. The phantom beasts were filled with panic, hastily enacting their protective measures to withstand the onslaught. Yet, sheer numbers overwhelmed them. The surrounding aliens far outnumbered them. In less than 2 seconds, the defenses of the phantom beasts were shattered by the relentless tide of energy. Just as it seemed that the lives of the dozen or so phantom beasts were about to be extinguished, a brilliant crimson light appeared before them, blocking the torrent of energy. Immediately following, the mythical beasts heard several resounding dragon roars. As the vibrant crimson hue faded away, the figures of the surrounding alien races vanished without a trace. In their stead, a tempest of swirling yellow sand appeared, along with a three-headed demon dragon measuring over 400 meters in length, adorned with majestic wings. Witnessing this scene, the mythical beasts were momentarily taken aback. Just as they regained their composure and wished to express their gratitude, the three-headed dragon soared into the sky, disappearing into the mist without granting them any chance to speak. The reason for Qi Ming's hasty departure was simply to avoid further interactions with these mythical beasts. Saving their lives was already a monumental act of kindness. Had it been other mythical beasts, they might not have spared even these dozen or so. Reflecting on this, Qi Ming couldn't help but lament that he was still too benevolent. Yet, that was his nature. Sometimes he could be cold and ruthless towards his kin, while at other times, he would unite against external foes, embodying a sense of compassion that was intrinsic to him. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him. "Master, there seems to be a peculiar spatial fluctuation occurring over there." Qi Ming, taken aback, turned to gaze in the direction indicated by Xianmo. However, within his line of sight, he detected no anomalies. Yet, knowing that Xianmo would not speak without reason, he responded, "Then let us go and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianmo transformed into dragon wings, tracing a perfect arc through the air, carrying Qi Ming towards another direction. Before long, Qi Ming and Xianmo arrived at the location in question. There, they beheld a cerulean crack continuously widening, with a transparent membrane-like structure within. Upon witnessing this, Ada exclaimed, "This is the barrier of the domain. What is happening? Could it be that extraterrestrial beings are attempting to cross over?" Qi Ming was taken aback and inquired, "What extraterrestrial beings? Aren't they from a different realm?" In response, Ada hesitated for a moment before explaining, "Of course they are not from the same realm. The alien races you have seen recently are actually not far from launching. The planets they inhabit, along with our launching, all belong to the dueling domain. Countless planets within the dueling domain harbor life, and the other races on these planets are considered alien to us. Besides our dueling domain, there are at least 7 other major domains of comparable scale." As she spoke, a pair of small horns began to struggle against the transparent barrier, as if the life form inside was attempting to forcefully break through the membrane to enter launching. Upon seeing those small horns, Qi Ming felt an inexplicable quiver within the 3 soul gems that resided in his being. Ada continued, "Typically, one can only enter other major domains through the teleportation formations within the dueling domain, which requires at least an emperor-level strength to access. This creature dares to attempt a direct crossing. It truly seeks its own demise." Before she could finish her sentence, one of the ice-blue small horns pierced through the membrane. Subsequently, a mysterious creature, roughly the size of Ada and akin to a grinding disc, tumbled out. Chapter 67. By G. The moment this mysterious creature emerged, the split transparent membrane instantly restored itself, with even the cerulean crack dissipating as if it had never existed. Ada, caught off guard, was unexpectedly struck on the head by the mysterious silvery creature, tumbling several hundred meters through the air before finally coming to a halt. "Ouch, that hurts." Qi Ming turned to look, and before him appeared a creature of pure white, adorned with silvery mane, its azure eyes reminiscent of a young dragon. This young dragon possessed short, ice-blue horns and a tail, but curiously, it lacked dragon claws. Instead, it had a pair of equally short, pristine wings. On its chest was an ice-blue gem, accompanied by a mysterious golden ornament. Having just inadvertently collided with Ada, the mysterious creature was now gently stroking her head with one of its wings. Ada, oblivious to this, merely regarded the creature with a look of existential doubt. How can this be? Even a god-level powerhouse cannot tear apart the domain barrier from thin air. Wait, this creature is merely in its juvenile state? Have I misunderstood? While Ada was in shock, the mysterious creature shook its head and began to survey its surroundings. Upon spotting Qi Ming, its eyes instantly sparkled with astonishing light. The little one flapped its diminutive wings and soared for several seconds until it reached the same height as Qi Ming, then proudly proclaimed, "I am called Bai Ji. You may also refer to me as the Holy Dragon King. Given that you possess a trace of dragon blood, you may follow me henceforth." Hearing the words of this self-proclaimed Bai Ji, or Holy Dragon King, Qi Ming felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Good heavens! You are merely a juvenile in the early stages, and you wish for me to follow you? What gives you the audacity? Had he not noticed that this little creature had caused a slight tremor in the shadows of his soul gems? He would have already blown it away with a mere breath. Bai Ji, sensing that Qi Ming was not easily swayed, quickly adjusted its approach and said, "Do not underestimate my current juvenile form. My true essence is of great significance. I hail from the supreme dragon domain, but I was betrayed by my beloved, leading to my current predicament. Should you assist me in reclaiming my pinnacle, I shall bestow upon you the title of Holy Dragon Protector." Observing the endearing yet far-fetched Bai Ji, Qi Ming felt that the tone of their conversation was somewhat askew. The tactics it employed were as common as advertisements nowadays. Yet, as thoughts swirled in his mind, a strange smile graced his face as he replied, "All right, you say your name is Bai Ji, correct?" Upon hearing Qi Ming's response, Bai Ji's heart leaped with joy. It had exhausted all its strength to breach this realm and was in dire need of a bodyguard to help it navigate through the most perilous phase. The three-headed dragon before it seemed formidable and, moreover, appeared quite gullible. "Wait, did he just call me what?" Bai Ji's eyes widened in indignation as it exclaimed, "I am Bai Ji. Bai Ji, not Bai Ji." Qi Ming chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Understood, Bai Ji. What you just mentioned is merely your desire for a bodyguard, correct?" Bai Ji was momentarily taken aback, its face flushing with an imperceptible hue. What is happening? How did he see through my thoughts? However, recalling its own fragile defenses, it quickly conceded, "Indeed, if you can provide me protection temporarily, I can promise to assist you with one matter afterward." Qi Ming's three dragon heads scrutinized Bai Ji, numerous thoughts racing through his mind. Two paths lay before him. The first was to offer temporary protection as proposed, while the second was to consume the creature outright. As for releasing Bai Ji, that thought had never crossed his mind. This being, of extraordinary origin, undoubtedly harbored secrets, regardless of the truth behind its grand declarations. Bai Ji sensed Qi Ming's discerning gaze, which occasionally regarded it as a potential meal, causing it to tremble involuntarily. Just as it was overcome with fear, a voice, akin to celestial music, echoed once more. "Bai Ji, you shall accompany us from now on." Upon hearing this, Bai Ji's heart swelled with joy. "Thank you. And I am Bai Ji, not Bai Ji." Qi Ming slightly shook his head and responded, "I am Qi Ming. This is Xianmo, and this is Ada." Xianmo, in turn, extended its massive black vine serpent, nodding in greeting to Bai Ji. Upon seeing Xianmo, a flicker of peculiarity flashed in Bai Ji's eyes, but it swiftly buried this thought deep within, then turned to regard Ada. Has this star spirit been implanted with the seed of the soul? It seems that this small world is likely a cultivation zone belonging to a certain deity. Qi Ming, of course, was unaware of what Bai Ji was contemplating. His decision to take the other in was purely from the depths of his own heart. Nevertheless, deep within his soul, he harbored a flicker of hope regarding the narrative Bai Ji had shared. After a brief moment of respite, Qi Ming once again soared into the sky with the assistance of Xianmo. The newly joined Bai Ji clung to a vine extending from Xianmo, ensuring he did not lag behind the group. They flew for dozens of kilometers before Qi Ming finally spotted a group of otherworldly beings. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove downward. The myriad of otherworldly beings below immediately panicked, exclaiming in alarm that the three-headed demon dragon had arrived. They fled in haste, shouting about the demon dragon's approach. Before they could finish their warning, a swirling storm of yellow sand engulfed a dozen of the otherworldly beings. Soon after, the yellow sand dragon presented several soul gems before Qi Ming. After a brief contemplation, he extracted one soul gem and handed the rest to Xianmo. He then offered the soul gem to Bai Ji, saying, "Have some, Bai Ji." Bai Ji, feeling exasperated, replied, "I have already mentioned several times that my name is Bai Ji, and thank you for your kindness, but I do not require the absorption of soul gems." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming was slightly taken aback. However, he did not press further and casually swallowed a soul gem, remarking that calling Bai Ji by that name seemed too formal. "From now on, I shall call you Xiao Bai, and your full name will be Qi Bai. Xianmo, also known as Xiao He, is your elder brother." Upon hearing this, Bai Ji rolled his eyes and retorted, "Who are you to arbitrarily name me?" Just as he was about to finish his sentence, Bai Ji felt a chilling aura surge within him when he saw Xianmo transforming into a black dragon. Squinting his eyes as he scrutinized Bai Ji, a sense of foreboding crept into Bai Ji's mind, that disobedience could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 68. Encountering the spirit of heaven and earth again, Bai Ji silently swallowed, nodding like a chick pecking at grains. "All right, boss. You may call me Xiao Bai from now on." Xiao Bai sounds far more pleasant than Bai Ji, does it not? Qi Ming smiled gently, just as he was about to speak again, when suddenly a brilliant red light erupted in the distant sky. The appearance of this red light was abrupt, transforming the entire sky into a blazing crimson hue. Against the backdrop of the red-tinted mist, one could not help but feel as though the world was facing its end. What is happening over there? Ada, with glimmering eyes, quickly responded. The volcano over there is about to erupt. It seems to be nurturing the spirit of heaven and earth. You must hurry there. Upon hearing the words spirit of heaven and earth, Qi Ming's heart surged with astonishment. It was the perilous fusion with the spirit of yellow sand that had significantly contributed to his current standing. The news of a new spirit of heaven and earth was exhilarating. Without needing to be prompted, Xian Mo flapped his dragon wings and soared toward the direction of the blazing fire. As they advanced, the intensity of the flames became increasingly apparent, and Qi Ming could feel the air growing ever more heated. This realization filled him with joy. If all went well, this would likely be a fire-type spirit of heaven and earth. In a short time, Qi Ming crossed over 200 kilometers to hover above a volcano. It appeared that the volcano had already undergone a brief eruption, with billowing black smoke rising from the crater and streams of fiery red lava flowing around it. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed numerous other beasts and otherworldly beings drawn to the site, much like himself. Ada, where is the spirit of heaven and earth? I do not see it, Qi Ming inquired, turning to Ada. Ada shook his watery tail, saying, do not fret. The spirit of heaven and earth is still in the process of hatching. However, it should be ready soon. Let us wait patiently. Though somewhat resigned, Qi Ming had no choice but to remain calm and await developments. Bai Ji scampered over to the giant serpent-like Xian Mo's side and playfully interacted with him using the beast ring. As time passed, most of the beasts and otherworldly beings within a radius of several hundred kilometers had gathered around the volcano. To avoid disturbances from idle creatures, Qi Ming closed his eyes to rest his mind. In reality, he was overthinking it. The surrounding beasts and otherworldly beings kept their distance from him, wary of provoking him. Just as Qi Ming was growing bored, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. Heavens! What is that? Could it be a wild inheritance crystal? Nonsense. That is a fire spirit crystal, formed from the fusion of fire energy and mist. Though not comparable to mist crystals, it was still quite valuable to fire-type beings. Hearing this, Qi Ming focused his gaze and saw a beast clutching an irregular red crystal the size of a basketball in its claws. Even from 7 or 8 kilometers away, he could vaguely sense the fire energy contained within it. However, the energy seemed equivalent to that of a mid-stage growing entity. In less than a minute, another beast uncovered a fire spirit crystal the size of a grinding disc, containing energy akin to a mid-stage mature entity. This sight piqued Qi Ming's interest. He was about to summon Xiao He to gather the scattered fire spirit crystals when Bai Ji, puzzled, said, do you want fire spirit crystals? You can just go into the volcano. Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze toward Bai Ji, who was flapping his wings and blinking innocently. Bai Ji, feeling somewhat shy under Qi Ming's scrutiny, instinctively raised his wings in front of himself and said, boss, why are you looking at me like that? Qi Ming shook his head slightly. It's nothing, but how did you know? Bai Ji feigned surprise, exclaiming, what? You didn't know? I thought it was common knowledge. Observing Bai Ji's insufferable demeanor, Qi Ming fell silent. Meanwhile, Xian Mo, unable to contain himself, extended a vine and playfully swatted Bai Ji's rear. Ah, big brother. Why did you hit me? Who told you to speak so annoyingly? Deserve a beating. Ignoring the playful banter between Xiao He and Xiao Bai, Qi Ming turned to Ada and asked, Ada, are there spirit crystals inside the volcano? Ada blinked. Yes, many. Upon hearing this, Qi Ming inhaled deeply. Then why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask, Ada replied innocently, appearing as though he had cleaned himself up first. Qi Ming was rendered speechless. Yet he could not argue. After all, if Ada had been proactive in sharing this information, other beasts would surely have learned of it as well. Despite having acquired this tidbit of information, Qi Ming did not immediately enter the volcano. With other beasts and otherworldly beings observing nearby, he would inevitably attract attention and suspicion if he did so. Just then, the volcano ahead began to tremble violently, accompanied by a fiery pillar of lava erupting. The surrounding temperature began to rise dramatically. This seemed only to be the beginning. As lava columns erupted sporadically, the internal tremors of the volcano intensified. Eventually, the trembling affected the very ground beneath them, causing fissures to appear. Suddenly, a cataclysmic torrent of fiery energy erupted into the sky, resembling an extravagant firework display that scattered endless fiery rain. Within this rain of flames, numerous fire spirit crystals of various sizes were visibly interspersed. The surrounding beasts and otherworldly beings were filled with excitement, exclaiming, "There are so many fire spirit crystals. What fortune! Get away! They are all mine. Hold on. How dare you bully my husband? Watch me end you." A towering black gorilla, standing over 200 meters tall, glared furiously at a gray wolf that was more than 100 meters in height. Behind the gorilla, a canary, no more than several dozen meters in size. Observe the scene. Witnessing the gorilla effortlessly pummel the gray wolf into a bloody pulp, the canary trembled and exclaimed, "Thank you, my dear." The gorilla turned and smiled gently, replying, "It was nothing, my love. Just wait here. I shall collect the fire spirit crystals for you." As all the mythical beasts and other races busied themselves gathering the scattered spirit crystals, Ming gazed deeply into the volcano, lost in thought. Suddenly, he noticed the temperature around him beginning to rise once more. A thought flickered across his mind. Chapter 69, The Firebird, but before he could voice it, a piercing cry erupted from within the volcano, echoing like the splitting of stone. This startling sound immediately captured the attention of numerous mythical beasts and other races. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of all living beings, a colossal firebird, engulfed in blazing crimson flames and boasting a wingspan of over 800 meters, soared from the volcano, its fiery wings sweeping coldly over the assembly of mythical beasts and other races. The fiery bird exuded a terrifying aura upon its emergence. The surrounding air temperature surged to alarming heights, causing some weaker creatures to spontaneously combust. Ming looked down to see Bai Ji emanating a faint blue glow, seemingly unperturbed by the surrounding heat. Ado exclaimed in astonishment, "Ming, this fire spirit has already reached the late stages of its maturity." Ming, however, remained unfazed, stating, "No worries, let's let it clear the area first. I will handle it in due time." Ado gazed at the confident Ming, momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the fire spirit born from the volcano appeared intent on announcing its arrival to the world. Amidst its cries and unending flames, it commenced a massacre of the surrounding mythical beasts and other races. With its expansive wings unfurling, torrents of heavenly fire rained down from the sky. In the face of such overwhelming power, hardly any mythical beast or other race could withstand the flames for even a second. All life forms were filled with terror and sought to flee, yet the horrifying flames incinerated them instantly, turning them to ash. Even water-type mythical beasts found no advantage, as they were seared into nothingness by the inferno's extreme heat. Ming watched with fervor, realizing that this was true fire power. The flames he had previously summoned with energy paled in comparison to those of the firebird. Before long, the life forms surrounding the volcano had either perished or fled, leaving only Ming and his companions. With a shriek, the firebird flapped its wings and unleashed torrents of heavenly fire upon Ming. Yet, before the flames could reach him, they were intercepted by a suddenly materializing lotus of fire, which he had previously seized from the Yi Yao fire clan. This lotus possessed the attributes of absorbing and suppressing flames. Although Ming could not fully unleash its power at present, even a fraction of its strength was sufficient to contend with the fire spirit. Without hesitation, Ming activated the fire lotus, absorbing the surrounding flames while simultaneously summoning his other two soul artifacts. 3 dragon heads activated the 3 soul artifacts in unison, creating a barrier against the firebird's overwhelming blaze, preventing it from approaching Ming in the slightest. The firebird's voice brimmed with fury as it recklessly summoned flames to envelop itself, transforming into a meteor of fire hurtling towards him. Ming's eyes sparkled with determination as he summoned the crimson ribbon, which expanded in the wind, forming a fiery curtain to encase the bird. Simultaneously, his silver-white sword shone with a green hue, splitting into dozens of sword lights that surged like a torrent through the encased firebird. Humiliated by such treatment, the firebird's rage reached its zenith. Accompanied by a roar filled with boundless fury, its flames ignited with a shade of crimson gold. In an instant, the ribbon binding it shattered into countless fragments, scattering fiery remnants across the sky, obscuring Ming's vision and concealing the firebird, which now resembled a divine being amidst the flames. As the firebird charged towards him once more, Ming swiftly reacted, positioning the enlarged fire lotus before himself. The tremendous flames surged, relentlessly battering the surrounding space. The shockwave from this terrifying energy shattered the ground into endless dust. Witnessing the cracks forming in the fire lotus due to the recent impact and excessive accumulated flames, Ming knew he could delay no longer. With a thought, the fragmented crimson ribbon reappeared, expanding into several fiery serpents that ensnared the firebird's wings in midair. Ming then surged upwards, clutching the fire lotus and thrusting it down upon the firebird's head. The seal of firepower was activated. With the boundless flame energy accumulated earlier, the cracks in the lotus swiftly mended. Simultaneously, the firebird found itself ensnared by the ribbons, and the lotus pressed down upon it, rendering it immobile. Qi Ming took a deep breath, instructing Xian Mo to leave his body. Little He, I will need your protection now. Xian Mo transformed into a black dragon, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon receiving the response, Qi Ming wasted no time, floating in the air to absorb the fire spirit. After all, this fire spirit was essentially just another form of energy. Once fully absorbed, it would serve him. Observing Qi Ming's true strength for the first time, Bai Ji revealed a peculiar expression. Meanwhile, Xian Mo seemed to have an epiphany, sending out dozens of tendrils, half extending towards the volcano and half racing towards the volcano's mouth. It had just overheard Bai Ji and Ada's conversation and decided to gather all the fire spirit crystals while they had the chance. Suddenly, Ada turned to Bai Ji, her eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. After a minute, she slowly averted her gaze and resumed her leisurely movements. Sensing Ada's actions, Bai Ji gradually opened her eyes, revealing a hint of playful intrigue. Just a mere deity, attempting to see through my identity? If you refrain from provoking me, I might spare your life. It's all a matter of your discernment. Within the celestial realm, a figure with 10 wings and a third eye in its forehead contemplated the silhouette it had just observed, a profound look of confusion crossing its face. According to Ada, this individual could breach the barriers of domains. Could it be that a certain saint had been reborn? After pondering for some time without arriving at an answer, the figure could only shake its head in resignation, casting aside these distractions. Chapter 70. Breaking through the late stages beside it, a small creature with wings and a third eye in its forehead, sensing the situation, inquired, Master, what is happening? Is it misbehaving? Should I teach it a lesson? The figure of Shi shook his head lightly with a smile, stating that he was merely pondering other matters. As he spoke, he slowly raised his gaze toward the horizon. In his azure pupils, it seemed as if reflections of distant landscapes were captured from millions of miles away. After a prolonged moment, he let out a soft sigh. The dueling conference was approaching, yet none of his direct descendants from the Tianmu Shinzu could be seen. Perhaps he should let this little fellow have a try? It appeared ready to break through to the Lord level. At the foot of the volcano, the fiery bird had vanished from sight, leaving behind a three-headed dragon-like figure suspended in the air. The dragon exuded an unpredictable aura, with mist swirling around, drawn toward its massive form. Clearly, it was on the verge of a breakthrough. Observing Qi Ming's silhouette, Ada couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. In such a short span of time, it was nearing a breakthrough to Lord level, and under circumstances where the energy required was 3 times that of other phantom beasts. Behind Ada, the black dragon form of Xian Mo was whispering with Bai Ji. What did you say? You also despise that insipid green tea? Xian Mo was somewhat surprised and glanced at Bai Ji. Bai Ji extended a wing and patted its chest, declaring, How could it be otherwise? This fellow puts on a front in front of us and pretends to be a pure white lotus before the boss. Who could possibly like it? Upon hearing Bai Ji's incisive assessment, Xian Mo was instantly exhilarated, and its gaze toward Bai Ji softened considerably. Well. I didn't expect you to see through this guy's green tea and white lotus facade. Before Bai Ji could finish, several figures of foreign tribes suddenly appeared in the distance. Their intentions were clear. They were evidently targeting the breaking through Qi Ming. Bai Ji exclaimed, Big brother, what should we do? Xian Mo, however, stood tall and surveyed the foreign figures from a higher vantage point, asserting, What is there to fear? Just watch how I deal with them. In no time, a dozen figures from the Silver Tribe approached within a few hundred meters. A few of them spotted Qi Ming hovering in the air and exclaimed in delight, Wonderful! This dragon is breaking through. This is truly a stroke of luck. Last time so many of us couldn't capture it. This time it will be easy. As they spoke, a Silver Tribe woman noticed something. Her eyes lit up as she gently tugged at the arm of the leading Silver Tribe man. Mala Gij. That young one is so adorable. Can we catch it to keep as a pet? It is known that the Silver Tribe's most significant trait is their disdain for clothing, revering natural beauty. As the Silver Tribe woman swayed, her form was almost a weapon of allure. Unfortunately, no one around appreciated it. The leading man, adorned with a bright yellow gem on his chest, seemed to relish the attention. He glanced at Bai Ji's figure, astonished, and remarked, There's even a white chicken? How rare. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji was infuriated and rushed to Xian Mo's side, saying, Big brother, that large wave and the leader are bullying me. You must teach them a lesson. Xian Mo was slightly taken aback. Without a soul treasure, it couldn't comprehend the dialogue of the Silver Tribe. Nonetheless, it did not hinder its trust in Bai Ji's words. Rest assured, I will avenge you. In the next instant, several dragon-shaped figures engulfed in black flames appeared around the dozen silver tribe members. The terrifying black flames erupted, and except for the 2 silver tribe members singled out by Bai Ji, the others were instantly dispatched. The leading silver tribe man was filled with horror and hastily summoned a rock shield to protect himself and the silver tribe woman. However, as soon as the shield appeared, it was shattered by a massive black vine. Soon after, several vines materialized out of thin air, binding the 2 silver tribe members and delivering them before Bai Ji. Without hesitation, Bai Ji soared forward and delivered a resounding slap across the man's face. You are the chicken. Your whole family is chickens. If you don't witness the might of my holy dragon king, you will never know. After delivering several slaps, Bai Ji turned to the silver tribe woman, its azure eyes glimmering, and with a swift motion of its pristine tail, it struck her. You, the one who only knows how to crow. Let me teach you to keep your mouth shut. You wanted to catch me as a pet. For a full 3 minutes. Bai Ji continued this spirited onslaught before gradually coming to a halt. Xian Mo, no longer holding back, summoned the black flames to send the 2 silver tribe members to their end. At this moment, Qi Ming's imposing presence was also reaching its peak. With a slight sound in the air, the surrounding mist began to converge toward Qi Ming's form. 1 second, 2 seconds. This continued for nearly 5 minutes before the speed of the mist's gathering began to slightly slow. Subsequently, Qi Ming's figure crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to crack with root-like patterns. As his vision cleared, the figures of Xian Mo, Ada, and Bai Ji came into view. Master, Qi Ming, big brother. In response to the trio's congratulations, Qi Ming smiled warmly, acknowledging each of them. He then seemed to remember something and spoke. All right. Let us now venture into the volcano to gather spirit crystals. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Mo replied, No need, master. I have already gathered them all while you were breaking through. With that, numerous fiery red crystals of various sizes appeared in the surrounding space, floating like a river of flame. Qi Ming gazed in awe at the surrounding fire spirit crystals. After a long while, he expressed his gratitude to Xian Mo, saying, Little Black, you have worked hard. Xian Mo shook its head slightly. This is what I should do. Qi Ming surveyed the area and gathered several hundred crystals, roughly equivalent to the energy of a late-stage mature form. He then added, The rest are for you to absorb. These fire spirit crystals contain substantial firepower, which will greatly assist your black flames. Achieving a breakthrough to the late-stage mature form will allow you to unleash even greater strength. Upon hearing this, Xian Mo nodded in agreement and swiftly absorbed the remaining fire spirit crystals into its storage space. Witnessing this scene, Qi Ming smiled and began absorbing the surrounding fire spirit crystals. After merging with the spirit of fire, his mastery over fire power increased exponentially. He could now directly convert the surrounding spirit crystals into energy and draw them into his body. With a thought, Qi Ming summoned hundreds of spirit crystals, which transformed into streams of fiery red magma flowing toward him. However, within 5 minutes, all the energy was absorbed, merely increasing his energy marginally, and it seemed he would need more time to break through to Lord level. Yet, Qi Ming remained undaunted and turned to Xian Mo, asking, Little Black, will you absorb them now? Xian Mo subtly shook its head. No need, master. I can absorb while on the move. In response, Qi Ming's eyes sparkled as he chuckled lightly. All right, you can return now. I can fly on my own. As soon as he finished speaking, a fiery red dragon wing extended from his back, with a wingspan exceeding a terrifying 800 meters. Coupled with his massive form of 500 meters after his breakthrough, he resembled the legendary dragons even more. With the new dragon wings, Qi Ming no longer required Xian Mo to transform its wings. Xian Mo paused, remaining silent for a moment before returning to Qi Ming's left arm. It had anticipated this day would come, yet it was surprised by how swiftly it arrived. Bai Ji, however, looked longingly at Qi Ming and asked, Big brother, where do I sit now? It had previously occupied the center of Xian Mo's wings, but now that Xian Mo had returned to Qi Ming's left arm, its designated spot had vanished. Qi Ming felt a dark line sweep over his head. Goodness, where else could he sit? Did you take me for a toy car? Before he could voice his thoughts, Xian Mo extended a vine to similarly ensnare Bai Ji around Qi Ming's left arm. Qi Ming then flapped his fiery dragon wings behind him, transforming into a blazing crimson comet that surged skyward, leaving a long tail of flames in its wake. Upon breaking through, Qi Ming's vision expanded dramatically, reaching a staggering 40 kilometers. Both his life field and attack range were significantly enhanced, now extending to 2,000 meters and 9 kilometers, respectively. After flying just a few dozen kilometers, Ming discovered numerous alien beings nestled within a mountain range. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of flames and dove toward them. Within the mountains, hundreds of alien figures were gathered in discussion. Among them, a man from the Yaohua clan spoke first, suggesting they should gather their forces and attack a nearby city. As soon as he finished, a woman from the Baiyin clan crossed her arms and scoffed, remarking that while it was easy to say, the Illusion Beast Alliance had set up protective formations in every city. Moreover, they possessed numerous advanced weapons. A reckless attack would surely result in heavy casualties. Upon hearing this, the other aliens fell silent. They had come to this place without the means to carry many items. Otherwise, they would have long since dominated these illusion beasts. At that moment, one sharp-eyed member of the E-clan exclaimed, "Look up at the sky." The multitude of aliens instinctively turned their gazes in the direction indicated. They immediately beheld a three-headed demon dragon, engulfed in fierce flames, charging toward them. Panic ensued among the aliens as they shouted, "It's that demon dragon. Everyone run. It has broken through to the late stage of maturity." One voice interjected, "Wait. If we work together, we might stand a chance." However, before the words could settle, an endless rain of heavenly fire fell from the heavens, enveloping the majority of the mountain range and claiming the lives of hundreds of alien beings in mere moments. Soul gems, transformed into fiery birds, returned to Ming's side. Glancing over, he commanded, "Xiaohei, devour these." "Understood. Thank you, master," Xian replied, then shot forth dozens of vines to collect the soul gems into his storage space. Ming, with a thought, returned all the flames to the void, preparing to rise once more. Yet, before he could spread his fiery dragon wings, a golden rift materialized in midair before him. The golden crack expanded, quickly reaching several meters in height. In the next moment, a figure with twin wings and a third eye at its forehead stepped through, appearing directly in front of Ming. Upon seeing this figure, Ming's eyes widened in surprise. It was the San Yinshin clan. The newly emerged member radiated a terrifying aura, even more formidable than Ming himself. Ada's expression shifted to one of concern as he exclaimed, "This fellow has reached the pinnacle of the late stage of maturity. If he wishes, he can break through to the Lord level and condense a soul artifact." Hearing this, Ming felt a twinge of astonishment. Just as various thoughts flitted through his mind on how to respond, the San Yinshin member calmly stated, "To deal with you, there is no need to condense a soul artifact. My name is Wang Yu. Remember it well, for you shall soon meet your demise." No sooner had he spoken than the three-eyed figure vanished from sight. Ming's pupils constricted, and without a moment's hesitation, he activated his lava armor. A dark longsword sliced through the air, directly severing the shield on Ming's body and leaving a gaping wound several meters long. Ming's eyes sparkled as he swiftly summoned energy to heal the wound, only to find the surface covered by a layer of dark energy that rendered healing impossible, even showing signs of eroding the surrounding flesh. Ada cried out, "This guy also possesses spatial power. Ming, we must leave immediately." Before Ming could respond, Xian transformed into a black dragon, unleashing a stream of black flames onto Ming's wound. Remarkably, the black flames swiftly absorbed the dark energy and healed Ming's injury in an instant. Xian tilted his black dragon head slightly and softly said, "Master, leave this one to me." With that, Xian unleashed a formidable aura, revealing that it too had unknowingly broken through to the late stage of maturity. The three-eyed figure, Wang Yu, exhibited surprise in his eyes. "I did not expect to encounter a being awakened with spatial power on this desolate planet. In that case, you shall accompany me." As he spoke, he vanished again, brandishing a long sword radiating black light, striking down on Xian with tremendous force. Xian did not evade, instead allowing its dragon claws, formed of dark vines, to grow strong against the black longsword. A terrifying explosion of black flames surged forth, racing along the sword toward Wang Yu. Upon contact with the black flames, Wang Yu's expression shifted, and he retreated hundreds of meters, summoning the black longsword back to his side. A glimmer of barely perceptible greed flickered in his gaze as he regarded Xian. Chapter 72. Kong Ming Jing, I did not expect your spatial power to be so adeptly utilized. It is not too late to surrender. Do not blame me for not warning you when death approaches. Xian coiled, engulfed in black flames, yet did not respond. Wang Yu's irritation flared. He despised being ignored. With a wave of his hand, the space before him shattered. A circular mirror, silver white and marked with cracks, appeared before him. The moment the mirror materialized, the surrounding space began to tremble violently. To Ming's astonishment, silver cracks began to manifest in the very fabric of the space. Xian Mo summoned a black vortex, attempting to absorb the mirror, but a flash of silver light emanated from the mirror, erasing the vortex effortlessly. This was only the beginning. As Wang Yu infused his energy, the fissures in the surrounding space spread at lightning speed. Unease gripped Qi Ming. Without hesitation, he summoned a silver longsword, directing it toward the mirror. However, upon reaching the cracks, the sword became ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire. At that moment, Wang Yu's laughter echoed, "Useless. The space around us is already confined. Do not waste your efforts." Bai Ji's azure eyes shimmered as he turned to Xian Mo, saying, "Big brother, try using your spatial restoration technique to mend these cracks." Acknowledging this, Xian Mo nodded and conjured a myriad of black flames, forming dozens of small black dragons that flew toward the silver fissures. Wang Yu's heart raced. Before he could react, the black flames had already repaired a significant portion of the cracks. This infuriated him immensely, and he glared at Bai Ji, growling, "You little brat. Just wait until I deal with you." Unfazed by Wang Yu's threats, Bai Ji stuck out his tongue in a provocative gesture. Meanwhile, Qi Ming's mind raced as he summoned a flaming lotus, fervently pouring endless flames into it. On the other side, Xian Mo's black flames had reached Wang Yu, enveloping him completely and preventing the mirror from releasing any more spatial fissures. Wang Yu, although astonished within, displayed not a trace of panic upon his visage. The surface of the silver mirror radiated a luminous silver glow, and in an instant, the surrounding dark flames were drawn into the mirror by an invisible force. Xian Mo felt a stirring in his heart, as if he had sensed the secret of the mirror. The next moment, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind the silver mirror. The dragon claws, ablaze with dark flames, gripped the sides of the mirror. An endless surge of black flames erupted from within Xian Mo, madly converging upon the mirror's surface. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yu's expression shifted subtly, and he hastily attempted to retract the Kongming mirror. However, the connection between the mirror and him was severed by the dark flames enveloping its surface, rendering him momentarily powerless. This Kongming mirror was borrowed from another, and he could not afford any mishap. With that thought, Wang Yu brandished his black sword and slashed towards Xian Mo. Yet as he moved, chains formed from dark flame vines shot forth, ensnaring his limbs. Simultaneously, a terrifying pressure descended, causing Wang Yu's form to freeze in midair. In that fleeting moment, his life was perilously at stake. Suddenly, Qi Ming appeared behind him, conjuring a flame lotus to invert over his head. The searing fire erupted violently, instantly reducing Wang Yu's head to nothingness. His headless body was consumed by the surrounding dark flames, gradually vanishing without a trace. With their master gone, the black sword and silver mirror lost their power, transforming into mere ordinary objects suspended in the air. Qi Ming hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Xiaohei, take these two soul treasures for now." Xian Mo was taken aback, wanting to say something, but Qi Ming unceremoniously pushed the sword and mirror towards him. Seeing this, he no longer held back and directly stored the soul treasures in his soul space. Both treasures possessed spatial attributes, and only in Xian Mo's hands could they unleash their greater potential. After this brief interlude, Qi Ming and his companions resumed their journey. At present, he had reached the late stage of maturation and merely needed to accumulate more energy to break through to the Lord level, thereby forming his own soul treasure. The thought of this filled Qi Ming with excitement. However, he had yet to fully contemplate what form it should take. "Boss, what is that thing in the sky?" Bai Ji, bound to Qi Ming's left arm, suddenly spotted something and pointed downwards with his wings, astonished. Qi Ming cast a glance and replied, "That is the city defense array, established to guard against alien attacks." Upon hearing this, Bai Ji nodded, seemingly understanding. Then, it pondered for a moment and continued, "Boss, shall we go down and take a look? I heard on the Beast Forum that the city is quite fascinating. I've never seen it before." Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback. Not only had Bai Ji never seen it, but he also had not set foot in any city since leaving Longhua City. "Shall we go down and see?" With that thought, curiosity stirred within Qi Ming. He was eager to witness what the city had become under the leadership of the Beast Alliance. Resolving himself, Qi Ming transformed into a shooting star and descended towards the city below. In the current Beast City, most buildings had been transformed into open structures. After all, the size of the beasts increased with their strength, rendering closed buildings impractical. Stone pillars had been erected at the four corners of the city, forming four gates. To prevent chaos, all beasts entered and exited through these gates. Failure to do so would be perceived as a provocation against the city, triggering the defensive array's attack. Although Qi Ming had never been there, He had gleaned some necessary rules from the forum. He did not believe he could single-handedly oppose the entire Beast Alliance. So he adhered to their order as he descended towards one of the gates. Even with his blazing dragon wings folded, Qi Ming's height approached 400 meters. Combined with his dragon tail, he exceeded 500 meters in length. The two guards, bovine beasts tasked with watching the gate, were instantly awestruck, their jaws dropping in disbelief. They regarded themselves as formidable within the city, but had not anticipated that the thigh of this colossal beast was beyond their reach. One of the bovine beasts swallowed hard and, mustering courage, inquired, "My lord, do you wish to enter the city?" Qi Ming lowered his 3 dragon heads, gazing down with 6 golden eyes that shone like massive lanterns. Even in his stillness, he emanated a palpable aura of dominance that instilled fear in the other beasts. Just as the 2 bovine guards were on the verge of buckling under the pressure, they finally heard a response from the imposing creature before them. "Indeed, I shall enter and take a look around." Qi Ming spoke casually, as if merely attending a bustling market. The bovine beasts dared not inquire further and swiftly moved aside, respectfully stating, "Please enter, my lord. Killing is prohibited within the city, so we kindly ask you to adhere to the rules." Qi Ming acknowledged with a nod and stepped into the city, now named Tianfeng City. With each step he took, the ground trembled beneath him. Once Qi Ming had walked far enough away, one of the bovine beasts wiped non-existent sweat from its brow, exclaiming, "Where did this unparalleled beast come from?" The other turned to gaze at the mountain-like figure in the distance, shaking its head in disbelief. "I thought our Zhu Yin in Tianfeng City was formidable enough, but it seems there is a beast even more valiant." Meanwhile, Qi Ming strolled along the relatively spacious streets, curiously observing his surroundings. The mist that once enveloped the city had long since become the energy source for the city's defensive array. Consequently, one could hardly see any mist on the streets. Flanking the roads were numerous stalls erected by the beasts, displaying a variety of goods. There were spirit herbs and fruits, rare ores, and even grilled meat for sale. Furthermore, the diverse beasts showcased an array of peculiar equipment. One wolf-like beast donned a mechanical arm upon its paw, deftly arranging goods on its spirit herb stall. Another owl-like beast wore a chest-mounted mechanical disc, from which extended 4 mechanical tentacles adorned with agile claws. It was these whimsical devices that provided many beasts lacking dexterous hands with greater operational capabilities. Qi Ming marveled at the ingenuity of the Beast Alliance, astonished that they had indeed produced such useful items. Ada, however, bubbled, "What's the big deal? They even created numerous spirit energy weapons." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming subtly nodded. He had never underestimated the intellect of other beasts. With the collective strength of the nation, it would be difficult for the Beast Alliance not to develop rapidly. As Qi Ming surveyed his surroundings, the beasts on the street were awestruck by the fearsome creature before them, casting wary glances in his direction. Fortunately, the giant beast displayed no inclination towards destruction, allowing the multitude of beasts to breathe a sigh of relief. A fox-like beast, adorned with a hint of pink, suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. Isn't this the 3-headed demon dragon that killed many alien creatures recently and was sought after by them?" The other beasts murmured in hushed tones, curious about how he had come to be in Tianfeng City. "Fear not, he is a creature of order. Many beasts have claimed to have been saved by him on the forum." "Huh. Are you sure it's not because those he killed never got the chance to post on the forum?" Qi Ming, oblivious to the whispers among the beasts, was presently exploring 2 other streets under Ada's guidance. In addition to the recently visited Huansho Linkai Street, Tianfeng City also boasts a Huansho Wuzhuang Street and a Huansho Meisher Street. The former offers an array of mechanical spiritual energy armaments, while the latter serves unique snacks crafted from mutated ingredients. Qi Ming merely glanced at these offerings before moving on. Yet Xian Mo and Bai Ji became enamored with the unfamiliar delicacies, indulging in a delightful eating and drinking spree along the street before returning to the city gates. Savoring the experience, Bai Ji, adorned with a mini mechanical tentacle chest piece resembling an owl, clutched small lamb skewers and a large bucket of spiritual fruit tea with its 4 tentacles. The unexpected abundance of culinary delights in the Huansho city left them in joyful astonishment. Had they known, they would have arrived sooner. At that moment, a sudden, thunderous roar echoed from afar. The streets were soon filled with hundreds, even thousands, of figures clad in identical Huansho armor, advancing toward the city's outskirts. Qi Ming focused his gaze and, through the dense mist, discerned a towering figure, over 600 meters high, adorned with skeletal spikes. The sound of a creature known as the bone-corroding demon resonated, indicating that these Huansho beings were heading to confront the aberrant entity. Qi Ming felt a stirring in his heart and inquired of Ada about the demon's strength. A late-stage mature body, just one step away from breaking through to Lord status. Upon hearing this, Qi Ming hesitated no longer. He unfurled his crimson wings and soared toward the bone-corroding demon. Regardless of the circumstances, since he was passing by, he might as well deal with it. The distance of 20 kilometers was traversed in an instant. Upon reaching the battlefield, Qi Ming was struck with awe at the scene before him. The landscape was littered with curved, rib-like spikes, each towering nearly 1,000 meters high. At the center of the bones stood a humanoid figure, its arms nearly touching the ground, with 2 rows of outwardly curved ribs. Surrounding this figure were several bizarre creatures, also adorned with spikes, fiercely attacking the Huansho beings attempting to intervene. Those Huansho beings, once slain, would swiftly transform into new skeletal aberrations. Is this the bone-corroding demon? Qi Ming pondered in astonishment, yet his form dove straight toward the towering demon. Fiery flames engulfed him, instantly incinerating several skeletal monsters into ash. The bone-corroding demon, witnessing this, raised an arm and pointed menacingly at Qi Ming. In response, the surrounding bone spikes seemed to come alive, shooting toward him with alarming speed. Qi Ming's golden pupils glinted with a chilling light as a surge of terrifying flames erupted, consuming everything in its path, turning the bones to nothingness. The Huansho beings rescued from the skeletal demon gazed in awe at the majestic dragon figure before them. 3 dragon heads raised high, their wings ablaze with crimson fire, imprinted upon their minds, becoming an eternal memory. The bone-corroding demon, attempting to ambush Qi Ming with its claws, found itself ensnared by a sudden, fiery ribbon that appeared from thin air. Yet, it made no attempt to struggle, merely turning its skull to glare at Qi Ming, as if silently mocking him. Qi Ming observed with intrigue. The intelligence of this bone-corroding demon appeared far superior to that of the previous Qi Hui demon. Just as he prepared to summon his silver longsword for the finishing blow, a sudden sound of rushing air came from behind. Qi Ming extended his consciousness and discovered a figure identical to the bone-corroding demon before him. Without needing to utter a word, a silver mirror materialized behind him. The mirror trembled, causing fissures of silver to emerge in the surrounding space. The second bone-corroding demon's attack was abruptly halted in midair. Qi Ming was bewildered. He had only seen this one bone-corroding demon. Ada, what is happening? Before Ada could respond, Bai Ji interjected, Boss. It was this guy that transformed those Huansho beings into familiars. Then, several familiars fused together to create a clone of itself. Upon hearing this, Qi Ming was taken aback. Bai Ji continued, We cannot allow more Huansho beings to approach. Otherwise, the bone-corroding demon will only produce more familiars. At that moment, Ada chimed in, Don't worry. I've already instructed them not to come. With no further concerns, Qi Ming unleashed his silver longsword upon the immobilized bone-corroding demon. Behind him, Xian Mo transformed into a black dragon form, its claws wielding a black longsword, unleashing a barrage of black flame, sword energy. Without the familiars to transform into, the bone-corroding demon was quickly vanquished. Staring at the floating, bone-colored spiritual gem before him, Qi Ming felt a stirring within and promptly consumed it. He had a premonition that this would yield a significant reward. Indeed, within 2 minutes, a complex message flooded into his mind. Bone blossoms conjure energy to generate bone spikes that inflict damage upon enemies. As the information settled in his mind, Qi Ming's eyes gleamed with an odd light. The eerie skill bore such an elegant name. As Qi Ming's energy surged forth, crescent-shaped flames emerged from the ground around him, followed by sand, vines, and lava. This new ability, once applied, lost the ominous aura it initially possessed, instead radiating a sense of boundless vitality. It seemed that anything associated with bones transformed into something remarkably different. In the capital, at the headquarters of the Huansho Alliance, the panda Fu Qingbao gazed incredulously at the information on his Huansho wristband, exclaiming, A demon has appeared in Tianfeng City. What? The peacock Mu Linger and the heron Su Heng responded with uncertainty. They understood the terror of aberrant demons, if not promptly contained. A single demon could spawn a horde of monsters. Fu Qingbao's voice rang out again, but it has already been eliminated. Upon hearing this, Mu Linger cast a sidelong glance. Well done, Ah Bao, couldn't you have just said it all at once? Su Heng shook his head slightly, but then recalled something and inquired, What type of demon was it? Who eliminated it? Fu Qingbao promptly replied. It was a bone-corroding demon, reportedly a late-stage mature body. It was eliminated by a 3-headed dragon. Su Heng froze, the image of the 3-headed black dragon surfacing in his mind. Is it him? Mu Linger, Noticing Su Heng's reaction, expressed her surprise. Do you know that Huanshou being? Su Heng pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I don't know. But I saw it last time while accompanying Bao Gu to snatch the Sheng Lingua. Just not sure if it was the same one. Before he could finish, Ada interjected, it is him. The three Huanshou beings were taken aback, turning to look at Ada. Fu Qingbao asked directly, Ada, are you quite familiar with him? Ada replied nonchalantly, somewhat familiar, but I can't divulge specific details as it infringes on his privacy. With this, the three Huanshou beings ceased their inquiries and shifted the conversation to other topics. Fu Qingbao was the first to speak. Linger, how goes the development of the spiritual energy railgun? Mu Linger hesitated for a moment before responding. The spiritual energy satellite has been successfully launched. However, the railgun will take some time to manufacture. During this time, Mu Linger, utilizing her awakened mental abilities, had developed numerous advancements for the Huanshou Alliance. Many commonly seen Huanshou armaments on the market were products of her ingenuity. Ada then interjected, while your developed spiritual energy weapons are quite formidable, I must advise you that they hold limited effectiveness against true powerhouses. Ultimately, the essence of truth lies in one's own strength. Fu Qingbao, Mu Linger, and Su Heng all nodded earnestly. This principle was well understood by them, yet beyond their individual prowess. The safety of the entire Huanshou Alliance was intricately linked to their capabilities. Without sufficient strength to deter the predatory gaze of other races, the Huanshou Alliance would inevitably fall apart, a fate they were keen to avoid. Oh, how delightful! This is simply exquisite. In a picturesque valley, where mountains were clear and waters pure, Bai Ji exclaimed, while savoring fried chicken purchased from the culinary street of Tianfeng City. How can fried chicken be so delicious? What was I eating before? Observing Bai Ji's oily mouth and the wings dusted with chili powder and cumin, Qi Ming couldn't help but smirk. Little Bai, look at the state you're in. I offered you soul gems, yet here you are, indulging in this junk food. Haven't I told you? Those oils have been fried 1,000 times over, utterly unclean. Bai Ji, however, radiated with brilliance, restoring its appearance to one of pristine purity. No worries, boss. I am merely savoring the flavors. Cleanliness is of no consequence to me. With that, it activated its Huanshou wristband, scrolling through short videos while sipping on a fizzy drink. Qi Ming shook his head in resignation, turning his attention to the black flame cocoon enveloping Xian Mo. It was precisely due to Xian Mo's unexpected anomaly that they had descended into this valley. However, Qi Ming found it perplexing that Xian Mo had seemingly advanced to the late stage of maturity without him noticing, and it still had some distance to cover before reaching the Lord level. What could have triggered such an evolution-like state? Was there a problem? With a flicker of light in his eyes, Qi Ming whispered softly. Ada blinked and reassured him, do not worry, it is not ill. Rather, it is preparing to bear fruit. What? It is about to bear fruit? Qi Ming was taken aback. But it hasn't even flowered, nor has it been pollinated. Ada shook its flowing tail. What is so surprising about that? Xian Mo's life form is far from an ordinary plant. The fruits it bears are more akin to crystallizations of its abilities and talents, significantly differing from traditional fruits. Listening to Ada's explanation, Qi Ming nodded, albeit with some uncertainty. Regardless, as long as there was no issue, that was sufficient. Yet, he was genuinely curious about what kind of fruit Xian Mo would produce. Ada, with its round eyes gleaming, chuckled. I hope it bears cucumbers or loofahs. Both are excellent whether eaten directly or utilized. Coughing lightly, Qi Ming interrupted Ada, signaling that Bai Ji, still a juvenile, was present to prevent it from uttering anything outrageous. Wait a moment. How long has it been? Why hasn't Little Bai's strength increased at all? Upon hearing the question, Bai Ji blinked rapidly. Boss, my strength has grown. It's just that my way of increasing it differs from yours, which is why you cannot perceive it. Qi Ming scrutinized Bai Ji with skepticism before shaking his head to dismiss the distractions, focusing instead on absorbing the surrounding mist energy. Since he had idle time, it was better to absorb more energy than to stand idly by. Time passed, and soon the chicken bones surrounding Bai Ji had formed a small mountain that nearly engulfed it. Just then, the black flame cocoon enveloping Xian Mo began to stir. Within the cocoon, it seemed a powerful suction emerged, swiftly consuming the entire black flame cocoon that spanned several meters in diameter. As the last of the black flames dissipated, a vine, slightly over 2 meters long, adorned with several black dragon claw leaves and a black gourd, appeared before Qi Ming. A gourd? Qi Ming was taken aback, having initially expected a loofah or climbing vine. Yet, this was understandable given how drastically Xian Mo's appearance had changed. Even its biological parents might not recognize it. Master, I have manifested my own fruit. The gourd quivered slightly, and Xian Mo's voice resonated from within. filled with excitement over its transformation. Ming responded, "Congratulations, little black. What purpose does this gourd serve?" Mo, not one to withhold information, replied, "My gourd possesses abilities akin to my own, and it will grow alongside my powers." As it spoke, the gourd's mouth emitted black flames, incinerating the surrounding mist. In the next moment, the black gourd, along with its vine, flickered and instantly wrapped around Ming's left arm. Witnessing this, Bai Ji exuberantly praised, "Big brother, you are truly remarkable. This gourd is extraordinary. It may even become a domain artifact in the future." Delighted by Bai Ji's unabashed compliments, Mo extended a black vine to pull it closer, binding it alongside its gourd on Ming's left arm. Ming's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, "Little Bai, what is a domain artifact?" Bai Ji hesitated, then replied, "A domain artifact is an incredibly powerful entity. It is said that only domain lords possess them." Hearing this, Ming shook his head slightly. Such matters felt too distant from him. For now, it was essential to focus on breaking through to the lord level. Ada approached slowly to congratulate. "Congratulations, Mo. You are the most promising second-type life form on the entire blue star." Mo, with its head held high, responded, "It is good you understand. I have mentioned it before." It then turned to Ming, "Master, let us set off at once." Ming readily agreed, chuckling, "All right, everyone secure yourselves." As his words fell, he spread his blazing dragon wings, soaring into the sky like a comet. For the next 2 days, Ming relentlessly searched for rare materials or traces of other races. Through his unwavering efforts, his internal energy made significant strides towards a breakthrough. He believed it would not be long before he reached the lord level. On one particular day, shortly after his departure, he caught a whiff of an incredibly faint yet tantalizing fragrance. Bai Ji, eyes wide with astonishment, exclaimed, "There are actually Huansai white lotuses here." Ming, puzzled, was about to inquire when Bai Ji elaborated, "Boss, these Huansai white lotuses are immensely beneficial for energy growth and soul gems. The lotus seeds within them possess miraculous effects for enhancing potential and life tiers. For those like you who have yet to break through to lord level, the effects are even more pronounced." Upon hearing Bai Ji's explanation, Ming's eyes lit up. He was intimately familiar with the remarkable effects of materials that could elevate one's life tier. With that realization, Ming quickened his pace, darting like a meteor towards the source of the enticing aroma. In the realm of Tianmu Star, a four-winged figure gazed up at the myriad of stars, murmuring, "Ju Chun, my dear brother, wait for me. This time, I shall ensure that the demon dragon accompanies you in the afterlife." Just as the words left his lips, a voice laced with frustration echoed from behind, "Fool, that ungrateful wretch is already dead. Do you wish to follow him into oblivion? You are willing to sacrifice even the rare Huansai lotus you painstakingly obtained. It seems you are truly resolute." The four-winged figure remained unmoved, responding, "For Ju Chun, I would sacrifice everything." This figure was none other than Feng Ju Tian, the elder brother of the deceased Feng Ju Chun, who had perished at Ming's hands. Although he could not personally descend upon launching to eliminate his enemies, he spared no expense in issuing a bounty for Ming. The previous forgetful specter was merely a pawn he had dispatched, yet unexpectedly, his actions not only failed to eradicate the demon dragon, but also emboldened its arrogance. This time, he invested significant resources to place the Huansai Baoyan near the demon dragon, intending to provoke the true prodigies from other planets to take action and ultimately vanquish the demon dragon, thus offering solace to the spirit of Feng Juetian. Behind Feng Juetian, the imposing figure with 8 wings let out a cold huff, declaring this to be the final occasion. The Lord Deity had contemplated allowing the demon dragon to participate in the upcoming dueling conference. Regardless of the outcome, no action was to be taken against it prior to the conference. Upon hearing this, Feng Juetian's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly voiced, "Father, is Juetian not your son?" The 8-winged figure turned its head slightly, eyes gleaming with a chilling light. "If he cannot even deal with a mere hybrid, he does not deserve to be called my son." Chapter 76. The Huansai Baoyan in the lake. Feng Juetian stared blankly at the retreating 8-winged figure, a deep bitterness welling in his eyes. Their father had countless offspring. Had it not been for his slight prominence, that man might not have even spared a glance at them. Gradually, Feng Juetian reined in his gaze, a terrifying calmness settling in his eyes. "Rest assured, Juetian, your brother will avenge you at any cost." Lizzie Lake, a renowned 5A scenic area, had expanded exponentially after the celestial upheaval. The main lake surface area had reached a staggering tens of thousands of square kilometers. At this moment, a white lotus, over 100 meters in diameter and still in the process of blooming, floated in the center of Lizzie Lake. This lotus emitted a faint, colorful glow, appearing extraordinarily mystical. The entire ecosystem of Lizzie Lake was drawn to this fragrance, rushing madly towards the white lotus. With a splash, a golden koi fish, measuring over 500 meters in length, leaped out of the water, circling the lotus midair. Nearby aquatic creatures attempting to approach were swiftly devoured by the koi, which had evidently claimed the lotus as its own. The koi was adorned with shimmering golden scales, its dragon-like whiskers undulating without wind, and its broad, elegant fins flowing gracefully. Several times, the koi felt an urge to consume the lotus. Yet a voice deep within its soul advised it to wait until the flower bloomed and the seeds matured for a more effective harvest. The koi seemed to comprehend that such an approach would yield better results, thus suppressing its impulses. However, within mere minutes, a group of fantastical beasts appeared, hovering near the lotus. A white pig with wings was the first to alertly observe the koi. Wait, that seems to be a mature spiritual beast. Several other fantastical creatures, each with unique forms, chimed in with concern. What should we do? None of us have broken through to the late stage. A butterfly, ablaze with flames, suggested. Let's just wait. Other fantastical beasts will surely arrive. We can act when the time is right. Before the words were fully spoken, a massive blue bird with a wingspan exceeding 500 meters pierced through the clouds, hovering above the gathering fantastical beasts. The blue bird's wings flapped, clearing the surrounding mist. And then thousands of blue feathers sliced through the air, launching towards the golden koi. Unfazed, the golden koi swayed its fins, conjuring bubbles that materialized around it, effectively blocking the relentless barrage of blue feathers. Other feathers penetrated the waters of Lizzie Lake, instantly causing towering waves to rise, displacing creatures lurking beneath the surface. Yet before the battle between the bird and the fish could escalate, several imposing fantastical and spiritual beasts surged in from all directions. The two sides exchanged glances, instinctively retreating to a distance, awaiting the unfolding events. Through relentless evolution, the intelligence of these spiritual beasts had significantly enhanced. Some were even wiser than fantastical beasts, approaching a near-demonic level of cunning. Both the bluebird and the golden koi understood that continued conflict would only render them prey for other beasts. As time passed, an increasing number of fantastical beasts, spiritual beasts, and fierce creatures congregated at the surface of Lizzie Lake. The area around the White Lotus became unexpectedly crowded. Weaker beasts and extraterrestrial beings had no choice but to retreat to the periphery. Those who were oblivious risked being swiftly annihilated by the merciless predators. Kuinga, we have both broken through to the late stage of maturity. Why are we not seizing the opportunity to position ourselves closer? In the midst of the fantastical beasts, a rock pig, over 300 meters long, floated on the water's surface, perplexed as it turned to the red-bellied golden pheasant behind it. The red-bellied golden pheasant kicked the back of the rock pig's head, shaking its own in dismay. What do you know? Although we appear to be in the late stage of maturity, how does your strength compare to those true powerhouses? You're not ignorant of that, are you? If we engage, we might be surrounded and devoured before we know it. As the red-bellied golden pheasant surveyed the surroundings, it noticed other late-stage mature beings nearby and quickly directed the rock pig to retreat several more paces, settling among the mid-stage mature beasts. Do you understand why I managed to guide you to the late stage of maturity so swiftly? The rock pig inquired, puzzled. What is it, Kuinga? I'm not clever, so please don't keep me in suspense, the rock pig replied. The red-bellied golden pheasant sighed inwardly, lamenting that the reason was simple: survival. In times of uncertainty, retreat swiftly. When you lack confidence, do not hesitate to withdraw. Only by staying alive can you hope for a turnaround. Upon hearing this, the rock pig nodded in comprehension. I understand now, Kuinga. If we can win, we fight. If not, we flee. As soon as the words left its mouth, the rock pig received another kick on the back of its head. What do you know? Even if you can fight, you must consider the opponent's identity. What if a weaker one leads to an elder coming? The red-bellied golden pheasant, exasperated, struck the rock pig's head several more times. Kuinga, please stop. If you keep this up, my brain will break. Only when the rock pig cried out in surrender did the red-bellied golden pheasant cease its actions, slowly shaking its head. You are truly on the verge of making me weep with frustration. The rock pig's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness, but as it opened its mouth to respond, it suddenly spotted something and exclaimed in astonishment, Kuinga, look! Isn't that our great benefactor in the sky? Upon hearing this, the red-bellied golden pheasant looked up to see a demon dragon, adorned with fiery dragon wings and 3 dragon heads, carving through the sky and landing directly in front of the White Lotus. Indeed, It appeared that fate was on their side, as they had encountered it several times already. Meanwhile, Ming, having arrived at the innermost circle, abandoned his usual cautious approach. According to Ada, upon breaking through to the Lord level, he would have the opportunity to explore the outside world, and he would no longer require the life-preserving promise once it expired. With the desire to ensure that Ada's promise was not in vain, Ming experienced a rare moment of feeling supported. Ada, are you certain you will assist me in leaving shortly? Ada floated leisurely, releasing a series of bubbles. Rest assured, my word is my bond. It is as steadfast as a four-horse carriage. If other fantastical beasts had received my chance for salvation, they would have exhausted it long ago. Who would have imagined that you hadn't utilized it even once? Chapter 77. The Fantastical Beast Rankings? Upon hearing this, Ming's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. He too wished to partake, yet often, his strength did not permit such indulgence. Just as he pondered how to maximize the profits of this endeavor, another mature fusion beast appeared, soaring through the air. He turned to see a creature resembling a spotted deer. Adorned with blazing red scales and fiery mane, this fusion beast was a remarkable sight. Flames engulfed its hooves and knees, and it bore a striking resemblance to the mythical fire Qilin. The fire Qilin surveyed its surroundings, pausing momentarily on Ming before moving to a position slightly farther away. The other beasts, upon witnessing its arrival, hurriedly shifted, creating space to accommodate such a formidable presence. After all, one couldn't expect a prominent figure to be left standing at the periphery or have others tread upon its stature. Some beasts recognized the identity of the fire Qilin and gasped in astonishment, exclaiming that it was the 13th ranked beast on the beast leaderboard. What? ISNT the fire Qilin ranked 19th? When did it ascend to 13th? Are you unaware? The fire Qilin recently triumphed over the blazing mad lion, which propelled its ranking significantly. Listening to the discourse among the beasts, Ming felt a flicker of curiosity. The beast leaderboard, what exactly was that? Just then, Bai Ji, beside him, blinked and said, "Boss, you don't know what the beast leaderboard is? It's a ranking of beast powers established on a forum. And you've made the list as well, holding the 7th position." Ming was taken aback. When had he ever appeared on such a ranking? Ada, nearby, wagged its tail and remarked that the leaderboard was rife with inaccuracies, and that rankings did not truly reflect strength. Many powerful beasts that preferred not to engage in combat were not even included, and some remained in one place, entirely unaware of the existence of the beast wristbands. Upon hearing this, Ming nodded thoughtfully. He harbored no dissatisfaction regarding his ranking. If there were indeed beasts capable of overwhelming him in strength, he would wholeheartedly accept it. However, he mused that the beasts competent enough to surpass him had yet to be born. Xiaobai, refrain from smacking your lips while eating. It disrupts my train of thought. Ming suddenly interjected, distracted by a rustling noise. Boss, I'm not eating, came Bai Ji's surprised reply. Ming glanced down to find Bai Ji securely tied to his left arm. The sound, it turned out, emanated from the Xian Mo gourd beside him. Xian Mo shook the gourd and explained, "Master, I am absorbing the previous fire spirit crystal." Ming nodded, understanding, and shifted his gaze to the magnificent white lotus bud. The bud had slightly opened, and the surrounding colorful radiance had intensified. As he inhaled a breath, he felt the energy within him surge with vitality. This surprised him. The previous spirit fruit had not elicited such a response. Merely inhaling its fragrance induced such effects. Should he consume it, it would undoubtedly elevate him to the Lord level instantly. The thought stirred excitement within him. At that moment, a chorus of gasps erupted nearby. Ming focused his attention and was momentarily rendered speechless by the sight before him. A pure white fox, elegant with 3 fluffy tails, descended gracefully from the sky. Upon landing, clouds gathered around it, forming a cloud couch as if animated by life itself. The 3-tailed white fox reclined upon the cloud couch, its tail swaying elegantly without any breeze. Not only Ming, but the other beasts were equally astonished, gazing at this auspicious 3-tailed white fox in wonder. Goodness, how could there be such a beautiful spirit beast? Could this white fox evolve into the 9-tailed celestial fox? My heavens, I can see the essence of ethereal beings embodied in this fox. Ming observed in amazement. This was his first encounter with a creature undergoing a similar evolutionary process. Although one was a head and the other was a tail, their evolutionary trajectories appeared comparably aligned. Wait, could this white fox also? Ada shook its head and replied, "No, like other spirit beasts, it possesses only one soul gem. There are only 5 creatures on Blue Star with dual soul gems, and most share the same attribute. You alone are of the triple lineage." Hearing this, Ming felt a swell of pride. Previously, He had thought the energy required for his breakthroughs was disproportionately high compared to other beasts, but now, if he were to assess it, he would simply declare it delightful. Time flowed steadily, and the surrounding beasts and exotic creatures had completely filled the surface of the lake. Underwater and in the sky, multitudes gathered, nearly saturating the entirety of Liji Lake. Aside from the fire Qilin he had previously encountered, many beasts from the leaderboard had also received word and flocked to Liji Lake. A giant wolf, over 400 meters long with flowing azure fur and a robust physique. A golden lynx, standing 500 meters tall with antlers atop its head. And a 500-meter-long black centipede, adorned with countless eye patterns on its wings, all made their presence known. The ordinary beasts played their roles effectively. Whenever a powerful beast from the leaderboard appeared, the multitude would gasp in awe, their emotional fervor reaching its zenith. It was uncertain whether they revered the strong or if they instinctively triggered the NPC communication mechanism. Goodness, that is the 18th-ranked Gale Wolf King. That one is the 9th-ranked Melee Cat. I heard it recently vanquished the infamous Tian Kuan Bull Python. Wait, isn't that the 3rd-ranked Demon Lord? Hold on, it seems to be approaching the 7th-ranked 3-headed Demon Dragon. As Ming became aware of the unfolding situation, he promptly turned his gaze towards the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord, with its tentacles transformed into formidable horns and its sharp limbs resembling scythes, appeared like a dragon from a myth. The numerous eye patterns on its back seemed to possess a peculiar effect that instilled a sense of awe and compelled the beasts to yield. However, this effect bore no influence on Ming. With 3 dragon heads raised high and its fiery dragon wings slightly unfurled, it exuded an aura that suggested it was ready for conflict at any moment. The surrounding beasts, witnessing this, hastily retreated several miles, fearful of being caught in the ensuing turmoil. Yet, the Demon Lord, with its eerie blue eyes shimmering, circled and landed beside Ming, hovering over a falcon-wolf hybrid. Calmly, it addressed the creature. The eagle-wolf beast was taken aback. It had never anticipated that the Demon Lord would target it. Knowing it was no match for the formidable opponent, it reluctantly retreated. Other beasts followed suit, vacating the area to create an optimal zone for treasure hunting. Yet none dared to contest. They all sensed the overwhelming strength of the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord then descended to the position of the eagle wolf and patiently awaited its next move. Observing this, the other beasts felt a twinge of disappointment. They had anticipated a spectacular clash of beasts. Ming, having glanced at the Demon Lord a few times, closed his eyes to cultivate once more. He had initially thought the Demon Lord would arrogantly seek him out, but it seemed he had simply overestimated the situation. After all, why would so many seek trouble with him for no reason? Or rather, it all boils down to the matter of strength. Had he been weaker than the earlier Yinglang, it would have likely been him retreating just now. Such phenomena of vying for position are far from rare. Some mythical beasts, once they occupy a spot, will attempt to seize others as well. Additionally, there are those mythical beasts that, by chance, encounter a formidable opponent and meet their demise in an instant. At the rear of the team, a colossal rock pig, measuring hundreds of meters, and a red-bellied golden pheasant found themselves amidst a throng of mythical beasts, each around 1 to 200 meters in size. They certainly stood out like a crane among chickens. Yet, the red-bellied golden pheasant gazed toward a nearby lake, already stained crimson with blood, and silently lamented, "It is fortunate we are at a distance. Otherwise, we could have been the ones feeling the brunt of that earlier confrontation." The rock pig chimed in, "Indeed, Kuan Gu, your foresight is commendable. Had I been treated like that, I would surely have perished on the spot." At that moment, a group of figures appeared from the distance. Leading them was a panda clad in a cloth robe, wielding an iron rod. Following closely was a snow-white egret, adorned with ice-blue feathers and 2 legs, along with a dozen or so mythical beasts, each at the peak of maturity. The rock pig exclaimed in astonishment, "Kuan Gu. It's the Mythical Beast Alliance." The surrounding mythical beasts gasped in awe. The black and white war god of the Mythical Beast Alliance has arrived. And the frozen sword god too. Who came up with these names? They're utterly ridiculous. If you think you can do better, go ahead and try. The entourage strode directly through the main force, taking their place at the forefront. The surrounding mythical beasts displayed signs of discontent. But given the tremendous contributions made by the Mythical Beast Alliance, they suppressed their impatience and quietly shifted backward. Among the beasts, some that had retreated before the rock pig and red-bellied golden pheasant were about to voice their desire for them to move back. However, upon seeing the formidable duo, they silently circumvented them and continued their retreat. In no time, this pig and pheasant combination stood like a rock amidst a tide of beasts, resolute as a mountain. Meanwhile, hearing the discussions among the mythical beasts, Ming could not help but open his 6 golden dragon eyes to gaze toward the location of the mythical beast alliance. Curiously, when he fixed his gaze upon the egret, it seemed to sense him and turned to look back. A familiar feeling surged from the depths of his soul. Ming couldn't help but feel puzzled. What was going on? Could this egret be someone he knew? Yet he had heard that the members of the mythical beast alliance were transformed from former leaders, and he personally did not know any civil servants. At that moment, the egret, with its icy feathers and jade-like legs, made a gesture. It extended its long neck and gently nodded at Ming before turning its attention to a nearby white lotus. Ming was somewhat surprised but did not dwell on it, instead focusing on the white lotus before him. The lotus had already bloomed significantly, with rays of colorful light emanating from it. The radiant hues spread, enveloping the area for dozens of kilometers, turning it into a veritable paradise. Furthermore, the area cloaked in this colorful radiance was visibly expanding. Amidst the luminous aura, Ming found that the rate at which he absorbed energy had increased several-fold. After approximately 2 hours, the colorful white lotus finally unfurled completely, as the white petals opened to reveal 7 colorful lotus seeds. A brilliant beam of light shot skyward from the center of the lotus. This colorful beam pierced the clouds, swiftly dispersing the surrounding mist. All mythical beasts and foreign entities stood up in excitement, ready to rush toward the enchanting lotus flower. Ming was equally exhilarated and subtly signaled his left arm, where Mo resided. As the colorful beam gradually faded away, the mythical beasts and foreign entities surrounding the lychee lake went utterly wild. Yet, before they could take action, spatial rifts began to manifest around the white lotus. The rifts expanded, and imposing figures from foreign entities emerged, floating in midair. Each of these beings exuded an aura that approached that of a lord. Additionally, 1 to 3 soul artifacts of various forms floated alongside them. Among them was a figure from the Yaohua tribe, wielding a flaming spear and sporting blazing wings, who soon fixed its gaze upon Ming. That figure pointed its spear at Ming, and a calm, yet undeniable voice resonated through the air. 3-headed demon dragon, come forth to meet your demise. Ming was taken aback. So, he had indeed been mistaken. There would be those who would seek to trouble him for no apparent reason. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, glancing left and right as if the 3-headed demon dragon being called was not him. The other figures did not rush to seize the colorful white lotus, but instead looked at Ming with great interest. The surrounding mythical beasts and foreign entities regarded him with peculiar expressions. The entire lychee lake fell silent, seemingly waiting for a spectacle to unfold. Su Hong, observing this scene, was filled with confusion. At that moment, he was unaware that the 3-headed demon dragon referred to was indeed Ming. Otherwise, he would have certainly stepped in to assist. Beside him, the panda Fu Qingbao expressed surprise. How on earth did this fellow offend so many powerful foreign entities? The nearby mythical beasts, reveling in the drama, commented, "This is bound to be entertaining. I truly want to see how that 3-headed demon dragon will cope with so many powerful foes. Look, the Yaohua tribe's warrior is making a move." As soon as the words were spoken, the Yaohua figure unleashed its spear, igniting a torrent of flames that surged forth like a dragon, hurtling toward Ming. Yet Ming did not flinch. He summoned the fiery lotus, expanding it several dozen times, shielding himself with it. In an instant, he absorbed the entire fiery onslaught. The Yaohua warrior's eyes turned even colder upon witnessing this. But that was not the end. When Ming summoned the crimson ribbon once more, the fury in the Yaohua warrior's eyes was nearly palpable. "You killed Xinyi." Ming, puzzled, glanced at the 2 soul artifacts. "These 2 were taken from your Yaohua tribe. Which Xinyi are you referring to? I seem to have forgotten. By the way, you Yaohua tribe are rather fortunate, as you always provide me with a piece of equipment." Upon hearing this, the Yaohua warrior suddenly regained his composure. However, beneath that calm exterior, turbulent waves churned. A few foreign entities familiar with him were taken aback. Xianjun is genuinely furious. How could he not be? His brother was annihilated by this dragon. Speaking of which, was it not the brother of Fengju Tian who was also destroyed by this dragon? Could it be that this dragon has a penchant for slaying brothers? Not to mention anything else, the Yaohua figure, known as Xianjun, unfurled his flaming wings, creating a long tail of fire akin to a meteor as it charged toward Ming. Ming's mind raced. Initially, he intended for Mo to retrieve the colorful white lotus and for him to leave with Ada. Yet, he had not anticipated the emergence of these foreign prodigies along the way. Observing that each figure was accompanied by at least 1 soul artifact, Ming's thoughts began to flow more freely. As Xianjun's spear approached the fiery lotus's defenses, the crimson ribbon shot forth, transforming into 4 fiery dragons that bound its limbs in midair. Xianjun's expression remained placid, as if the bindings did not affect him at all. The next moment, flames erupted from his body. Suddenly, around him emerged fiery phantoms resembling his own form. Each fiery figure exuded a remarkable presence. These flames encircled Qi Ming, before erupting into countless fireballs in a thunderous explosion. The terrifying torrent of flames surged forth, instantly evaporating vast amounts of lake water into an endless mist. The shockwaves from the explosion raised colossal waves soaring dozens of meters high, spreading outward. The surrounding phantoms and foreign beings hurriedly summoned life barriers to shield themselves from the impending torrents. Seizing the opportunity, Xianjun unleashed a powerful burst of energy, breaking free from the restraints of the crimson ribbons. Simultaneously, his fiery wings unfurled, launching countless fiery feathers toward Qi Ming. A glimmer of light flickered in Qi Ming's eyes. He had thoroughly grasped Xianjun's power. There was no need to continue this charade and waste time. Without any visible movement from Qi Ming, the void around him suddenly sprouted dense spikes of molten rock. Taste my ink bone blossoming. Amidst the molten rock, endless sand swirled, coalescing into several sand dragons that swiftly engulfed Xianjun's figure. As the power of sandification activated, Xianjun instantly felt his life force rapidly depleting. Struggling to break free, he found his body shackled by chains of yellow sand. When he noticed one of his fingers beginning to transform into yellow sand and dissipate, a trace of astonishment finally crossed Xianjun's calm visage, just as he attempted to summon a fiery spear to break through the confinement. A blazing red beam pierced through the sand dragons, instantaneously penetrating his mind. Panic flooded Xianjun's eyes as he exclaimed, "This is the divine ability of the Tian Mu divine clan. How could you possess it?" Unfortunately, Qi Ming offered no response to his thoughts. Instead, he focused on replenishing his energy while continuing to operate the sandification power. In less than 10 seconds, as the endless spikes of molten rock and the sand dragons dissipated, all phantoms and foreign beings regained clarity of the scene. They beheld only the figure of a 3-headed demon dragon. The formidable member of the Yaohua clan had vanished without a trace. Just as all life was astonished by Qi Ming's might, a voice suddenly echoed, "What the hell? Where did the Huansai Balian go?" Upon hearing this, all beings snapped back to reality, hurriedly glancing toward the spot where the white lotus had once been. Upon seeing the empty lake surface, the phantoms and foreign beings could no longer maintain their composure. They collectively turned their gazes toward Qi Ming, seemingly questioning his involvement. Yet, moments ago, the demon dragon had been a considerable distance from the white lotus. One phantom, resembling a fusion of a brown bear and a rhinoceros, spoke up. Could it be that a life form from beneath the water took it? The surrounding phantoms paused, but they felt this possibility was unlikely. Even the foreign beings hovering above showed signs of alarm. A night elf quickly turned to a silver clan member adorned with a black gem on his chest. This silver clan member wielded spatial power and might possess some information. "Mose, have you sensed any spatial fluctuations?" The one called Mose furrowed his brow and replied, "No. And that is what confounds me. Unless the opponent reached the Lord level, it shouldn't be possible to evade my perception." Hearing this, the other foreign beings fell silent. But shortly after, a member of the Wing clan suddenly recalled something. He spoke up, "What if we take the 3-headed demon dragon back to Fanju Tian? We could ask for other rewards." The expressions of the other foreign beings shifted subtly. Unbeknownst to them, while they plotted against Qi Ming, he was secretly contemplating how to consume the remaining 6 foreign beings possessing soul treasures. He calculated that these remaining 6 foreign beings collectively held 11 soul treasures. Adding the 2 he had obtained from Yaohua clan Xianjun, if he could capture them all, he would acquire a total of 13 soul treasures. The mere thought of it stirred excitement within Qi Ming. At that moment, the 6 foreign beings simultaneously shifted positions, surrounding Qi Ming. Some phantoms preparing to leave suddenly grew interested and resumed their distant observation of the unfolding drama. This prompted Qi Ming to inwardly critique, "Good heavens! Who invited so many audience members? Truly dedicated." Despite his thoughts, the 6 foreign beings had already revealed their true forms and launched fierce assaults toward Qi Ming. To avoid exposing his spatial abilities, Qi Ming had no intention of letting Xian Mo intervene. However, dealing with these so-called foreign prodigies was well within his capabilities. Chapter 80. Battle, Battle, Battle. Above the misty surface of the Lychee Lake, a 3-headed demon dragon floated serenely. Surrounding it in the air were 6 formidable beings of different foreign races. These foreign powerhouses unleashed their might, bombarding the demon dragon with waves of terrifying energy. Dark night arrows, obliterating beams of darkness, and unstoppable stone spears fell upon it. This spectacle instantly stirred the hearts of many phantoms and foreign beings. Some phantoms even activated their beast rings to live-stream the battle, capitalizing on the opportunity to earn contribution points. In the face of this barrage of energy, Ming was already well prepared. He summoned endless rivers of lava and vine-like spikes that erupted from the ground, enveloping him in a protective cocoon akin to a giant chrysalis. The bombardment struck, causing the rivers of lava and spikes to crack incessantly. Just as they broke through the outermost layer of defense, they discovered numerous lava shields within. Some phantoms gasped in awe, exclaiming, "Good heavens! How can this three-headed demon dragon possess such an abundance of energy?" If other phantoms outputted like him, they would have long since been exhausted. Fu Qingbao and Su Hong, who were preparing to leave, were equally astonished, pondering whether this terrifying energy reserve was due to the dragon's multiple heads. I believe after this battle, the three-headed demon dragon will surely ascend to the pinnacle of the phantom rankings. Meanwhile, the 6 foreign beings were equally astounded. The night elf exclaimed, "This guy just fought Xianjin, yet he can unleash such immense energy. He must be on the verge of breaking through to the Lord level." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other foreign beings shifted. If this demon dragon truly ascended to the Lord level, they would have no chance to fight back. However, Mose of the Silver Clan, his eyes gleaming, snorted, "Whether he breaks through or not, let us all attack together. I refuse to believe that 6 of us cannot defeat one." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 beams of varying colors shot forth, piercing directly into the minds of 3 foreign beings. The 3 were instantly engulfed in terror, exclaiming, "My soul gem is being restrained. It's the divine ability of the Tian Mu divine clan. Mine too. How could he possess such divine abilities, especially that of the Tian Mu divine clan?" The remaining 3 foreign beings exchanged glances, and after a moment's hesitation, they gritted their teeth and continued their assault on Ming. They had already made an enemy of this demon dragon. If they did not eliminate it swiftly, they might not get another chance. Observing the 3 foreign beings surrounded by energies of various attributes, Ming soared into the air, activating his deterrent ability. A terrifying pressure radiated outward, immobilizing the 3 foreign beings midair. In that moment, 3 sand dragons leaped from behind Ming, simultaneously engulfing the 3 foreign beings. Seizing the opportunity to sandify the 3 foreign beings, Ming approached the remaining 3 foreign beings whose soul treasures were restrained. The 3 dragon heads surveyed the alien beings before them, revealing a sinister grin. Their vicious maws opened wide, and they lunged forward to devour the 3 extraterrestrial entities whole. One of the aliens, upon seeing this, hastily shouted, "Do not kill me. My father is a king-level powerhouse. If you slay me, he will not let you go." Yet, Ming paid no heed to the pleas, directly consuming him, transforming him into his own life force. Meanwhile, the other 3 aliens swallowed by the Huangsha dragon had also been eliminated. 11 soul treasures, each possessing distinct attributes, floated nearby, ripe for Ming to collect. The nearby beasts and aliens watched in awe, saliva nearly dripping from their jaws. Some of the self-proclaimed powerful beasts and aliens fidgeted restlessly, clearly intent on seizing these soul treasures for themselves. "Brothers, with so many soul treasures, are you not tempted?" Someone shouted, causing the myriad beasts to momentarily freeze. Then, a few voices echoed, "Let us all attack together. We can surely defeat this demon dragon." Precisely, this creature has expended so much energy, it must be at its wit's end. "Charge, brothers. The Huansai Bailing has vanished. Do you wish to return empty-handed?" As these words were spoken, several uniquely shaped beasts sprang forth from the crowd, dashing towards Ming. Their movement ignited a spark, sending the previously restrained beasts into a frenzy, all converging on Ming. Ming observed closely. The few distinctive figures were indeed manifestations of a single beast, which appeared to possess the abilities to mimic forms and sounds, even creating clones, inciting the multitude of beasts to join in the assault against him. Not only the beasts, but the other aliens also rushed towards Ming with fervor. Yet, Ming welcomed the onslaught, eager to absorb the abundant energy being offered. "Come forth, let me witness the extent of my power." Endless flames and swirling yellow sands morphed into a colossal dragon, while towering vines erupted from the ground, cloaking an area nearly 10 kilometers wide in a realm of chaos. Beasts and aliens with strength below the late phase of maturity were instantly swept away by the dragon's might, while those slightly stronger found themselves ensnared by the vines, becoming fodder for the flames and the Huangsha dragon. The relentless surge of energy transformed the entire Lizzie Lake into a crimson expanse, akin to the hue of the lychee fruit, drenched in the blood of the fallen. The remaining beasts and aliens, witnessing this carnage, recoiled in fear, dreading to be caught in the maelstrom. Those ensnared in the chaotic realm attempted to flee but found themselves utterly trapped. Time passed, and when the surrounding beasts had dwindled to almost none, the flames and yellow sand dragon, along with the green vines, gradually dissipated. The remaining beasts were momentarily stunned, then shared a knowing look, recognizing the telltale signs of energy depletion. A single-horned, colorful-winged butterfly exclaimed in delight, "The demon dragon has run out of energy." Hearing this, the few remaining beasts slowly raised their heads, eagerly gazing toward the center. However, as the mist cleared to reveal the empty lake surface, confusion and silence settled once more among the beasts. Far in the distance, within a desolate valley, Ming, weary and drained, slowly opened his eyes. This was his first experience of exhausting all his energy. Yet, reflecting on his gains, he could not help but feel it was worth it. Chapter 81. The Fourth Head. Beyond the 13 soul treasures he had amassed, he had also collected countless soul gems, numbering in the tens of thousands. With the immense accumulation of life force, he sensed a potential breakthrough to the Lord level. A significant portion had even been transferred to Xian Mo and Bai Ji. Otherwise, he might have achieved a breakthrough right there amidst the battle. Moreover, many soul gems had simply overwhelmed Xian Mo's storage space, leading him to stuff them all into Xian Mo's gourd. At that moment, Xian Mo, absorbing vast amounts of life force and soul gems, appeared to be on the verge of a breakthrough as well. Just as Xian Mo was about to transform into a black vine cocoon and break through to Lord level, Ming suddenly recalled something and hurriedly called out, "Little Black, remember to consume 3 Huansai lotus seeds." "Understood, Master," came the faint voice from the gourd as it swayed slightly, then was enveloped by the dark vine cocoon, disappearing from view. Ming patiently awaited while surveying the 13 soul treasures surrounding him. Observing treasures embodying the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, along with spatial and dark attributes, his eyes sparkled with delight. Once Xian Mo broke through to the Lord level and consolidated the soul treasures, he knew they would become immensely powerful. Time passed quietly, and as Xian Mo approached his breakthrough, Ming devoted himself to recovering his energy. Fortunately, Ada had proven reliable, guiding them to a seemingly safe location. Until the black vine cocoon stirred, no beasts or aliens disturbed their respite. Watching the black vines slowly retract, Ming raised his dragon head toward the center. The majority of the black vines had vanished, leaving only a segment hanging from the gourd's mouth. The black gourd had deepened in hue, its aura intensified manifold. Though Xian Mo had yet to reveal any power, Ming sensed a faint threat to his life emanating from it. The black gourd floated before him, suddenly appearing in front of Ming. "Master, my power has increased several-fold. Furthermore, after absorbing those tens of thousands of soul gems, I have acquired numerous new abilities and talents." Ming, astonished, felt it was only natural. "Wonderful, Little Black. Congratulations on your breakthrough to Lord level." The gourd swayed slightly, and the voice came again. "In addition, I can now teleport alongside you." Ming was taken aback, his eyes brimming with excitement. Before he could respond further, a magnificent white lotus, measuring several hundred meters in diameter, along with 4 lotus seeds, appeared before him. Accompanying them were thousands upon thousands of soul gems floating nearby. "Master, you should also break through quickly. The lotus seeds are more effective before reaching Lord level." Upon hearing this, Ming nodded in agreement. "Very well. I will rely on you for this, Little Black." "Of course, Master, it is my duty." Ming smiled knowingly, uttering no more as he opened his 3 dragon heads and swallowed the 4 lotus seeds, then began to bite at the lotus petals. After absorbing the Huansai Bailing, he swiftly gathered the surrounding tens of thousands of soul gems into his soul space, officially commencing his breakthrough to Lord level. As the Huansai Bailing entered his body, it transformed into an endless stream of radiant, colorful energy. This energy, combined with the life force Ming had previously absorbed, began to circulate through his limbs, bones, and 3 dragon heads. The colorful glow seemed to possess a magical essence, gradually penetrating his flesh and bones, even his very cells. As his flesh and bones were infused with this colorful light, they began to take on a faint golden hue, akin to that of dragon pupils. Simultaneously, Ming's form was enveloped in a colossal tricolor cocoon, shimmering with vibrant light. A palpable sense of terrifying power ascended at an astonishing pace. Bai Ji, witnessing this, exclaimed in astonishment that the leader was indeed beginning his transformation into a dragon clan member. Xian Mo, perplexed, questioned if the master was not already of the dragon clan. Bai Ji shook his head slightly, clarifying that the leader previously only bore the semblance of a dragon, possessing merely a trace of true dragon blood. If one were to insist on labeling him a dragon, he could at most be considered a sub-dragon. However, under the recent influence of the illusory White Lotus and the formidable life force absorbed, his bloodline and soul had commenced a metamorphosis towards becoming a true dragon clan member. Within the cocoon, Qi Ming's consciousness remained sharp, clearer than ever before. He could distinctly sense the fortification of every fiber of his being, as if each cell within him rejoiced in celebration of this monumental leap in the essence of life. At that moment, a tremendous energy began to differentiate into three streams, converging towards Qi Ming's dragon head and the two scapulae behind him. A flicker of realization ignited within Qi Ming's mind. Could it be that dragon wings were to emerge? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the fourth dragon head sprouted forth. The circular energy transformation organ and the aquamarine soul gem materialized simultaneously. Anticipating the water attribute, Qi Ming was not taken aback. Instead, he silently transferred all his water attribute soul gems from other soul spaces into this newly birthed soul space, thereby enhancing the newly formed aquamarine soul gem. After an indeterminate period, the dragon wings finally unfurled from his back. Encrusted with thorny scales, the dragon wings rapidly expanded to an impressive wingspan of nearly 3,000 meters. As the new dragon head and wings completed their full formation, a surge of overwhelming power erupted, causing the surrounding light cocoon to dissipate into nothingness. With the dragon wings spread wide, an unprecedented strength surged within Qi Ming's heart. He felt as if he could effortlessly defeat 100 of his former self. Observing Qi Ming's emergence of dragon wings and his successful evolution into a four-headed demon dragon, Xian Mo promptly soared forward to congratulate him, proclaiming the Master's ascension to lordship. Bai Ji and Ada also floated into the air, echoing their congratulations. Qi Ming chuckled softly in response to each of them. But then a thought struck him. Gazing at the four soul gems radiating formidable energy within his mind, he spoke again. Please wait a moment. I am about to condense a soul artifact. Upon hearing this, the three companions offered no objections and retreated to stand guard. Qi Ming first connected with the fire attribute soul gem, astonishingly manifesting it into the external realm for the first time. As the 10-meter-high diamond-shaped soul gem appeared, the surrounding temperature soared to an unbearable level, igniting fierce flames upon its surface. Staring at the soul gem before him, Qi Ming fell into deep contemplation. With the myriad forms of soul artifacts available, what would be the most fitting for him to condense? A tower? A cauldron? A banner? After a moment of hesitation, Qi Ming finally made his decision. The fiery red soul gem began to melt, gradually transforming into a flaming long sword. Watching the sword take shape, Qi Ming had another idea. He swiftly summoned the fiery ribbons, flame lotus, and the flame spear and wings he had previously acquired from the Yaohua clan. Now that he possessed his own soul artifact, those items had diminished utility. After all, they were ultimately someone else's soul artifacts. Even if they resonated with him, they could not unleash their full potential. Under Qi Ming's control, the four soul artifacts offered no resistance and were directly transformed into nourishment for the flaming long sword. Upon absorbing all four artifacts, the sword's might surged several-fold. The flaming long sword was now fully formed, revealing itself before Qi Ming. The blade was elongated, adorned with exquisite patterns, while the hilt bore the visage of a thorny dragon head. The sword radiated a brilliant crimson hue, its surface engulfed in fierce flames. Qi Ming silently attuned to the characteristics of his soul artifact, realizing it could absorb the flames of myriad flaming long swords, even those of his enemies. Furthermore, it possessed a certain suppressive effect over other flames. As Qi Ming focused his mind, numerous flaming long swords, each 500 meters long, materialized around him. Adjusting the number to 9 with a mere thought, he nodded in satisfaction. Arranged in a fan shape, they resembled a peacock spreading its tail. Yet under the backdrop of the blazing flames, they appeared as a fiery, divine halo. Unbeknownst to Qi Ming, he had inadvertently amplified the potential of his soul artifacts several times over. While other beings might only absorb 1 or 2 artifacts to lay a foundation for their own soul artifacts, Qi Ming had absorbed as many as 4. Thanks to the unique nature of his own soul artifact, Bai Ji's eyes sparkled with intrigue, his thoughts a mystery. After successfully condensing his first soul artifact, Qi Ming swiftly summoned a second soul gem, this one a bright yellow earth attribute gem. As the second gem shimmered, it began to coalesce into a circular seal. Having already created an offensive long sword, he contemplated condensing a defensive or control artifact. Without hesitation, Qi Ming summoned 4 more soul artifacts to merge into the circular seal, including a silver-white spherical space attribute soul artifact acquired from the Baiyin clan. As all 4 artifacts merged, the surface of the circular seal transformed, revealing peculiar indentations that formed 5 dragon-shaped patterns. The edges of the seal protruded outward, morphing into the shape of 5 dragon heads. Not only that, but the center of the circular seal also became hollow, gradually coalescing into a pearl of dual colors, black and yellow, inscribed with mysterious runes. The circular seal slowly rotated in midair, emanating a heavy yet domineering aura that spread outward. Observing this wondrous artifact, Qi Ming sensed a stirring within. Having absorbed a space attribute soul artifact, his Dekuan seal had also gained a hint of spatial quality. Coupled with the substantial earth attributes and the yellow sand spirit he had previously absorbed, this Dekuan seal now embodied an amalgamation of offensive, defensive, suppressive, and storage capabilities. He casually named the fiery long sword Tianxing Jian and the earth attribute seal Dekuanin. Following this, Qi Ming summoned a third soul gem, this time of the wood attribute. Utilizing his prior experiences in condensing soul artifacts, the third soul artifact, which also fused for artifacts, emerged splendidly beside the Tianxing Jian and Dekuanin. A verdant, dragon-patterned quadrupedal cauldron began to rotate slowly, exuding boundless vitality and green light. Recognizing the attributes of this wood cauldron, Qi Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. While the cauldron excelled in both offense and defense, its most remarkable quality lay in its unparalleled healing capabilities and the ability to absorb and refine natural treasures. The final aquamarine soul gem also glimmered forth. After absorbing 4 artifacts, it quickly formed into a long-necked, rotund water-blue jade pot, intricately carved with dragon patterns. This exquisite jade pot is truly remarkable. Having absorbed the essence of an ice-attributed soul treasure, Qi Ming has already harnessed the ability to unleash icy powers through this jade vessel. Furthermore, its unique characteristics are unparalleled by any other soul treasures, exhibiting an elusive form. Simply put, as long as Qi Ming desires, he can transform this jade pot into various shapes of soul treasures at will. Additionally, he can emit ever-changing streams of water from within the pot, a feature he has yet to witness in any other soul treasure. Moreover, the jade pot possesses the ability to compress water attribute energy, resulting in the astonishing effect of a single drop of water weighing as much as 1,000 pounds. Overwhelmed by the formidable attributes of the 4 soul treasures, Qi Ming's heart swelled with joy. After bestowing the names Bushi Ding and Hodahu upon the cauldron and the jade pot respectively, Qi Ming turned his gaze towards Xian Mo and the others nearby. At that moment, a black long sword emanating black flames hovered before Xian Mo, clearly a manifestation of his own soul treasure. Indeed, when Qi Ming inquired, Xian Mo chuckled lightly, stating, "Master, I have fused the previous long sword, the silver mirror, and the black fan you gifted me into this." As he spoke, the black flame sword trembled, and numerous black spatial rifts appeared around it. With a mere thought, Xian Mo could make the sword vanish and instantaneously reappear at any location. Witnessing this spectacle, Qi Ming took a moment to silently mourn for Xian Mo's future adversaries. After all, under the stealthy prowess of the black flame sword, they would likely not even comprehend how they met their demise. As Qi Ming successfully consolidated the 4 soul treasures, Ada displayed a hint of profound emotion. Just as Ada was about to speak, a voice resonated within his mind, commanding, "Ada, bring him forth." Ada was momentarily taken aback, and then his eyes sparkled with understanding as he silently acknowledged. Observing Qi Ming's figure, Ada finally spoke, "Qi Ming, the Lord God wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming was momentarily stunned. The Lord God. Before he could finish his words, Xian Mo interposed himself before Qi Ming, summoning the black flame sword to hover menacingly above Ada's head. "You, Ada, are actually waiting here for the master." Ada hurriedly bubbled, "Rest assured, the Lord God will not harm you. You have expressed much curiosity about this misty world. Haven to you? I had intended to inform you after you broke through to the Lord level. Now, the Lord God wishes to meet you. He can clarify all your doubts." With that, Ada fell silent. Qi Ming's dragon pupils flickered with a myriad of thoughts, as if pondering something significant. However, after a brief moment, He nodded in agreement. Very well, how do I proceed? Ada responded by projecting a beam of light from his brow, tearing through the void. Subsequently, a water-blue rift slowly manifested before Qi Ming. Seeing this, Xianmo grew anxious. Master. Yet, Qi Ming maintained a tranquil demeanor. It's fine. I shall return shortly. Based on Ada's words, he deduced that the Lord God was the mastermind behind everything. The being's power likely transcended his comprehension. If the Lord God harbored ill intentions, Qi Ming would not have survived until now. Moreover, he lacked the strength to resist. Thus, it seemed prudent to meet him and inquire about his lingering questions. After a moment of contemplation, Xianmo materialized on Qi Ming's left arm, declaring, "Wherever the master goes, I shall follow." Qi Ming was momentarily speechless, but then Bai Ji unexpectedly approached, fastening a black vine from Xianmo around himself as a safety harness. With a grin, he exclaimed, "Let us go, boss, big brother. Fear not, with me present. The Lord God would not dare to harm you." Qi Ming shook his head slightly, unfurling his dragon wings as he plunged into the blue rift. When his vision cleared once more, he found himself enveloped in an expanse of void. Intriguingly, despite being in such a formless state, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Before him stood a humanoid figure with 10 wings and a third eye at its brow. This figure exuded no discernible aura, yet merely its presence instilled a profound sense of submission within Qi Ming's every cell. He mused, this must be the Tian Mu Shenju. It seemed to bear significant relation to the three-eyed divine race. The Tian Mu Shenju chuckled softly, "Do not be anxious. I shall not bring you harm." Qi Ming, do you understand why humanity on Blue Star has suddenly transformed into various beast forms? Qi Ming was taken aback and shook his head. I do not know. The Tian Mu Shenju smiled, instructing, look behind you. Upon hearing this, Qi Ming felt a surge of curiosity but refrained from asking further questions. Turning to gaze behind him, in an instant, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. There, suspended in the void, was a vast sphere enveloped in ethereal mist, with streams of water-blue light emanating from it. A thought flashed through Qi Ming's mind. Indeed, this is Blue Star. The mist was, in fact, released by the Tian Mu Shenju. Qi Ming's thoughts flickered, though he had anticipated that the mist might not be a natural disaster. He had not expected to encounter the true mastermind so swiftly. The Tian Mu Shenju approached Qi Ming, continuing, there are countless life planets like Blue Star in the universe. When encountered, they are marked by the Lord God or a saint-level being, becoming their possessions. What they seek is the primordial power that nourishes the star spirits during the evolution of life. I stumbled upon Blue Star by chance and acquired a source spirit crystal from the illusory beast clan, leading to your world evolving into its current state. Upon finishing, the Tian Mu Shenju turned to Qi Ming, who appeared merely surprised, devoid of any other emotions. The Tian Mu Shenju observed him with keen interest, chuckling softly. You seem devoid of anger or panic. Your world, in essence, is but a plaything for others, and your life is controlled by them. Many would find it unbearable upon learning the truth, and some with weaker mental fortitude might even crumble. Qi Ming shook his dragon head. Looking at the Tian Mu Shenju, I am somewhat astonished, yet more than that, I feel fortunate. Fortunate? The Tian Mu Shenju expressed astonishment again, having been surprised by Qi Ming twice in such a short exchange. Fortunate that I can seize this opportunity for evolution. Fortunate that I have reached this point. Fortunate that the Lord God I have encountered is not a tyrant. Qi Ming spoke eloquently, revealing his innermost thoughts without reservation. The Tian Mu Shenju regarded him thoughtfully. You are among the few lives across my domains that pique my interest. To speak candidly, I summoned you to convey an important message. The domain we inhabit is known as Duling, as Ada should have informed you. In 3 years, the once-in-a-thousand-years Duling conference will convene again. As he spoke, a gleam flickered in the Tian Mu Shenju's eyes, and he extended a finger, shooting forth a cerulean light that entered Qi Ming's mind. This is a rough map of Duling. During the conference, all Emperor-level beings will have the opportunity to attend. I hope you will also participate. In 3 years, if you do not reach the Emperor level, you shall perish. If you do not place within the top 1,000, you shall also meet your end. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of determination flashed in Qi Ming's eyes. Meanwhile, the Xianmo on his left arm seemed ready to spring forth. Yet Qi Ming restrained him with a firm hand. After a brief moment, he slowly spoke, all right, but what if I encounter danger during this period? The Tianmu Shenju chuckled lightly. Your considerations are quite thorough. No sooner had he finished speaking than a golden feather appeared before him. In the next instant, the golden feather transformed into a streak of light and vanished into Qi Ming's body. This is my shed primordial feather. It can assist you in times of life and death. However, I advise you not to seek death. If I discover that you have lost your value for further cultivation, I won't hesitate to reap you early." Upon hearing this, Ming felt as if he had lifted a stone only to crush his own foot. Had he known, he wouldn't have said what he did. There was no need to guess. It was apparent that this golden feather bore the essence of the Tianmu Shinju. He could track his location at any moment through this feather. Moreover, even if he had remained silent, the Tianmu Shinju likely had other means to find him. Having spoken as he did, he had inadvertently acquired a crucial life-saving shield. Yet, the Tianmu Shinju was indifferent to Ming's internal thoughts. To him, Ming was merely an ant that could be crushed at any moment. Even if he were to break through to the emperor level, he would still be just a slightly larger ant. "All right, I shall now send you to the dueling battlefield. When you are on the verge of breaking through to the king level, a Da will come to fetch you." With that, the Tianmu Shinju effortlessly summoned a rift and instantly drew Ming into it, causing him to vanish. Having completed this, he turned to a Da, saying, "Come here." At this command, a Da trembled but dared not defy the Tianmu Shinju's order, slowly gliding toward him. Yet, the Tianmu Shinju seemed impatient with the Da's pace. With a mere flick of his hand, he shrank a Da and grasped it in his palm. In a picturesque valley, Ming, having been violently thrown out, unexpectedly fell to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Activating his life field, he immediately levitated and stabilized himself within the crater, shaking his 4 dragon heads. He nearly felt as if his neck had broken. "Damn it, Tianmu Shinju, just you wait," he exclaimed, turning to survey his surroundings. According to the information provided by the Tianmu Shinju, he now seemed to be on a boundless supercontinent known as Dueling Battlefield. Countless beings from the dueling domain would come here upon reaching a certain level of strength, seeking richer opportunities. It was said that the lords within the dueling domain were merely at the initial stages of their journey, with king and emperor levels being quite common. In fact, even beings at the God Lord and Sacred Lord levels had perished on the dueling battlefield, leaving behind soul artifacts and sacred items that drove all dueling domain beings into a frenzy. The reason it was called a battlefield was that this region suffered the most severe invasions from foreign demons. Thus, Ming had to contend not only with the dangers posed by other races, but also remain vigilant against the formidable foreign demons that could appear at any moment. After breaking through to the Lord level, Ming's strength had significantly increased. His life field now extended to 5 kilometers, while his attack range had terrifyingly reached 40 kilometers. To put this into perspective, ordinary Lord-level beings could only achieve ranges of about 1,000 meters and 10 kilometers, respectively. Furthermore, his vision had expanded to an astonishing 100 kilometers. However, the dueling battlefield was devoid of mist, so Ming did not rely heavily on this ability. Suddenly, Ming seemed to notice something amiss. He looked around in confusion. "Where's Ada? Where did it go?" Bai Ji, with a slight change in expression, replied, "Boss, Ada cannot leave Shui Lanxing for too long without signing a contract with a being." Taken aback, Ming then recalled something. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Bai Ji, could the Tianmu Shinju hear our conversation?" Bai Ji shook his head. "Don't worry, boss. The dueling battlefield is enveloped by the will of the dueling domain lord. Even a god lord cannot easily perceive the situation here, unless there is a special emergency. He should not hear our discussions." Ming pondered this before continuing. "By the way, the Tianmu Shinju mentioned he needed the primordial power of the star spirit. Is it the star spirit of Shui Lanxing? What would happen if its primordial power were absorbed?" Bai Ji blinked and replied, "How should I put it? Without primordial power, the strength of a star spirit will not grow. If a large amount of primordial power is plundered, it could even lead to exhaustion. A star spirit marked by a soul imprint from a god lord is akin to the hens you refer to that lay eggs. If the soul imprint cannot be removed, its strength will remain forever at its current stage." Upon hearing this, a profound expression appeared in Ming's eyes. Xian Mo, who had always been displeased with Ada, also fell silent. After a long while, Ming finally spoke slowly. "Is there any way to remove the soul imprint?" Bai Ji chuckled lightly. "It's quite simple. Just break through to the God Lord level and slay the Tianmu Shinju. Star spirits are very special 5th-class life forms. They will only perish if their primordial power is exhausted. Otherwise, no harm can affect them." As he spoke, Bai Ji seemed excited about arriving at the dueling battlefield. He flapped his wings and soared high to survey the surroundings for a moment before returning to Ming's side. "Don't worry, boss. With me here, you'll definitely break through to the late emperor level in the shortest time. Then you can shine at the dueling conference and secure first place. Not to mention the other rewards. The primordial divine crystals included will surely allow you to ascend to the rank of a god lord. Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback. Then a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. He steadied his mind, took a deep breath, and declared, "All right, let us set forth. I refuse to believe I cannot break through to the god lord level." With that, Qi Ming flapped his dragon wings, transforming into a shooting star that soared into the sky. It must be said that the dueling battlefield was even larger than Qi Ming had imagined. Just moments ago, while in the valley, he had not fully realized it. Now, having flown at least several dozen kilometers, he had only just passed over one of the mountain peaks. Looking into the distance from low altitude, he could see an endless expanse of towering mountains, each rising at least several tens of thousands of zhang high. Some even exceeded 100,000 zhang. In the far distance, several mountains reached heights that pierced the clouds. It was unimaginable how high they truly were. Finally understanding what the 10,000 mountains truly entailed, Qi Ming chose a direction and flew forth. Having learned from previous experiences, he did not dare to soar too high, fearing a powerful and fierce foreign race might bring about his untimely demise. Fortunately, these 10,000 mountains were vast and boundless. Every mountain was separated by dozens to hundreds of kilometers. Qi Ming, with his wings spanning 3 kilometers, was merely a drop in the ocean. After flying over a few mountains, he sensed something and quickly descended, flapping his dragon wings toward the ground. A clear and melodious cry echoed from afar, followed by a terrifying gust of wind. The surrounding trees bent under the pressure of the fierce winds. Fortunately, Qi Ming lowered his height significantly by landing on all fours. The surging wood element energy entwined around his body like green vines, concealing his form. At that moment, Qi Ming felt his vision dim, akin to a clear day being overshadowed by a passing cloud that obscured the sunlight. Hidden within the towering trees that soared 1,000 meters high, he instinctively gazed upward. In a fleeting glance, an expression of utmost astonishment filled his eyes as he beheld an enormous bird, its wingspan unfathomable and crackling with lightning. The thunderbird moved with remarkable speed, vanishing from sight as it soared through the sky. Only when the surrounding trees returned to their tranquil state did Qi Ming slowly rise, still shaken by the encounter. What kind of creature was that? He mused aloud. Just then, Bai Ji, resting on his left arm, shrugged and replied, "Merely a late-stage emperor-level thunderbird. In my prime, it wouldn't even measure up to my claw." Qi Ming couldn't help but chuckle at Bai Ji's words. Although he was uncertain of their veracity, the nonchalance in Bai Ji's tone alleviated his earlier tension. He began to comprehend the perilous nature of the dueling battlefield. A moment's misstep could lead to his demise. Reflecting on his immediate encounter with such a formidable being, he shook his head in disbelief, realizing that emperor-level entities were as common as dogs here. Regaining his composure, Qi Ming set forth once more. This time, he had learned to be more cautious. After traversing a short distance, he paused occasionally within the mountains. Although this method consumed time, it afforded him the opportunity to retreat into the foliage and summon the Tianmu Shun Zhu should danger arise. After flying over dozens of mountains, a peculiar fragrance wafted towards him from afar, filling his senses. Qi Ming was taken aback, feeling a visible surge of energy within him. It was noteworthy that his energy was already 4 times that of an ordinary early-stage Lord-level being. If he could experience such a phenomenon, the source of the fragrance must be extraordinary indeed. "Xiao Bai, what is this delightful scent?" he inquired, to which Bai Ji responded promptly. "It is the aroma of the Maluoguo fruit, a treasure for Lord-level beings. We can investigate further, but if there are late-stage lords present, I advise immediate withdrawal." Qi Ming had no objections to this and flapped his dragon wings towards the direction of the scent. In this unfamiliar dueling battlefield, Bai Ji's vast knowledge had helped Qi Ming evade numerous perils. Had it been just him and Xian Mo, survival would have been possible. Yet it would have been far from the ease he now experienced. Soon, they arrived at the vicinity of the Maluoguo fruit, only to find several figures from various races and beast tribes congregated around it. The non-human entities bore a human-like appearance, but were composed of various colored crystals, while several beast tribes resembled lions and tigers, albeit with additional horns or multiple legs. This situation was reminiscent of the fusion evolution seen on Blue Star. To Qi Ming's relief, among the numerous crystal beings, only 3 were of lord level, while the rest were mature entities at their peak. Similarly, among the beast tribes, only 3 were lords, the others merely waiting to reap the rewards of conflict. Bai Ji's voice quietly echoed, "Boss, aside from that blue crystal being and the saber-toothed tiger, which are mid-stage, the other 4 lords are all early stage. Although your strength is also early stage, you can still face a mid-stage opponent if you exert your full power." Qi Ming's heart stirred at this revelation. However, given that the opponents had yet to engage in battle, he deemed it wiser to wait until they had exhausted each other before making his own move. Just as he contemplated this, a skirmish broke out between the crystal beings and the beast lords. They understood that prolonged conflict would only attract more beings, thus they aimed for a swift resolution. Ming watched in amazement as the blue crystal being and the saber-toothed tiger caught his attention. He noted that while these two possessed greater strength than the other lords, their superiority was limited. Waves of energy erupted, devastating the surrounding trees for miles. Yet, these trees, resilient in their vitality, would soon regain their height under the rich spiritual energy of the dueling battlefield, provided their roots remained intact. As time passed, the battle between the Maluogwo fruit's crystal beings and the beasts neared its conclusion. One crystal being and one beast had perished, while two of each sustained severe injuries, including the blue crystal being and the saber-toothed tiger. Just as Ming contemplated intervening, two humanoid figures adorned with blue-purple patterns emerged from a nearby direction. One was an early-stage lord, while the other possessed mid-stage strength. Bai Ji's eyes gleamed as he relayed their information. Boss, those two are from the Lewin tribe, born with the ability to wield lightning. However, they rarely awaken other abilities. As he spoke, the two Lewin beings charged towards the four wounded crystal beings and beasts. In an instant, the two weaker crystal beings and beasts were annihilated. Before the mid-stage Lewin could strike down the blue crystal being and saber-toothed tiger, both retaliated simultaneously, swiftly dispatching the early-stage Lewin. Observing the rapidly shifting dynamics of the battle, Ming was left astonished. What a thrilling and intense conflict. I can hardly blink. His thoughts were interrupted as the Lewin tribe erupted in fury, unleashing a tempest of lightning upon the blue crystal being and saber-toothed tiger. The Lewin's lightning patterns unleashed terrifying bolts, transforming the surrounding area into a stormy realm, instantly obliterating the weaker crystal beings and beasts. Witnessing this, the blue crystal being seethed with rage, exuding an overwhelming chill that crystallized the very air around them. Ming felt a mix of astonishment and trepidation. Such a chilling aura was almost unbearable, even for him. No wonder they were mid-stage lords. The saber-toothed tiger showed no fear, unleashing its ferocious bloodlust as it clawed at the Lewin beings. Despite their injuries, the blue crystal being and saber-toothed tiger, as mid-stage lords, fought back valiantly, causing the Lewin to momentarily falter, blood erupting from their bodies. The crystal beings and saber-toothed tiger showed no signs of relenting, launching another combined assault against the Lewin tribe. Ming silently rejoiced at his earlier hesitation. Had he acted sooner, he might have found himself at the mercy of the battle. Yet, his attention was drawn to three powerful soul artifacts hovering in front of the three figures. He was plunged into contemplation as he beheld a thunderous axe, a frost spirit mirror, and a blood-red vajra, each radiating a formidable aura. These soul artifacts were indeed powerful, yet they seemed to pale in comparison to his own. At this moment, the battle in the arena was drawing to a close once again. The Lewin clan had perished completely under the desperate counterattacks, while the Shui Jing clan and the Jianqi who bore even greater injuries. If action was not taken now, then when? Without the slightest hesitation, Ming soared into the air, unfurling his dragon wings and heading towards the location of the Mo Luogua. The Shui Jing clan and the Jianqi who were poised to seize the Mo Luogua, were startled to see another figure. However, upon recognizing Ming, disdain flickered in their eyes. The blue Shui Jing clan member scoffed, questioning the presence of such a novice. Even if we are gravely injured, we are not something a mere early-stage lord like you can contend with. Before he could finish speaking, a bright yellow seal inscribed with dragon patterns was unleashed, instantly sending the icy spirit mirror hovering above him flying. In quick succession, the seal spun, and 5 yellow sand dragons surged forth, swiftly encircling the Shui Jing clan member and reducing him to a pile of yellow sand. With the loss of its master, the icy spirit mirror dimmed, losing all its potency. The Jianqi who, witnessing this, was filled with dread and hurriedly directed his blood-red vajra staff towards the seal. Yet midway, the staff was intercepted by a blazing long sword. The 5 yellow sand dragons then launched another attack, completely draining the life force of the severely injured Jianqi who. How could 2 mortally wounded beings dare to look down upon Ming? Naturally, Ming sent them to their final resting place, first collecting the 8 scattered soul treasures into his soul space, before turning his attention to the Mo Luogua. This fruit grew upon a vine and bore a resemblance to the grapes of Blue Star. Its surface radiated a faint golden glow, smooth and round, emanating an alluring fragrance. Qi Ming's mind stirred as he summoned the Bu Shi Ding to hover above the Mo Luo Gua. The cauldron turned, releasing a powerful suction that drew the entire Mo Luo Gua, vine and roots included, into the cauldron. His Bu Shi Ding possessed the ability to refine heavenly materials and earthly treasures, maximizing the extraction of their latent energies. Having accomplished this, Qi Ming dared not linger. He summoned the yellow sand dragons to absorb the remaining life force from the corpses of the Lord-level beings and collected all suspicious items before taking flight, vanishing in an instant. Moments later, Qi Ming arrived in a secluded and tranquil valley. He stood to one side, while Xian Mo, in the form of a gourd, and Bai Ji occupied another. Xiaohe, set up a barrier to shield our sounds and aura. Upon hearing this, Xian Mo immediately shook its body, releasing waves of black energy. In a brief moment, a hemispherical barrier, glowing faintly black and covering a radius of 5 kilometers, enveloped them. This was merely one or two of the myriad abilities it possessed. The dark barrier had effects such as soundproofing, suffocation, and concealing life force. If beings from the outside did not examine closely, they would not discern their presence, even if they passed directly overhead. Of course, if the disparity in strength was too great, it might prove ineffective. Qi Ming first marked the 8 soul treasures with his seal, then returned them to his soul space. It is worth noting that one could only absorb and fuse other treasures when refining soul treasures. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to absorb other treasures. Subsequently, Qi Ming took out the Bu Shi Ding, and by this time, the Mo Luo Gua had been fully refined. As the cauldron trembled slightly, a ball of spirit liquid, radiating a faint golden light, burst forth from within. After a brief contemplation, Qi Ming divided the spirit liquid into 3 portions, sending them towards himself, Xian Mo, and Bai Ji. Xian Mo did not refuse, understanding that only by continually enhancing its strength could it keep pace with Qi Ming. Bai Ji, however, gazed deeply at Qi Ming, the azure light in his eyes flickering, before shaking his head and saying, "Boss, you need not give me this energy. When the right opportunity arises, I shall not be polite." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming was slightly taken aback, but soon smiled and replied, "As long as it is within my capabilities, I will certainly help you obtain the appropriate energy." With that, he hesitated no longer and swallowed the Mo Luo spirit liquid. A terrifying surge of energy erupted, and Qi Ming's energy levels began to visibly increase. After an indeterminate amount of time, Qi Ming slowly reopened his 8 golden dragon eyes. Although a fleeting expression of helplessness passed through them, the Mo Luo fruit spirit liquid had barely increased his energy by less than 1%. Conservatively estimating, to reach the mid-stage of Lord rank, he would need at least 100 similar spirit fruits. However, he quickly remembered his extraordinary energy reserves, and the helplessness in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by unwavering determination. When heaven bestows great responsibilities upon a person, it must first temper their will. As long as he persevered through this period, there would undoubtedly come a time for him to shine. After a moment of self-reassurance, Qi Ming retrieved a collection of miscellaneous items. Most of these were possessions of the Shui Jing clan, including several akin to storage rings and space bracelets. Chapter 87, Tianjia Mountain Range. It was likely that some of these contained items beneficial to him. Having previously learned similar methods from Ada, Qi Ming quickly extracted the contents. The majority were irregular white stones. Qi Ming sensed an aura somewhat akin to mist crystals, albeit much weaker. Bai Ji provided an explanation, stating that these were spirit stones, formed from the condensation of spiritual energy. Compared to the mist crystals of your blue star, they are considerably weaker. However, spirit stones are abundant, and there are even spirit stone mines. Thus, spirit stones currently serve as the universal currency across the 8 domains. As he spoke, Bai Ji selected a few of the higher quality spirit stones, which contained a richer spiritual energy. These few are mid-grade spirit stones, the others are all low-grade. 1 mid-grade is roughly equivalent to 100 low-grade. Upon hearing this, Qi Ming, well-versed in the subject, swiftly accepted this premise. He attempted to absorb a low-grade spirit stone, but found that it produced not even a ripple of energy within him. This left him somewhat disappointed. Yet, it was only for a moment, as his gaze shifted to the other equipment worn by the Shui Jing clan. These items radiated spiritual energy, clearly possessing formidable power. However, since they were not soul treasures, Qi Ming could not don them. Bai Ji then suggested, "Boss, you could sell these items in a nearby city. But be cautious. It's best to go to an unofficial shop, or else you might attract the attention of the Shui Jing clan." Qi Ming paused, then gently shook his head, saying, "I'll consider that later. Having obtained these spirit stones, I should be able to avoid taking such significant risks for now." Bai Ji nodded in agreement and did not press further. Another delightful surprise for Qi Ming was discovering a map of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Previously, although the Tianmu Divine Lord had provided him with a general map of the Duling domain, he had no idea of his current location. It was at this moment that he learned he was situated within the Tianjia mountain range in the southern part of the Duling battlefield. The map not only marked perilous forbidden areas within the Tianjia mountain range, but also indicated several cities within the mountains where various beings could resupply and recuperate. The nearest city to him was approximately 80,000 kilometers away, known as Mangya City. It was hard to fathom the vastness of the entire Tianjia mountain range. After a moment of hesitation, Qi Ming decided to head to Mangya City first. In this desolate area, devoid of any villages or shops, should any mishap occur, he would find himself with no refuge. At the very least, cities within the dueling battlefield are guarded by formidable beings from the sacred domain. Ordinary individuals would not dare to stir trouble in such places. After relinquishing all his storage gear to Xianmo, and once it had thoroughly absorbed everything, including a multitude of spirit stones and equipment, Qi Ming unfurled his dragon wings and soared towards the direction of Mangya City in his mind. With his speed, covering 80,000 kilometers in a day posed no challenge. However, the treacherous Tianjia Mountains harbored innumerable dangers. Even beings of the royal tier could barely maintain their footing within. As for Qi Ming, who was still in the early stages of lordship, he could only be deemed to have preliminarily qualified for exploring the entirety of the dueling battlefield. It took him 5 arduous days to traverse more than half the distance of those 80,000 kilometers. During this time, he encountered dozens of royal tier beings, most of whom showed little interest in his diminutive form. Occasionally, some would cast a fleeting glance before turning their attention elsewhere. This led Qi Ming to ponder whether he had acquired some semblance of a protagonist's aura. Little did he know, it was Bai Ji lending him covert assistance. Even after losing the majority of its power, Bai Ji's uniqueness was beyond the comparison of these royal tier beings. As he approached the final 10,000 kilometers to Mangya City, a brilliant blue beam suddenly shot up into the sky from a distance. Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively glanced down at Bai Ji, which resembled a watch on his left arm. "Xiao Bai, what is that?" Bai Ji, manipulating the mechanical appendages on its back, discarded the remnants of a chicken bone and replied, "That is a Lord-level inheritance crystal. It appears to be of the water attribute. Perfectly suited for you, boss. This inheritance crystal has just emerged and should not have attracted too many beings yet. You should hurry over and take a look." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming's eyes brightened, and he swiftly flapped his dragon wings towards the crystal's direction. Simultaneously, he inquired about how to discern the level of this inheritance crystal. Bai Ji, without hesitation, explained, "A crystal of 10,000 zhong in height is lord level. 100,000 zhong is royal level, and 1,000,000 zhong is emperor level. Beyond that, there are crystallized spirits, which are manifestations of inheritance crystals transforming into various spirit beast forms, known as divine spirits and sacred spirits, corresponding to the realms of divine lord and sacred lord." As Bai Ji spoke, it seized another piece of fried chicken and stuffed it into its mouth, mumbling, "But those levels are still far from you, boss. You will only have the chance to engage with them after breaking through to the divine lord." Qi Ming's lips twitched, yet he nodded thoughtfully. Before long, he arrived near the inheritance crystal. However, upon seeing several figures surrounding it, a hint of hesitation flickered in his eyes. He observed a few members of the crystal clan and several humanoid figures adorned with various flowers, all locked in a standoff beside the inheritance crystal. Among them lay a few exotic beasts that had already succumbed to death. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Qi Ming's heart sank. There were actually 8 lord-level beings, along with 2 in the mid-tier. Bai Ji's voice echoed, "Those adorned with flowers are the flower spirit clan. Most of them are female, and male flower spirits are exceedingly rare, almost like a 1 in a billion chance. Despite their beauty, they are not to be underestimated in battle." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming's eyes widened in surprise. These flower spirits appeared indistinguishable from human women, making such a reputation unexpected. Bai Ji continued, "It is said that each flower spirit possesses a unique floral language. If you can decipher their language, you may earn their admiration and blessings." Qi Ming inwardly shook his head. Such matters were of no concern to him. The pressing issue was how to acquire that inheritance crystal. Just as Qi Ming's thoughts raced, the skirmish between the Crystal Clan and the Flower Spirit Clan erupted into chaos. One flower spirit, her head crowned with fiery red peony-like blossoms, waved her pristine hands, conjuring countless thorny crimson vines from the surrounding void. These vines, resembling serpents of flame, swiftly coiled towards several members of the Crystal Clan. Yet, Before the vines could reach them, they were ensnared by yellow chains, immobilizing them in midair. A Crystal Clan member, entirely clad in bright yellow, exuded a fierce glimmer in his eyes as he raised his hands, fingers splayed, channeling formidable energy. Seeing this, the other flower spirits and Crystal Clan members unleashed their own abilities, bombarding each other with attacks. Both sides were evenly matched, unable to determine a victor, which left Qi Ming feeling anxious. If more individuals arrived, he would completely miss out on the inheritance crystal. However, amidst the fierce melee, he knew that advancing to seize the crystal would undoubtedly draw their collective ire. Just as his mind raced with uncertainty, a figure with water-blue skin and a water wing descended from the heavens. Qi Ming's pupils constricted, yet another mid-tier lord. The Crystal Clan members rejoiced at this sight, their morale soaring. In contrast, the flower spirits paled in fear, but before they could think of fleeing, spears of water materialized from thin air, instantly inflicting severe injuries on several initial-tier flower spirits. The flower spirit adorned with the fiery peony glared in fury. "Lang Hang, how dare you harm my kin of the flower spirit clan?" The water-winged figure, identified as Lang Hang, chuckled disdainfully. "So what if I did? Are you flower spirits permitted to kill others while forbidding retribution?" As he spoke, countless water spears were formed around him, surging towards the bloodied flower spirits. The peony flower spirit's expression shifted dramatically as she summoned a shield of petals to protect her kin. Yet, she had grossly overestimated her own strength in mere moments. Dozens of petals shattered into nothingness. In that critical instant, the peony flower spirit hastily conjured a soul artifact resembling a peony to shield herself. While the relentless water spears left mere scratches upon the artifact, the other flower spirits lacked her fortitude. In moments, they were stripped of all vitality by the torrent of water spears. Witnessing this, despair filled the peony flower spirit's eyes. When she caught sight of the Crystal Clan member smirking at her from a distance, a flicker of madness ignited within her gaze. "Dare to harm my flower spirit clan? Then let your kin accompany you to the grave." In the next heartbeat, the peony flower spirit surged towards the Crystal Clan, her body radiating terrifying energy. A blazing peony apparition materialized around her, and as her power swelled, cracks began to appear on the apparition. The entire sequence seemed prolonged, yet in reality, the peony flower spirit reached the midst of the Crystal Clan in the blink of an eye. With a cataclysmic explosion of energy, a fiery tempest erupted, sweeping outward. In its wake, countless trees were reduced to ashes. Within that chaos, several figures from the Crystal Clan, including the earlier mid-tier lord, were obliterated into nothingness. Qi Ming watched in astonishment. Such overwhelming power was likely nearing the late Lord tier. Bai Ji's eyes also flashed with surprise. "I didn't expect the Flower Spirit clan to have such passionate individuals." Qi Ming shook his head, unable to suppress his confusion. "Xiao Bai, what is happening?" A fleeting glimmer of emotion flashed in Bai Ji's eyes. It was the aftermath of the self-detonation of the soul treasure. Yet, let us set that aside for now. "My leader, the approaching Crystal Clan has also sustained some injuries. Should we take a risk and seize that heritage crystal?" Qi Ming's gaze flickered as he unfurled his dragon wings and soared towards the heritage crystal. In the sky, Lang Hang furrowed his brow, observing the terrifying residual waves below. The Flower Spirit clan actually resorted to self-detonation. As he spoke, Lang Hang seemed to sense something. His eyes narrowed, emanating a chilling light, as he exclaimed, "What audacity! How dare you snatch something from under my nose?" With a swift motion, Lang Hang summoned a water-blue spear that materialized before him and shot downwards at a speed surpassing lightning. Qi Ming, under the veil of his consciousness, detected the water-blue spear and immediately called out to Xiao He. In the next instant, a black radiance enveloped Qi Ming's body, allowing him to vanish without a trace. Beside the heritage crystal, Qi Ming reappeared, his dragon claw pressing firmly against the protective barrier of the crystal. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. "How dare you!" The voice was filled with fury, carrying an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Yet, Qi Ming remained unfazed, accelerating to breach the protective barrier. In an instant, he enveloped the heritage crystal within his soul space. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Ming flickered again, reappearing 10 kilometers away. Just as he vanished, the water-blue spear struck the ground where he had stood, creating a web-like fissure that spanned a kilometer. In the sky, Lang Hang, who was on the verge of capturing the crystal but was thwarted by a four-headed dragon, erupted in rage, especially upon realizing that his opponent was merely at the initial level of a lord. This revelation intensified Lang Hang's sense of indignation. His eyes gleamed with cold light as he watched Qi Ming's figure flicker and flee into the distance. With a cold snort, He spread his water wings and shot towards the dragon's silhouette. Meanwhile, sensing the rapidly approaching Crystal Clan figures behind him, Qi Ming's eyes sparkled with determination. In a moment of hesitation, he exclaimed, "Xiaohei, head towards that valley." The dark figure seemed to respond, and Qi Ming swiftly altered his direction, racing towards a narrower valley. Lang Hang, relentless in his pursuit, also turned to follow Qi Ming. In mere moments, Qi Ming reached the center of the valley, chosen for its high surrounding peaks, making it difficult for other beings to detect their battle. Almost as soon as Qi Ming arrived, Lang Hang descended gracefully before him, his water wings unfurling. Lang Hang produced a silver-white talisman, infusing it with energy and shattering it, resulting in a beam of light soaring into the sky. The beam expanded outward after reaching a height of 10 kilometers, quickly forming a translucent barrier with a diameter of 100 kilometers. "Now let us see how you escape," Lang Hang declared, pointing his spear at Qi Ming with an indifferent expression. Chapter 89. A counterattack beyond one's level. Qi Ming's eyes widened in surprise, remaining silent in response. After all, if he dared to halt, it was because he possessed the confidence to defeat Lang Hang. Noticing Qi Ming's lack of response, Lang Hang ceased his futile attempts at conversation and charged forward with his water-blue spear. An endless torrent of water materialized, merging with the spear to form a celestial river crashing down upon Qi Ming. However, Qi Ming stood resolute, summoning the water-blue Thictapot, which expanded to hundreds or even thousands of meters, blocking the onslaught before him. The celestial river fell, yet the Thictapot shimmered undisturbed, showing no signs of damage. Lang Hang's eyes glimmered with intrigue as his spear pierced the air, striking the pot's surface. Surprisingly, the spear, which seemed unstoppable, only left a faint white mark on it. As a surge of water-blue light flashed over the pot, the newly formed white mark vanished instantly. Lang Hang was taken aback, exclaiming, "How is this possible? You are merely at the initial level of a lord. How can your soul treasure be so resilient?" Qi Ming regarded him with a hint of disdain. Realizing that he had misjudged his opponent's caliber, it appeared Lang Hang was merely a supporting character in this tale. The Thictapot's water-blue light swirled continuously, transforming into several streams of water chains that shot towards Lang Hang from all directions. Lang Hang's expression shifted as he hastily attempted to recall the water-blue spear. However, as soon as it flew out, two of the chains ensnared it midair. Witnessing this, Lang Hang regained his composure. As a seasoned warrior who had survived countless battles, he would not be flustered by such an occurrence. With a thought, a water-blue mirror and a water-blue lotus lamp materialized before him. Despite the numerous cracks on the lotus lamp, its power exceeded that of several surrounding soul treasures combined. The lotus lamp then shone brightly, causing the chains that had been directed towards Lang Hang to reverse course and shoot towards Qi Ming. Startled, Qi Ming quickly summoned the Thictapot, returning it to its original form and withdrawing it into his soul space. Fortunately, it seemed that Lang Hang had only temporarily manipulated the chains and had not seized control of Qi Ming's soul treasure. Seeing this, Lang Hang ceased his pursuit, recalling the lotus lamp to his side. At that moment, Bai Ji's voice rang out, "My leader, that lotus lamp is a king-level soul treasure. However, it has suffered significant damage. If you unleash several of your soul treasures together, you may still contend with it." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming was somewhat astonished. No wonder the lotus lamp was so formidable despite its cracks. It was indeed a king-level treasure. However, having fortuitously acquired a batch of soul treasures earlier, he was eager to see what a damaged treasure could truly accomplish. Qi Ming stood tall, a collection of soul treasures levitating before him. Lang Hang's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, upon spotting one of the frost spirit mirrors, his fury erupted. "You actually killed Hanyu," he exclaimed, summoning the water-blue spear and mirror to charge at Qi Ming. The surface of the water-blue mirror rippled, unleashing torrents of water that entwined around the 8 floating soul treasures surrounding Qi Ming. Naturally, Qi Ming would not stand idle and allow his opponent to attack. All 8 soul treasures erupted in a display of lightning, ice, and blood energy. Each treasure matched the prowess of the water-blue mirror. In mere moments, cracks began to appear on the mirror's surface, while the water-blue spear faltered under the assault of the thunderous battle axe and blood-colored diamond staff. Amidst the clash of soul treasures, Qi Ming did not remain stationary. This was not a turn-based game, and he was determined to seize every opportunity to vanquish his foe. For dragon heads breathed fire and icy breath, while countless thorny vines and sand dragons bombarded the Crystal Clan. Within a minute, Lang Hang began to show signs of defeat, leaving him filled with uncertainty. He knew in his heart that although he was not a genius, He should not find himself in a position of being challenged beyond his level. The agile water wings allowed him to evade the crisscrossing torrents of ice and fire. As he witnessed the water-blue spear and mirror nearing destruction, Lang Hang gritted his teeth, recalling them all and firmly gripping the lotus lamp before him. Although the Lianhua Baodang can manipulate the souls of enemies, its effectiveness is limited solely to water attributes. Presently, the opposing side possesses no water attribute treasures, rendering him powerless. Qi Ming seemed to sense the Crystal Clan's predicament and thus intensified his onslaught with dragon breath and various attacks. He even summoned his own Di Kuan. 5 yellow sand dragons emerged, instantly binding the Crystal Clan in midair. Coupled with the Di Kuan, which hovered menacingly above them, emanating strands of mysterious yellow energy. The Crystal Clan's ability to move was completely stripped away. Qi Ming was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of his Di Kuan. Seizing the moment while the Crystal Clan was ensnared, the 5 yellow sand dragons unleashed their terrifying sandification power. In an instant, they drained the life force of the mid-stage leader of the Crystal Clan, transforming it into a handful of yellow sand. The 5 dragons, having completed their task, spiraled in the air before returning to the Di Kuan. The water-blue spear, the spirit mirror, and the Lianhua Baodang, now devoid of their master, were summoned back by Qi Ming, morphing into chains through the Ho De Hu. Upon feeling a surge of energy within him, Qi Ming couldn't help but twitch his lips. The energy from a mid-stage leader was hardly a fraction of what he had previously gained from the Moro spirit liquid. Shaking his head to dispel the distractions, Qi Ming proceeded to imprint the 3 soul treasures with his mark. Although he could absorb soul treasures to enhance his soul power and the strength of the treasures, he had yet to reach a safe zone and deemed it best to wait until he arrived at Mangjia City before making any decisions. With the death of the Crystal Clan member, the surrounding silver-white barrier gradually dissipated. Qi Ming's gaze flickered as he extended his consciousness to collect the storage ring that had fallen from the Crystal Clan member. He then took flight towards Mangjia City without looking back. Fortunately, he encountered no further obstacles during the subsequent 10,000 kilometers. After soaring over countless mountains, he finally arrived at a majestic city nestled among the peaks, stretching for an unknown number of kilometers. Following the map, he approached the nearest southern city gate and was immediately awestruck by the sight before him. 8 towering square stone pillars shot up into the clouds, each spaced at least 500 kilometers apart. At that moment, figures of various alien races were bustling between these pillars. However, what puzzled Qi Ming was the faint, wave-like blue energy barrier that enveloped the space between the pillars. Some creatures, significantly larger than him, measuring up to 30 kilometers in length, began to shrink in size as they entered a certain range of the city gate. Especially after passing through the blue energy between the pillars, their forms became comparable to that of ordinary humanoid aliens. Of course, some beasts exiting the city also gradually returned to their normal size. Qi Ming witnessed a fire sparrow, originally 2 meters tall, transform into a blazing red phoenix with a wingspan of over 100 kilometers, soaring into the sky and vanishing into the clouds. Bai Ji chuckled. What do you think, boss? Surprised? Qi Ming nodded slightly. He had indeed not anticipated this. Now that he was here, he certainly wanted to explore. With this thought, Qi Ming no longer hesitated and flapped his wings towards a less crowded entrance. As he stepped into the blue light of the barrier, he felt a peculiar force enveloping him. Immediately, his size began to diminish, starting from a wingspan of 3 kilometers, then 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer, 500 meters, until it finally stabilized at 5 meters. Simultaneously, a stream of clear information was infused into Qi Ming's mind. Mangjia City prohibits flying, fighting, and theft. There are teleportation arrays leading to various streets within the city, which can be utilized by consuming spirit stones. The eastern area is for accommodation, while the western area is for trading. There were numerous pieces of information, totaling over 100 entries. Yet, once assimilated into Qi Ming's mind, it felt as though he had instantly memorized everything, allowing this newcomer to Mangjia City to navigate it with the familiarity of a veteran. Qi Ming marveled internally. Indeed, the spirit battlefield was a realm that opened his eyes. After a moment of reflection, he headed directly towards the nearest teleportation array. He intended to rent a small courtyard in the eastern part of the city to absorb the soul treasures and heritage crystals, converting them into his own strength. Before long, he rented a standalone courtyard for 200 spirit stones per day. It was not extravagance on Qi Ming's part. He had acquired thousands of spirit stones in the Tianjia Mountains, including over 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. By conversion, it was more than sufficient for him to survive in Mangjia City for a while. Moreover, as long as he avoided high-cost expenditures, he could live quite comfortably. Arriving at the courtyard, Ming activated a protective barrier. This crystalline shield could block external sounds and prevent outsiders from probing into his affairs. It was precisely for this reason that Ming was willing to spend spirit stones for accommodation. With a thought, 11 soul treasures floated around him. Soul treasures are essentially evolved forms of soul stones. Many beings, upon acquiring useless soul treasures, would opt to absorb them to enhance their own soul treasures. Gazing at the diverse attributes and forms of the treasures before him, Ming hesitated briefly before deciding to store the damaged king-grade Lianhua lantern. After all, it was a king-grade treasure that might prove useful in the future, especially given its ability to reverse control over other water attribute treasures, which piqued Ming's interest. He planned to merge the Lianhua lantern into his soul treasure when he advanced to king-grade. Observing the remaining 10 treasures, Ming turned to the nearby Xian Mo Dao Xiaohe, saying, "I shall absorb these soul treasures first. Once my soul treasures reach a certain level, or when I acquire more treasures next time, I will allocate some to you." Upon hearing this, the black gourd, transformed from Xian Mo, emitted a black glow, replying, "Of course, master. These are all your own acquisitions. They rightfully belong to you." A smile appeared in Ming's eyes as he shook his head slightly and began to absorb the soul power from the treasures around him. Streams of overflowing energy were drawn towards his 4 soul treasures. Gradually, the momentum of the Tianqing sword, Di Kuanin, Bushi Ding, and Hodahu began to rise. It was unclear how much time had passed, but once the 10 soul treasures had vanished, the strength of Ming's 4 soul treasures had reached a new height. Not to mention anything else, Ming even felt confident enough to contend with the soul treasures of late-stage leaders. After absorbing the soul treasures, Ming did not waste any time and turned his attention to the heritage crystals he had previously obtained. To his surprise, despite the passage of time, the heritage crystals showed no signs of diminishing. When Bai Ji learned of Ming's confusion, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Boss, you were able to absorb those heritage crystals before because of the assistance of the soul stone. Now that your soul stone has coalesced into a treasure, it naturally requires a treasure to absorb the heritage crystals." Hearing this, Ming was momentarily stunned. However, he soon followed Bai Ji's advice and utilized the Hodahu to consume the heritage crystals. In an instant, the inheritance crystal was thoroughly assimilated. A complex and intricate piece of information simultaneously flooded into Ming's mind. Shui Long Yin condenses water attribute energy to generate a powerful water dragon. The more energy, the mightier the water dragon. Upon sensing the information within his mind, a glimmer of surprise appeared in Ming's eyes. There was no other reason. This Shui Long Yin was far superior to the Huang Shaji Long he had previously condensed. The unique energy operation was something Ming had never encountered before. As Ming's water attribute energy surged forth, a vivid water dragon, measuring 10 feet in length, materialized in the air before him in an instant. This water dragon exuded formidable power, excelling in both offense and defense. Most importantly, it was strikingly magnificent. Familiar with the intricacies of this technique, Ming's expression shifted slightly as he utilized the same method of energy manipulation to condense the Huang Shaji Long. Of course, perhaps due to the energy operation being more attuned to the water attribute, the Huang Shaji Long was somewhat weaker than the water dragon. However, it was still significantly stronger than the one he had previously conjured. Moreover, his abilities were not limited to just the water and earth attributes. Ming's energy surged forth, and both the fire dragon and wood dragon appeared, swirling around him in a mesmerizing display. Chapter 91. Observations in Mangia City beside him. Xian Mo also conjured a black flame dragon to join the ensemble. Witnessing this scene, Ming could not help but reveal a hint of a smile. After a brief pause, Ming, at Bai Ji's suggestion, exited the exclusive courtyard and wandered towards other areas of Mangia City. It was humorously dubbed by Bai Ji as the boss. Having arrived, don't you wish to witness the exotic splendor of Mangia City? Notably, both Xian Mo and Bai Ji had shrunk considerably, now appearing merely the size of basketballs, hovering beside Ming like 2 charming mascots. Moments later, observing Bai Ji delightfully tearing into a pizza-like delicacy, Ming shot at a glance, remarking, "Is this what you call exotic charm?" Bai Ji chuckled. "Its silver mane fluttering without wind. Don't rush, boss. It's been a while since I've eaten. I'm a bit tempted. All right, let us continue our journey." Although Ming felt a twinge of helplessness, he said nothing further and turned southward, the direction from which he had come. He was not leaving, but rather heading to the southern part of the city, a hub for various beings exchanging information. He had no intention of visiting the trading area in the west, as even with his worth of tens of thousands of spirit stones, he would not make a significant impact. The streets were bustling with an array of different beings, broadly categorized into two types, humanoid and beast-like. However, there were some peculiar ones that were a hybrid of both human and beast forms. This spectacle intrigued Qi Ming. Just moments ago, he had witnessed a creature reminiscent of the centaurs from Western legends pass by him. Qi Ming blinked, recalling something Ada had mentioned about quantum mechanics. Additionally, through Bai Ji's introduction, Qi Ming learned that the illusory beast tribe was exceedingly numerous across the 8 domains, as their source spirit crystals were the most affordable, making them the prime choice for many divine beings vying to reshape the new world. Hearing this, Qi Ming did not exhibit much emotional response. Bai Ji then continued, however, rest assured, boss, once you break through to the divine realm, the illusory beasts from Blue Star will also ascend to become divine beings, possessing unique divine abilities. Qi Ming nodded slightly, silently committing this information to memory. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at the communication plaza in the southern district of Mangia City. To call it a plaza would be an understatement. It resembled a miniature city. Various buildings stood tall, and the continual flow of diverse beings elevated the prosperity of Mangia City to new heights. Upon entering one of the main thoroughfares, a cacophony of spirited voices flooded into Qi Ming's mind. He noticed numerous beings who, like him, had entered from the outside. But they were currently surrounded by a group of peculiar creatures, each floating in the air, their voices a mix of childish enthusiasm, desperately trying to showcase themselves. These odd beings resembled pumpkins, candlesticks, and even a ghost draped in white cloth. Esteemed sir, would you like to come in and take a look? Our shop can provide the services you desire. Sir, come in and have a seat. We have just acquired a batch of top-secret information, guaranteed to be one of a kind. Sir, please be gentle. In the brief moment of observing his surroundings, a swarm of peculiar beings converged around him. A hint of peculiarity glimmered in Qi Ming's eyes. Was he in the wrong place? Following the last voice, he saw Bai Ji repeatedly flapping its wings at a creature resembling a balloon, adorned with eyes and a mouth. With each flap, the balloon creature bobbed up and down. Wait, is that a chicken? Memories of the past surged forth, and Qi Ming seemed to catch a glimpse of an old acquaintance. Shaking his head slightly to cast aside the distractions, he turned his gaze to the peculiar beings surrounding him, a groundhog, a round pumpkin, and a creature resembling a small flying octopus. From the information that had been implanted in his mind upon entering Mangia City, Qi Ming understood that these peculiar beings were merely spirit pets raised by the nearby shops to attract business. After a moment's hesitation, Qi Ming decided to follow the pumpkin creature towards a nearby shop. After all, he was here to gather information, not merely for amusement. Upon witnessing the pumpkin leading Qi Ming away, the groundhog's cheeks puffed up in irritation. That darn green tea. Why does it always get the first pick of business? The small flying octopus and the balloon creature exchanged glances, helplessly shaking their heads. There's nothing we can do. It found a good shop. Exactly. Our shops have no unique information. The last few deals were because I sold myself. Meanwhile, Qi Ming was swiftly led into the shop by the pumpkin creature. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of an elderly man reclining on a lounge chair, eyes closed in rest. The elder had long silver hair and wore a simple silver-gray robe. Noticing the commotion, the elder slowly opened his azure eyes. Upon seeing Qi Ming, or more precisely, the Bai Ji before him, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. However, he quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, "Welcome. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ji Yi, but you may call me Old Ji." Qi Ming nodded slightly and responded, "I heard from Papa that your shop has confidential information. May I inquire about its nature and the price?" The man who introduced himself as Ji Yi smiled gently and replied, as a first-time guest, "I can provide this information free of charge." Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback, a glint of caution flashing in his eyes. However, before he could voice his concerns, the elder continued, "Papa, you may go out and play. You don't need to attract customers today." Upon hearing this, the pumpkin creature's eyes brightened with surprise. "Thank you, boss." With that, the pumpkin, known as Papa, swiftly floated out. Ji Yi then slowly rose, and without any visible movement, the shop's door slammed shut. Qi Ming's heart raced with uncertainty. Was the owner planning something? Fights are prohibited in Mangia City. As he spoke, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. Had he known, he would have avoided this shop. Who knew Mangia City had such establishments that closed their doors to trap customers? Ji Yi, however, burst into hearty laughter. "Dear friend, please rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. On the contrary, I have an opportunity to present to you. Chapter 92, The News of the Spirit Stone Mine. With that, he turned his gaze towards Bai Ji, who stood before Qi Ming. The power of this Saint King must be nearing its limit, right? As soon as the words left his mouth, Bai Ji's eyes gleamed with intensity, and in an instant, he was before Qi Ming. His wings spread wide, shielding Qi Ming behind him, while the golden ornament on his chest radiated a brilliant golden light. A voice, cold and detached, broke the silence. Who are you? The fact that the elder could discern his own strength indicated that he was far from simple. Ji Yi, however, displayed a gentle smile and said, Saint King, please remain calm. I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely an old man seeking solace in Mangia City. Bai Ji remained unresponsive. Yet the azure light in his eyes exuded an overwhelming chill. Observing this, Ji Ye's eyes flashed with resignation, but he continued. The Saint King must require substantial energy to restore your strength. Yes? What if I told you that a spirit stone mine has recently emerged? Upon hearing this, Bai Ji's imposing aura instantly receded. He scrutinized Ji Yi deeply and remarked, Spirit stone mines are guarded by divine lords, and with my current strength, I am not capable of confronting them. Ji Yi was not surprised, although the mine was under the watch of a divine lord. If they could penetrate the depths of the mine and locate the spirit of the mine with its assistance, they could absorb the spirit stones without the divine lord ever noticing. With that, Ji Yi turned his attention to Qi Ming once more and added, all of this requires the help of this young friend to accomplish. Young friend, may I inquire how to address you? Qi Ming hesitated for a moment before responding. Pangbo. Ji Yi chuckled in response. Pangbo, the discovery of the mine is attributed to the Crystal Clan and the Scorpion Clan. They will recruit various wandering races to form mining teams that will delve into the mine to collect spirit stones. This is precisely why I suggested that you assist the Saint King in entering. Hearing this, Qi Ming once again fell into silence. Despite the elder's seemingly credible words, there remained many aspects he was unaware of. For instance, if a divine lord was stationed there, why not have them directly mine the resources? Furthermore, could they truly reach the depths of the mine and find the so-called spirit of the mine? Not to mention, if they were discovered by that divine lord, they might not even realize how they perished. Bai Ji's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a moment, he slowly spoke. We understand the situation now. Release us at once. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to use my primordial power. The elder's plan was indeed feasible, but the chances of success were less than 1 in 10,000. He could not afford such a risk, especially not for Qi Ming and Xianmo. Despite the fact that the Tianmu Divine Lord had bestowed upon Qi Ming a primordial feather, if it were to come to light that Qi Ming had provoked another Divine Lord, he would undoubtedly discard this piece on the chessboard. Ji Ye's expression shifted continuously, his gaze lowering slightly before he spoke again. There is no need for the Saint King to act in such a manner. Primordial power is exceedingly precious and should not be wasted on me. To be candid, I have long-standing grievances with that Scorpion Divine Lord. If this matter can be accomplished, it will not only inflict significant losses on the Scorpion clan, but also alleviate a portion of my resentment. Moreover, it would foster goodwill between us, Saint King. As he concluded, Ji Yi lifted his gaze to meet Bai Ji's and Qi Ming's. If the Saint King and the young friend remain skeptical, I can swear by my soul artifact. Furthermore, I can assist the Saint King and this young friend in concealing their spatial aura, allowing you to enter the spirit stone mine alongside Pang Bo. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji communicated with Qi Ming through their souls and nodded in agreement. In that case, you shall swear by your soul artifact. Should you design to betray us, may you perish from the depletion of your primordial essence. Ji Yi did not hesitate. He extended his hand, and a thunderous sword materialized in the air, exuding a terrifying presence. I, Ji Yi, swear on my soul essence. As his words resonated, Qi Ming felt an invisible force pass over him, leaving him astonished. He had merely introduced himself as Pang Bo, yet the oath seemed to affect him as well. With Ji Ye's oath, the tension between the parties eased significantly. Ji Yi returned to his reclining chair and produced some exquisite delicacies unique to Mangia City to entertain Bai Ji, Qi Ming, and Xianmo. After sampling some spirit fruits, Qi Ming and Xianmo refrained from indulging further. Bai Ji, meanwhile, enjoyed the delicacies while engaging in casual conversation with Ji Yi about recent significant events in the dueling realm. Observing Bai Ji's animated discourse, Qi Ming experienced a mix of unfamiliarity and intrigue. It astonished him that this elder appeared to be a figure of divine lord caliber, and Bai Ji's identity as a Saint King was indeed authentic. This fellow had genuinely been a being of Saint Lord level. Despite this shocking revelation, Qi Ming's attitude towards Bai Ji did not shift to one of subservience. Instead, he felt as though a previously unremarkable son had suddenly become noteworthy. Their time together had led Qi Ming to regard Bai Ji as a member of his small team. It was akin to discovering that your seemingly ordinary son was, in fact, the heir to a vast fortune. Your first thought would be how to make the most of that opportunity rather than grovel before him like others. Saint King, a new batch of mining teams will be recruited in 3 days. You may return to me then, and I will arrange for you to join them. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji did not offer further comments. He nodded in acknowledgement before departing the shop, with Qi Ming and Xian Imo exiting the exchange square. Qi Ming and the others did not linger, but returned directly to their exclusive courtyard, extending their stay for an additional 2 days. Within the courtyard, Bai Ji remained industrious, sharing insights about the Spirit Stone Mine with Qi Ming and Xian Imo. The emergence of a Spirit Stone Mine would inevitably yield the spirit of the mine. This spirit bore similarities to the spirits of heaven and earth, yet they were distinct in their nature. The spirit of the mine would self-destruct when provoked. Once the spirit of the mine perished, the Spirit Stone Mine would instantly wither and revert to an ordinary mine. This was the reason the Crystal Clan and the Scorpion Clan recruited numerous diverse races to form mining teams for the extraction of spirit stones. Hearing this, Qi Ming nodded thoughtfully. The miners recruited by the two clans were predominantly at the Lord level of strength. This arrangement minimized the risk of the miners being too powerful, which could trigger the self-destruction of the spirit of the mine. Bai Ji remained silent for a moment before earnestly addressing Qi Ming and Xian Imo. Boss, this matter is fraught with peril. It even involves the two great clans of the Crystal and Scorpion clans, along with their respective divine lords. If you are unwilling to take this risk, we shall not proceed. Chapter 93, The Mining Teams. Qi Ming chuckled softly, extending a claw to pat Bai Ji's head, and said, "What nonsense are you speaking? Although this matter carries significant risks, if it enables you to regain some strength, I am willing to take the plunge." His motivation stemmed from the thought that if Bai Ji could recover some of his powers, they would not be so passive when confronting those of king or emperor level in the future. Furthermore, losing this opportunity would mean that with his quadruple cultivation speed compared to ordinary races, he might have to wait an eternity to reach king level or even emperor level. Of course, Qi Ming did not expect to break through to king level all at once. Achieving mid to late lord level during this opportunity would be splendid. Meanwhile, Xian Imo swayed his gored body and extended a vine to gently stroke Bai Ji's head, reassuring him, "Do not worry, little Bai. United in purpose, we shall surely succeed." Facing the gentle gestures from Qi Ming and Xian Imo, Bai Ji did not resist, but instead sparkled with a glimmer of light in his eyes, lost in contemplation. After a considerable interval, it spoke again, "Lao Da, go, rest assured. With me around, even if the Divine Master descends, I can still fight to lead you all to safety." No sooner had the words left its mouth than it received a light rap on the head from Qi Ming, who admonished, "Do not speak of life and death so casually. It is inauspicious." Bai Ji chuckled softly, "Understood, Lao Da." 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Qi Ming vacated the exclusive courtyard and made his way to Ji Ye's shop. Upon entering, the silver-haired elder displayed a warm smile. Beside him stood a tall and robust man, sporting a short black haircut, with azure eyes akin to those of Ji Yi. He donned dark golden armor, and the muscles on his exposed arms were thicker than the thighs of an average person. Draped over his armor was a crimson cloak. For reasons unknown, Qi Ming felt an uncanny familiarity with this duo. After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, he was interrupted by Ji Ye's voice. "Holy King, my young friend Peng Bo, my young friend Xian Hu, allow me to introduce my son. His name is Ji Chen, and he currently possesses the strength of a late-stage king." Hearing this, Qi Ming scrutinized the robust man anew. "Ji Chen is acquainted with a friend who has just formed a mining squad. I will have him escort you shortly. Once you join the miners, you will be able to venture into the spirit stone veins. However, before that, my young friends Peng Bo and Xian Hu, please step forward. I shall bestow upon you a concealment aura imprint." Bai Ji had previously mentioned this matter to them, so Qi Ming and Xian Imo stepped directly before Ji Yi. 2 resplendent blue-purple thunder imprints gradually coalesced, merging into Qi Ming and Xian Mo's bodies, leaving no trace behind. Bai Ji subtly sensed the situation and, upon confirming there were no anomalies, nodded. "Now, let us proceed to the mining squad." Ji Yi, without hesitation, addressed the robust man, "Chen Heir. You may take the Holy King and the others." The man referred to as Ji Chen nodded in response. "Understood, Father." He then turned to Qi Ming and Bai Ji, saying, "Holy King, young friend Peng Bo, please follow me." Qi Ming and Bai Ji exchanged glances, bid farewell to Ji Yi, and followed Ji Chen out of the shop. On the street, Ji Chun led the way while Qi Ming trailed behind. Perhaps due to their unfamiliarity, neither spoke a word. It was not until they had traversed several streets that Ji Chun could no longer contain himself. Pang Bo. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Qi Ming shivered slightly. Just call me Pang Bo. Initially, he did not find it inappropriate for the silver-haired elder Ji to refer to him as young friend. But addressing him as such felt somewhat awkward coming from Ji Chun, who appeared not much different in age. Ji Chun, unfazed, nodded. Pang Bo. Once I escort you to the mining squad, I will take my leave. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek out my friend whom I shall introduce to you. Qi Ming's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he nodded. Thank you for your help, Ji Chen. Ji Chun gently shook his head. This is a task assigned to me by my father. I shall certainly take it seriously. Upon hearing this, Qi Ming observed him with renewed interest. He had assumed that the second generation of divine masters would be arrogant and extravagant, yet it appeared that was not entirely the case. Before long, Qi Ming followed Ji Chen to a grand hall filled with a long queue. However, they did not join the line. Instead, they were directly received by a woman clad in armor with lustrous black hair, who ushered them into the interior of the hall. Once inside, Qi Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. According to the memories imparted to him upon entering the city, this was the employment hall of Manya City. Various mercenary groups, as well as wandering hunters and exotic beasts, gathered here in search of suitable tasks. Observing the bustling scene filled with diverse races and creatures, Qi Ming couldn't help but feel as if he had returned to the job market of his earlier days. After conversing briefly with the female warrior, Ji Chun brought her over to Qi Ming, smiling as he introduced, Pang Bo, this is Xia. Her mercenary group will be joining this batch of miners, and I have reserved a slot for you. The woman known as Xia smiled and nodded at Qi Ming. You must be Pang Bo. Ji Chun has already informed me about you. From here on, you shall accompany my team to the Spirit Stone Veins. She then turned to Ji Chun with a radiant smile. Rest assured, this is a task you entrusted to me. I will ensure he arrives safely at the Spirit Stone Veins. Ji Chun nodded in agreement, offering Qi Ming a few more words of advice before bidding farewell to Xia and departing the hall. As Ji Chun's figure vanished around a corner, a hint of reluctance faded from Xia's eyes. However, when she turned to Qi Ming and found all four dragon heads gazing at her intently, she suddenly wore an awkward smile. Pang Bo, why are you looking at me like that? Qi Ming shook his head slightly. It's nothing. Where are we headed next? In response, Xia took a deep breath. There is still some time before the main group departs. Let me first introduce you to my team. Follow me. Our team is over there. Upon hearing this, Qi Ming's eyes flickered with interest, and he moved to follow Xia's lead. Soon, they arrived at a corner where two men, a woman, and two exotic beasts were already eyeing him.